Hey, how you doing? It's another
Good morning.
It's another day of CCT out here, and we are officially in the group stages for CCT Season 3 European Series number 1. It is a mouthful, but it is what we have, and it is rolling off the tongue very nicely at the same time. So, Seard, Big Tail, Big T, Mr. Balkan Blood, how's your morning going? What's your breakfast like for today? What are you preparing?
You know my breakfast. You know what I like. I like it black and I like it rough. AKA, I like my black coffee and I like, a dose of nicotine. Let's say, to a degree, healthy, responsibly. Adult have to live healthily. Eat an apple, eat a banana, that kind of thing.
Keep the doctor away.
Yeah, don't go too hard for the breakfast because you got to keep yourself energized. But Nexus, I think we're going to be plenty enough energized with the games we've got for ourselves. 2 best of 3s that we'll be covering. And I'm so happy we're here already that, we are out of the close qualifier effectively and into the real meat of it.
Where's the potatoes, man? Where's the potatoes? It's still coming. Are we waiting for that? The meat and potatoes? Just the appetizer for the playoffs
and the
here.
Potatoes, but playoffs are not here, so the potatoes come in the playoffs and then on.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. We can. We'll have to wait for those for a little bit, but nonetheless, right for today. This is the schedule that we do have, and I'll say we've got a couple of very interesting games. Actually, all of them, I'd say, have a couple of reasons to be excited for them. As I said, we're here for the first two best of 3s. We're starting off a little bit of Partisan, Zero Tenacity. Partisan have looked really great these last few months.
This is gonna be, I'm telling you right now, the most fun, it's gonna be Partisan versus Zero Tenacity. I guarantee you. This match is gonna be fun to watch at the very least, because there is so much rivalry. These are 2 Balkan teams that have made it to the, to the top, to the toppest of the tops right now. That we kind of muster up from our region, and I'm happy to see them play. I'm sad they play against each other, but I'm happy that it's not elimination just yet. That this is, just kind of the opening days here of the Swiss stage.
I mean, you do have a 9 out of 12 people as well on the server being Serbian. I think this is the most Serbian people we've ever had in a server of Counter-Strike.
Well, yeah, they're obviously from Serbia, Bosnia, from Montenegro, and I don't think anybody from Macedonia anymore. So
no,
yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about these guys. All right, Partisan, they've been on the up and up. What are they made of? Why are they suddenly now on everybody's radar?
Well, Partisan, a team that has been picked up by the actual football club. It's not the same team, but it is in the same kind of, ideology, same kind of structure. And they picked up a team that 10 months ago, they've had some run-ins. They did pretty well. Emmy, obviously the leader of that experiment in, I believe it was iNations now. And they used to be Partisan before. There were so many different teams that some of these guys have gone to and then come back to. But right now, what we have built is obviously Emmy with the IGL, the big brains of the operation. We've got Collins, we got Dragon, Vladan, and Kindo. And honestly, they can all pop off. They've been playing for a long time. Everybody's experienced. They know their roles well. They know their opponents well. I believe Choi has yesterday been released as coach of Partisan, as he has decided to return back to active play. So I think he's going to push back to be a player. So right now, I don't know who's going to be coaching them, but regardless, doesn't matter. They've got a very solid roster that works around Emmy's, kind of big brain plays. Collins is kind of, that in-game sense, and then Dragon obviously kind of pulling out whatever shots he can. But regardless, what we're going to be hoping for is a great game, and I'm expecting one from a team like Partisan.
All right, well, plenty to say about Partisan. Give me a little bit less about Zero Tenacity, just keep it a little bit brief.
So, Zero Tenacity, an organization, I believe, originating from Poland, if I'm not mistaken, right? Serbia, Poland, I believe those are the roots of it. Currently, they've been playing for like, what, 3 years almost, I think it will be.
Yep.
Absolutely on point. Nemanja, another great IGL who's been a point of conversation every time we talked about a team like Zero Tenacity, or in this case, the team of Zero Tenacity. They have been playing together for a very long time. There had been a few ups and downs, not a lot of successes that would really, give them a name to fear. But, they won the Adria A1 League. They are kind of trying to pull themselves out of Tier 3 to push into Tier 2. And right now, I think they're on the cusp of it, just like Partisan.
Nice. That's all. That's all, folks. That's all I had.
I'm
not going to have any more to add to this. I feel like I'm going to take a step back for the morning here.
Let me just put it like this. So for Zero Tenacity, there's a few individuals you're always going to be expecting to perform. One of them is going to be Brute Monster. As the Opper, he's going to have to show up. You have Tsiofo then, who is kind of a bit of a hit and miss from time to time. He can be hot or cold depending the day, but if he's hot, it's a dangerous player. Nemanja, obviously, I've already mentioned. He's usually the carry of the team, which is, for an IGL, an unusual kind of mark. And then Simca and AVN that both have very hit and miss days as well. Now, there can be very good days and very good weeks, but then there will be days where, tournaments where they won't be showing up at all. So maps are vital if we go to the Vita as we see it ahead of us. And I'll let you break down this one yourself.
First off, a little bit of sadness. We have to endure Dust 2. That has been confirmed. This map that Partisan seem to still want to play, right? It's not one of the maps that you look at and they've been all too dominant on or anything of the sort. These last couple of weeks, they've had some issues on it, mostly of April and March. There was some red there. They didn't manage to finish off a lot of those games. They did get close to them. Yeah, sure, like 10-13, 10-11, 11-13, and 11-10 sort of score lines, but not really able to win out those games. So there has been a fair bit of a success nonetheless on it, and difficult teams as well to have been played against. So you do still kind of see why some of those games haven't been closed out, but the fact simply is that they have been playing pretty damn well overall, but nowadays, last couple of weeks, that's where trouble has kind of brewed, and that is where some of the issues now as well for Partisan have kind of formed. So they start off with a little bit of Dust 2, that's where we come back to overall. That's where they want to feel a bit more comfortable to try to stabilize themselves as well, and get back on track, as it were, to that sort of level we saw, let's say, 2 months ago as well, when they were, quickly, like in previous CCTs, making these playoffs, deep runs, and doing really damn well. So Dust 2 is where that journey begins for us today. And up next, this makes sense to me, it's Zero Tenacity, it's Anubis. Yeah. Even if it's not the insane numbers of 100 maps played on it in the last 3 months, they're still pretty damn proficient on it. They can fall back on that strategy, and the fact that they have played together for 3.5 years almost, for all except one, and I think that was maybe Shofo, who's not? No, AVN, who's yet to fill his 3-year quota, but everybody else has. So the synergy and understanding of how each other and how others do play is going to be pretty damn good, I think. So
yeah, they know it. Look, I'll tell you this much.
They know what they're going to do here.
First of all, they know each other. That's one thing. Second of all, now I won't speak for their personal relations and how they are in between each other, because I don't know that, but I would assume they've played enough in recent days against each other in some casual capacity as well, and usually do in a way. But here I'm expecting this to be a very tough fight for both teams. Whether or not they're better or worse than the other, they are playing against each other, and there's always going to be some of that national pride and that hope that you as their countrymen can beat them without too much of a hitch, and that's always going to cause some funny scenarios, I think. Zero Tenacity already losing Nemanja on mid. He's the perpetrator of middle on Anubis, and I would say he kind of keeps to the role on Dust. But here, Partisan split A through short, pretty standard. Through long, there is going to be a deep flank. I believe it is Collins on long. And here we go.
Very standard. BT set up at the moment. We started off with drop out of CT. Flashbangs are raining in on Brute Monsters Parade, but hello, nasty little headshot.
Oh.
Showing us a little bit of French pride of jump shots as well, but he just does not seem to have that same dog in him. But instead, Partisan brought us back to Q on both sides. But where is that bomb plant? They've dropped it. It's underwater. They will get it just in time as Jofo is left alone. This has been turned on its head from those initial first few gunfights. Blood and Kendo, they are the ones to get this one, turning it completely around. 3 on 4. Pretty good.
Excellent recovery coming out from Partisan here. It looked like it might just be already done and dusted, but apparently cleared out to a degree.
So, you spoke a little bit about that, pride and nationality, or national pride. So you're just kind of telling me the competition right now is which one of these teams is Daniel, and which one of these teams is the cooler Daniel in the yearbook.
That's fair. That's fair, yeah. It's pretty much like that. It's like, who's the cool kid on the block in its current scenario, yeah.
Can't blame them. Can't blame them for wanting to defeat because, the cool Daniel, pretty damn cool. But here, USP, only so cool. That is, instead of the casualty tally up to 1, and that is the round done. Max had the only thing they gotta lose. As we move on. Round 3, guns are coming out, and a Z10. How quickly are you gonna get yourself on the board? Because that's the question on Dust 2 CT side as well, right? Finances, how well are you gonna solidify yourself from the get-go? Keep the long-term economy of the game as well, something they can keep as steady as possible, to avoid looking like VP here. Gotta start getting rounds on the board, and you better do them cleanly, as apparently they will start off that way. Jeopardy. That is what Partisan is currently playing.
Yes, they are. Now I see what you mean by the cooler Daniel meme.
I didn't know you actually weren't familiar with that one, yeah.
No, I was not, yeah.
Yearbook photo, Daniel at the cooler Daniel.
And right now, it's going to be a cooler entry. Vladan. He spotted Simke as well, but it is Simke that finds Kindle. Zero Tenacity have just found their way back in. Round 3 is the done round where they recover, apparently, as Vladan is now left in a 1v2. Good start, but he's got 50 seconds, and he's running out of HP. Oh, he's being peppered through those doors. And at this point, Brute Monster already knows he's got a decent angle on him. It all depends on the shot, and Joff like, nah, man. Can't let you pass, as Gandalf activates, and that's going to be the first round for Z10.
I was going to say, you're not going to let Vladan do that, surely. As well, is that the second flight he takes to actually reclaim some position toward the doors? That should have never come through. That's one of the gimmicks. I say gimmicks. One of the parts of Dust 2 that most offers will know, and I think a fair bit of people as well who aren't offers will know on how to actually approach that little decline from ramp. Because if you are too far back, your shadow gets spotted before you do. So Vladan should have never lived that. Is the point. It still comes out on top, dealt a bit of damage. So at least in that regard, Partisan have not been able to build up that economy I mentioned earlier. It's not an easy one, but they still get it in the end. That's A-okay. Here's a trade to start things off as well. And I do like the sort of pace we got from Z10 as well to take control of mid, take control of the round and start things off. Because now with this force of reactors from Partisan, just as well, it relies on a little bit of util to make these retakes perhaps possible. So take away a little bit of that. You're looking at fairly decent, but currently with Simke finding Emmy, that is a massive scalp to take. And he's even making a second one here. There's
Kindle. Hello.
They're still thinking about AVN, but he's hiding. They are going to clear Tech Knight to the face. Watch out. Knight now falls in the 2 on 2. There's still Brute Monster coming through. You talked about him needing to be active, the AWP. Goes itself, and now it's a 1 versus 2 yet again. A second try for Partisan to clutch up here, back to back, but different players in the driving seat.
The problem is the bomb is at car, and I think they might see it through doors if they check. As Brute Monster is aimed on window, trained on that corner, and Kindo has no chance. Well done, Zero Tenacity regaining their composure, being able to stabilize. It's a 2v2 that almost goes awry, right? When you lose B side, things can really turn the other way instantaneously, and it's almost similar in a way to that last round where we saw, I believe it was Vladan, who tried to go down middle, pick up control. But that is going to be round 5 now ahead of us, and this time around Partisan is broke. They have to afford pistols only, aka a few P250s, maybe a Deagle here and there if they really have it. But that is going to be all she wrote for it, as we are going to open up a little bit of a different spicy round, especially with this nade. Vladan is able to get, well, not Vladan, excuse me, he's being caught by Nemanja, there we go. His first kill in the game as well. Nemanja, I've kind of praised him for his, obviously, not just IGLing skills, but also individual skills. Because, like I said, okay, the transfer is good, it's perfect, Sjolfo. And as I was speaking about Nemanja, we'll touch on Sjolfo a little bit later. Nemanja, individually, you know, he's at what, 116, 119 rating on the team, I believe. I could be... No, 111, excuse me. Okay, 116 might have been a bit rough for 119, but still, 111, which is very good overall. And if you look at his past games, you know, statistically, he's been doing strong, always has. And he's kind of the let's say, the core of the team itself in terms of that raw firepower. Which is very weird because he is the IGL, as I say that. And when he's going to have tough times, you really do need Brute Monster and Sjolfo to step up. And that's what we're seeing, which is excellent. Sjolfo especially. For Brute Monster, it's expected. For Sjolfo, perhaps not as much. And then Simke and AVN, if they can have a decent performance of their own, Nemanja's going to be off the hook. Now, we're talking about Partisan as well on the other side. And this gun round, well, it's not looking too good, Nexus. They've already lost a bunch of HP. Now it depends how many more players did they lose.
Yeah, there's a little bit of issue that started off. You know, the damage being taken as being one position. Now it's scaled back, but always a bit spray. Don't want to talk about those. Instead, think about the good times. Maria does not have much of those to start off this round either. There's a bit of a whiff, and it gets punished for it. Not according to be stuck in it. But eventually, there's still a trade coming through from it. A little bit of information can be also collected just from the fact that someone did try to jump up on the box. But where are the rest is still the question. Again, we pretty much same position as the pistol round. Information we're going to be spotting for Simke gets himself in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to call out to his teammate to come back to decide to assist him. Give him a little bit of a bailout, perhaps, but Sjolfo sticks towards long. Simke sticks to the grave. And Partisan...
And,
I do see this just being a one round here, right? CT Economy, that's just the crux of Dust 2, what it always comes down to of do you want to retake that and are you in position? It is a real tough position, a bit of a pickle, some might say.
It's a no on both of them, I think, it's fair to say. And whilst Dragon does get caught, they're still trying this. Never mind, Sjolfo finds Vladan on site. Now in Gandalf, it's Mr. Collins and Kindo. He's in a very bad spot. He's not going to live long, though he survives this long now. He's bought the time. As Sjolfo, final seconds are ticking, but he's got... Wait,
no time.
He have time?
I don't think so. It does get a little bit close, absolutely. Someone is going to probably make the argument maybe he had a time. I don't think so, but either way, he's chosen not to take that risk, assuming there is no time, right? Maybe if the bomb was planted right at his feet, that's a different story, but having to run that extra half second, half step leads Partisan still to that third round, even if it does get a little bit close as well, because 3 on 4, the retake toward the A side, they do try it with that spam through the smoke is what gets them to even go for it. With about 20 seconds left, it's risky as all hell. But at the same time, right, that's kept Partisan's economy low. That's on the other side of the same coin. And this is a bit of a change. I don't remember the last time I've seen a second Oppo and Zero Tenacity. Picked up by the Magia toward the B side, right? You talk about him and his individual prowess. 1 and 5, he's not started off the right way, so why not make the job easy for himself? Pick up the big green. See where that takes him.
Here. AVN misses his chance as well. The missed shot from Nemanja doesn't help. They lose that first player, and now they're about to lose B. Nemanja should know this. He's going to check back into his side, and I think he's going to have a nice surprise, but he finds Dragon. That's a great start.
Start? Probably not. A response? Yes, absolutely. But it could have been a lot cleaner. That's the issue that we have at the moment as well. Now, I know you're talking about as well the statistics of Nemanja as well. There was the time, like, let's say 6 months ago, something like that, where he was putting up like 1.25 rating and 1.4 almost impact-wise. And that was when Z10 were grinding the living hell out of Counter-Strike and Anubis specifically, you know?
They played like what? How many maps was it of Anubis?
I honestly think it was like
maps?
70 or 80 for the past 3 months.
Yeah,
they had like that insane statistic. Here though, hold on.
Like,
Vlad,
that's
take one.
Next level.
Oh, carried over. Yeah, it is. The fact is, they were playing almost double or more than double than supposed tier 1 teams. Some of them at least, you know, that maybe don't make consistent playoffs. That play in 3 months, and they were putting that and double into a map like Anubis as well. It's really, really funny.
They were doubling the amount of maps played total, you mean to say?
Yes.
To be exact.
Yes. Something, you know, a team maybe that people like to clown on, like a little bit of Astralis, you know?
Yeah, for example, Astralis. Yeah, that's a good example.
That's just the perfect example.
It is perfect
Just
example, because that's the example we always used. In any case, it's going to be round number 8. Partisan, they are back to pistols. They don't have a choice. They'll have to play it safe, and Brute Monster decides to deny a chance for Partisan to succeed.
Never mind. I see where my confusion was. So I think Kindle was did a jump on top with just a pistol to see what was up in the double doors, which is kind of funny. Right, like Vladen has the AWP at the moment, right? That's not your AWPer, is it? So
nope.
I wouldn't have been surprised to let him drop it to someone else if they're going for the peak, especially because it's a risky one, right? The double doors, you can let someone else swing out first, especially without armor as well. It's just one shot either way, but he stuck to it. Eventually dealt with. All picked up quickly. Brute Monster's got to realize somebody's licked it up from the floor. Had to confirm it. Yep, it's gone. Another remains in the B tunnels. Whack-a-mole. Brute Monster. 1 miss, 3 kills so far for the round. And 1 man remains. Here's the question, right? Does AVN... Oh, maybe. Somebody else. Somebody by the name of... or with the name Zero Tenacity in their team name. Go ahead and pick up that secondary AWP. Or an AWP. Hold on, Emmy, what is he?
Emmy's going to try and
actually cooking. Yeah, he's going to get bomb plant guaranteed.
I mean, he's going to be a little bit too slow, perhaps, for the player of tunnels to already flank on him. Simka's still waiting. Simka's playing patiently. He doesn't want to risk it here. But it is going to be a bomb plant. That's very successful for the round that it was. It was effectively Nico. And if he takes another player with him, that would be perfect. As he will miss the shot, unfortunately. Tjoff was the one to finish him off. But at the end of the day, the bomb plant plus 2 kills, it's a good bonus point here for Partisan. And hopefully they can make more out of it right here.
Hopefully. Right, that is as well. Question, no double up. They won't pick up the second one, apparently.
Yeah.
They tested the idea, said, nah, maybe not, we're good. Because as soon as you have that double up in play, and you don't make it incredibly useful, again, we talk about these retakes, it just adds more into the complexity and layers of it to make it even worse. If you can't tell, I absolutely despise this map, and I hope whoever actually enjoys it and made it steps on Legos.
Every day when he wakes up, with his left and right foot. As round 9,
yeah, pretty much.
I mean, look, let's be fair. This is not a great map, or let me rephrase that. It's not that it's not a great map. It's a map that's been around for a little bit too long. We need to change it up a little bit, I think. We need to see a different one come back into the pool. I'm looking at you, Cash. But in any case, look, at the end of the day,
Fabled.
Partisan right now, they're the ones to pick Dust 2. They're the ones to play it. They want to make sure they get this entry. And the way they do it is a pop flash over double doors. Look to find Siof on blue, maybe behind blue. They don't know exactly where. I'm just hoping there's not going to be that same one-by-one approach where they have no support for each other, because that's usually what you kind of have to build rounds on.
I also like the boost here as well for Siof, just to put it out there.
There's the flash. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't the flash. That was the smoke first. Okay, never mind.
A wider off angle, right? We've barely seen Partisan actually test out long, so immediately, I think the first or second time they actually have a player to go out, there is a boost waiting for them you're not going to be ready for.
Are they going to go back B here through middle? I think that has to be the call. Maybe through tunnels, even if they feel cheeky, but I think mid is the only option, really. And bomb out first, it's going to be Emmy. Here we go. Four players up mid. No, back short. What are they doing? The indecisiveness is killing them. It's a massive mistake here. Nemanja, as long as he stays alive, the round is over, and it is done. Nemanja with a hat trick. He pulls away the round for Zero Tenacity, and somehow I really don't understand what Partisan were thinking on middle there. You'd had to make a judgment call and go for it. Like 25-something seconds left, you're double doors, you're exiting through double doors, you got the first kill for free. I mean, I don't think you can wait. I don't think you can wait for a smoke. I don't think you can wait for anything. Maybe a smoke in motion, but not just stand there until you've got, what, 10 seconds left? Damn.
That is quite the pickle. And I'll say, like right now, I think that's the third time we've seen the same strategy for Partisan. Of default one long if everyone else go up short. And it's getting a little bit stale already, and that's an issue. I guess we're not seeing much in terms of them challenging Zero Tenacity's control over the map, especially like long that is being successful. And there is it's just an easy time Z10 is having, right? I would like to see Partisan that point as well, change up the pace of their default or how they're going about this. Just add a couple more layers to, you know, just a bit of util, somebody throw in a fake toward the B-side, even if it is just a courtesy at that point. But make it at least slightly more difficult for a Zero Tenacity to actually figure out. Slow down those rotations, right? If you do have a man on the B side throwing util, a smoke, flashbang, Molotov, even if it is, again, like I say, a courtesy, a fake, pretty much. They can go ahead and control those mid rotations at that point as well when they come back.
Is going to fall back here. That's a dead giveaway there from the player around the corner. Yeah, Emmy just walks out alone. They're going to be walking out double B tunnels through the smoke. There's no chance they're being watched. It's a clean round for Z10, and no matter how much we try to kind of bring the plan on the board for the T side and try to see if they are going to follow it or if they recognize it, it seems like they're just falling on empty ears every single time. Round 11, I mean, this is going to go maybe 9-3, maybe 8-4, regardless of what it goes. It's either now or never, Partisan. You chose Dust. Where's the show? Where's the, where's the fight? Where's the fighting spirit?
Where is the... How do I put this right?
Cowabunga.
Yes, where's the Cowabunga on this map?
Cowabunga, yeah, there we go.
I was going to go for something a little bit more eloquent, but Cowabunga is right up my alley here.
I feel like that kind of describes your current feelings, I feel like.
You have no idea how much I've been saying Cowabunga as well with my friends. It's so funny.
Exactly. Cowabunga.
There was I'll go off a tangent here if I get a chance to, because hold on, actually, I'm not going to go over it immediately. Keep that in mind. Yeah, we do see Vladen, right, throwing a little bit of util toward the B side. They're keeping him, he's keeping them busy, but he's an approach again through the mid doors.
On the timing.
MK might get caught because there is a duel up close already, and AVN on the side responds, rotates back around, takes a big fat L to the fight, and Nemanja is left alone. Knowing tunnels will be a threat, focusing on the doors, making a little bit of noise. They should have an idea. He's here. Now they do. Bought formation.
No help.
Waited again, and that is a round of Partisan to clean up and make it perfect in the end. And finally we see a bit of a change, and I do like that. It is faster. It is one where Z10 don't have all the information in the world to be ready for, because that is one of the fastest rounds we've seen from Partisan so far.
It's the fastest round they've had, and the most successful one as well. It's 5 alive, it's free entries for days, and somehow they're able to dismantle the defense. 7-4, now looking like it could be 7-5. A point I didn't even consider it at one point in time, but Brute Monster back on the op. He's having a great game, 13 kills so far. Same for Xialfa, both are popping like crazy, and that's the worry part for Partisan, I think, especially once we switch sides and we go D side. You know, it's going to be Zero Tenacity that's going to be dictating the pace of the game. They'll have 2 heavy hitters that are going to be supported all the way by 3 another. This is not done by a long shot. It all depends on Brute Monster. Holy
That is
what a
nice.
shot. That is a sick shot. I didn't even see Emmy. He just had a glimpse of him, and yet that was enough. And Collins finds Simke, but there's the refrag. Nemanya's ready, and it's continuous 2 players on B here. They don't want to take the risk. They don't want to play for retakes. They want to secure the site beforehand.
That is a rough opening, especially right. This is the last round of the half here as well.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Partisan would love to get a 5th one to head toward that second half, but either way, this is the hand that they've been dealt here, or dealt themselves almost. 40 seconds remain. Again, mid-doors and up short. That is the play that the Partisan really have in their books. It's written down multiple times. Those are the ones they do want to go for. Slight differences in approach, perhaps later on. But for now, in the present, Nemanja, you talk about him in the mid control on some maps here as well. Seems like that is part of it. Truffle has EC'd, and man on site, ABN, you're a dead man. Has somehow turned things around. We've lost Xialfa, we've lost everybody on Zero Tenacity. We've mind freaked our way into a one of us to retake with an AWP.
No way. That's a sick retake. I mean, it doesn't help the fact that it's Xialfa that disconnects, unfortunately. So Brute Monster now 1v2. He's got Collins on low HP on 2 exactly. Vladan on 76. It all depends on the first shot. You hear the scope. He's dead. There it is. Ladies and gents, 7-5. First half done. I can't believe my eyes, but Partisan somehow pull it out of their pants. And again, it is because Xialfa disconnects. Because he has a crash and they cannot help each other enough. Overwhelming the B site when Nemanja, I believe, was alone. And yeah. What a recovery coming out from Zero Tenacity in the end there. I mean, it looked like it could have gone for a 9-3. It could have gone for an easy 10-2 even if Partisan had clenched their fists a little bit further, perhaps.
Clench their fist, shake at the sky. But you gotta move on.
Or rather, Zero Tenacity, excuse me, to be more exact. Irregardless, decent enough first half in the end, and it's not going to be as quick or as one-sided, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. This, let's say,
fine morning or
derby.
Evening or
Yeah,
night time, depending which part of the world you may be from. Hello and welcome to everybody.
You know what'd be funny if there'd be the Crvena Zvezda team as well, the Red Star team from Belgrade. If they had a CS team, and then Partisan would play Red Star in CS as well as in real life, and now that would be a proper derby. We'd probably have like 10,000 people watching just that. But
do you make it happen?
We might have to make it happen, yeah. In any case, we are waiting for the actual words from production, or rather from the admin, as to what is happening. I'm not sure Xialfa's back. They're probably discussing the last round. I mean, there's not much to discuss. They already did damage. They already had the advantage. They lost it. It's over. It's a done deal. You can't change what happened, but you can win the pistol, and we don't know what's going on.
Yeah, waiting for...
Yeah.
We're just waiting right now to make sure everything is A-OK, we're good to go as well. So, with that as well, directing the discussion back to 2 rounds ago. So, I have a friend who likes playing a little bit of the Fortnite Guitar Hero thing. I can't remember the exact name of it, but is it like Fortnite? I don't remember what it is. Nonetheless, it's just Guitar Hero in Fortnite. And there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles song that was Not amazing, I'll say, but the way they said Cowabunga in that song was really funny. And it's something that I've been laughing at and we've been referencing. And it is just really, really funny. You just gotta trust me on this one. You could probably find the song. I can't remember the exact name of it, but just Googling Fortnite TMNT song. And I think you'll find it. If you guys want to. It is a kind of a funny song. But that is that topic then done. As a second half, still waiting for Joffrey to come back. We are getting ready for him as well. In the meantime, both teams, maybe more so Partisan, have a chance here to collect their thoughts, make sure they're all good and ready for the second half. Because, let's be honest, right? As much of a one-note map as I also make Dust out to be, being just a very plain and simple 3-lane map at its very core, being the most basic map at Dust, or we've seen in Dust or Counter-Strike probably ever. That was still a very non-experimental first half when it comes to what Partisan were doing, right? I kind of said it, they were twice they tried to go for that one-man long lurk, 4-up catwalk, worked out a little bit, worked out a little less at some points. And then you had mid-doors, and that was pretty much it when it came to the actual rounds where we're seeing how do these rounds and things work out. And that was that. It was that simple of a Dust 2 as it really is for the T-sets. I want to see more exploration. Get your inner Christopher Columbus in here, Tenacity, and give us more than mid or short.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of start finding out more across the map.
Venture into long. See what secrets the pit holds.
Ooh,
I hear there's buried treasure there, but I could be wrong.
Could be diamonds, could be rubies, could be emeralds. Could be a dragon lore, but you never know.
I don't think so. 13. Although there is a little bit of a player waiting. Name of Collins. They're gonna find his corpse if they go exploring there. They decide to excavate pit a bit more. Hindo. In a bit of an awkward position. Fight or flight. Needs his teammate to assist. That's 2. Nearly a third. It does elude him. Flooded instead. Down to the last man he goes.
Close call.
And hey, we ventured into long.
Yeah. He's gonna go long. He's not gonna find anything in pit, but remains. And, well, he's about to be spotted by AVN, which means AVN pulls back. He's low. Well, he's not low, but he's not exactly accurate as hell. On 4 kills currently. Having a tough time, just like Simke. But Zero Tenacity, they win the pistol. It's 8-5. It's how it should have been on the first half. 8-4 probably. If everything went right, if Shuffle wouldn't have been disconnected or crashed.
Lost in the battle.
Yep.
You know, war never changes.
I love the fact Dragon buys vanilla. I love it.
Ooh, hello.
Give me some headshots,
Did not
Dragon.
know he was a baller, I'll say.
Yeah, he's just like me, you know. Exactly.
The just Nova like is me, for real. Yes, it is. I don't know why as well. They've miscategorized it under the heavy tag instead of a sniper rifle that it actually is. I'm still waiting for Valve to fix that.
They'll put a scope on it, don't worry. By the end of next year.
Oh, please don't. I like the iron sights.
That's fair. Aim down the line. Just let loose a hail of pellets.
Exactly.
Maybe you're shooting buckshot, which is like a big ass round ball that makes a...
No. Slug right there, baby. Every day of the week.
Golf-sized ball, yeah. Okay.
To the dome. Any Rust players probably will be upset with a pump shotgun and a slug. That was crazy. But, Kendo, Scout, what do you got here? Still not spotting anybody. Zero Tenacity, they just took long control. This is more of the basic Dust 2 almost, right? You scored, scored a player out long. It's more than just one attempting you with a flashbang. Now you have that control, you score the rest of the map. Lower. Goodbye, that is money made, bag secured, round almost in the bag itself. Nemanja and a brute monster.
That's round.
You would have thought. Well, Nemanja, yeah, you've got it out of the B site. Now you've got to get back into mid to collect that bomb, but you've not done yourself many favors with Emmy's AK to take him down. It's one scout to rule them all, but it's not happening. There's just no time. Partisan featuring a Nova. And Emmy getting a 3k, but that's just, you know, a feature tag. Main producer Dragon here for the opening kill. And the round itself coming to an end. Even Brute Monster losing the scout. Partisan back in the game, baby. Let's get us a long dust too, because it certainly won't be a quick one. That's the only other option.
I've been telling you, man. People are sleeping on the Nova. They forget how effective of a shotgun it is. Even at mid to long range engagements, you can hit headshots. I've done that before. Like, I literally sniped somebody on Mirage from, like, ticket to pit, top of stairs. Or
I will leave you every day of the week.
From long A to site A, I've headshotted before. Like, it's crazy. You do a jiggle peek, you send the shots, and you just kill somebody on box. It's ludicrous.
Yes, it is, but it is so satisfying.
It is satisfying as hell.
Especially when you don't even have to be perfectly aimed. You can just shoot in the general direction. It's probably going to hit.
General direction, exactly.
One of the, I don't know, 12 or 13 pellets. I don't know how many there actually. Is it like 13 or 17 maybe?
I have no clue.
Somebody who's a nerd will actually know that number, but nonetheless, in the meantime, forced by unsuccessful at the start. Although, what has been successful is Nemania's return from 1 and 5. Now 14 and 10.
Yes, certainly stepping up massively, and that's the reason why Zero Tenacity had been doing a little bit better to begin, though losing Simka and him right now is no good thing. It's a force bite that doesn't give them anything, and it will be an 8-8 tied score before we see Zero Tenacity buy again, which is a shame. But Avian trying to correct the current course, though he's going to have to go 4 times as big as he did to begin. Collins is already kind of telling him off, and round should be done deal. Brute Monster still dealing damage though, so if he can get another, I think everybody would be very happy. The nade doesn't connect, the Molotov doesn't come, and the bomb is planted. 2 kills plus a bomb plant, perfect combo. Better than nothing at all.
Yeah, 6-second shot as well. But yeah, a bomb plant there for Zero Tenacity. It's not gonna let them have an actual buy here, but it is gonna let them have a couple of distance eagles again to keep that threat potential up even in this round. While Partisan, for them, it's all about maintaining themselves as best as they can to not give Zero Tenacity a way in. Build up that economy, yada yada yada. I'm getting real bored of actually mentioning it as well, but it just has to be because I will never stop slandering this map.
I know. You hate this map with a passion. And you'd sooner eat
warm pillow to whoever made this. Come on, man.
A wet and cold pillow. Wet and warm pillow, yeah. The sweaty pillow.
Oh god, that is.
Yeah.
Sweaty gamer. Emmy.
Sweating a little bit.
Smokes. Wow, doesn't even want to turn away from them. Why is he watching that? Someone's complaining.
Collins expecting the boost. This should be an easy shutdown by any degree. Honestly, I'm surprised we even see dust, by the way. Like, you said it at the start in the veto. I think you mentioned it, that dust definitely comes a bit of as a weird pick from the standpoint of Partisan, I think.
A little bit. Yeah, but at the same time, when you do look at it, right, the start of the year versus the last 3 months, if we were to split it up, let's say first 3 months, or last 3 months kind of thing, the start Partisan had of the year was really damn good. They were performing incredibly well. Now that people are kind of more aware of them, they've lost a little bit, maybe, speculating, maybe lost a little bit of that surprise factor that made people underestimate them. So it's become a little bit harder now for them as well to perform. They've obviously, of course, then had some issues from comparing the start to now. And it's just the map pool and the percentages on every single one of them kind of do point that out almost. There is no specifically very strong map they have in the pool that they can fall back on. It's just about proving to everybody that they can still be up to that same level they were. So, hard work. Gotta pay off some way, somehow. For now, everybody on Zero Tenacity by the name of Not a Chofo tagged up.
The health is a little bit misleading because they do have more than it seems at first glance. At 48 for AVN, 43 for Simke, Nemanja at 36. It does look like they're almost empty.
Yeah, it's the player pictures.
Yeah,
Gotta block it a little bit above it, but it's still,
men, you know.
yeah, it's still real unsure that they are in trouble, especially against an MP Knight, which at close range we know does a shred, even if Dragon is a 19 HP.
Oh, Dragon gets caught. That's a problem. Now it's down to to Vladan to shut it down. He gets only the one. That's not enough. Emmy and Collins, they'll have to retake this, and they've already got mid control in the hands of Nemanja, who's going to have to deal with them. Decent damage, but Nemanja survives, and like I said, that HP can be a little bit distracting, as all of a sudden it's going to be an 8-8, make it a 9-8. Zero Tenacity. Successfully take B, no retakes.
None of that entertained here for Partisan. And it's not even the Nemanja finding kill, it's just the tag that he gets. Or maybe, actually, does he tag it, Emmy, or was I tripping? I don't know. Doesn't matter, right? The fact that he stays alive.
He did.
Yeah, thought so. The fact that he just stays alive controls that rotation a little bit. Partisan to get it. They are still at a disadvantage, and they say, you know what, no, we don't have the utility for this. We can't really force these fights. Because, you know, if you are entering that B side, it is going to be a crossfire one way or another. It could be on the car and X or big box. It's going to be on big box and platform, and then you also got to factor in Nemanja, who's going to rotate back through the tunnels. It's so many angles and only two for the T side to be worried about. It is just a terrible situation for Partisan, and thus they prioritize their weaponry they have, play the long game here, save even a couple extra thousand to make this one more doable, make the next force by half by situation a little bit more doable again. Just play the long game. So just two, we are not rid of you yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, I was hoping. I was hoping a 13-0.
Ooh, Kindle, I like the idea here. Just trying to pick it up, but...
a swagger.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a ballsy play. It gets the job done if correctly utilized, or rather if you have the luck. Oh, Vladan. Now that is not something you like to see, getting caught outside of tunnels, and all of a sudden it forces a second player from Partisan to focus on B. And this will leave A unattended to a major degree, and we can already see the util on middle starting to deploy. There's a Molotov on long. And yeah, it's a smart choice. Collins and Emmy will group up, they'll defend long, and basically play for retake of A. That's the best you can muster up here.
Not only that, look at how Partisan have now left the B side almost.
Yeah.
They're playing it from a retake perspective. Kendo as well, right? He's got that all. He can watch towards the tunnels, turn around if he hears the util that makes sense on B. But they are more or less banking a lot of what they have on this A play here, and assuming correctly at the moment as well. Emmy's playing this alone. So will his teammate. This is going to be very much a 1 versus 1 duel. The trade that needs to go through. Nemanja fails the test, and they will not even know Collins is here.
That's easy.
That's the round done. Has to be.
That is the round done. That's all there is to it. Wow. Okay. Goes a lot differently than I anticipated, and it's, at the end of the day, potentially already the 9th here for Partisan. 20 seconds to go. I mean, they'll try, I'm sure, but they can't get past Collins. There's almost no way. Time as well is not on their side. I mean, they've got very little left. And Collins, like I said, he's going to clean it up easily. And that is going to be Partisan with the round back-to-back here. And 9-9 tied up. Zero Tenacity out of money. We are looking at possibly a full comeback. Partisan, maybe 10th here guaranteed.
Guaranteed, I wouldn't say so. You know, it's never that easy. Especially when Tech 9s and pistols and a little bit of tomfoolery may be involved. Also, I do like, by the way, the utility as well here to start off with these rounds for Collins or whoever it is, maybe at that time as well. Smoke long doors, simple enough. It's a quick lineup. Throw in a second nade up short as well, so it's giving us already ideas on how Partisans well want to play these rounds now. What their priorities and prerogatives might be. That is a very nice lineup as well for this long smoke to be thrown. Usually you see it being thrown out by freestyle here by whoever is in this situation. Emmy tapped away 1, 2, 3. I mean, technically only tapped away the third, but looking crispy as all hell doing it.
Looking very good. Nemanja finds himself in a tough spot, and number 10 confirmed. Okay. We're starting to get somewhere, man. This is looking better and better with each passing moment. Partisan looking to strike back at the heart of Zero Tenacity. We do have, what, decent enough of a buy now for Z10, but they have to get away with some control at least early. Because utility is going to be on the side of Partisan this one.
Am I seeing this correctly? Have you also joined the standing up gang?
Oh yeah, I've already had it yesterday, but I didn't put up the monitor on my PC case. Now I've upgraded to my monitor sitting on top of the PC case, me standing and everything. It's lovely. I love it.
Wonderful. You know, welcome. You know, maybe one day you'll as well join the superior just because I can. I will flex standing desk or adjustable table.
Oh, unfortunately, that's never going to happen here because I'm in a
you've
small
got a couple
corner.
of tables there.
Yeah,
I
I got basically an L table, like a table into an L shape, and then it's a very big one, and rising that would be a nightmare. So I just use my PC as a stand. There we go. I wish I could post this on Twitter actually. Speaking of it, and we're talking about Twitter. Well, Zero Tenacity is going to be tweeting away at potentially losing this map because they have B side, yes, but it's a 5v3 retake of B. I don't know how the hell they got B side though.
It is a retake of B. End of the day, that's where some trouble might come brew and Brute Monster. I don't think he'll be able to hear any of the steps coming through T-spawn, so we can already discount him as a dead man. It's just a question of does he get even one? I don't think so. So holding on to the side, it's going to be a 1v5 effectively for Simcake. Give it a 1 or 2 seconds. Oh, no. Oh, there you go. 1v5, not happening. Partisan, very well played here. It's that first kill they get as well that's onto, was it Namadi on car? Not sure. But nonetheless, they managed to get that opening kill. Then we already, like we say, we can already discount Brute Monster in tunnels, not ready for a T-spawn flank. And the rest of that is all too easy for Partisan. CT side seems to be the reason they picked this map, because T side, right, like I said, did look a little bit uninspired almost, but here they have been absolutely cooking with gasoline. Nice to see. Very nice to see. Bad to see for Nemanja. As soon as I said, right, 14 and 10, you know, he's 5 L's in a row handed to him.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit crazy here. The problem I'm having is the fact that now, all of a sudden, it's Partisan not only getting entries, but they've dictated the term of the game, or rather the pace of the game as far as we can tell. Zero Tenacity have lost kind of control completely.
They did obviously have that attempt previously as well out long, but then the smokes came in, they tried to go through, and Emmy says, nah, takes 3, right? So, whatever they've been trying to get back in terms of this control here, it's not worked out. It's pretty much they're playing to all their given by Partisan, right? Like I say, in control, everything that the Partisan seem to give up at the moment, they are more than ready for as well to respond to and adjust in due time. For the moment, though, some issues, but not any major ones. On the B side, AVN as well, he's trying to get out, but the death is the only escape kind of thing. And that is a very, very good first half.
Yeah,
Sorry, second half out of Partisan, and they've got 3 chances to close things out of regulation.
I mean, if we continue in the manner we kicked off, we're certain to close it out here successfully. It's certainly giving me those vibes.
Oh, hello.
Finds Kindo, though. There's the counter-upper succeeding.
How many tries is that as well that we haven't seen that succeed, and now we finally get a little bit of it for the T side?
Good question. It's been a few. Let's see this duel, though. Collins, if he wins the duel against Simke, it'd be perfect for Partisan. Regaining a little bit of that control, regaining a little bit of those entries. Oh, Dragon finds Nemanja. Now they clear out long. And I think Partisan will soon start to realize, wait a minute, they've always been pressuring B. They might go B again, and Collins is walking through short. Nobody's watching him. They forget about it. Sialfa turns around just when Collins peaks, but it's a little too late. And Hemi will find Simke. Brute Monster's now on his last leg with AVN, already blinded and dead. And it is down to Brute Monster. The monster himself, an ace clutch or bust. That's what's up right here. If I may say so myself, it is going to be a bust.
half, that is Partisan all over the board. It was a 7-5 half, 4-0 Tenacity to whoever ended up forgetting about how this one went and started here. And we've got ourselves a pretty damn decent scoreline to end it. Partisan, nicely done. They set themselves up for that second map, for Anubis that is back to 0 Tenacity. It's, you know, normal playing fields and the normal games that they go for and what we normally expect from them as well. And now they kind of have to fall back over the previous experience they've had on this map, dominating teams, being one of the best teams of the world, if not the best team of the world previously. And to show us what they were missing here on the second half, because this was a T side with a lot of bark and very little bite. Yeah, you're muted. Big man. He's Big man. Music, come on.
Oh my goodness, sorry, I didn't hear it. For some reason I thought, okay. So as I was saying, yeah, that was a lot of bite, a lot of bark, but no bite at all at the end there. T-side kind of disappointing. I expected more. A very good comeback coming out from Partisan in the end. Z10 just couldn't muster up enough, enough energy, unfortunately. And all I can say is, going into map 2, I'm a little bit worried here. It's no longer Dust 2. It's no longer that, go-to map that you usually can rely upon. We're going to be going on to Anubis, and obviously this is where things are going to be a little bit different, especially when it comes for 0 Tenacity.
Yeah, now, however, we will give 0 Tenacity as well a little bit of time to just reflect almost. Let's see what they can do here as we are going to go to a break. They will get to regroup, gather their thoughts. I'll get to gather my second cup of coffee for today to actually wake up. And all of you guys at home, also get yourselves some water, coffee, whatever else you might need. Stay hydrated, do your stretches. We talked about that yesterday as well, to make sure you actually stretch a little bit. But until then, we are going to go to a break. Make sure you do all that. I will check back in. And we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes for map number 2. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
And we're
How
back,
you doing?
everybody. Yeah, we're back. Second map is coming up. Honestly, this was a great recovery by Partisan. Dust2 looked like at one point it could have easily gone to Z10. And in the end, I mean, Z10, if they don't find a good foothold to the start of the second, I could see this going 2-0, honestly.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think as well this game was one that we were going to be excited to kind of look at it, just in the sense that both teams, right, share a lot of that same sort of regionality. And we already got a little bit of back and forth. Like I said, it could have gone either way. It looked like, right, with that pistol being taken, that we're going to see more of a fight out of Zero Tenacity that it actually ended up being. Because I think they won that pistol, then lost against the Force Spy. Am I tripping? Maybe I am. Who knows?
It was a Scout Deagle kind of investment. I believe they had a Glil or two as well. So I think you're right.
Yeah, but nonetheless, in the end, it's one of the Z10 that did not really show up on that T side much on. And instead, they let their opponents have a completely free roaming map, pretty much. And they didn't disappoint. They did show us why they picked us a map as well. Because we did say as well, it's pretty much a situation where it is on to Partisan to tell us exactly why we need to still keep an eye on them, even if now last month or so, to maybe it's not been at the absolute best again. But they were still showing us that. Now they headed towards Anubis. It's one of they're also very familiar. Like, despite every other map that is in the pool, it is one where they have a positive win rate. But not as many games played, obviously, as everything else. It's still a respectable 8. That's good, you know. They've got results on it. And now we'll see exactly where this one is going to then take us on Anubis. Maybe decisive, maybe a 2-0, like you do say. I would not be all too shocked to see that happen as well.
Yeah, I mean, we expect Zero Tenacity to play well, but we saw them lose a little bit of control on Dust there at the end, and I feel like they lost that mojo, right? That magical moment was past, and Anubis, I mean, yeah, they play well, they played a lot of it, they are effectively ready to take anybody on Anubis, but Partisan has this individual prowess, this skill to make holes in the defense where you don't expect them, where you don't usually find them, and somehow get away with it. And right now, it feels like perhaps Z10 is the one to really change it up a bit, play a bit more passive. Don't let them take that advantage off of you.
Yeah. Now, let's see, then kind of see. So, well, we should be ready. I think most people are on the server, if not everybody already. So, waiting for the go-ahead, waiting to make sure we're actually all good and ready to go. But in the meantime, yeah, we're waiting for somebody to click the button to end the game. The start of the simulation. Oh, apparently I have to do that. Sorry, I'm getting... I've got no buttons to click. I'm sorry. Production's telling me to click a button to start the game, but I don't have that button. I think I've lost it.
I clicked enter, so
I
don't know.
I think
it worked. I think it worked.
You are a lifesaver here. Everybody, thank you, Tail. But, you know, did you do your stretches? Did you get some water? You hydrate? What you do? How was your break?
Yeah.
I told you I would check up on this.
I had to go to the toilet as well, I have to say. You know, it's nothing to hide there. And that's pretty much it.
You're human just like the rest of us.
Exactly. Got a bottle of water here and ready to go.
Wonderful. Jofo, he does not have much at the moment. Apparently, with assistance from Bootmaster, that's when he powers up to take 2 of his own. And pretty much put an end to the round. I guess all thumbs up and all smiles and Zero Tenacity. A very nice hold. And that is a fight that's not easy to win, especially on that CT side. When you are still holding there, it's the T side who will initiate. You've got dual Berettas up close, and that's the way you do want to have them. But it's a very good position to be at, therefore, the T side to initiate that fight. But not finding essentially anything out of it is a bit concerning, perhaps, but it's just a pistol anyways.
Yeah.
So at the same time, it doesn't really mean all that much. It's not at the end-all, be-all of anything. And instead, now we move on. Round number 2, T-side, full eco. They are chilling with this one, except for Dragon and a Desert Eagle. So call me crazy, this is a round of parties and have won.
Maybe he's gonna spew some fire with that. You know, dragons are usually deadly encounters, especially if they're ancient, and I think Dragon is soon to be definitely one of the old worms, as...
Calling him old now, huh?
Well, he's been around long enough to be called a veteran already, let's say, so he's not...
I'll have you know, he is 7 years younger than you.
Yeah, well, that's fair. That's fair. I don't mind that. but he's closer to me than he is to 18. So,
I mean, technically, exact same
25,
distance.
exact same. Yeah, I know, but still.
Let me live in my bubble, please.
Yeah, let me
Pretend for a
have
day
the
I'm
small
not old.
victories. Come on, I need them. Well,
Yeah.
it's gonna be an A victory potentially here. They're about to
It
enter.
might be. I mean, I did say Partisan's going to take this round, but I'm not going to stick by that when they lose. I'll just have you know. So show up with the MP9 and Molotov. It's fairly decent, at least deal damage. There's one kill only from it, but the rest appear flat. A very quick swarm as well of zero tenacity here, right? They're very quick to react. Gotta recognize the mid is not going to be that play. And a play from camera, able to assist and to finish off the round without further casualties. Designs one MP9. 2-0, but a bomb plant is absolutely fantastic here, no matter what, as well.
It is a great ending to a pistol, effectively to an eco. So, Partisan, strong buy now, going into our third and our first real one. I'm expecting Collins to show up. I'm expecting Vladan to show up. We've got a decent amount of util. Are we going to see a classic default into canals? Is it going to be a bit more split on the side of, looking at maybe A main, maybe B main? Right now, all
Maybe
according to
C.
plan. Yeah, if C existed, that'd be nice.
That's a
I'm
different
joking.
game.
It wouldn't be.
That has it.
No 3 points, please.
Yeah, there's one game that is a little bit different. You know, the dating simulator that has 3 sites in some of them. Valorant.
Right? Yeah.
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's been proven that we are a better game, and that's about it. That's all I need to say.
Never even a challenge.
It's not even a challenge, honestly, yeah.
Man, I'd hate to be a Valorant pro having played 2 tournaments a year complaining about it.
I mean,
Too much travel, man.
I talked exactly about this issue with one of the Valorant players from Slovenia, and I think he had a total of 15 officials in 1 year. So, yeah, you can imagine how that feels.
My comment is hyperbole. That is not. That is
No, that's like
Ad.
legit. That's how many games they have per year on official tournaments. That's it.
Yeah, here we are playing 15 games in a week for some of these teams.
You mean like
Maybe not that much, but
for
close enough.
Zero Tenacity? If they were, if you look at it 6 months ago, they had like a good. We talked about
Yeah.
this 80 maps played on Anubis almost, I think, or was it 60? The record, something in that vicinity. Regardless,
Around 70,
That's-
give or take, maybe 10
yeah,
error.
but that's effectively like what 2 times as more just on a single map than the whole Valorant pro scene in a single year. So
it is really funny, though. It is
I love
really
love
funny.
to make these comparisons because it's just absurd when you really put them out there. It's beyond belief, really.
Yeah, shout out Counter-Strike and so many tournament organizers who have actually been able to do this and successfully have a good circuit.
You know what's even I think the community itself as well, that people are
Yeah.
coming up and watching, enjoying, doing participating in the tournaments as well, and that's big. And obviously the teams, there's a lot of them. We have a very healthy community, I think, and it's important
For the most
to keep
part,
this
absolutely.
tier 2, tier 3 going, because the longer you keep it going, the better the tier 1 becomes. The more people enjoy it, the more people join the circus of it all. But that's the beauty of the cycle. The scene has to be alive on multiple tiers in order to have a scene. Because look at Valorant. Look at League of Legends. It's over, man. They've only got the pro scene left. There's no tier 2, effectively. There's no tier 3. There's nothing. There's just either hard pros or no pros. King, though, well, he is a hard pro right now. Good entry. Starts off on Brute Monster. He was the monster under the bed last map. Here he's more of that kind of fly on the wall. Nemanja joins him in the afterlife, and round should be effectively on the over side if Partisan just step together into A side here.
Of course, I will, as a courtesy, have to apologize to any Valorant players who might have offended. I'm very sorry. We'll pick you up in the Kid and Garden later. For now, it's Counter-Strike o'clock. As AVR and Shofo, they're left alone. This is looking exactly like that previous round again. Partisan just clean sweeping most of it, except here they've actually lost 1 player. A very solid second round about to be put on the board as well. Looking at which way this is headed, it is that B side. It is being vacated as well at the same time by AVN. And I imagine we're going to see a save not far from now happening as well. And he actually holds a good position here as well. He's got a weapon he can guard. Now he doesn't.
Ah, fair. Well,
he's going to be forfeiting his life.
And the op, but hey.
That too. Upgrades, people. AWP picked up. M4 as well swapped over to a Chofo. Maybe gets that AK if he wants to as well, but we'll see. If we can even let that happen, because Vladen approaches.
AVN should be able to get this kill. Vladen finds Chofo. This is actually very bad for Zero Tenacity. I mean, Partisan, even if they lose players, they've got bank, they've got money coming in, so for them, it's just a bump, not the end of the road. If AVN dies, they are broke. And if Chofo had survived, I think we could have seen a FAMAS investment. They would have had 4 rifles, or 3 rifles plus the op and potentially an MP9. But here Z10, I think, forced into a full eco and basically just hope that the op hits its mark. Brute Monster, let's see where you go. He's got the spawn for B. I think he's going to check main. Could actually go no. Maybe Canals is even better than main. Main is really dangerous, so if you don't want to risk it, you go Canals. He is glass cannon.
But he feels like the kind of guy who also wants the biscuits.
Yeah.
No. Not this time. Not
But yeah,
this
there's
time.
the molly. See, that's the problem. And
Hey!
he goes the right way. Kindo gets caught, and that's what you're looking for. Now, Brute Monster has to be the most mobile opera we've seen to date. Like, he has to run like the wind, be on A site right now, ready when they check that. Because that's what's going to happen. Partisan's already lurking forward in main. This is going to be an A attempt. And Brute Monster is in position. I love the fact that he immediately rotates.
How many does the USP get? You're going to wait here to
Oh! Killed by Collins. Brute Monster.
No!
And it is a fourth for Brute Monster. What a clutch. Zero Tenacity. Pull it from Brute Monster's pocket. And like I said, play that peek on B. He goes Canals, makes the right choice, finds the entry, forces Partisan into a tunnel towards A. They are ready for it. The call from Nemanja was on point. Whoever made the mid-round call, I'd assume Nemanja. But Brute Monster was in position. He might have burned, but he was ready for it. And the USP hit a dink, which was enough for the team kill by Collins. And that was round over. Partisan, unfortunately, denied entry on a full eco with a saved ult. This is beyond believable by Zero Tenacity.
That is ridiculous. Nothing short of it. Wonderfully done. Stole it in a way, and 4K powers them through it. Now putting us in a bit of a pickle for Partisan, because they were not ready for that smoke, so what are they going to be ready for?
Nemanja, the mid-criminal, will be caught.
Talking about him as well a fair bit on map number 1. He is going to be the sort of man in mid you need to look out for in both CT and RT alike on Anubis here. So silence him as early as you can. That will negate a massive part of Zero Tenacity and the game plan that they might have in mind. And I like this Partisan. They get that entry, they back away because they've still got plenty of time on the clock. It's the first engagement of the router. They were not shy in taking it either, so they've got it. Now they've got avenues to explore. Kindo in mid, Chofo to explore the doors, perhaps even further than this. But even if he doesn't, 40 seconds remain, and someone will get antsy eventually. And it's got to be the T side of Partisan. Back to mid for round 2. Amy checks this. Dealt with. And the A side. Under siege.
Attack. Yep, it's going to be down to Brute Monster again to hold the line. He finds one. He's going to be able to stop the attack in its tracks if he finds a secondary, but Vladen instead, the timing on his side, Brute Monster just a little bit too exposed, the rest of his teammates too late, and that will be Partisan striking back with a vengeance. With 4 alive, it pretty much breaks this economy for Zero Tenacity, and AVN has to stay alive. He has to just pull the hell out of here. I mean, maybe he's hoping for a lucky ninja defuse or something, though I don't see it coming. And, oh, wait, hold up. Imagine if he had gone for it. Like, there's one player left on site. He's going to leave probably in the next 5 to 10 seconds.
He'll linger around mid, but it would have been a 1 versus 1. Well, AVN, though, he's playing the realistic game, so to say. He's not feeling... Yeah. He's saying, I don't have that dog in me right now. I'll save it for later. And I don't think we can blame him for it either. But it's high mount. This is the second one already for Zero Tenacity. They are using these very quickly.
Surprising that it's a timeout on a round like this as well, because it is effectively a force buy with not much in the bank.
Well, certainly feels like you could have just gotten away with taking this round almost like a timeout. You could have chilled here, but instead they are forcing around it. So I guess that timeout makes a bit more sense if you are going for that and trying to compete with the early part of the game. But you know, right, both teams still kind of lingering, and who's going to take this early control? It's that force bite that, or AWP round that saves their tenacity, gives them a bit more bite to it, which we said they were missing on that second half of Dust 2, so it makes sense. They at least get a little bit of it here. But they are playing for the big game here, pretty much. The big game hunters.
Round 7. Two rifles have to do the work, though. That's honestly what has to happen. The pistols are going to be set up in corners to steal away maybe 1 or 2 kills if the luckiest of luck, fairies approaches. But it's going to be a tough one. Right here, Zero Tenacity have to rely on Simke and effectively ABN to secure the first one. And then maybe if you can retrieve another rifle, you're starting to get a little bit more armed. Nemanja might have the MP9, but he has been a bit of a hit and a miss lately, so... You know, we're not seeing the Nemanja approach, because one thing C10 were known of, especially on Anubis, because of Nemanja, was that mid-control that he would use to exert. AVN in trouble.
T-side is where he'll show his 100%, but for now, nonetheless, you gotta keep that in mind. Still gonna be a threat, as we'll have him get into positions here as well. They do set a couple there, and Imadi does take an L, but an AK recovered for Joffo. Weapons, but I would not be surprised to see this be a save very quickly as well, depending on Brute Monster and perhaps results are still pending. That's one. A Molotov down, a second spotted. Hold on. That is Kindo. Still unable to fully make his way through the canals, and Brute Monster knows he's going to be there as well. It's just a matter of who finds who first. Kindo takes it. It's on the Sinke. It's on the Choffo. Bring this one back, and one man remains. Mission known. Dead man walking, some say. But it doesn't go down without a fight.
Yeah, it was a good try, pushing in through immediately, trying to see if he can regain the spot, but both players were peeking him, or kind of ready for it, so at the end of the day, you know, Partisan, they persevere. It's going to be a single-saved weapon, but better than nothing. You now throw the economy of Z10 under the bus. They're basically forced to go for a full eco. They might go for a pistol, P250 at best. Even that seems like a stretch. And it's a full USP play into B, possibly a push through main, I'd assume. Is there a flashbang being bought? I don't think so. So, yeah, it's just a full B stack. They could get a kill here, and that's kind of what you're hoping for. A lot of luck involved, but it's your fault. Oh, the volley bounce brought in already as well. It leaves them behind the pillar. They're going to get an AK.
They're not going to steal another round, surely. They're still going to keep this chase. And we avoid team kills here, thankfully.
That was a closer call than it should have been. Partisan, a little bit shaky there, but they stabilize in the end. And, well, the meats and the potatoes are here, aren't they? This is it. This is the round that kind of decides how well Z10 will do CT side.
We're officially saying the potatoes here? Thought we're saving that for playoffs. Okay.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Z10, it's important to get a win. If they want to, you know, if they want to start off strong and get out of this Swiss stage, perhaps.
Maybe they heard as well, you said, right? The potatoes saved for playoffs. They rolled their own from map 2.
Maybe.
Show us what you can do. Apparently not much.
That's
unlucky. That is a very quick double entry, and without much of a challenge, the rest of Zero Tenacity as well. They don't really have a quick way in. They've dealt a little bit of damage. They've tagged up to, but that's not enough to really tempt them for a round here. They'll give it up. They'll let Partisan go to a 6th. So the early part of the game officially now decided. It is going to be a Partisan lead that they will be going here with. They're officially taking control of the game. And that's a T side of Anubis, as you'd expect. To eventually a decent start as we I guess look to make this into a normal game, but let's be honest, never gonna be a normal game between these two, apparently.
No. It's like I said as well, I have a sneaky suspicion that whoever wins here probably gets to the playoffs, whoever loses is gonna have a very tough time getting out of the Swiss stage. I don't want to deny the chance, because they still have the chances, but it just feels that way. I don't know.
I'll again just mention how nicely Brute Monster's playing today. I feel like we haven't said it enough, despite us, well, singing his praise. You've been mentioning as well how well he has been playing, but it still feels like he's doing more than we're kind of giving him credit for. Map 1 hit like 17 kills. Let me just go ahead and double check the statistics and numbers if they're available. They're unfortunately not. Apparently, HLC just forgot to update those. Oh well. But he was nonetheless very active when it comes to Dust 2. Here he's already so well 11 and 5. He's being a big part of their Tenacity, despite only having 3 rounds so far. One of them was delivered by his AWP 4K. And he's still keeping that up as well. Keeping that in play is going to be a threat that Partisan will have to deal with. Here. Whoa. Flash. Oh, dead. Eventually.
Oh,
nope.
Oh, that was not nice to watch.
That is unfortunately extra rated. We do not want to see that.
Yeah, that
not here. Close your eyes. That was not fun to see.
Wash your eyes, maybe.
That too.
Yeah. Let's just forget and move on, because we don't
want
to see that again. Great job by Tsiofo. I mean, the Mona Lisa's painted for him, and he's going to be none the wiser. 19 HP, more than enough to still stay alive. 18 left to spare. Nemanja, oi, this is going to be a tough one. 28 HP on him, but he's still alive, and he's going to peek out with a flash. Collins returns fire. He's blind. He's got good awareness. Kindo finds Simke, and it looks like it's going to be a 3v3 that's going to be very hard for Partisan to sustain, because with Collins on low HP, that means one bullet is enough. Avian's got a 5-7. It's close range. Good night, goodbye. Prince says, don't re-peek that, Kindo. You don't want to, and yeah, he knows. He knows that Brute Monster is waiting there.
Yeah, you say you don't want to peek that, you know, want to give him a chance. Not another one, at least. But sometimes you just feel a bit different. Like you're built differently. Joffo, he might be. Nope, never mind. Just an average man.
Still alive.
Just like me. Brute Monster. Just that much better, apparently, however. Demi. Having a chance at spotting Choffo again. That is him low HP, keep in mind. Avian as well with only 16 to his name and approaching from main. Taking a sweet ass time at the moment. F7 in play, missed shot. Now punishing immediately, waiting for another opportunity, and one man remains. Choffo HP, none of it remains, however. We'll take this one. Another round for Partisan. A 8th picked up, if I'm not wrong. Is that 8th? 7.
7.
Getting ahead of myself here.
But regardless, it's looking like a very solid first half, and I have to say that was one of the best recoveries we've seen so far, probably this week. This round officially probably should have ended long before Partisan ever got to A, the way it started. But at the end, Zero Tenacity falter. They don't hit their shots. They get caught out guard or off guard, and yeah, round 11 is up next. Partisan looking like they want to go maybe 9-3 here. If they find this, for sure it looks like 9-3.
Taking some duels. I like as well we are seeing activity from the Zero Tenacity, right? Despite them being down, they're not afraid of these fights. They know what the game plan is still supposed to be here.
And the way it works here is also, like, you can see the aggression. Zero Tenacity want to take these fights, but at the end, they know they can only take it in one position, and that's going to be A main to start with.
Gonna be a... No. Not gonna be a two-man aggressive setup. Instead... Retaking a little bit of this control. Joffo dodged the flashbangs coming through. He'll instead talk himself into a small holding contact. He baited him in so beautifully for 2 kills only. The Nemanja being taken down as well now grants access toward the site. And a 3-on-3 yet again. Almost disastrous, right? If Nemanja gets even one there,
dude,
if he manages to find in for a second longer, that's round done, surely.
You took it right off my tongue there. Literally, if Nemanja gets one, it's enough for the round to go to Z10 immediately. But here it's now a 3v3 retake, and Oh boy, Nixus, I'm not looking forward for this. Oh, what is Dragon doing? He's peeking wide. Amien's ready. He's gonna get it, but Emmy goes range. Emmy's gonna find two. He goes hat trick already. Goes for the fourth. Perhaps Brute Monster spotted. Emmy gets it, and that is gonna be Partisan that picks up a vital round that pretty much solidifies them as the victors of the first half at 8 already.
And what a wonderful performance of him as well. Not the only one performing, talking about Brute Monster. Emmy as well. He was not a slouch on map 1 either. Having a fantastic time. And it still seems to be a massive round being picked up here. This is a potential 9-3 T-half for Partisan. This is not even a map. We're talking about Zero Tenacity, one of the best teams on this map at some point. Roll back time 6 months. Now, a shadow of themselves. You said as well, this could be a potential 2-0 because Partisan, they were playing that good on map number 1. All you gotta do is channel a bit more of that for map 2, and currently they've done so.
And I have to mention, like, I feel like this is something that unfortunately will have to be talked about is, you know, Nemanja. We look at him as the star performer for Zero Tenacity. We know that. And as I've said, when he is not on the server playing the way we know him to be able to, the rest of the squad has to show up, but it's just not there. Nobody else is stepping up in a massive way besides Brute Monster, and that's not going to suffice. Not when you have the whole of Partisan playing against you, and when the IGL of Partisan, who usually doesn't have shows like these too many times. Nemanja gets one. It's a 2v2. Gives them a chance. This is doable.
I'll say, last time there was a team kill for Partisan, Zero Tenacity won that round.
Yeah, that's
It could be 2 for 2.
There was another team kill here for Partisan, yeah.
Pull-ins executed.
By Dragon, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
I think. Doesn't matter. Either way, 25 of the clock. And look at this. Blooded with all the space in the world. He's managed to stroll his way through the A side with as much attention as there was towards B early. That has left a couple of positions open. He'll start to walk in. Brute Monster at the same time. Finds the opening. Kindo expected. And up close. That's one. And he is done.
First half
doesn't take opportunity number 1 and will not even get a bomb plant down Z10. It will take 4 here. So it is 2 for 2 in terms of forcing a team kill from Partisan into capitalizing on both opportunities. But nonetheless, 8 on the first half. Pretty good. You gotta still keep in mind that this is a T-sided map all in all, so Zero Tenacity absolutely still in this one. And we've known once or twice in the past as well, we've seen it, where they've come back from even worse situations like this. So don't count them out yet. CT side specifically as well in recent times has been a big issue for them. The win rate's like 41% or something, somewhat kind of bad. So the T side is where the magic will come through, but as you also mentioned, it has to be Nemanja to start performing, or anybody who can at least give Brute Monster a bit of a break, like Jofo's matching to 10 at least, but they're gonna need a break no matter what here, and someone needs to step up to do so.
I couldn't agree more. I really could not agree more. And look,
likely suspect still remains to be Nemanja, and that's it.
Yeah,
Mid control. We put a lot of pressure on him for a reason.
And this is where he can prove himself to be exactly what we said he is. A beast, especially on Anubis, especially on middle. And he needs to be a beast for his team to get this back. 8-4, we are starting with the pistol. And so far, so good. They're going to split B here through connector. I like the idea of drop down. It's a bit of a fake out. They send it and they get them. That's a nice fake out that surprises Partisan. They did not expect this. And they're caught off guard, losing 3. Trading negatively, effectively twice over, and all of a sudden now Kindo has to go massive, needs to find trouble first. He will. Now he suspects that, he heard the steps in front of B. He knows.
Dualies are ready for a fight. Thinking about it as well, no Vlad is a bit far at the moment. They've got a couple of seconds of time to make something happen on the site. Quick reaction. A rotation inbound from CT already. Kindo just trying to make a little bit of a difficult time for Z10.
He's playing super smart.
What actually shoot? They know he was somewhere there, but he's moved back, and now he's been taken down completely. A clutch required.
They'll hear him on the line. They hear him there, and do they pull back to B? Yeah, they do. They run back to B. Kindo, he made himself known a little bit too much. Vladan got caught too soon, and this is a bit of a game of cat and mouse. The circus runs around in circles. Brute Monster goes for the plant. And now Kindo realizes, okay, I have to slow down. I have to be at least a bit secretive. He's got the kit, he's got the dualies, he's got full HP and the Kevlar. And if anybody can do it, he can. Let's see if Partisan get this.
There's only a couple of positions to expect here. That's number 1 down.
Oh, he's gonna
kit. He's gonna kit.
He's gonna stick it. Oh, I love it. Oh, he still gets it.
Oh, down to the milliseconds, the last few hundred of them.
That was like less than 0.05. Like, this was very close. Oh my goodness. Zero Tenacity.
Maybe not that close, but close enough. Z10. That is a round that's ends differently with one little trick, and that is to look away at the wall. If that is the only thing that changed, I don't think the Glock gets the instant headshot. I don't think it's enough, but in this case, it's given Zero Tenacity still the 5th round. And we officially have a game on our hands.
Okay, let's see the comeback. It's going to be a full eco for Partisan. I like this. They're playing technical CS here. They don't risk a full buy for nothing. They have the advantage. This is the mentality that brings you victories, and I like this. Full stack on mid doesn't work. Nemanja clears it out easily. And Z10, first of many rounds for the full return. Let's see their T-side howl or rage. No AWP. Kindo's going to be on the M4A1S. And a bit of mid-presence denied. It looks like everything's going according to plan for the moment. At least Partisan not looking to fight middle. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity are already encroaching upon B. This is about to be an execution. Are we ready? Because it's going to begin any second now. Emmy, a smoke in hand is not going to help you. Weapon, yeah, he realizes now. Counter smoke thrown. But it begins now.
Now.
Where's the green light?
It has ended.
You missed it.
And it's gone.
Yeah, I really hope that would be on time there, but they kind of delayed it a little bit longer, hoping for the
They
mollies
just
to
wanted to
burn
make
out.
it look a little bit more impactful. In the span of a second, they won the round.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Patience.
From the first to the last kill of the round, it took us about 1 second.
Pretty much.
Not
Could have
bad.
been even less, actually, but yeah. Solid.
Good enough.
Solid. Yeah, very solid. I like it. And to be fair, you know, we talked about Simca and Avian having trouble on map 1, not really performing up to the level that we'd expect them to. And Avian, especially even here on Anubis, is having a very tough time, unfortunately. But he saved the previous round on the pistol, and that counts immeasurably more than any kill you can get beyond in between. And Zero Tenacity, because of that one little saving grace, they all of a sudden have a comeback on their hands. They have a chance to tie this up and bring themselves up to a quick win to throw on to our third and final, which will be Inferno. I am so happy we get to see it. Right? It is Inferno, if I am correct.
Yes?
Yeah.
You're making me question myself here, but yeah, it is Inferno.
Okay, timeouts. First one for Partisan, 2 already used for Z10. This is a vital round that... I mean, look, you have 3 rifles. You don't full buy here. You get mini Kevlars exactly as we see. We get a few pistols, maybe a smoke or 2, maybe a flash or 2, and you play around those rifles. That's what you do here. You don't play a default as we know it. You try to play with the pistols around the rifles so you can always pick them up and continue using them. Something that many times teams kind of forget about or just don't ignore it altogether. Like send the rifle into one position on the other side of the map and the rest of the team goes the other side. So hopefully Partisan are going to be smart about this. Towards middle. It's going to be Dragon, I believe. And we can see that each pistol is with its own rifle. Decent default setup. They have still a few nades to work with. The incendiaries will be vital in the defense. Especially towards A if they end up having to defend there.
High score line is awaiting zero tenacity here. With, a minute already gone off the round. Put a little bit of pressure, emphasis on Demagia yet again.
Sound cues.
I like the pacing of himself here as well. They fight the challenge. Taken successfully.
Here comes
Plenty more util as well goes out toward the A side of the map that was thrown, I believe, if I'm not wrong, by Chuffo. So he's waiting. A smoke will fade. He's got a little bit of cover as well from the second one to cover for Temple. He's got to see what the reaction is from Partisan, and his teammates will react accordingly, but it still seems like no matter what, B side is where they will head. But with those 2 kills, almost could excuse a turnaround, but Chuffo was instead finished off the round, and we've got ourselves a tied scoreline suddenly.
Yes, we do. Thanks to Nemanja opening up middle, allowing for the easy, swift rotation towards the B side, and Partisan effectively get caught in the middle of it all. Tactical pause, second one already. Partisan gonna burn through, but it is the round you want to have a pause on again. You have the buy, Kinda on the op. And we saw how Brute Monster made a difference CT side for zero tenacity, at least in the clutch round that he pulled, the 1v4, or the 1v3 effectively that he pulled on A. This is a perfect opportunity for Partisan to shut down a little bit of this momentum that has been built up. Otherwise, Inferno is knocking. Z10, meanwhile, just full gas, keep going forward. They're plowing through their opposition, and I'm sure they'll take these fights gladly.
These fights in main flashed right in front of Demagia.
Permanently
not really
blind
able to get
after
much
that.
from it. Yeah, he doesn't even shoot, but they should have had an idea he was there. It's still about zero tenacity exploring the map, right? Kind of similar to the last one. We only saw action at the first 1 minute mark where the Midas took mid control, so they're just exploring what options they might have for an early entry. That's fine here as well. Due diligence, flashes into main, there's a little bit of follow-up utility as well. They just want to force Partisan to play passively. Because CT side aggression and reactions to T side plays is really what Anubis is all about, if you are on that CT side. As well as a little bit of aggression every now and then to just simply start off the round with surprises, but those are more gimmicks, pushing canals, or more committing to those. So we're not seeing any of that this weekend. They feel comfortable enough. On toward the A side they go. Kendo, he's taking the pot shots through the wall to see if he's got a lucky break or something along those lines, while a duel in mid, Demagia now controls this part of the map again. And he's going to be able to tell his teammates, that's a save, boys. We've got ourselves a 5-round streak. We've got ourselves the lead. And they might even make it a little bit more expensive here, because I would not be surprised to see a hunt. They've got the money. PTs, they don't.
No, they don't. Ladan, catch. It gives them all the info they need. That they will be able to save here towards B without an issue. Because Z10 not chasing. So, what's the game plan? Partisan, what's happening? Where's the hitch, can we say? Certainly towards mid and A so far. Meanwhile, Z10... I mean, the bank they've gotten, the comeback they're building, they mean business. We know that much.
Yes, they
5
do.
in a row.
This is what we said, right? 4 rounds, you can more than be okay with that on a CT side. And history has proven T side of Z10 ain't nothing to scoff about. Demagia, he is officially woken up as well. We did require more from him. He has now started to deliver. Brute Monster has continued. And so has Chuffo. So now a team effort for the squad. an advantage here as well. We talked about it as well in getting these early fights. Any sort of advantage either team can get. With the loss of a life in B main for the T side, trade back in mid. Seeing a change or two in how both these teams will approach these rounds. Kindo, though, is going to need a little bit of assistance at some point.
Somebody needs to get here pronto, and I think Emmy's in position. He's got a full belt of util, which is perfect. We got 47 seconds left, which means he can smoke up right about now. And that will give them another 20 seconds, which means they'll have 20 seconds to go for the bomb plant itself when it comes down to it. The Molotov has been thrown, unfortunately, into connector, and it doesn't reveal anything. And now Emmy playing jail. Collins gets naded through mid. Nemanja has just sneaked in. I think it's going to be Kindo trying to anticipate him. And 20 seconds to go. Like I said, here comes the execution. Now it's down to Emmy. The IGL has to hold the line. Partisan, it's all or nothing. And he will be checked immediately. No, it's going to be a first fight. He can take a second as well. Emmy's holding. He's still got 2 in the chamber. It's not enough, but he might stay alive long enough for the rotation to come through. Emmy gets caught. It's a 2v3, and it's going to be Kindo through the smoke. It's down to Nemanja, but Kindo doesn't care. Partisan has had enough. The defense holds Emmy. In this case, the king of B. Definitely holds the crown. Heavy it is on his shoulders. That is going to be 9-9.
The round as well is done as soon as Kindo hits that first shot. There's no time for any shenanigans at that point of Nemanja. Kindo, Emmy, a beautiful round for the two of them. Even adding a bit of flair, shooting through smokes, the edges of them. Here's Tenacity. I don't know how they kind of fumble that almost.
It feels like they...
Nemanja snuck in. It's just Emmy. A massive performance, one that doesn't let down when they need him to. Now? Yeah, again, officially got a game. Maybe a little bit of a back and forth as well from how this one goes. But let's see where we officially do go. As thus, round number 19 begins. Is there going to be a bit of a change of pace, I wonder, for Zero Tenacity?
Well, we'll never know, I think, as...
I think we will know.
Hey, no, you know what I mean, you know what I mean. We're hoping to see it here, as kicking it into high gear. I mean, Zero Tenacity, they haven't stopped since. A little bit of a shake-up before isn't nothing too new to them. So I don't think they're really going to care too much about a single round. They've got back to 9. They've not only taken control, they've taken the lead, and whilst it lasted just the 1 round, it's better than nothing, and it has to feel great right now. Brute Monster's having a field day. You've got Nemanja that's starting to pop off. I think at one point he was, what, on 5 kills, 4 kills, or maybe 6 on the first half, something in that vicinity. Simka's still on 6 where he was. Aven is still on 4. It's not an easy match when you are lacking so much in some of the individuals, but it doesn't matter when the team is playing well and you're setting up your headhunters to take those fights always with an advantage, and that's exactly what they're doing well.
Hey, nice round as well. There is a bit of a change to it. The approach, most of it through mid, and he holds the line for number 1, but also got to put work on the number 1 yourself, while Kindo's missed his opportunity. Emmy's still alive, by the way. They've not yet found him.
Yeah, but the round is done. Like, Emmy's got to get out of here. There's no chance he stays alive if he takes a fight, and yeah, Emmy's dead. It would have been better off to save, but Kindo persists to stay towards middle con. I can't believe that Emmy does it again. Emmy holds A. He gets 2 kills. That's so much more than you could ever believe to be possible to make. And then, unfortunately, Dragon doesn't get a kill. He only does a little bit of damage. Kindo misses a vital shot that would have given them a potential chance to win. So many things go wrong, and Zero Tenacity, so many things go right, if we're honest. I mean, Brute Monster, again, Avian gets his 5th kill, which guarantees a round for Z10, and Siofo steps up to 16. This is looking better and better with each passing moment.
Yeah, you say as well, so many things now going right for Zero Tenacity in that round. It's the one thing that goes right is Kindo miss a shot. And that was it, right? That's them immediately losing that control and position from potentially running out of camera, buying Emmy a little bit of space to come back as well for the fight. It's one thing that quickly just has like a butterfly effect to it. And now the effect is, Partisan's going to be a little bit strapped for cash. They're a bit dry here. But all you have to do is make up for it. Winning a round, but it does not start off that way. Kindo, op lost.
Round gone. I mean, it's not gone yet, but if it stays the course, it's certainly to be.
You can say you were wrong. Round's not done yet, but...
I was wrong. It's not done
you were
yet,
wrong.
yes, but...
Misspoke, and tried to commit to the bit.
Yeah, look, the problem is they are in a very tough spot to retake A. Utility is there to a degree. They've still got one molly and a smoke and a nade. Even a flashbang, actually. But two players are still so far away. Oh, what is that Molotov? Oh, come on, Vladan. I'm sorry to say, that was a waste of a molly. That's round. They are saving. So the round is gone. I was correct. Thank you for coming to my
All
TED
right, all right. You were right.
I'm the wizard in the tower.
No. So quick to dismiss a round by 1 kill only.
Well, to be
Even
fair,
if you were right in the end.
To be fair, I'm not gonna lie. I go off of intuition and what I can see on the map itself, and then you know, it immediately speaks to me in a moment. Like
You can hear the Counter-Strike talk to you, whispering sweet nothings.
pretty much, almost. In the win, though, is going to be Zero Tenacity. I mean, 2 more rounds, and they are out of this map into the third, onto Inferno. Partisan staying in the dust. Last time out-utilized. This is it. It's going to be the last chance as well. Fail this, and, I mean, you've got money, so it's not like they're going to be out of cash completely for the last few rounds that main, but they are not far from pushing back towards the finish line. I mean, this is the final sprint till the end. And Z10 so far have been effectively a Usain Bolt character. They are like, is One Punch Man quick? Like, does he have super speed and stuff? Do you know?
He is everything.
Okay, yeah. So he's like, you know, he can appear, that kind of thing. Yeah, like I don't.
He's got his super
mode.
serious sidestep to create after images of himself.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he's that quick. He's fast.
Yeah, he's super fast. So in this case, that's
But can
what's
he beat
happening right
Goku
now.
is the question.
Yeah.
The
Can
ultimate
Partisan-
test of everybody.
Yeah, can Partisan learn instant transmission from Goku? That's the question, and get themselves to 13. Close it out. We're about to find out. Nemanja.
Oh, this is nice.
See?
This is
He
nice.
actually doesn't walk the smoke. Okay.
Less nice, but still nice.
There's an 8. Yeah.
Emmy again. Beautiful HE opens it up just enough to see them.
They're ready.
And
for
another one. This B defense is doing very well for Emmy and company when they go to it, but I feel like at this point as well, Z tends to say, you know what, let's just not go B for the rest of the game. Go mid, go A, control the map and make them a little bit slower in these rounds.
Oh, it's Joffo now. Fully aware there's 2 on site. Vladan still takes the fight openly and with the smoke breaking up Brute Monster's field of view. And line of sight. That's going to be number 10, potentially. It's a 1v5. Brute Monster, I mean, we've seen some crazy pulls before, but this one feels like a much unrealistic one, unfortunately. Okay. I mean, Emmy, this is what, the 4th round he pulls a double, and a 3rd of those that he won. Well, 3 of those that he won now, including this one. And he's on 18 kills, by the way. He's effectively closing in on Brute Monster, despite starting similarly poorly as compared to Nemanja, or maybe Simke, who's still at 6 kills. Simke's really having a very, very slow game here. And I cannot lie, same for AVN. Like, I'm amazed that Zero Tenacity have made it to 11, to be fair, with how it's not going all over the line. But 22nd round, and Partisan, do they have what it takes? Because they've got some equal trouble on Dragon and Collins, both kind of quiet on the performance. And we open up pretty default-like. Nexus, can we say this is where the bread will be made?
Maybe we can. We might. I was gonna wait to see what he's gonna say, but Emmy, he's got a lot to say yet again. The third time, the same position, the third triple kill. How many times are you gonna go for it before you say enough is enough? Because apparently 3 is not the number. They're still testing it, man. I just said last round that surely they're just gonna abandon me with how little success they're finding here.
My ass, they are.
Yeah, apparently not.
Zero Tenacity, that's a very high price to pay. Now it's back to the 3 to kind of cook something up. They're going to be going through mid on A, I think. That's the only choice. Nemanja is going to lurk through main if he has the timing. Maybe he gets the entry, and that could solidify the B A control, but it's Kindo versus Jerome. Is going to be better. Vladan finds Nemanja, though. If he stays alive long enough, rotations are coming. Help is coming, but he peeks out. Simka gets him, and that's the impact that Simka needs to get. He'd been quiet all game long. And this duel, he needs to win again.
Criticized him, pointed him out. 6, now 7 kills Steep. Needs to be 8 at least. Maybe even
here.
9. They can swing. Together they go. A trade season. And it's one man dealt with in a flash.
And we called out Collins. He needs to show up. He does. This is a massive W. A 1v2 that he wins even after losing Emmy, who is the clutch master on that B site so far. He's really pulling off kills from somewhere. And Collins, the fact that he gets both makes it so much easier for Partisan. So in the end, it's not, I believe it was Vladan or it was Kindo. I'm not sure who was coming in behind from main. Oh, okay. This is getting very exciting, and Zero Tenacity, they know they're on the edge as well. Teetering overboard. Let's see where they go. No more AWP for Brute Monster. Again towards B. Emmy this time, this is just B. Oh my god, this is a crazy one! It's got a full
I love the style he's going for here. He's gotten tired of waiting for them to come to him at this point. Despite the success, he's saying, I'll just take it myself. Just get a little bit, maybe too much. He wasn't ready for all that smoke in the end, but he gets away with his life at least.
King, he had a full belt of beauty. What the?
Intermission. Take control. The flash, Dragon, not affected. It doesn't matter. But he still finds him. Makes it a double. His turn to activate it. We talk about him mid-control. He's been quiet. They've been going to B, and they're still going to, but with extra steps involved in this process. Raids are coming through, and one man remains. Vlad and 1v4. I don't think so.
No,
now,
it's not happening.
They know where he's at.
They've seen him, they know him, and they're about to get rid of him. What a round from Nemanja. What a push on middle. And honestly, I don't understand that from Emmy. I gotta be honest with you. I mean, he played everything right up until this point. He does everything perfectly. Does not let himself be too exposed. Does not let himself be, taken care of immediately. Always plays the smart long con. Here, he just jumps out runs out B main like the Superman that he was. Finding only kryptonite bullets flying against him and effectively almost dying, forcing Kindo to give him the op, and then moving on to mid where he just gets disheveled by Nemanja. This is insane. 12-11, Zero Tenacity. Have they done it again? Are we going to map 3? Let's find out. It's overtime or no time at all.
I'll have more to say later, but we'll see if we're going to be talking about it in OT or as we head to the break, like you say. And so, to start it off, Joffo wants to head to another pause, another break in between maps. Inferno waits for Zero Tenacity with 4 more kills to be found. Good Molotov. Forces Nemanja to drop it down unless he'll put it run through or back and needs to shot it. And as he goes. They've already got that advantage, no need to push their luck any further in situations where they don't have any reasons to. Playing the numbers, the advantage you have. That was the one thing we said at Zero that actually might need to change up a little bit as well. at some point. They did change that. Then they started testing Emmy again. And apparently, they've still not had enough of him. They're headed back toward that B side still. And I am just so surprised that they are willing to go again and again and again, headfirst into a brick wall here. Voluntarily.
Look, we know how Balkan foreheads are, so they're pretty used to going through brick walls. AVN finds a
man
full
coming through.
nade.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Kindle double, that's sick, that's so important. And
They
now
won't check
Eddie
him. They won't check him.
again.
They don't.
How?
How many times is enough?
Does not. Brute Monster, no time though. Overtime confirmed. Jesus. We have an
4
insane game on
times.
our hands.
4 times Emmy gets paid from that position, man. Add on top of collateral and from Kindo, the pressure from Canals dealt with, and you've got yourself an overtime game here. That again.
Yeah, you do.
Running headfirst into the wall of the B site, man. Enough is enough. You gotta say, sometimes you go away, but Zero Tenacity never back away. My god, overtime is where this one gets decided. Ladies and gents, hope you guys are enjoying this. A active start to the day here. We've got ourselves a interesting morning.
Yeah, very interesting morning. Very interesting game so far. It's been one hell of a match between the two, and it's been one hell of a map as well. Anubis gets to overtime where Zero Tenacity, you know, they reign supreme T side, but unfortunately it still isn't enough to bring them over the finish line, get us to Inferno. Instead, it's Partisan and the defense of Emmy that kind of brings it all together. Kindo with a double with some beautiful shots, and all of a sudden Partisan now plays control. Play for potentially a 2-0 as we open up with the aggression. Do they send it though?
I think they do.
Holy sh! They're farming Emmy here. Like they want to farm Emmy. That's it. They want to farm him.
They've got
he
a
spots the
vendetta.
op.
Emmy has or Zero Tenacity have a vendetta against him.
Brute Monster is in trouble. I feel like.
There's the util. I'm still looking at that bomb. They're just baiting out utility here at the moment, despite having 3 players who are ready and willing to go. Why don't they drop of a dime?
Oh, he spots Brute Monster again. He's on the angle.
Waiting.
Jump spots again.
And now back off. That is very expensive for the T side for the lack of everything they get. But what he has still done is take away Partisan's initial defense of the B side with the utility gone now. But that's not ever been the problem here.
Nope, nope.
It's been Emmy. Simply. One man. Demadia could have been the solution as well. He's found himself control of mid every now and then, but in OT round of what, 25. We say no to that idea. And finally, the brick wall has changed positions. It's the B side that has been left a little bit weakened. And seemingly, back to it. Keep an eye on the screen as well. On that mini-map, Emmy still remains on B. But with a shot from Kendo, it rolls out and they have taken themselves back to 2-man advantage. 2-man set up and waits them as well. Contact, finds himself 1, not a second.
Not enough.
Trade, effective. And the bomb that needs to be planted instantaneously with a second or 2 to spare. They will get it down.
Not enough to win,
effective.
But look, let's see if it's enough to get this retake, eh? First round of overtime, always important. Good molly. AVN burns. The sound cue's there. They know he's going to be on the left side. They expect him. He still misses. And now it's down to Emmy. He goes into a 1v1. Simke, he's had a terrible game so far, unfortunately. And the timing here for Emmy is not on point. He's been spotted. He's been seen. Now Simke knows as well. Emmy likewise where they're each other to find. As Emmy still wins, and he's got the kit. He's got the time. He's got it.
The wall has legs! It's moved to get 13! You cannot escape this man! He has it out for Zero Tenacity. Even in a situation where you think they have it, it cannot be escaped. You have got to be kidding me.
Absolutely sick. Emmy gets the retake, gets the round, and it's 13-12, zero tenacity. They are 3 down to losing the series and being eliminated here in the first, well, not eliminated, but rather losing the first round of the Swiss stage. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're still not in the playoffs. The potatoes come later. And this is going to be the entry here for Kindo to secure. Did I say Kindo? I meant Dragon. Excuse me. Secondary op, apparently. Even though he used to op himself. Such an important round as well. They know Dragon has the op. They don't know about the secondary. And look at this B main take as well. Information gained. AVN's in trouble. If he dies with the C4, they're on the other side of the map. Oh, goodness. Zero tenacity. If you lose that C4, it's lights out for you. AVN 1 pixel away.
This is as well round fighting. If AVN moves even a little bit, right? A little bit forward, his gum's going to be seen.
And the rotation is going to be made. Yeah.
This is so free. This is so free for Collins. That's the first. Oh! But AVN adjusts quick enough, and suddenly it comes crashing down.
What a bait and switch. What a bait and switch. They wanted to go B. They didn't expect them to be that far up, and now they're running towards A as they get the double entry. Partisan make the mistake of pushing A main, thinking it's a full B send. Instead, still lurkers remain, and 20 seconds towards B. Now it's Dragon and Kindo's time. Let's see if they kindle the fire. It's going to be the first. Kindo gets it. Dragon, let's see if it breathes it. Oh, doesn't take the shot. He doesn't peek long.
Their biggest demon dealt with, but it's 2 orbs still remaining for the retake. And Mario tagged down. One more shot. He's a goner.
Do they take it?
Not yet.
Surely they take it.
They don't have confirmation. Never heard the sound. He was tagged up instead. We'll have to come at it with a different approach. There is a little bit of useful going out. Up close. No scope, not connected. Not ready for it. Never had confirmation he was gonna be there. And thus survives. Simk collects his as well with a 13-all scoreline now. A cinematic morning here in the CCT theater.
Damn. We really are cinema, aren't we?
Some might call it that.
I love it. I love it. I need to get a projector and project this game on the wall that I have and basically just cast from the wall. That'd be sick. It'd be absolutely
put it on one of those, put it on the roof, lay down, take a nap maybe during the game as well.
Exactly.
Got a bit of a boring one happening, just a little bit of a honk shoe situation and come back when the interesting stuff happens.
Feng
but
Shui,
this,
yeah.
Feng Shui, not what I said, but close enough. But this, anything but boring. Emmy, hey, he's been dealt with. They want to get rid of him. Claudia doubles entry, or doubles up the east side, and this is finally 14-10. They've got themselves a little bit of that dog still. They've got what it takes to fight, even if it has been very much a chaotic mess so far. That should be 14 at the end of the half here.
I would like to know what are these smoke participations by Partisan. Like, what are they trying to achieve in the smokes? I really am shell-shocked to see them try it time and time again in overtime instead of having some solid defaults that work together with crossfires. And I think this is 2 wasted opportunities that Partisan kind of doesn't even think about and drop it off a dime. And yeah, it's zero tenacity, 14-13. We're looking at 3rd map still, potentially Inferno's waiting, and Partisan, they've made it to overtime, but surely this should be enough, right? Yeah, there's 14. And I mean, technically, zero tenacity. Things are only looking to get better from here, I hope. Simp has woken up, which I really like. In overtime, I think he went in with 6 kills still, and in overtime, he's now on 13. So he doubled the amount of kills he got in regulation. +1. Same for AVN, actually. He kind of ended up on 6 kills. Now he's on 4, almost same, yeah. Wow. Whew. Tough game. Tough game. Both teams fighting hard, looking to survive, looking to keep alive. And I respect the hustle. I respect the challenge of it. And it's beautiful to watch. It also showcases how competitive the scene is, how close these 2 teams are to each other. I mean, map 1 was a bit of a, let's say, weird ending to it, but map 2 kind of encapsulates exactly what we talked about at the start of the series, before the game even started, before we went into the server. First to 16. 0 Tenacity, 2 away. Kindle taking the fight on mid. Brute Monster waiting that opportunity on A. 8 and nade, I believe.
Seems very likely. I just don't like. I kind of like that window. It's just CTs and Ts alike and both throw utility through it. And it's just very funny to see.
Yeah.
Like a game of hot potato.
Potato.
Potato, patata, tomato, patata.
Exactly.
And other similar words that you can rhyme together very poorly. But what do we have here? Because slow start. Minutes already gone off the clock. All we've seen is 3 players getting tagged up. And a decision to be made. It's on to be. Emmy, you're dead. Beautiful timing. Here's the util. Simcase line himself in position in time with that smoke as well deployed. The counter utility for the T side at the same time to try to flush him out, put him into an awkward position. It takes a bit more util. You've got one of your own nades, now you got one for the T side as well to go through. Connections being found, but entrance is denied. They're still locked behind a smoke. This is Partisan being denied. It's 15.
Yeah, it's 15. Like, why would they push out a con then? I am a little bit shocked that they would, as main was still locked in, and, well, that's round. That is gonna be number 15 guaranteed. I mean, 15 seconds, just not enough for Kindo. HP as well, not there. And we are looking at map 3 now, down the barrel of a gun. Inferno is waiting. Zero Tenacity about to secure it. Partisan, I'm not sure what's happening, but they seem to have let go of control, and now it's down to sheer balls, I guess. I think it's time to step up your aggression.
I think we can at least say that the tenacity, excuse the pun here, for Z10 themselves as well, of just head B, try to get rid of Emmy in whatever way you can, eventually pays off and just exhausting him. And now, it's powered them up as well at the same time. Ooh. Also,
good returns. That's
B
B-side
in
fallen.
The balance, because a 4-on-2, it's looking more like 14.
Yeah, it will be 14.
We might be playing for double OT after all.
I mean, that would be a massive achievement from Partisan's perspective, if you ask me, especially against a team like Z10. Having pulled them into double OT despite going against their full comeback on their initial T side. Commendable, to say the very least. Tough match, like I said, a very tough match for the CTs, for both sides really, and a failed flash there, unfortunately, by Brute Monster. They still try because they got money, so, you know, it's not like it matters if they die, but if they win, they win the match.
God.
That is getting super close, but luckily in the end, Selfo, I think, runs out of time. He's going to try and defuse in the smoke, I guess. Doesn't even know where the bomb is, so lost himself in the smoke, no time, and it's done.
That's panic!
Okay, that's fair. 1 round away. Overtime awaits. Number 2.
Alright. Round 30.
All right. What now?
I think we can look back on one thing. We said as well we went to the second half. Right, Brute Monster was the only one performing very well. We said we're gonna need to see more from Zero Tenacity's individuals. Demati has kind of slightly stepped up, but yeah, as you say, Chiofo has been the difference maker. As has Brute Monster kept up his own game at the same time. A wide swing and a missed shot from Kendo. Now leaves them still with just a greetings exchange. One bullet says hey, the other one says yo, as they back away, and 5-on-5 still ensues and continues to go for a little while longer. Response, Partisan. Throw a bit of util into mid. See what they'll be able to get from this. The money attacks into smoke. Will be waiting for this one to fade. It's a risky play, not knowing how many there actually could be on the other side, but he'll spot absolutely nobody. 0 found on this side of the map, and he can immediately rotate off if he wants to. Back up.
Still going towards B.
Toward the A side. This AVN, if I'm not wrong, waiting. The Brute Monster. Apologies. Waiting. Now delivered the first. Util, could be great suspicions. What else do you got?
Perfect molly as well. Where's the smoke? Where's the molly? Where's the flash? And here we begin. Smoke is up. Good Monster does not miss a second. But the defense is set. Nemanya's ready. And so is the rest of Zero Tenacity. I believe we've come to an end. Partisan will have to concede. No! Or maybe not. Vladan, what did he just pull? He's still on 39. Dragon's still alive. Bomb is planted. What has just happened? How did this happen? Zero Tenacity, how did you allow it to happen?
That is the question. An ace up for grabs for Vlad, and he's dealt the difference right now to double OT. To close things out still into Matt is a possibility, but first you gotta get through these two CTs. Simk slips in. Second spotted a dragon, all the information in the world. But he controls when he swings, and that's the worst case for Zero Tenacity. To close it out, it's one more to go. The swing, it's a miss, it's a defuse coming through, and we are done on Anubis. But not done for the series. That will have to be indeed decided on Inferno. We're going to the distance. We are not done here. Zero Tenacity, yet again, approved to have a little bit of grit, and this time more bite to that bark as well here. Come back from 8-4 down complete, and in OT is where they will finish it off as well. Partisan, it's a good show. It is a really good show here. But if this proves anything, it's the Balkan forehead. You smash through the brick wall enough times, eventually that brick wall tires out. And that is the story of today for Anubis.
It really is, isn't it? It's kind of the story of what we've experienced. And it's such a close call as well. It comes down to like a few mini rounds in between that make the whole difference. It's the small mistakes that caught Zero Tenacity off guard initially, and then they kind of course correct on the T side. And once we get to overtime, I feel like perhaps Partisan just thought a bit too much about themselves in the sense of, okay, we're just going to take these fights head on and win them because we're doing so well, which was obviously the mistake. And in the end, you know, they end up always having to fight for control of a site, you know, having to retake, never having the really solid kind of hold besides the Emmy moments.
Yeah, that is the reason they didn't get there, right? 4 times they let him have at least 2 kills there in that in one position. But eventually able to break through, and that is map number 2 done. Anubis is over and done with. Inferno is where we will meet you guys after a short break, so do not go too far. I'm sure that also continues to be quite the experience, and thus we'll see you guys after a little bit of break. Go get your water, coffee, make sure you stretch. We'll be back in about 10 minutes also for one final map of this best of 3, so we'll see you then. So, Mr.
kids.
Seard,
Yeah.
how many dwarves are in your trench coat? How many are you?
Some say 7. Others say 3.
That
I'd
is my
say
head
1.
cannon.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
your
what I've
head
been
cannon.
focusing on here for the last 20, 30 seconds is my theory that Overseer is not actually what he's seen, but he is a, indeed, cartoonish depiction of a man, or in this case, 7 dwarves in a trench coat pretending to be a man. And I've yet to be proven wrong, so I think I'm right.
They're doing one hell of a job with the puppeteering, I'll tell you that much. They're really,
you're
putting their effort
doing pretty
in.
good. Doing pretty good. But the only puppeteer here is, I think, maybe Emmy? I genuinely don't know, because what the hell happened on map number 2? Zero Tenacity almost felt like they shouldn't have had that, because they kept trying, they kept failing miserably, then they somehow started succeeding, and the Partisan now, they've been forced to Inferno, and I just don't know what to make of it.
Honestly, it's kind of weird to think about it, even in retrospect, because there were so many rounds that went so good for Partisan that, you know, you at one moment we both believed it might be done deal there and then. Then overtime comes around and we see some of the craziest stints we've seen from Partisan. Yet, unfortunately, nothing works. Everything goes downhill, and there we have it. Map 3, Inferno, is up next, and we're tied. Who takes the win here in the first round of the Swiss stage at CCT Season 3, Series 1 of Europe? My name's Over, joined by Nexus. This is the final
That's
one for
me.
the first series of the day.
That's me, I'm Nexus, hi.
Hi.
Is there a reason, by the way, you always say Over and not the whole name, Overseer, the handle? Is that like a government name you say for special occasions instead?
No, it's just...
Someone calls you Overseer,
nickname.
means you're in trouble, you've goofed up.
yeah, that would be the goofed up version. But right now, it seems like perhaps Partisan might have goofed up as they get caught in the swing, they get caught on a site. It's over. It's round 4 Z10.
Very, very nice. Now, first shot as well looks clean. And the rest of it is Partisan trying to trade, with the keyword being trying, but it does not work out for them, and thus they will be forfeiting round number 1 to Z10. Z10. Pretty clean. Nothing crazy about it. And I don't think we've ever seen anything from Partisan either. I do like the fact that in these rounds, same as on Anubis, same here as well, they win that, or they lose that pistol round, they don't force. Thank you, Partisan. Being the change I want to see in the world. I'm seeing too many force buys recently.
We have. I think we all agree to that, and the force buys have been very much a problem quite a lot of times, especially for teams being close to winning or losing and then deciding that, oh, we might as well force buy, we'll win, and then absolutely get destroyed. Yeah.
Does that also mean I will stop force buying myself? No, because I am built different.
No, because that's just you.
Also, I'm not getting paid to play, so that's different as well.
Also,
I'm just playing for fun.
Different rules,
and I am better.
Rules.
I'm built
you can't
different.
Compare. Well, built
I
different
have double
or not.
standards, baby.
When you take a bullet, like when you take a deagle shot to the head, you're built different or not, you die. So yeah, I guess the force buys sometimes work, but...
Not me. I have a teammate sacrifice themselves, so I live with 10 HP.
He throws himself in front of you, right?
Exactly. Jumping.
Damn.
Except if I'm tagged, then it's a different problem altogether. But here, Nemanja, by the way, full USP round for him. He's got armor, but a USP. It's really funny. Toward the A site in the meantime, I don't think we're going to be seeing that USP all too much in action unless things go real south and real quick.
Guess we're about to find out. Starts off strong enough. Brute Monster finds Emmy.
No flashbang coming through, just waiting. A little bit of pre-fire, very nice. Brute Monster, hey, how you doing? Had a great map too. And here he's having a great start as well to Inferno. Does not lose his life, just keep that M4 alive. And we move with round number 3. This is with the guns are coming out for Partisan. And this is where we might see initial weakness as well, right? It's the first 2 rounds, but the fact is that was kept so damn close or clean for Zero Tenacity. They don't really need to reinvest any weapons. They're gonna have all the utility in the world, so that means for them it's a really good round. For Partisan, they've gone down to 2 Galils, just to afford a bit more util, so there is a slight discrepancy in that, but apparently you see that they're still willing to fight, and they lose their life for it. ABN, God.
Good start. Excellent entry by Partisan. Will
Nice
make Zero
continuation.
Tenacity fear. Yeah, they will make them fear this mid position, and with Brute Monster already on 22, it means all of a sudden Z10 is gonna have to be very careful with their next peak. Everything relies upon the individuals now, especially on B. Nemanya's gonna be solo holding this. He's got a nade, he's got a smoke, and another HE. If he had hit something on the first, perhaps the second would have finished the job. Unfortunately, not the case. There's the nade again. Minimal damage. There should be a smoke up soon enough, though. He's challenging. Okay, he checks that. Smoke up. And Partisan will retreat. They realize there's no business on B. Meanwhile, look at the lurk up short and apps.
We wait. And we still wait until eventually SimK opens it up.
Pit.
Hits it well for Brute Monster, but they don't check for him. Flooded with the opening foul at the shuffle. Thought that was all the ace I was going to have. But now we look as well. Other side of the map. Emmy has the bomb. He's got 20 seconds and has to play this one
He has to find
by isolating and finding Manga.
Ooh, good reaction by Emmy. Accurate, deadly. Nemanja doesn't hit the shot immediately and doesn't finish the job. It's a 2v2 retake, and with Dragon holding the rotations from A, Emmy just has to stay alive. That's it. Emmy's job right now is to not die. If he stays alive, then this chance of a round is theirs. He's gonna find Brute Monster, that's for sure, yeah. And now the thoughts of SimK are like, oh damn, I've got one in the back. I gotta get clear of him first. When does he peek me? How does he peek me? Well, it's too late already. Dragon flies, and Dragon takes what he wants. Partisan get their first round.
So, very good round, right? Of course, as well, that is quite literally down to one duel in the end, which is if Emmy dies, the round is done. But so far, I don't think we've had much of a reason to doubt him, right? Anubis especially shows that, the fact that he even gets as active as he does. And it does not disappoint. The reason they get to an overtime. But not able to finish it off. Still, he's been good. Captain showing what he can do. His years of Counter-Strike experience. Well, here, a mythical beast approaches A. Behind him, a couple more as well, not so mythical beasts. And the ticking clock. The dead Demonja.
And the round.
Not ready for them to shift it up A. They'd made no noise at all. And one more out of the apartments. Out of the round, SimK. There's a chance he gets this weapon. Today, I'm assuming it's gonna be a Galil, maybe. I don't know. Oh, never mind. I lied. It's an AK-47. Does not get away with it, right?
No, surely. Especially with his back turned, Dragon finds him. The scent of blood attracts him, and Partisan smelling blood in the water right now. Starting to feel a little bit of those weak points for Zero Tenacity. And starting to play on those. Now, the challenge to be presented again, though. Brute Monster, he's got the op out, right? So we're looking at another important round for Z10. To not fumble. They can get the entry, they can slow down the pace, they can react in time. If they lose the entry, especially if that is the op potentially, that's a lot of money wasted for a lot of nothing. Good nade on Emmy though. It's Nemanja to be lobbing those HEs down the line. Double nade into the sneaky corner on the left of top mid. I mean, honestly, not a bad spot. Usually there's CT players there, but I feel like it's a bit too on the nose here. Dragon. That's the op. I talked about how if you lose the op, you lose a valuable piece of equipment that you cannot regain. Especially not if it's on short. Now you got two defenders. If one dies, it's lights out for A. Emmy found. So the fake kind of doesn't work out, but surely the 3 players on top mid and short will make this play possible. They are waiting way too long, though. They delayed this too long, and it's going to be back towards B, apparently, the decision. Somehow, Nemanja live behind the wooden board. If Nemanja doesn't get checked, I'm going to be hella surprised.
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah.
No number 2, however.
Wow.
He's dealt the damage. He's
done
made
enough,
it doable
yeah.
for his teammates, and now they have to cross. Simk can pepper this smoke up a little bit as well, just to see if he can get lucky. It does not have it at the moment. And instead, we're playing for the retake. And with no banana control as well, that's going to make AVN's job very much an easy one to get back into with him and or Simk at Chofo instead. Approaching from CT, and they decide as well, ignore ruins. They want to take this essentially as a 3-matter challenge from Banana and CT close at the same time. Lyden confirms what is in Banana, coupled from CT, and up close. He's stuck around for the duel with one more remaining. Skindo now spotted and seen that there's already smoke as well on the defuse. It's impossible situation, a mission impossible, some might even call it. And the reckoning has come for Partisan in round number 5.
Excellent recovery coming out from Z10. Nemanja getting that first kill was super impactful. It delayed the bomb plant, it delayed the take, it gave them the 2v3, a chance into a 2v2 obviously, and in the end both D players were low HP, and we have the 3rd round for Z10. Very solid. Root Monster didn't hit his shot, but Nemanja did, and in the end somebody has to. Meanwhile, Partisan with the bomb plant, they buy again. They're going to go in for Mach 10s, Tech 9s, and a very weak investment on the 2 players does bring a lot of nades to bear. But, I mean, there's an unspoken rule on the T side that you kind of don't have to go banana early on. You can still wait if you don't want to rush it, right?
I don't think that's an unspoken rule.
No,
that's
it's
more
not
of
an
a
unspoken rule. It's like a general
that's just
guideline.
A warning sign, a public service announcement that's always there. I feel like there could also be a sign that just says, don't go banana right next to the bottom of banana, and people will still go either way, but...
Yeah, enter upon your own responsibility, or how do they say? You know?
Hazard zone, yeah.
Yeah.
Enter at your own risk.
At your own risk. There you go.
Doesn't stop people from thinking they're built different.
No. Really
I could thank those 5 nades headed my way.
Easy, bro. With the head, I'll lob them
The
right
last
back.
thing you think before you're blown to smithereens. I'd win. In fact, did not.
Well, round 6, and Partisan is setting up an A take. Let's see if they succeed. Nemanja's going to be holding from Cubby. We got AVN on long to take the heat off of him. Nemanja's got the flank. 3 players lined up. Nemanja gets 2, and it's enough. No, AVN still fails. Oh boy, it's not enough for Nemanja to find 2. AVN still cannot get the aftermath.
20 seconds though.
Finish the job.
Crossfire held.
Seconds.
I say a crossfire. Brute Monster is currently untradeable for the initial duel, and now he tucked himself in. Jofo's gone. Find is on the CT side, but they will find him out of the corner into the coffin. Simk left the center of the victims now. We're taking duels tagged up instead. It's not looking all too good for this moment anymore. It was looking so damn good for Z10. Yeah, reality strikes them. Simk. Site now at least. He's got this space to work with. Just need to figure out where Dragon's going, but if the close position, unexpected, it is Partisan coming back to it. That is ridiculous. They get it.
Styling, and yeah, it is kind of fun to see how Nemanja again proves to be a tough nail, and they lose 2 because of him. Another gets tagged, and then AVN, when he tries to refrag, he fails. That is a big oof, and Zero Tenacity had this one in the bag. Instead, Partisan clap back, and voila, once again, we continue the charades here, starting off on round 7 with a force buy on Z10 that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but in the end, you know, what can you do? Nemanja, the only one with the rifle. We have an MP9 on Simk. Simk already on the amount of kills he had on map 1, actually map 2 at the start. Oh, Dragon. Okay, never mind. Colin still gets it. Protecting their Dragon in trouble, but clearing out long, clearing out short. This is going to be a 4th one easy.
Also, a bit of a side note while we have this very calm fight happening in the background with absolutely nothing ever going wrong and nothing looking like they're riffing or anything of the sort either. HLTV's finally fixed the game as well. We've got the statistics on the board now. We've got Emmy, 19 kills on Dust 2. Emmy, 24 kills on Anubis. Both top frag on the server. Actually, no, sorry. Brute Monster out-fragged him on Anubis with 28, but he is still up there as the best performer for his team when it comes to so far. Kindo, right behind him as well with 39 as well. And on the other side, we've got Brute Monster and Joffo delivering the exact same stuff for Zero Tenacity. So we've had a very nice little back and forth in that regard as well with the players. Right, Kendo, Joffo, or Brute Monster as well, both kind of to go head-to-head in that department. And then the absolute ridiculous... There's tomfoolery. I don't know what to call it. The persistence of Kool-Aid man to go through the wall on map number 2 for Emmy to just continue feeding himself. Eating good, but not good enough to finish off the map. We've had everything here.
We did have, yeah, pretty much every piece of the puzzle almost. Emmy showcasing his skills still.
That's one
clear. A lot of them playing from Mexico. I mean, this is pretty simple. Oh, they actually use Dragon and an AK. Oh, okay. Emmy through the smoke. Yeah, there we go. Joffo, does he try to take a few scalps? He does.
Delivery of an AK
at
least,
but doesn't keep it. Collins, does he get an upgrade? He does, and voila. Just like that, Partisan's back on in the leaderboard. Or in the lead, rather. 5-3. Pause taken. Zero Tenacity, gotta talk this one through. Brute Monster's back on the op. What are we thinking here, Nexus? Like, when it comes to Nemanja and the squad, are we going to be seeing banana control more than apps and maybe a little bit of mid?
Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed. Now, this is very much due to our previous encounter with Inferno, that I wouldn't mind seeing Zero Tenacity just not fight for banana control at all. But yesterday we had a interesting game where it was banana control, one by one. The CT side overstride. It did not succeed at all. It failed really badly. So I would just like to see a different sort of approach to this, just for the experience of going back to a bit more reserved playstyle. But I'll say this much as well in the regard that Zero Tenacity needs to start getting these rounds, and sometimes that just does come from banana control. It giveth and it taketh away, kind of. So gotta figure out that nice sweet spot in between, and apparently we are seeing at least a nuanced approach to it from the CT side. Partisan as well. You kind of put it as well, usually don't see the control being taken by the T side for like the first minute or so. It's just that utility waves going in. Now you're starting to see Partisan clearing it out. And then you just hang around for a little bit, and in the next 15 seconds you'll start to see Partisan make their way up here. So it's a very default round of Inferno so far, and I appreciate that.
It is, yeah. It's quite normal, quite on the level, and right now, slow and steady seems to be the name of the game, obviously. Partisan, they're playing this smart. They just want to take a bit of position. They want to get a bit of info, kind of realize what they're playing against. Their tenacity, they have a tenacity to change it up consistently. Trades and, or rather, rotations are really a part of their core ideology. And right here, we do see Joffo trying to poke at the apps position. I think Partisan is going to start abusing that now. They know with the smoke up, there's nobody going to be in actual apps itself. And I think the gates are open for an A take, but Zero Tenacity predicting the future. They seem to be well aware of what might be coming. That Molly perfectly timed as well. Delay this further, and here we go. Unlock it, baby, and he peeked out wide. He gets caught. That's a mistake, but it's luckily what a monster shot that does not connect. That looked like it was on point, but Joffo now from broken. Small to big to bigger. Root Monster and Nemanja, they deliver. The bomb is going to be planted, sure, but Joffo, Collins might as well be. Oh, what? No way!
What?
Ace clutch for Collins, 1v1 against Simca. This is the clutch that we've been waiting for. Damn! Oh, he escaped short.
Ridiculous. He's got a Molotov as well. There's a moment tap, has to now speed things up a little bit as well. At least assume
has to
CMK is
play
not going to
this
stick
patiently.
this 10 seconds. He gets that molly off, it's done. No, it's not.
Simke.
Collins
He's not
done
even
it.
gonna
He's
tap
done
it.
it.
That's the round. That's the round. Collins, are you mad? Does he get
He's
the
coming
ace?
up as well, he wants it.
Ooh.
Doesn't get it, but CMK is gone. Collins with no chance to make it happen. He creates one himself.
Wow. Now that is a masterful play that somehow works out. Zero Tenacity, if that doesn't shake you to the core, I don't know what does. As the bigger problem is the fact that they get reset, and this is a similar scenario to what was happening on Anubis. The comeback for Zero Tenacity almost fully denied. It was a few key rounds, a few key moments that made the difference, and a play like this definitely makes it for Partisan. 6-3, we go to a half buy instead of a full force, as it makes sense to not. And wow. Honestly, beautiful round from Collins. Oh, this is just nasty, Nemanja.
What? Ah.
What? Did
Right.
you also not hear the shot?
Yeah, the Deagle shot was taken by the Void, I think.
Welcome to Counter-Strike. You see what you don't get.
See, what you see is the game having a little bit of fun at your expense.
Yeah, the game is laughing in your face all the way to the bank. As Vladan gets caught, this is still... Well, Simke alone on Banana, that's always going to be a death sentence, especially without any sort of support. Good damage. 2 players now down to 50, and oh, Brute Monster, he goes for the smoke, doesn't he? 5, 7 plays, could have been perhaps a bit better, but unfortunately it doesn't matter. That's going to be 7-3. We're looking at the first half of Inferno shaping up in Partisan's favor heavily.
It's a 1 versus 3 that gets us here. Might as well call it an ace clutch at that point, but
Yeah, it was an ace
Partisan,
clutch.
they
just
don't
the bump
waste. Yeah,
helped.
they don't waste what Collins has given to them. They don't give up a round against the pistols here. Instead, they show up and they are rolling in style at the moment. I said as well, right? You asked Z10, how much are you willing to really spend on Banana and such? What are you really going for? Some sort of change was required, and that's what I said. But in this next round is pretty much the only time they'll get to change that again, because they're gonna run out of chances otherwise with the first half here. And now for the game itself, right? Keep in mind, Anubis, they were down 8-4. They were down 8-3 actually. They make that comeback. It goes to overtime, but they still find themselves victorious on map number 2. So we've already seen this comeback happen once in the series. Who's to say it does not happen twice? But it needs to start now, pretty much. What else?
Oh boy. This is where things, as you said, need to start changing. Zero Tenacity, you either start getting rounds back or you are going to be done for. Collins finds Nemanja and he doesn't need to challenge this. The Molotov gives him the chance. Vladan somehow finds AVN. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to be avionics out of here. Zero Tenacity evicted from B. This looks like Simke might have a bit of a tall order ahead of him. He does get Collins. It's a good counter, good start, but he's spotted by Kindle as the smoke has a bit of a gap on the bottom, and looking at it from a lower perspective, it's enough to give the free win to the side of Partisan. Last round of the first half, it looks like we could go for another 9-3 chance, maybe 4-8.
Yeah, that's this is a good half for Partisan.
It's a great
they
half
are
for Partisan. It's like the best.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
look at
great.
Dragon.
It's nice to see as well other people stepping up in the long term than Emmy, because that's not the most consistent way, I guess. You know, you can't rely on your IGL every single time to be the difference maker in terms of the fragging department. And we are seeing more of what Partisan can do as well in the long run, which is get these other individuals in line. Call is the 1v3. Vlad's been... He's been, I think, kind of solid throughout here, but he hasn't had a standout map just yet, which I think you kind of do put on him as well a little bit for him to be that sort of an X factor on this team. Just because he is that skilled, but he hasn't been really showing it consistently.
I mean,
it's just a solid, stable sort of in-between player at the moment for this team, and that maybe could be what propels him to an next level as well, but we don't know. Maybe I'm looking out of my ass.
Maybe you're just imagining things, yeah.
Maybe I'm imagining. Maybe I'm putting too much pressure on him.
Let's see if this last round of the half kind of gives us a sneak peek of what's to come on the second. Partisan, did they really walk the smoke here? Is this how dastardly they are? AVN, he's going to miss it, isn't he? Like, there's 4 players in the smoke. Oh my god, he saw them. He's
I'm so
like,
happy
no.
he does not go for it.
Like, he would have been having the surprise of his life. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be a good one. AVN close by. I love the corner. He's going to use it. He's going to peek in. Here he goes. He gets one. Yes, he does. Pulls back to safety. Exactly what you want to see. Smokes up. Tries to steal the AK. Look at this madman. Absolutely glorious. Though, look. Oh, no. Choffo guys. They know he's up short. AVN still gets one. Even from library. This is falling apart for down to Dragon and Emi. And it's only Emi left as he cannot find AVN. It is round 4 for Z10. We ain't done yet. They ain't giving up just yet.
I mean, hey, 8-3 to 8-4. Same story as Anubis. Are we going to go to OT?
8-3,
Probably not. I just have a feeling. You know, going twice to overtime, you know, I feel like the script charge would be a little bit boring at that point. You know, you're reusing the same old concepts. I mean, but we'll see.
Look at Hollywood. What are they doing? They're basically rehashing
remakes.
Old content,
oh my god, yeah, you're right. Live action remakes.
This is the story of life. It's a continuous cycle of the same thing over and over again. Haven't you heard? We're all, you know, all of our history, past and present and future, has been written into the cosmic beyond, as they say, the cosmic radiation. So, yeah. Some theorize that it's only a black hole that's really making our life what it is today. And in fact, that we're halfway through it already. 8-4. Let's see.
Yeah, back into into our feeble world instead. Let's stop thinking about big picture. Let's think about small picture.
Small picture.
And the one in the monitor in front of you. To be more specific. Make it a very small picture with the pistols, even a whispering tail. What is happening here?
Tialfo needs to come up massively. He's on 3 kills. This is disastrous. Oh, okay. What a spot. Partisan. Check out Banana. Lose Dragon. The Dragon had his wings clipped. Going towards Tenacity. It should work.
Points taken. Flashbang. Non-existent. USB shots, we can't say the same for those, because Vladimir's already back to even numbers for now. A big, massive missed smoke, but apparently it does not matter. The site is completely open to Partisan as well. They had a majority of their players towards the B side, but it's going to be at least a resourceful retake, we can say that much, with the manpower they've got from the same direction, headed toward the A site. They do as well. They've got a decoy. A perfect fake flashbang, some call that.
Let's see if they use it. Starting off.
Lining it up. There it is. Beautiful. Make it 3 eventually. Give it a second. Maybe 2 or 3 as well. Because 1 man remains. Oh! Flux running out of ammunition. Simke reserved with his spending of it, but it's not good enough. One final one needed. Last bullet with mag not hitting an Emmy with that kit. The defuse comes through. And it has to be a different sort of a story. We are not rehashing the same script from map number 2, it seems.
They scrubbed part 2. So, you know, they split the movie into 2 parts, the 3rd movie, and made part 4 a completely different storyline. And maybe we'll get to see it. Let's see. Partisan. That was a beautiful retake at the end. The decoy worked perfectly. The T's turned around. They lost the first 2. It was a quick reaction from Tialfo and Simke. Unfortunately, not enough. And it is 9-4. Z10, they got a force buy. I don't think I agree with them, but they feel like they don't have a choice, and I understand them, if nothing else.
We'll see if they get a... Yeah, maybe they get baited in as well, right? We had the exact situation similar to this. We saw the worst of the worst from ECSTATIC yesterday in this situation. where they kept getting partial success in a round like this, or from losing that pistol forced by bomb plant down a kill or two. They felt like we had reset, and suddenly you don't want a single round, and it's too late to reset. But here, we'll see how it goes, right? Different game, different story, but they've already got partial success, so maybe it's not going to be a different story. Bomb needs to go down as well. Here it's 2 or 3. You can still deal damage. Maybe win the round, but it's not looking amazing. It's coming down to that first banana duel as well to see if Z10 have a chance or not. Simk wins out his duel. Control of banana now gained. Remove that part from Partisan out of their pocket as well. Vladimir first one found, but low HP or Simk needs to be checked.
Oh, didn't see him!
Didn't see him!
Resolution!
Surely someone called it out. No one has! Still Kimbo comes in and cleans it up. 3 kills, nearly 4, nearly the round. But Partisan will take number 10.
Now, I don't know who, but somebody has to play with full HD, and they saw it on the screen of Vladan. He probably plays 4-3 black bars or something like that, and somebody must have seen him being crouched in pool. That was a closer call than it should have been, and Zero Tenacity denied the chance to win. That was a very, very good attempt. And they will force again because they got the bomb plant, and you talked about how yesterday that was a trap for ECSTATIC, excuse me, 2 days ago. It certainly was, and it seems like it might be again.
Oh, yeah. It's a full sense. So you think you've got something, right? You get enough kills on the board to make it economically challenging for Partisan. To think, okay, we can reset them here. We can get back into the game, but then when you realize this looking like 11, you're not going to have any money, suddenly 12-4. Yeah. That's the worst case scenario. And it's seeming like we are kind of falling into that sort of situation. Unless a bomb plant maybe goes down here, right? Because AV and Demotic and Brute must still have a bit of money, so they've not gone for a completely full investment, but it's not really an advantageous situation either way. No, it's a half-ass measure for this round.
At best, it is a half measure.
It is tough, but what do we get? A bomb plant? Maybe. If they choose correctly, if they choose wisely. But the problem is, they've got a 2 out of 5, and there's no reason, there's 0 chance for Partisan to ever be the ones to initiate a fight here and start moving for information. I say that much, at the same time we already see, I think, Dragon pushing down mid. For information. Gilfeed about to show us something. Gets a headshot, bomb is down, and the round is done as well. AVN, maybe save that AK, doesn't matter either way.
Oof.
11, and it is looking very much like that 12, like we say here, but Partisan, can they still keep it clean, or will Z10 prove us wrong?
What's really weird is Z10 kind of half-bought last round. 2 players went to the full, 3 players kind of left a little bit of bank. They wanted to have the mech 10s. This was a calculated decision. So they're counting on this round to work. I hope they have some plans for it. We didn't see any timeouts. We do see the AWP on Brute Monster, but it's going to have to hit something. It's going to have to connect somewhere. As we start off on Banana again, it's going to be a trade-off. Let's see who's going to be a send-off instead.
First one. Oh! The wall is back, baby.
Oh, yeah. It is. And it's done.
His eminence reigns supreme, even towards B. Doesn't matter which map it's on. Anubis, Inferno, Dust 2, all alike. Emmy cannot be thwarted in this series, apparently. Collins joins. Clean Dragon swallows it up whole for the last kill. Partisan. Map match, series point, and guess what? I'll make it even worse for Zero Tenacity. There are 8 match points for Partisan right now.
Yeah.
That's not easy to come back from.
It's tough, it's near impossible, and Zero Tenacity used their last timeout. As Partisan are yet to use a single one. It speaks to the volume of their confidence right now, and how good they feel about this. Z10, unfortunately, all their fears have come true. We have Tsiolfo now being quiet, Brute Monster not doing a lot, and Nemanja definitely not showing up today to the degree that perhaps they would expect him to. Simca and AVN, I mean, mildly disappointing performances, nothing to speak of. Besides a few moments where they did save the round, sure, absolutely hats off to that. They probably wouldn't have won Anubis if it wasn't for the two. But irregardless, at the end of the day, it's 3 maps that we're counting, and it's 3 maps that are about to be counted out. Last round potentially for this first series of the day here, the decider on Inferno.
But I need to see it right here, right now, or we are saying indeed bye-bye. But it started off yet again. Emmy unable to be denied, man. He is ready, willing, and able to take this series. He has been a beast today. And for this map as well, it's the whole team performing to his standard. And what do you do? C10? The answer is they don't seem to be doing all too much for this one. It's a clutch required. We've already had a couple of those. Keep it in mind, right? The first half, we have Collins' 1v4, 1v3, and ace clutch almost. That is the reason why Partisan run away with it as much as they do. Here, you need similar stuff for Brute Monster, but he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's waited out that smoke all along as well, means that he is going to have himself between a rock and a hard place. Looking to disengage, but first one, finally when he does engage, it's already too late. Emmy would have been there to finish off the job. It doesn't even come to it, and it is a Partisan with map 3 in their pockets. They've made it look easy here for Inferno. And they've secured themselves the first win here in the Swiss stage. And it us as well, right? It's the first stage of the Swiss round. No one's getting eliminated. No one's going home. No playoffs guaranteed from this game either. But instead, just the start of a long journey for both these teams here for CCT Season 3 European Series number 1. And so, we have gotten ourselves started for the first game of the day. And we've got a couple more to go. We've got 3 in total still to go. And that next one should not be starting up in a long while. I think it's going to be about 10 to 15 minutes as well. But talk to me about it before we go.
I think we have an hour before the next match, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
It says so on HLTV at 2 o'clock. It's going to be the start.
No. Surely not.
I'm going by HLTV. I'm not sure. Production will give us an updated timeline to when the match starts. If it...
We'll see.
I don't know.
We'll see.
We'll get the info as we get it, but we will take a 10-minute break and we'll be back with you once we return with the next match. We're back.
Yes, we
Quick
are.
and easy break, and we're getting ready for our next map, rather for our next series. Yeah, let's quickly take over look at the Swiss stage. Let's see where we are currently, how we're standing with the actual tournament right now. I believe we'll have to skip that for the moment, but we'll be able to look at the day's schedule then, just to kind of remind everybody as to what's going to be happening today. Seeing that we're going to be starting with Cirrus versus Ruby up next, later on Cybershock versus Dynamo Eklot, and then ECSTATIC versus Fireflux. All three still great games, and the first one already delivered in my eyes. Okay, focusing now on Sinners Ruby.
And considering as well, right, we had the question of how much are we going to see from, or that first one, which way it's going to go, because it was a very difficult game to predict. And until the very end, I feel like it was. Right, Mavs wanted to deliver absolute massive class in cinema. At map 3 as well, we have individual moments that still give us plenty of entertainment. And now we finally headed toward our second game of the day. A little bit delayed, but doesn't matter. We'll get it underway either way. And thus, Sinners versus Ruby, a game that I'm looking forward to plenty. Just because I think Sinners are a very exciting team to look at right now. But that's not the main part. It's because Ruby have been looking so incredibly good themselves in what I think is a very awkward situation of transitioning from their previous upper of Moon now to Easy, but it's given the rest of the team, the Rifles, the time to shine on this lineup instead, and it's made it so damn exciting because they've been very rarely missing and always delivering a good game, and that's what makes them the one other team to look out for right now, and a very good matchup as well for a team like Sinners in my eyes. So I'm just looking forward to seeing if we can get the same sort of Ruby we've seen now consistently for the past, let's say, 2 weeks or so.
They really have. Hasanator stepping up massively. Sovalia as well. Fossil has had great impact. Kaide, if he's having a good day, then everybody fears him on the server, akin to the dangers of many other greats. And then Easy, who's still, as you said yourself, adjustments have been made. Betterments have been made, but yet feels like it's not fully yet incorporated, and it's still going to take some time. But the team they're facing off against, though, is the one that's more important to perhaps also bring up to the front and kind of talk a little bit about. Starting with Beastick on the very left, he's our IGL, he's the man of the hour, he's the big brain, he's the big power. And without him, nothing would have been possible. Sinners would not have made it this far without his big brains to lead it. Yet, it also would be nigh impossible without his 4 henchmen. The 4, let's say, 4...
Musketeers? Come on,
of
it's
the
easy.
Apocalypse.
Ah, okay. I feel like Musketeers was kind of an easy one around. We're playing Counter-Strike after all.
Yeah, that's fair. Originally, there were only 3.
I know, but they recruited a little bit of backup, right?
That's
Pefo
fair.
recently, he's coming in, and he's been pretty good, right? But this lineup as well, right? I think there's been one thing that's been kind of a miss for me, and that's the reintegration of Zedeko back, right? Because previously he was a bit of a star in. I keep forgetting where he now came back from. Was it Dinamoiclo, I think? And no, Sampi. Always forget about it. Right, on Sampi was a bit of a star. Now he's kind of not been shown to those same numbers, obviously different positions and such, but that is a bit of a miss almost for me. But beyond that, I think Sinners as well, they've been pretty good, but there's always room for improvement. And like you say as well, right, without B-Stick, him having witnessed the highs and lows of this team as well, I think they've got more than a way back into the game. They know how to get it back or get things done. So I'm not really all too worried for them in the long run, but nonetheless, I am still looking to see a bit more out of the individual side of Sinners as well.
Same. I would love to see some magic out of them. And going on to the veto, the magic might be possible. We're going to see Anubis first. So it's going to be that kind of one again. And then we see Train second. Sinners, logically enough, removed Dust here. Didn't want to even float it by a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Sinners are smart for that, obviously.
Thank you, Sinners. We've had our fair share of Dust 2 for the week, I think. Well, like 2-3 games, that's good enough for me. But we're starting off Anubis, kind of where we left off. Then a little bit of Train as well. You're going to be happy. You're getting ready for your convention as well, so you're going to get to witness it in Counter-Strike a little bit as well, how the real thing looks, so to say, not just miniatures. And Mirage as a decider, potentially, as well, if we do need it. Now, if I were to put you on the spot, which I'm not going to, surely, but if I were to, which way do you think this game does actually go? And keep in mind, I'm not putting you on the spot here by any means, but if I were to.
No, I'm gladly answering this. I think it's Ruby winning. I think Ruby take it 2-0. I think Sinners have fallen off since Oscar has left them. We've seen them in a decent enough light at certain times recently, but unfortunately against Sashi, against Alliance, against Sparta, they've been losing some very, very big games that they potentially or generally shouldn't have. Ruby, same. I can't deny that losing against Navi Junior and Zero Tenacity is a bit of a shame, really. But on the other hand, a week ago they've been winning against Fireflux, the Wolves, Monty, Rage, Bedboom, Amcal. There've been many wins within the last few, so I'm gonna lean Ruby here, even though my heart would say usually Sinners. I'm not gonna lie, Ruby feels like it's gonna win.
I don't blame you, right? Well, statistically as well, you need to look out for the individuals, and right here, the highest rated players for each team. It tells a slight story, because, Kaide is not even the only one who outclasses what the highest rated players on Sinners can do, because Hasanator also at 1.11, same with Sawalio. So you have the individual prowess being exerted from Ruby now consistently for the last couple of months, and more importantly, the last couple of weeks, where they have been very damn good. Bar for losses, or the most recent loss against Navi Junior, self-explanatory, they're cracked, Zero Tenacity. They can be, but just a little bit inconsistent. So, overall, right, Ruby, they've been really good, they've shown it consistently, and I think what makes it even worse is that we don't really have, per se, a weak link in the map pool, right? Like, we saw previously, I think, a loss on this map against, was it Betboom? I think.
Yes.
Where they did look a little bit weak. And then the next day against Amcal, they cleaned up their act. They looked so damn good, like they never even had that sort of a mistake in the past. So it is still a very rough one in that sense as well, where they looked bad one day, but then next day they looked so incredibly good again. So it is a fun little game as well to see what sort of Ruby might we get to start things off here. And apparently, the answer is one that shoots heads.
Well, it's going to be the A play that's going to give them the bomb plant. Sinners do get onto the site, but they're not really getting any kills out of it just yet. Peppo, B-stick, and down to Shock and Morisco. It's left as they've got CT deep in heaven and A main. And Morisco's going to reveal his hand. Now he shows the main position as well. I believe the round is done, whether or not Shock likes it, unless he's going to go massive and find some beautiful headshots. It's a 9 possibility, and indeed it is. The HP on Ruby together is less than 50, but when united, they are stronger.
It is more than 50, but hey, you were close enough.
Less
than one
dramatic, man.
Less than what one well put together person would have in total. Hasan, he's a very well put person here. Oh, he's not. Oh my god. Oh man. From an absolute baller to a chump, man. Why does he swap to a FAMAS, buddy?
Money, 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 because it's a great weapon for the money you get.
No, there's 3 FAMASs in play for Ruby. I'm saying Sinners deserve this round just by principle alone. But we'll see. We'll see if the gods of Counter-Strike agree with us. Shout out one time, one for the Gaben. But in the meanwhile, while we wait for those praise to be answered, let's take a look at what the round itself is going to be like. Because Sinners, they're not really making an initial play here. I like this. You're forcing here. You're taking a little bit of time. You're making sure that Ruby's not going to be getting out to any shenanigans here themselves. They're not going to be getting in your face. Nor are they going to be fighting initially. And whatever early utility as well might have been used, they've waited that out. Well, Shock has heard a couple of players push out. They're looking for him still. A second spotted. Big advantage to work off because that is the A site completely taken.
That's
not even for free, but for a free kill. A free site, a free bomb plant, that is Sinners, rightfully so, punishing the person for Moses.
Yeah,
it's
Ruby,
karma. Karmic justice, man.
Ruby was
FAMAS haters unite. Although, an attempt of something here, either way.
Well, but if you incur the wrath of the FAMAS, the Frenchmen will come hunt you, but
why are they there's no kit in play, why are they pushing?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
What?
What are they doing right now? Like, what is this? Why are they losing weapons? Okay, this is one of the worst rounds I've seen from a CT side team. Like, what? This is one of the worst rounds I've seen from a team on the CT side probably ever. Like, honestly, that was the dumbest thing I've seen a team do.
That was very weird indeed, but I'm telling you, karmic justice, man. You don't buy a FAMAS Hasanator Stacks with the XM at least, that would have been a different round.
Maybe they heard you and they thought to themselves, we better lose all our weapons and pay that justice fee, or we're gonna be karmically...
Let's prove that guy right. Let's prove him right for hating the FAMAS.
Let's prove him right. Yeah, let's prove him right, because he's right. The FAMAS is, you know, they don't like him. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe do. Maybe don't.
Either way, here is the due they've paid, showing itself as well. 1 M4 pistols and an MP9 in the mix. This is a better round than the last one for Ruby.
Oh, yeah.
Hands down. And already as well, they're playing a bit more passive, right? It's the initial push is just weird in the previous one, but it's fine. We try to move on. We'll probably see that again later at some point as well, but Ruby gotta stabilize first before they get up to those gimmicks again, because Shock just... a little check, just kind of crazy here. They gotta try to bully him instead. Back into main. The flash is good. The position is taken here. And they'll find themselves in control of a bit of information, at least. Smoked out as well. They decided to completely back off. Gamble as well here, it seems, away from A. They're moving as a unit, and I do like that. While the Sinners, they're taking their time. It's just for Ruby's defense to hold on until these rotates come through.
We'll see if they do. Ruby, they've got 3 men on the defense, 4th one joining the fray from middle. I think Sinners could still turn around back towards A. It's definitely a possibility. The C4 is moving middle, and I think they're about to back off. They realize that probably a stack has been built, and I think you want to avoid it by all hands on deck in this scenario. Don't risk throwing everything in the wild for nothing. Oh boy, 18 seconds. If Savalia plays his cards right, prevents the bomb plant, this is round out. Savalia baited into a peak, another bomb plant attempted.
Look at the time.
He's got the time, but the problem is they've lost the round because of it. Holy hell, what are we watching? What is this? What is this game? Like, what is this devolving into? How have we come this far only to return back to the beginning? Like...
Yeah, that is, like I say, better round immediately, but it's not supposed to be that way. At all. Like, it is the way these rounds are already going. We're 3 rounds in to the point that it's baffling. But either way. We gotta move on. Yeah, again, bomb goes down. That's just, again, almost no bomb plant just because of the time. It's Sawalio. Just, if he tried to rush him down, that would have won the round alone. No bomb plant denied that potentially as well. There's ways that Sinners don't even get themselves a chance in this one either. And everything does balance out, right? One for them. One for us, sort of mentality for Sinners and Ruby in these wacky buys and wacky rounds. But for now, it seems like we might balance it out eventually. 3-0 trades, and Ruby, they are looking for their 3rd round as well. While Zedko's dodging bullets.
Yeah, this is looking pretty easy, isn't it?
Yes.
I have a sneaky suspicion that Sinners might not be long for this round. Although Zetko able to sneak away one, though there's Peppo. With that, the C4 drop, and Zetko an ace clutch ahead of him. He's got 50 seconds, so 10 seconds per head. Maybe. Though, somehow, we doubt it, don't we? And you said it yourself, you know, reincorporating Zetko back into the team. We'll see how they fly with that. But right now, nothing will suffice.
Yeah, now 4 months on the team. Now, I will just double check this, right? On Sampi, during his tenure there, a respectable 1.07 statistics. That was over... Yeah. Let me just double check this.
Quite a while ago.
Yeah, that was, almost exactly a year. 46%, 0.8% of the maps they ended up winning while Zedka was there as well. I was still pretty good, not half bad, but either way, right? Let me just... Yeah, take a look. Right, it was pretty okay. He was pretty good either way. I think there were, like, peaks where he was, like, 1.15 kind of player as well. But here for Sinner, so far, he's been putting up, like, 1.02. So there's definitely a drop-off in those departments, or that department as well, and that's... What I kind of have been struggling to see on Sinner as well is to get some of these individuals active on a more consistent basis. With knowledge, they can be better, and they have been.
I can't lie, you're kind of right.
Well, say B-Stick, he's seen the highs and lows of this team as well. They could get there as well again. At some point, surely, but you gotta get there. Or to get there, you gotta get through Ruby, and currently through easy, there is no easy way.
No easy way, no quick way.
Yeah, you tried, and then you failed.
And then it all went to hell. Exactly.
Amen. Round 6. Guns are coming back out, and Ruby, this is their chance to take control of the game immediately as well. Right, CT side, you're not expecting them to be the absolute most dominant one. But you can be. And that's the danger of Ruby as well here.
It kind of is, isn't it? And we are going to be watching a little bit of a push-up here. They get control over this Kaide.
Oh, oof. Wow.
Never mind. Zetko, Beastic, and Shock, the reply is instant, and actually the damage is severe on Ruby. They instead lose 3 players. It looked like Kaide could go big, but only for the one, just not enough. Now Fozil and Savalia. Or Fozil and Savalia. Well, damn. Does he get the win? Close enough.
Damage dealt here at least is significant.
If you can crunch through middle as well, you know.
Oh, that's nice.
I
I don't know how Shoke doesn't see him. He has the elevated angle, should have plenty of time to react, but... Walio, this is nasty as well. If they go down the stairs, look at Fossil's position.
If they have the crossfire, Fossil, if he plays it right, Savalio's
no!
He still sees two. And Fossil right now, he's not going to step. He does not step soon enough. Out of position, unfortunately, in this case. And he's going to run through calm. Timing is everything. He's got no utility to deal with from Sinners, but... They're expecting him in heaven. Surely he does not approach through that. Now he has to check the side. He knows there's one in the smoke somewhere. He needs to either wait out the smoke or go before it passes. Spots the player. Has a molly. Could snipe him out of there. Yeah, there's the molly. Unfortunately seen. Smart play coming out from Sinners. The individuals there especially. Beasting playing well. 1v1 against Zetko now. There's a smoke up. Zetko has to take this shot first, and he does. Does not lose it. Finds a double and secures Sinners' second round. Woo-hoo. Things are getting a little bit heated up.
I think we're allowed to calm down a bit, just for a little bit. Apparently, these teams just have different thoughts about it, saying we're just gonna keep giving you guys entertainment. I would like for a map to be normal, you know? Just a basic default only sort of game, you know? Just let's not have to or anything too crazy for a little bit, you know? Just maybe even a couple of rounds would be nice.
Take a chill pill.
Yeah. That's not happening here. Prime entertainment is what we get instead. Oh, now, staring at walls, Zetko thinking about it. Can he fit through those bars or not?
I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, he's not a turbine, but I can't go liquid there.
Imagine. Thank God we're not watching Overwatch or something like Valorant, where you're jumping all across the map from every position possible, imaginable. Hated that.
Yelling
so much.
And jumping through the air.
Jumping through the air, you know, being able to snipe the enemy team in the back from like elevated positions. Overwatch was really fun when I started the first time.
Very good again as well. The Walio was more than ready for it. More damage. And Kairi slips in himself.
Drop down.
Hold position now. There's got to be time off the clock, but they've dealt with him easy. Here he gets that flash off. HE is well deployed, but only chips away at them. He's not really still in a position to do much about this. Bomb goes down. We're playing a 3-on-3. Keep in mind that damage that has been dealt is significant. Fascinator in 4, more than effective on every one of these things that play it. That's what doesn't recognize. It's different man from what he saw on top of their heads. Briscoe swings out for 2 instead. He is the difference maker, the great equalizer, an opportunity taker for his team, and the one to capitalize off of it as well. It's 4 for him in total. It's Sinners, another round from his heroics.
What a sick play from Morisco. The reason why they get any sort of a chance at all is because of him. And Ruby make the critical error of not checking the spot twice, not throwing that molly. He saw the player. I don't know who it was. Was it either Savalio or Fossil or who it was? But he had the molly to throw and then saw the player. Didn't throw it behind the box. It would have forced both out of position, would have possibly killed both since they were low HP. Instead, it is going to be nothing else but a W here for Sinners, and we move on to a round that Ruby cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, they're going to an eco. Sinners, much the same in a way, because 2 of their players are effectively broke. All or nothing, brother.
Going big or going home, and I respect it, right? CT's out already, right? You're still holding on to this one. That is decent enough, and with that lead, absolutely a well worth a buy for Ruby, even if it is a little under-equipped. But they hold to the position here. This is one of the key points, right? If you have mid-control, or in this case, if you don't have it, you need to make up for it by having this main control. And I love the reaction as well from the rest of the team here, by the way. To Canals fully. They have got So much control everywhere except mid, and now a question mark toward the A side as well, but they keep hearing gunshots, a firefight coming through from main. Oh. Peppo and about to be done. Never mind, he's not.
He's ready for it, in fact, which is surprising enough, but it tells you how ready they are for some of these moments, for some of these corners. Unfortunately, they still lose those duels, and they still find themselves 3 men down. And in this case, Sinners, well, they'll have to have some lucky charms with them. Peppo's going to have to be having a pep in his step, especially on that accuracy marker. He finds Fossil, Beastie gets traded out, and now Peppo, he does not anticipate the main player. You know, that's 2 players in the main position, one after another, within about a 5 to 10 second difference, and you just cannot be ready for that. It's just too much of a random factor that you have to prepare for, and or that you cannot prepare for, technically.
Yeah.
And Arubi, okay. They will swing back and hit hard because Sinners are out of money.
One of the fundamentals people try to drill into themselves, and especially in Team Counter-Strike, is to make sure you can trade. Make sure you're tradable. So it's that offset timing that even if you think you're ready for something like that, you check for it, hold for a couple of seconds, it still catches you off guard. You're never going to be more than ready for it. Oh, never going to be fully ready for it, and thus it is going to be a round indeed. Taken up by Ruby, like we said.
Yeah.
They went for the force buy, the full investment in the previous. Now they've got a bit of a eager beaver known as Hasanator, and he has gone it down. Given an AK-47 over. Now confiscated back by Fossil. In the position, he's made himself useful, and it stopped Sinners from advancing all too far. The flashback of your swing V-stick still challenged with the Desert Eagle. If he's given the opportunity, go for it.
I get the Desert Eagle. I get why B-stick is fighting. I'm not getting why Fossil is there. That's the weird part. It's like, why would you stay there? You hear the Deagle, you run for your life. It's like the monster under the bed. You hear it, you know it, you don't look at it. As Shock finds Savalia, there's the reason for it. I'm not saying this is close, but this is close, man. Like, this round could still go maybe the way for Sinners if they play their cards right. They got time. They have Deagles. They have an AK on Shock. He needs to be shocking in order to win this, and the timing is insane. He doesn't check camera, but neither do they check him, and, well, the C4 still has to traverse. Fossil spots player coming from staircase, sees the second, thinks that's the second, now hears him run towards A, and the realization should set in for the CTs. They probably lost CT, and indeed they have. No time besides the present. Morisco, he's going to be left with like 4 seconds if he had ran all the way unobstructed. And that would have been a closer call than it should have been, but sure. Ruby, 6-3. And we open up this second series quickly. Nexus, I mean, it's the choice of Ruby here to play Anubis. I'm not surprised. Are you?
No. I don't know. I just don't know. Like, Ruby, like we said earlier as well, right? They have been really good for the last couple of weeks. We've been seeing them.
They have, yeah.
They kind of proving us almost as wrong as well, right? Even when we had a video as well, talking about it as well, right? Easy's maybe been, or just isn't statistically the best, but like the team performs really well, and that's all that matters in the end. And even the games we've seen as well, Easy has had plenty of his moments, so I mean, all is up, all is looking well and good for Ruby as a whole, as a unit, and oh no, in big parts, thanks to individuals like Fossil, the rifles that step up here and keep delivering every game.
And Fossil steps in massively here. Peppo finds Kaide. They've opened up A side, though Shock has made an entry so shocking that Ruby has escaped from A, and they are rotating B? What is this? I mean, I get why, because Savalia and Fossil are both lows, and this means, you know, one mistake and you lose the round, potentially. So Ruby still have to be extremely careful, extremely vigilant of whatever comes next. But it's easy on B. He's got an AK. He's got 100 HP almost. As long as he stays calm, as he stays collected, it should be fine. Savalia and Fossil will find their way back B as well. They've checked A. Now they know. Somebody's probably in CT somewhere. Shock is expecting a CT player towards Cave, maybe. Does he check temple? He is expecting it, but not directly. That's the flank, now the bomb, and round should be dusted soon. As the cross is closed, so is B side. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruby is beating down Sinners on the first half of Anubis.
Yeah, I feel like this is now getting a little bit out of hand as well. Right, 6-6, fine, whatever. 7, possibly 8 or 9 as well. That is getting out of hand, especially right now. Sinners as well, right? We had the quarters, maybe they're a little bit inconsistent at the moment. Maybe they haven't found their groove just yet. Yeah. And it's definitely not started off the right way for them either, right? This is not supposed to be this CT-sided. But when you have every single individual online, apparently, well, I say that, you get shot in the head by Tech 9s, so sometimes it just doesn't matter, but it's very much a game where Sinners are on the back foot through and through. You had that force by shenanigaggery going back and forth. And now it seems like we're adding a little bit on top of that lore as well, with a couple more rounds potentially for Sinners toward the end here, but retake is still to be complete, to be decided. I know Peppo's somewhere in the camera, but he's not going to give them a chance. He's not going to give them a reason to go for this retake immediately. And instead, figuring out, should you go for it? Yes or no? Hasanator, this first kill may decide it all. And I think we've got a go on our hands.
Green light. An attempt at the retake. Last few seconds of the round. No smoke deployed. No chance. And that is round. Easy final member of round for Ruby, and that is going to be number 4. They tried, they have the money for the last, so it's not the end of the world, but it will be 4 rounds for Sinners at the very least, so we're looking at an 8-4 or potentially 7-5. And honestly, we'd had already, what, 2 8-4s beforehand in the previous series. One on Anubis, one on Mirage, I believe. No, we didn't play Mirage, sorry, Dust. Was it Dust? No.
Dust first, yep.
Dust first, then it was Anubis, and then we had Inferno, yeah. Anubis and Inferno went 8-4 on the halftime, I believe, right?
8-3 and 8-4 both.
Yeah.
That's same fashion. But only one of them did we actually see a comeback, and that was the T side of Anubis.
Yep.
But currently it doesn't seem like any comebacks on the T side of Anubis are going to be needed for Ruby when they swap over half times. Hey, we finally came back to this, by the way. This time as well, they've not fully left it. It's just one that has been escorted out. Well, towards the B side, a quick, important kill for Zedeko, by the way, because now he can go back for that bomb eventually. But in the meantime...
Oh, does he check balcony? He doesn't, right?
A-side suffers a little bit.
Oh, he's going to hear the C4 being carried.
Round in the palm of his hand. So while oh, he's just dodged it as well.
Can he catch it? They're going to go towards A. Can he catch it?
Oh, this is so good. There's
he's
one.
Gonna catch it. 1 minute on the clock. 1v5. This is not impossible. They heard him move towards heaven. Never mind. They heard him move.
Cook.
Brother, they heard him move towards heaven. 0 chance. I don't even know what the hell Somalia thought was going to happen. No.
Imagine the one time it actually happens.
No.
Not this time, though. Not this time. But instead, it is from Tech 9s, from the half by that. Sinners fight themselves to number 4. Now, number 5 coming in as well for the end of the halftime as well. It's doable, but it does require Sinners to wake the hell up.
It does. It's a bit of a slap in the face to try and get them on board, right? See if they can get themselves situated. CT side should be technically a little bit better for them overall. But I'm worried a bit about the individuals. We talk a lot about individuals. Fossil has done a massive favor for Ruby to be where they are currently. Without him, I don't think we see 7. And if he can keep it up, that's perfect, because it's T side. If he can't, somebody else is probably there to take it over. Kaide, Hasanato, or even Savalio. Purposely, I'm not putting Easy on the spot, because I think he's still needing some time to adjust. And for Sinners, well, we know how it is, right? It's going to have to be somebody going above and beyond. That was Oscar's job. Now it's going to have to be Peppo's as an opper. Shock is going to have to show up. Beastic is going to have to do good. Zetko's going to probably have to go up to 15, 20 kills. And that's how it is. That's just the nature of the game. If you don't, you're going to lose. That's as simple as that. Anubis is not going to be a long haul if they can't start picking these rounds up and kills as well. Full B send, 3 defenders. Let's see how they do. They've got a flash and a smoke to defend with. Meanwhile, the attackers have a flash and a smoke as well. Oh, they're already in. The smoke helps nothing. Although, oh, okay, B-Stick, there we go. We talked about the IGL. He needs to step up. He does. Massively.
Counter-terrorists win.
All right, so with a round of 14 coming up here as well, a chance is hiding things up, of course, pistol there for Sinners nicely done, and it was, pretty convincing. Didn't really let Ruby get away with a single thing there. And full eco as well, I do respect this if they decided to stick with it, but they are calling a timeout, making me a little bit concerned that maybe they've got some other ideas as well.
It's an eco guaranteed. 0 chance.
I mean, I imagine so, yeah, but timeout here, you getting a little crazy, you're feeling you're on the T side, you didn't win a force buy.
I'm gonna have to say no. If they force buy, I'm gonna be severely disappointed. Like a father and his child when he does something bad. Seriously, don't buy here if you're a Ruby. Like,
oh, there's a Hero Galil drop.
Hero Galil on Kaide. I can see that. Yeah,
I'm about that. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean that's like it kind of gives you a bit of leeway. Maybe a bomb plant, then it's fine.
Yeah,
Hasanato probably decides
Mac 10
to
in
play
the
Mac
next
10.
round.
Yeah,
Mac 10 next round is completely fine for one player. Also, if Fortis maybe some extra, I don't know.
Dun dun dun. Let's see how it goes. Kaide needs to win this duel. Morisco first up. He's got a smoke in his hands, ready to throw down. It's gonna be Morisco spotting and sees the pistols. I don't think he heard the Galil though. I don't think Kaide shot. So the CT still might be inclined to be a bit aggressive, a bit too aggressive. 3 on B, 1 on A, 1 on mid. Sinners taking a big risk, but it seems like the attack is going to go towards B, so the decision works in the end, especially if Peppo in his Steppo is going to find some Pep. I don't know. Sounded better in my head. Kaide, Hasanator, the entry secured. They don't check dark. B-Stick is going to get a double. Dum dum dum. Prevents the bomb plant and gets a double. That's enough. He's done the duty he needs to do. There can still be a bomb plant, actually. Wow. Will they get it, though? Surely they anticipate players coming in from con. They do. Or at least they think on it. Oh, well. Doesn't matter.
Very nice.
It is.
Cleanup is good, but that bomb plant alone is what makes that one Galil worth it. And the 3 kills on top is just a massive bonus they'll get. It was a good opening, good continuation as well, right? Like I say, he got himself the first 2 that he needed, delayed it bought a little bit of time, but then when he started trying to adjust, in the post-mod they just don't have enough time, they've been hurt and all of that, and all is good and well in the end for that round. But now for Ruby, they're going to be more than well enough as well, because Hasanator, Mac 10, and that utility, that comes from the bomb plant. It's up for round number 15, and we need to see what this one is going, you know. Come back.
I guess we're about to find out.
Maybe. From 7-3 down, by the way, 7-7.
Very good recovery. Ruby's being left to their own devices. They won't be challenged on any position, really. A main is going to be well defended. Middle as well. B a bit of leftover, but I think they trust that B will not be attempted again, given how hard it had been stopped last time. Oh, this is going to be a free kill, isn't it? Shock is in the anti-flash position. There should be some sort of utility thrown soon enough.
Oh. Not able to capitalize on the second there. But an advantage that will remain, despite the T-side's best efforts. Peppo gets away with half his HP still remaining and intact.
Peppo and
Morisco, looking at that as well, easy. Everybody's tagged up here. Or at least half the server. What do we got here? Push. I like as well we don't get do get to see both these teams going for this. Nobody's shying away from the push here into the canals just for information, because it is a very good play to make. a preemptive rotation pretty much, but the only gap here is that mid-control, and Beppo
Oh,
doesn't
Fossil.
notice. But guess who has been seen? It's Fossil. Thinking maybe even has a 2K for himself. Beppo, you're a dead man walking. And that's the go signal toward the A side you go. Morisco, you need to stand at the test of time. Molly's late. There's a flash. Buy more time. Do whatever you can. Drop the bomb. You might have the round for that alone. And I think that could be enough. Okay, 4 seconds off the bomb. And a round still recovered. They are not done. Morisco, he's had 2 massive rounds here for his team already. A 4K and a 3K here as well. And Sinners, they are having that individual moment now, what we kind of wanted as well from the beginning.
Yeah. We laid it out bare. We said that some individuals have to show up. Beppo definitely amongst them. Others like Beastic, like Morisco, like Zetko, like Shock. And I'm happy to see Morisco in this light. It's a rare occasion to get him to be on the top of his game, and right now he is. Tactical timeout for Ruby as Kaida disconnects. I think we might see a technical, actually. I'm not sure. If it's just a simple reconnection, then no need. But in any case, in any position, in any way, Sinners are now not only taking the lead, but they've dictated the pace of this second half so well that I think Ruby is now reluctant to even try any shenanigans, to even try anything, really. So I'm kind of having a feeling that they themselves are blocking, you know, their own progress in a way, thinking, oh, we shouldn't be too aggressive. Oh, we shouldn't do that. Oh, we shouldn't do that because we're losing players. Let's try something defaulty. Let's try something passively when you should let them be unlocked or unchecked, really, because I think that's the only way you get Sinners here. Like, how slow is Ruby playing, right? And this isn't the first time technically, but it is the first time against a team that is playing even slower than them and that is ready for the meticulous approaches of, I'm sneaking through mid, for good 40 seconds. Well, no, they're going to be expecting you kind of thing.
If you are playing a slow round at the CT side, have decided to go for the bomb sites, you will always be expected to be in the mid, right? We already saw that there as well, where you do have 2 players on that A side. What do they decide to do? They aggress into canals to get that information. There's nobody there. As soon as you think about it, they decided to go back a little bit, because mid is that question mark. You're always going to expect somebody there. It's just that powerful of a position for the T side to take control of. It's more of a rarity if you don't see it.
Yeah.
Than anything. The only time I feel like you're not going to see that is if you're going to have just a full-on B exec or a split through canals,
Yeah.
but that's different a little bit as well. But even so, it doesn't. It's just got to be something that the T side will most likely challenge in one way or another. Waiting, chilling for a little bit before we do come back, and apparently we are done at chilling now.
Well, it's gonna be that buy again. Half investment, few pistols, few Kevlar, single AK, hope for the best, waste the rest. Honestly, Ruby, I think if they don't, legitimately, if they don't come out of this slump by the next round, it's done for this map. That's what I'm feeling here. I'm seeing the Ruby we saw. Who was it against? Do you recall when they lost? It was, wait.
Fireflux?
I think it was Fireflux, yeah. I'm trying to remember who we watched them against. I know they lost one of the series.
Fireflux, 9-13.
Yeah.
And they beat Bed Boom the next day. That was it. That was what we were thinking about earlier as well. But since then, they also beat Zero Tenacity, 13-11 here. That was yesterday. So they have played this map now 4 days in a row.
Yeah.
But the third, fourth... Actually, no, never mind. I lied. There's no game of the 5th here. They've had a day of break, but nonetheless, they have been put through the ringer on Anubis. Now they're getting a couple more games on the board as well, just packing up their schedule.
It's getting interesting, it's getting nifty, and it's about to get shifty. Let's see, Ruby, let's get swifty. Let's see what you can do with the AK.
I didn't want to actually mention this until now as well, but did you know Sinners in the 8 games, now 9, that they've played on this map, they have had a 71% win rate on their T-sides.
That's pretty impressive, to be fair.
Very impressive. Like, I think most or high-end numbers we usually see, even for Anubis, would be like around like 62-3 maybe.
Yeah, 65 max.
Yeah, they've just had really good T-sides consistently, except today. Being the one disappointment into that record, but CT started they're getting a chance to showcase this as well a little bit more instead, so, you know, a little bit of give and take, I suppose. And for the start of it, we've got a 1-for-1 in mid. We talked about it. How much T-side are going to be challenging for. This time we decided to get rid of Risco. Jock will survive barely.
Lucky man right here. That Deagle had a bullet with his name on it, but luckily the corners are covering him because this is Counter-Strike 2. You get what you don't see. Sinners. Let's see. Checking middle. They want to be sure they won't be flanked, but surely they'll leave one on A, right? Surely they're not banking on a full B stack. That'd be absolutely foolish right now, given the info they have. Nobody canals, nobody B main, nobody mid. Obviously, they can only be A main, or they're waiting in T base for a sneaky B play. But are you really gamba on that? I mean, here comes the push. Here comes the push to shove, and B's taken easy. Traded off. Kaida is gonna be able to get shock. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, having a rough day to start it off here for one shock. But it is what it is. B6 performing the least. That is one thing that makes up for it. And Sinners, for the retake, down a matter. They should know main is under contention. That flash came through there. And they instead dig that space into heaven. And I love that readjustment for the whole team. Yep. Abandoned main. Abandoned ship elsewhere instead. 3 up in heaven. There is a smoke at Peppo. There is no kit at the moment to make things a little bit more awkward.
That's
and
round.
To make it worse,
oh
there's
God.
only one man remaining. Zed goes dealt with. Ruby will steal this one. They pop up with lack of weaponry, lack of, I guess, supposedly winning chances. Here they are.
I mean, what in the world was that? Ruby out of a single AK, I believe there was a Mech 10 in play. They get not only 3 rifles, they get the bomb plan, they get the round. And they effectively destroy the economy of Sinners in the process, as basically they've been reset back to minimum. Once more, Sinners find themselves on the teetering edge of a quick potential loss if this continues, because, yeah, you've got the op on Peppo, sure. You better take a time out and think about what you're going to do with it, because Zetko's on a double eco. The rest can buy the next. So I think you're gambling on the fact that Zetko's going to play an MP9 next, and then you just hope that the AWP survives this one. I mean, Morisco with the 1.9 loss bonus, he might be able to get up to speed soon, though I don't think there is going to be enough for the op, unfortunately. At least not with Kevlar. If I'm calculating correctly, he's going to be at... Never mind. They are going to buy here into a weird $1,000 buy. Am I missing something? Am I, like, have I misread how much money they're getting next round?
I don't think so.
So they're gambling on the fact that this op might give them a win, and if they lose, they're just gonna buy next round anyway with whatever they, or might even go for an eco, actually. I don't know, it's weird. In any case, good start, Easy's out. That's the offer for Ruby down, and Ruby and the discussion of the offer, we've had it a little bit already. I mean, Easy feels like he's just not there for them individually. I think they're gonna need to upgrade soon enough. Like, if this persists, right, he's been not there on the level the same way we'd expect him to be since joining Ruby. And I would hate to see him be left in the wind, or in the dust, but sometimes gotta think of the future here, and I mean, right now he's doing pretty okay. Not bad, by no account. Though a lot of times I remember him losing those duels already in the previous series we'd watch from Ruby. A few of them, actually. As they encircle B, like vultures. Crawl to an empty carcass of a site with only Pepper holding that up. Will be their undoing. That is unreal. Sinners truly sinning their way to victory. This round should never have happened in the first place, but in fact is already theirs. It's a save. You don't even have a chance. Ruby, what is this? Like, I'm legitimately just trying to kind of wrap my head around their decision making, because there seems to be no decision making.
I mean, we did start off the previous half with out-of-pocket rounds, to say the least. Why not continue that supposed tradition now for the second half at least, and make it a tradition? So to give Sinners a way back, in, it was that full-on gamble for the AWP, and apparently it seems to have worked out.
Perfectly so. I mean, the fact that they lose nobody, you know.
Taking 2 AKs as well.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want an eco like that? Kinda disconnecting. Some issues, internet, something. We've had this problem before with Ruby. It's a consistent one, apparently. So hopefully nothing too serious, and he gets himself back in here immediately. But we are approaching the end times of Anubis. Slowly, surely, we're crawling. This game has come to a dead halt. It feels like every round is stretched out to maximum, like to 2 minutes or 1 minute and 55 that we have for it, plus the freeze times and everything. It feels like every round is going in the same kind of direction. It's a slow trade-off, starting off with nothing, then a one-on-one pickup, and then, you know, kind of maybe making their way towards the side, kind of maybe making something happen with a bomb plant. There's no energy behind the plays we see from Ruby is what I'm saying. Like, I don't see the vibe from Ruby to believe in their comeback. Meanwhile, from Sinners, every round is a glowing one. Like, they seem to just burst with energy whenever they get into contact and maybe even get the first entry. Also, what's happening with Shock, man? He's really having a tough time. 5 kills only. He needs to step himself up.
Yeah, that is that is something, absolutely. Right? I usually talk about him as an X factor, where he's either gonna be at the top of the leaderboard or at the bottom. It feels like that's the sort of play that he
I don't think that
often ends up being.
in my eyes, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I feel like he definitely fits the role, but doesn't fit the bill, if you know what I mean. Like, he could be that, yeah, if he had not been as inconsistent. Like, the inconsistency is kind of crazy.
And it definitely feels to me just like a 50-50. Top or bottom. There's no in between. And maybe as well, right? That's one layer more added to these supposed consistency issues that we're kind of putting out on Sinners as well, maybe. So, well, definitely a part of it. But they've tried a couple of other things as well, right, in recent times when it comes to individuals and roster moves and changes. But I still think they have a very good roster. It's just about finding that and making sure that not the skill ceiling, but the skill floor is as high as possible. So you're not playing a C game, but instead you're playing like a B minus.
No, you're
your
playing
worst
an
kind of
F-
thing.
game. You know, you're in the double negatives, almost making it a positive. So, I mean, if Shock dies 2 more times without a kill, he's going to be truly triple negative here. So that's yeah, it's a problem. 40 seconds, B take, single defender. It seems like Sinners have forgotten about a B take, and Zetka's going to have to go big or go home. He's going to widen in, widen out, and maybe one for him. Nope, Hassanathan instead entries. He's been a bit quiet for the last few rounds, hasn't really done much, but this entry secures the round. I think Sinners save. Like, I don't even think you try this at close. Like, you got 1, 2 kits, no defuse. Well, excuse me, 2 defuse kits, 1 smoke. You know, not much really.
Yeah, that nade, by the way, would have got Sinners the round. I think there was like 6 seconds, 7 seconds left when that bomb goes down. So 9 HP is the difference between this round being done for Sinners or Ruby in this case.
And that's fair to put it, but on the other side, you know, it's like you're gambling on hope to save you instead of skill, right? For Sinners. Like,
Sure? Okay, I don't know. I feel like we're maybe maybe just in a weird position just because of how many rounds we've had at the... Like, the game, let's be honest, it feels very weird just because of how many...
It doesn't feel like
how many
close
old
game.
rounds we've just had that never should be.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't feel like a close game. It feels like a game that has gone wrong on both ends, and now we're just kind of course correcting on both ends. Nobody's really sure what to do, how to play. They're just kind of winging it, and the team that wings it better is going to be the one that wins. And it feels like Ruby does have the better chances in that scenario. I really do.
Yeah, this comes back to my previous request of can't we make like a couple of rounds of normal Counter-Strike almost. Just...
I don't want to sound harsh, but I have to agree with the sentiment that it's just not very good CS.
Maybe map 2, right? Maybe that balances things out.
I hope so. It's strange. I'm expecting a lot more from Sinners.
This is well, right? This is supposed to be a decent map overall, but today is just unfortunately rough to start for both teams, and that is all there is to it. Like, individually, let's be honest, like, we've had good moments, yes, absolutely. Like, Forzel has had multiple situations where he's been fantastic. Morisco as well brought Sinners a couple of rounds by himself.
Catastrophe.
But it's that consistency, man. We're coming back to it, and
there's
right
nothing.
now, we keep swinging back and forth here for this half as well.
This is just, I don't like it. I mean, I feel like this is just not the level of CS that we'd seen from Ruby.
Oh, that's
and that
nice.
we know from Ruby. Morisco is playing beautifully. Morisco's really stepped up, by the way. He'd already started at the beginning, you know, when we kicked off the first half. He'd been there to save Sinners multiple times, and seems like he's just continuing that trajectory, and I like it. And easy, I mean, what do you do here? You just fall off.
Brother fell off.
Bro fell off. No, look, we've
not really his yeah, not really his choice, let's be honest. And Noscope at least has a little bit of flair to the kill feed, but Morisco, yet again, he's had a like I say, a great game so far. Thought Sinners started essentially at the start, and he's continued now with a couple of these rounds and 17 kills in total.
I mean, it's what Sinners are known for. That, you know, individually they won't have those strong suits. They won't have Grix level of performances or Kaide or Hasanater level of performances. There will be exceptions to the rule, absolutely, but for the most part they play well as a team, and that's what really is their strength, wherein their strength lies. Yet the team rounds are the ones they lose the most, and then it's the individual ones that they persevere in. It's like it's a weird twist of fate and twist of knowledge here that we just kind of find ourselves in, and these rounds have gone back and forth continuously. If you would see the round like the round click timer, so sorry, the round win scoreboard, so how rounds have went so far, like I gotta check on HLTV actually to be exact, but like when you see
we
that,
just
you
gone
know
back
what
and
I'm
forth the last 4 rounds.
Yeah, it's literally gone back and forth, yeah. And it's like it's a bit of a trade-off there, a bit of a trade-off there, and then, you know, we're back to square one. I wouldn't even be surprised if Ruby tie it up here and then lose another one, and then tie it up again and lose another one, and tie it up again, and we continue this vicious cycle of hell in overtime.
Please no. I'll say it. This so far, I feel like somehow worse than Audacity. That's a tough one. Previous series, out of that one, better than this Anubis at the moment, but it is what it is, right? It's the...
Yeah. We can't change what is, we can only observe what isn't.
Man. A minute left, though. So what do we got here? Ruby, like you say, maybe they gotta try to tie this up here potentially. We'll get a chance to. Molotovs going back and forth. Out they go. And it's just about waiting things out now. Get a smoke as well deployed by Zedko. That'll buy a little bit of extra cover. We are headed back toward that B site as well.
I feel like
Ruby out of the full forces, making a play for this. Pepper will be left alone, it seems. Maybe not, no. Zedko will stick around. I thought it was going to head toward Temple for a second, but no. They're not going to make a gamble rotation this late into the round. Good first shot. HE as well. Chip away a little bit more, but barely useful. is still onto the site hold itself. Now Zetko alone. Multiple
What did
leader,
they
quick
say?
trade instead, and Ruby, they are looking for that 10. Bomb makes it across. One spotted in CT as well now.
One coming cross.
3 on 3 is up into the air. Not anymore, but Force will find that advantage. One on crossfire is set up, so Walio slips in. That is a nasty headshot. Last in CT, Shock alone. Exploring the right area of the smoke, but doesn't find it. Waiting. Swing. No miss. And it is a tied game yet again.
Did I not say it, man? I'm like, they're gonna tie it up. It's gonna be 10-10. Now we're gonna see a force buy by Sinners. Well,
Someone has to run out of money, man. I swear to God. Someone's gonna lose eventually.
And Sinners are gonna buy an op again, maybe. No, Peppo doesn't go for the op. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. For a second there, I was worried. And it's going to be 11-10, then 11-11, then 12-10, and then 12-12. I think that's what we're seeing here. Legitimately, I feel like it's such an indecisive game from both teams that nobody really knows how to finish this. B-stick, aggro A main. Excuse me, shock, not B-stick. Apologies there. Aggroing B main and mid. Fast A play, Ruby? Is this for the first time in the last 20 rounds or so that we're gonna see a B attempt that goes, an A attempt that goes fast? Like, no, we're not. Like I said, it feels like both teams are a bit indecisive. They're afraid of one another's, chances of what can happen if you make one mistake, and the result of this is a very slow game that goes nowhere until the very end, and then all of a sudden Kaiden decides to go massive. 14 on the board for him, 2 kills overall, and it's looking like they're going to go A site finally, as they've cleared out main rotations and camera rotations. It seems like Sinners will have to drop the ball. I think they save. As soon as the bomb is down, they go to a save, absolutely. And on middle, it's
the round decided. It is very nicely
pointing,
done. That as well, right? The last few games we've seen, Kaide has been very damn good.
Yeah.
And again, he is showcasing a little bit of that skill, which is nice to see. But eventually, we finally put an end to the back and forth here. It's got to be back-to-back rounds for Ruby instead. Introducing maybe a sense of normality to the game here that we've been missing.
Maybe.
But same here for Sinners as well, so they've got weapons, they've got a reason still to buy around this if they want to, but I don't know if they really should, right? You could just buy a pistol or two here and just eco around with this, because, like, okay, here's the thing. A timeout would be very nice for Sinners, but do you want to go for that sort of risk of, okay, we force buy around these weapons and we get ourselves, like, a couple of pistols and armor? Probably not, no. Peppo could jump off a Moss or God forbid, a FAMAS or like an MP9 maybe. But an eco is just really the safe option here. Again, if you have to, you will save that over. You want to carry that over toward that next round at the very least, but you know you're not in the best shape here to fight for that 11-11 scoreline. And Morisco's lost his USP now. And Sinners already on the back foot with weaponry, now with the man at disadvantage as well, and it continues to grow. They at least make use of the USPs, though, I will say that.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
They're not wasting those rifles going aggressive and hoping for the best. Instead, just wanting information, wanting to find out what the plan is going to be, but easy indeed. And 2 remain. Like I said, maybe that all gets carried over. Probably not at this point anymore. And Sinners, they are going to fall with 12 here. Ruby eventually getting somewhere. 3 rounds in a row to be had.
I'm happy that I was not right with my initial prediction how this was supposed to go. Because I was being a little bit, yeah.
Back and forth and back and forth. Eventually to a complete close. But the map itself still not yet to be determined. Instead, we've got a couple more minutes, rounds perhaps to go.
Overtime still possible. Sinners, can they pull to it? Excuse me. We're about to find out. Ruby, As you said, 2 rounds is what they have to work with. Surely it's enough on a technicality, and oh boy, that's going to be... No, never mind. For a second, I thought Zetko might peek on. Doesn't decide to do so. And we're going to have a bit of a B mash-up as well. Bit of a mosh pit here. Oh, that boost is being anticipated, but Fossil still... You know! Fossil! Oh, that's madness. It's absolute madness as Hassan Akhtar gets clapped, but... The damage is already dished. They know there's one in con that Zetko Kavaka finds shock. I think it's over.
It looks like it. Pepper in 1v3 is at least in some decent position to work with in terms of... The bomb is not planted yet, and he's got a stray T side of play somewhere, but he has chosen incorrectly here. Chosen poorly.
You have chosen poorly.
Although... Hold on. The bomb has suddenly come to mid alone. But not that alone. Hello. Actually getting away. There was a chance. Peppo gets away with it, but dropping down, he will be denied. And Ruby, it is their map pick. It's not clean. That is a very rough game through and through.
Yeah.
But individual moments are kind of what do change and give even both, or either team even a chance here at any point. First, it's Marisco to get thinners on the board, energize them. A couple more started to wake up. But then as well, Ruby have their own moments. I think Fossil was the hero of the map for them. He had such a good couple of rounds as well, especially on that CT side. A couple of holes to start things off as well. And then toward that second half, those 8 entries managed to find as well. Very much important. And thus, into the end, it is the round, or the first map done. And we will move on, hopefully, to a more stable, more solid Counter-Strike on map number 2. I can only hope.
Yeah. I hope so too. Map 2 is going to be Train, ladies and gents. Stay with us. We'll be back with the CCT Season 3, Series 1 of Europe, the first round of the Swiss stage soon. We are live, ladies and gents. We are back. We are returning into action. It's going to be our second map coming up for the second series of the day. I mean, so far it's been one hell of a disappointment, hasn't it? Like, Sinners, they've done okay-ish to start, but then they just kind of fell off. They one too many mistakes here and there.
I think we're just all trying to forget map number one. Honestly, I think Sinners and Ruby alike as well. I gotta say, that just didn't happen. Handshakes, we can pretend it never was.
Yeah.
Start fresh on map number 2 here instead. We had to watch Train. This is Sinners map pick, right? Train, it's one where it's interesting they go for this, right? They haven't really had success on it, so I do kind of fail to see the vision at the moment. Their last 2 games as well, not even all too close, like a 13-8 and a 13-6, both losses as well. So I'm just not really all too familiar with Sinners and the game they're trying to play with this Train pick. Maybe they're kind of thinking this is a map where Ruby just don't really have their, or as much practice on it. Like, that's the one thing we do look at as being a weaker part, maybe untested or unproven for Ruby. That could be like
I
a
would
reason.
say unproven is the right way to put it. Like, it's an like, it's a map that can go seriously wrong, especially if you start T-side and you don't get any sort of leeway. I mean, let's not forget, it was Morisco trying to save Sinners out of losing the map. And we don't get to say that very often. No shade towards Morisco, but it's like the rest of the team, we expect him to play equally, if not better, than Morisco.
Normally, yeah. Normally, that would be the sort of case we're going for with Sinners. We just didn't really get to see it, and now they're backed against the wall here. It's still the opening round, right? Obviously, we're still in the very first round of the Swiss stage. The stakes are not really that high, as you put it.
They're not high at all.
As you can
In
put
fact,
it, yeah.
They're like, nobody cares, I think, for the first round. Like, there's very few people that actually give an actual damn for the rounds. They don't either progress or, like, fall out. I think that's the sentiment these days.
I don't know. We'll never know, I guess, at least for now. But I would not probably categorize this myself in the same way. But either way, right? It's still, as long as the pressure isn't there, all is good, all is whatever, it's fine. But nonetheless, you still like these wins either way, just to prove to yourselves and to others that you are a good team, but you need to be fair and such. Because everybody's looking for consistency, everybody's looking to be a good team, simply put.
I mean, I think what I can say here with safety is how, I say they don't take it seriously. Obviously they do, because if you win the first round, you win the second, all of a sudden you're one win away from the playoffs. That is big. Those are big news. That's some big news that you can work with, that getting to the playoffs, maybe getting even deeper than into it. But more about I think, as you said, the pressure is not there. It's not the same as if with an elimination match or progression match, because the weight of this best of 3 is far less than that of a GSL-style group system, right? In a GSL-style group system, you lose the first best of 3, the opening match, you're immediately in the elimination match, which means you've got 2 chances. So you have to fight from the get-go as a beast to survive. Here it's a little bit easier. The Swiss stage allows you to have minimum of 3 matches played, which of 2 you have to, you can lose. The third one you cannot afford to lose, or you're eliminated. So it is a little bit of a less of a, let's say, mentally exhausting system, because you do have that fallback to, okay, I can lose another without having to already be eliminated.
I think that's also a discussion in itself, right? I prefer the Swiss stages we have here as well, instead of the GSL. That's just because I just don't think it's all that impressive. Wow, you win 2 games, you're in the quarterfinals, baby. I just don't like that in like tier 1 events at all. I just don't think it's impressive.
One thing I don't like is being immediately seeded into semis or quarters according to the group stages. Like, I'm an old school guy. GSL style group stage, you can do a double elimi one, you can do double elimination ones, you can give it a try, and then you can go to round of 16 with like actual seeding. So you don't have the same teams playing against the same opponents, you don't have the same teams meeting before the semifinals or the finals themselves from the same group, that kind of thing. That's my jam, that's what I really like, because it creates for a more attractive game. It makes a better game, I think, because the teams put a lot more effort into the matches they'll be playing, because they know every match is being played for something.
I just don't really get that. Like, I just, simply put, I just don't think so many of, like, the tier 1 events, like, not really great, in just because 2-3 games, and then you're seeded into semifinals. Like, you play maybe five games and you've won a tournament. Like, what the hell is that?
That's bullshit. No. I agree with that sentiment of, you win 2 games out of the group stage and you're already in the semis. No, that's absolute bullshit.
That's stupid.
The doggiest move you can ever do. Like, I hate that. It's like there's no competition there. This is not a.
I understand as well. Yeah, then as well. Let's continue this as well a little bit. I understand the mentality, right? You're playing with your tournament life on the line of almost every single game with like double elimination and such. It's just, I just want to see more of these sort of stories, like from 0-2 down to make these sort of like Swiss stage group runs to the players. That's really cool. That's sick.
That's one. Yeah, that's one.
Without that, we
to
wouldn't
look
have
at,
the one and only major for NA as well to be happy about and reminisce for like 17 years until they finally win their next one. But that's what I like. That's what I like. But that's a discussion I'm sure many people have many opinions on as well. Yours may differ from ours, but for now, let's view the pistol for a couple seconds. We'll come back to that. We'll rehash what we might think and what might have opinions on this, but for now, Sinners, they're making their way toward the bomb site. It's not easy, but it's easy on the kill feed. As Stu remain, Marisco and Zedko, even the flank as well they had set up toward the upper B. Holes has been dealt with.
Apart.
It is Ruby, pistol, almost in their pocket, just waiting for the final few. There's plenty of damage being dealt here. Hold on, this is not completely impossible, but it's suddenly becoming impossible.
It's improbable. I mean, look, again, they're heavily injured, sure, but it's 5 players you have to find, and that's 5 players that can shoot at you at once if they have the timing. You can see Kai there. Oh my goodness, he headshots Savalia as well. Everybody below the 100 line, but nobody dead, and Ruby find round 1.
Pretty good. Simply put, very good.
Yeah.
For Ruby. Now, the one thing we do want to see here is a good game. Unlike Anubis, which is simply put, not great. This needs to be better. I don't care who takes it. I really don't. Yeah. I just want to see a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
But for the pistol, it's Ruby who take it. It was a clean round. It gives me hope. Nature, I like this, but I don't like the fact that it's got its knife out. Maybe a little bit audacious, but with some assistance from Sowalio, he's got a chance, and they have a chance to make this very clean, but apparently not that clean. They've lost 2. Peppo with the jumping Glock to finish off that second. They've got MP9s in their hands. Kaide's next. Oh, good smoke. Blown open and spammed through as well. Wonderfully done. The only MP9s, the only casualties and such. We move on toward the next one as well. It's going to be full, or was the full eco, now with a full investment. Round 3. Give us something to believe in.
Let's see how it goes. It's going to be round 3 with a full buy for Ruby. They'll put it all out there, hope that it works. And it's going to be a FAMAS on Fossil. Whilst for Sinners, same can be said. They will put it all out there to see if the AKs can get the W. I believe a Galil in the hands of Morisco, but not to worry. This is a default 2 Ivy, 2 upper, 1 main. Pretty standard. CTs go for main control. Usually they fight for upper halls B as well as Pop Dog, but they just want to eliminate main completely for the time being. Hasanator able to get shock. That's a great start in Pop. And we are watching a good start for Ruby here. Hasanator, he'd been quiet throughout map 1, honestly, given what we'd seen in the past out of him. I would love to see more here on train. And meanwhile, Sinner setting up for the B take. They might swing to check Pop just to make sure they're clear in the back. Yeah, B-Stick is gonna check this. Oh, sees him. Hasanator takes the fight. Decent damage. Not a kill, but Hasanator, does he peek in with a flash? Is there support? The answer is no. He's alone now. B-Stick close by. Oh, this is going to be a close call. Hasanator, does he check this at the right time? He's alone, close by. Kaide. return fire upon. Morisco takes a headshot as well. 3 versus 3. We ain't done just yet. Nexus, this is looking like it could go the way of the Sinners if they play their cards right. Zetko finds Fossil. The FAMAS falters and fails as A site is under threat of attack. It all comes down to Solalio.
That's a big kill to be found as well. Easy can't stop the bomb plant now, but he can still make this one a possibility to clutch up big time. Morisco's on the ladder. He's just playing for information. That's what he's looking to find. One has seen the other. Information. Someone's playing on full 16 by 9 on Ruby's side at least, so has that info to work off of, but Morisco's got the aim and the kill on top, and Sinners. Very good fight here as well.
Excellent. Excellent performance. Sinners find the first easily. And obviously Ruby's going to be forced into a buy here with whatever they can throw on the board, which is actually more than I'd expect. Kaide possibly going for a shotgun, maybe a pistol. Deagle, something. 5.7 maybe. No, Deagle, okay, yeah. Don't know why he buys a helmet though. That's weird. But it started so well. Ruby's looked strong. They got the entry, they got the secondary. Then Hassanatr decides to leave Pop instead of taking control. And, well, the answer is clear. It's as clear as day. Hassanatr right here is going to be cleared out. Kaide is also almost dead. Double up. That doesn't work. The nades fly and the teams die. Oh, Solalio actually trades, surprisingly enough. But they know it's not Hassanatr. They know it's not the MP9. And towards B, they should be sending this fully. There's nobody else to really deal with this.
And you never know if maybe someone's got a modified 5.7, you know, a full automatic.
Maybe.
That or a very quick trigger finger is also a possibility. But easy, he's got an M4. That's a different weapon. He had an M4, now he's dead. Now he has no weapon. He's watching his teammates instead. With Zedgo on the bomb plant, everything's going to be A-okay, but a little bit of whack-a-mole. How many rounds of this do we get? Because this feels like every single time there's always going to be whack-a-mole. As well, just pop your head up. Fossil finds the timing. I feel like that should be expected more than people do, because no one ever really looks there after, like, the first try.
Oh.
Fossil, he's got some issues, some struggles of
skills lacking.
Meant not on point, but Peppo is.
Yeah, the Casey skills of Fossil lacking, which actually cost Hassanatr his life and subsequently the round. 2-2, and Ruby full eco. That's it. Simple as that. Explained in less than a second. This is a 3-2 start for Sinners. Great opening. Honestly, T-side starting off strong like this. Very important. That's why you buy. Don't buy a Zeus. It will get you burned.
I feel like Zeus adds a nice spice of life, you know, a little bit of variety.
I feel like Zeus on rain on train doesn't work because you're gonna just hit yourself with the electricity. That's why he burns.
Backfires, you know? Yeah.
Backfires, yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a pointless round.
Yeah.
Like there's no rhyme or reason, no chance for it.
Yeah, let me put it this way. It's not a pointless round because Sinners are playing it very well. They are playing this one without taking unnecessary challenges or risks, thus making it a boring round and for them a good round.
That's fair. I absolutely agree with you. That is absolutely fair. They still only lose one, so it's minimal losses.
How did they not spot easy ever?
Yeah, I don't know. But again, what I'm saying is Ruby goes default on a pistol round. That's what gets me, you know, on an eco.
Yeah,
like,
they had at least a reaction to the IV presence, but it still didn't work out because Sinners played it slow and patiently. They waited for Ruby to make that move. Well played, boring round of Counter-Strike out of the way, and that was what we had for 2017, 18, and maybe a part of 19 with Astralis. We don't want that anymore. We had that whole boring Counter-Strike debate back then. Now it's Counter-Strike 2. It's action, more action. Maybe. Probably not really, but... We've seen more in Counter-Strike. That was like why people wanted Astralis to lose as well, because it got too boring seeing them win, man. They played too clean.
They did play too clean to a degree, didn't they?
We've got...
They played too good, and it just wasn't as
tired of
interesting
that.
anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, sometimes you want to see good CS, but sometimes you just want to see that messy, gritty,
You want to be rolling in the mud, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see the big, filthy, filthy CS, you know? That's the best CS sometimes.
Sometimes. Not previous map, but sometimes.
Yeah. Well, let's see how
Down
the
and
pitch
dirty.
goes. I mean, it's a full A send. They're going to trade off through Ivy, through Pop and Main. And there's 4 defenders right now. 2 in Ivy, 2 on site, which is not good news for Sinners. And why are Sinners taking this long? Do they know how long it takes to the site? Fossil finds Zetko and Ivy. 27 and counting. Already out of Pop. 3 players engaging. They're checking Hell. Moriskov
faded as well. This is just a terrible position if you're Sinners. That makes it easier. With Hostinator down, the bomb academy planted. Now it's started to shape up here eventually.
Okay.
They play that very risky. Hostinator, if he stays alive in Connector or even just finds one, rest of Ruby could capitalize off of that opportunity. But that could have gone very wrong. It does not. Sinners instead, they make it look into the end, right? It's about how it looks, and
it
calculated.
It also looks horrible from the side of Ruby. Like, they have 4 players on A effectively, and they are completely unaware that their opponents have pushed out to A. That's a massive miscommunication and tactical error on the side of Ruby. Yeah, deservedly they find easy as well. Like Ruby,
I'll say that's very odd. Now I'll explain a little bit more on that. Right, it's the first kill we have. It's on the Zedgo. You've got 30 seconds remaining. I was gonna mention it because it looked so damn good with Fossil just spamming the smoke with the M4. He spots nobody through the smoke. Eventually, he gets himself Zedgo. Still nobody else there, and there is no, or very little to no reaction from the rest of Ruby beyond that. Right, you have 1 man stuck in the back 6, 2 in Ivy, and 1 man in Connector. No one was really responding to any sort of outside yard pressure itself. And thus, Sinners, they walked out for free. They got the site with 1 kill in Connector. Hostinator dead, and that was the round. Like, it was so misplayed for Ruby from the position they were in. They got the information in Ivy. That should have been enough as well. You should have focused on site afterwards. Yep. And it was just nothing there.
Old nothing burger. They force up. What is this weird force? Kaida down to him. MP9, $700 left. I mean, they have max loss bonus, sure, but still. Kicking it off
is something.
Aggression of main.
I respect the hustle of the MP9, but it just feels really weird. Like now being the only real investment you have, as well as a couple of Desert Eagles. I mean, you got a loss bonus. I guess it makes sense at the same time.
No, it doesn't, because you've got 3.4 loss bonus, which means you get a total of $4,100 for Kaida, unless he gets a kill. Like, he's going to be lacking a lot of util. And I don't like how Ruby is playing. Like, they seem to be a little bit lost on train, I'm not going to lie. Like,
we did say this map is unproven to them. They've only played it 4 times so far.
Yeah. And when you play against a team like Sinners, where B-Stick, you know, most players on Ruby never played Train before, by the way. I just want to mention. Very few that have actually touched Train before it was removed in 2021.
All of this year, it is just literally been these 4 games in the last 3 months they've played it. Yeah.
Exactly, and the inexperience shows, because this map demands a very different approach on gun rounds than what we've been seeing so far. Like I said, the map of Train used to be known for A main control and Pop Dock control now. Well, Pop Dock and Upper B are basically the mid position of this map, and you have to control those at all times as the CT. As we go towards B, they realize it's possibly a stack, they go back A, that's round. That is a 5-2 start.
They're just not going to keep it clean, apparently.
Good job. Sinner is doing well. Establishing dominance.
Yeah, this absolutely is concerning, but at least we're getting one thing we asked for, which was a lot cleaner of a game to start things off here. And Sinners, they are playing it very, very clean. Right, some cause for concern, maybe with that time and some of the rounds we've seen, but then again, they have been given that space to work with it. Beastic is calling a pretty damn good game around what information is available in these rounds as well. Or if not him, then someone else as well, in some situations. Who knows exactly the inner machinations of these teams? Sometimes we've got a secondary caller, somebody saying it in a position, I'm here, I'm gonna do that, and people saying, yep, okay, let's go, and just commit to it. It's not as simple as one IGL has every single decision in a team. That's never the case, really. You've got layers to Counter-Strike.
Well, it's like a cake. Every good one has a lot of layers and a lot of different flavors. And right here, it feels like...
My favorite cake, an onion.
Ooh. Layered with multiple other onions. And some Shrek smell.
No. Let's not go that far.
No? Okay.
Instead, let's wait this one out again, alright? How much time can be spent before we get a first kill in this one again? Because we're, again, headed back for the A side. We've seen previously as well Zed go up in Ivy. He's been taking his sweet time. Now, it seems like there's going to be a bit of a mass import of T-side players making their way here. This time they are more focused on this main position and somewhat ready as well when it comes to Ivy just respond to it. But not exactly ready for that play itself. The information is not going to be there. We'll be able to sneak right up here.
They got a double setup in hell, so...
Yeah, this is very rough as well. Just look at the position of the CTs. Kaide is in between, going to be checked connector as well, and they've let it... They are going to let them walk out Ivy and connect Pop Dog at the same time, pretty much. First duel. Zedko takes it, makes it a double for Kaide, though. A triple in total. Fozil bails him out as well with that next one. And despite the odds against them, it seems like we've found ourselves in a position where Ruby have something still to say. And it's individuals to make that difference here. And wonderfully out and in time that they get it done.
I'm not gonna lie, that setup was horrendous. One good molly would have bumped out both from the position, and all of a sudden Kaide is left alone on site to defend against 5. Luckily for Ruby, though, Kaide hit some amazing shots, 2 blind, and through the smoke, I believe, if I saw that correctly, or through the smoke, something in that vicinity. I believe pushing them through Ivy, in fact, or shutting down the Ivy push.
Correct.
And Sinners, well, they do lose a chunk of money, but they're setting up a new take, and it seems like it's going to be a faster A position. I think they realize they have a weakness on A they can abuse. Let's see if they do that. In fact, Hasanato goes by towards Pop Dog. He's not expecting, but he is going to be able to fight it still. Kaide and Hasanato each for 1. Kaide, inmate, needs to evade this certain death as he slips it out. Ooh, Kaide, you're lucky man. Slips away unattended to, shall we say, unbothered.
Unbothered, moisturize, in my element. I'm happy in my lane and focused, flourishing.
Oh,
that's the one.
The timing spots both. And I think they know now this was an A attempt. They'll have to know somebody was in upper halls, probably Pop, maybe still there. And with both an Ivy, the bomb scene as well, it's kind of dead giveaway what the attempt was. Ruby, they just have to keep calm and composed, keep watching their corners. They've got a good crossfire right now set. 1 hell, 1 back default, and 1 right outside of Pop. This should be a first kill to Ruby to begin. Never mind, Flux gets himself slapped. Oh boy, they're going to be clearing this out deep. And somehow the molly is actually the mistake. The molly is the mistake. He's able to get 2. rotations coming in time. 7 seconds. Peppo cannot let go of the defuse or the plant. As the molly is what actually buys the chance for the round for Ruby. Like,
Bulls is easy to move away from the main player's spray. It's rough. But it's individuals again for Ruby. They are now stepping up to the plate. Ready to deliver something here for them as well, to give them a chance, because now spinners are running out of money here. Sure, they've got that loss bonus piling up, but they're only going to be down for so long, even if this round goes against them. But it's the momentum that might give Ruby a couple more here. Train historically and even presently as well in this current form is still CT-sided by, I think, a 6% margin. If I'm not all too wrong on those numbers, I think hasn't probably changed too much in a couple of days. So there's still a little bit of CT-sidedness going on here as well.
though
that is very much a T-sided duel. Zedko taking a second one as well. Morisco slips into the trade, and we've got more to give. From Hasanator and an MP9, create opportunities, make something happen. One slipped into connector as well to hold a power position. For Ruby to be worried about, but they have no idea he's going to be there. They might think about it soon as well, but not for the reasons they think.
There's no chance. Yeah, well, now they know, but it's too late already. Easy's dead, and Mr. Hasanator, he'd been quiet since map 1. He hadn't really done much of anything, really. And that is... Where are you going, bruh? Take the op, maybe? Yeah, I guess that's what he's doing. Fair enough, fair enough. Ooh, sees the shadow, and he's about to die. Good night. I don't know why he's delaying himself there. Doesn't even get the kill afterwards, so just a waste of opportunity here. 4-6 Sinners. They'll have to deal with another tactical pause from Ruby, but they are getting them. They're getting them hard. I mean, they're catching everybody off guard. 6-4 means effectively they've already won the half in my eyes, especially T-side Train. I mean, 6 rounds is fantastic, and I'm sure they'll get more. Also, what the hell is this by? Scout? MP9?
I don't know. I'm figuring that out. Maybe it's one that we're gonna look back at and say, oh, we should have known. Because that MP9 didn't work. Beautifully done for the first second as well. And guess what? Kaide slips out.
No, please don't. Main, for the love of God, don't let Main. Why are you not looking at Main? Why are you not looking at Main? Like, what is the issue here?
Old man yells at clouds.
Seriously. Like, you got 2 kills, that means you're done, that nobody else can come main? It's crazy. I am in disbelief, honestly. Savalio, he might save us all from this kerfuffle, this disaster, this absolute tomfoolery. Oh my god. It's not even a headshot.
Last at least, one shot at the scout. You gotta give Easy a benefit of the doubt, but he's picked up an info, and I think he is about to get out of here.
Yeah, I like...
Not seen?
Doesn't see the feet, yeah.
No kit makes it very impossible here as well.
It's impossible. It's literally impossible right now. They are not going to give him any space, room, or anything in between. Beppo doesn't even die.
Sharp.
Okay, legitimately, like, it seems like the inexperience of Ruby is now truly showing here. They get 2 in main. Okay, that's all fine, dandy. But there's no reason to not keep watching main, to not keep on watching main. It's like...
That's that is a rough situation, right? A smoke is not a wall. You gotta walk through it.
Not just that. It's like, oh yeah, I got 2 kills in main. They're not coming from main anymore. Like, what kind of a logic is that? Like, it doesn't make sense. They were quick attacking. Clearly, there's gonna be more coming. I don't know. It feels like Ruby just haven't played this map enough to have the feeling for it. Honestly, like, they know what they need to do, but they just aren't trained enough to do it. Kaide, love the push. If works every single time. When you pop flash it well, like I said, main is always going to be under contest from the CTs. It should be. But one thing I'm missing, Ruby has once not gone to upper B Hall's control or pop dog control. And that is what is costing them this first half, I guarantee. And that's what we're going to be seeing out of Sinners absolutely dominate Ruby with. I feel like this is going to be a quick 1-1 in the maps. I don't see Ruby making a comeback T-side. Simply put, they are not on the same level here.
Yeah, we did have the, I guess, doubts as well as to why is this the map that the Sinners pick. It was the chance to reason that this is one of the ones where Ruby's untested as to proven otherwise by the rest of their map pool. The areas where weakness will be shown. You say the inexperience. Dining through. No kit. Still an issue yet again. Utility from Asinator will get shock at least out of position, coming through CT, but not the right direction he'd looked at, and instead gets caught by it. A very good first half by Sinners. There's some decent ideas here for Ruby, absolutely. But like you say, there's just not enough practice put into getting these reactions down to the situations that we see. And I like as well that kind of plays well into how Sinners played this half, which was very slow, meticulous approaches.
Yes.
Not afraid of running down the clock and just kind of showing we're more comfortable doing these risky things as running down the clock. And from there, just pushing through a smoke as well. The trade for the mains push as well. They were having a very comfortable T-side. Now CT as well, I feel like it's going to just continue to be that way. At least on the paper probably should be that way, but
let's find out, shall we?
this has not been a perfect map for Sinners either. And that's the
not by a
crux
long
of it as well. Why we kind of doubt maybe this map pick initially as well. But currently they've proved us wrong. So what's to say they won't do it here as well to keep it fairly clean. Map number 3, it's Mirage if we get there. But to get there, 5 rounds required from Sinners.
I think we should be getting there. I sincerely doubt that Ruby make a comeback on T-side train. It's one of the hardest maps to play T-side on in the history of Counter-Strike, and if you're not well prepared for it, if you're not well attuned to it, there ain't gonna be much you'll be able to do about it. Not to mention individually, nobody's really up there in the high heavens, so here comes the execution. They are ready for this. Ruby will find 1 free kills for days. Chuck is defending from Catwalk. He gets 2 with the deep flank of Zetko already in the way. And does Ruby even suspect a thing? No, not a single. Oh my god, Zetko, what have you done? Oh no. Ruby had no idea. They didn't know there was a flank. Zetko, the only thing he had to do was hit the shot. And he fails through and through. Morisco, no kit, but he's going to sit on the bomb, try and force out a reaction. Maybe gets Easy, maybe gets Kaide. Not sure he's ready for Kaide. He hears him, he steps in, but he doesn't react to him. Zetko. Mr. Zetko. What happened?
Mistakes have been made.
Yeah, they cost him the round, I'm afraid.
I'll ask you this now, just to give you a chance to change your mind 1 minute later. Do you feel like a comeback could happen then? Are you gonna flip-flop from one round?
No, I still feel like a comeback won't happen.
All right.
But you know, if it does, well done, Ruby. Poorly done, Sinners, because Sinners are a better team in every regard on the tactical sense here.
I'll say. To that, against that, Ruby have proven us wrong these last few weeks, pretty much every single time.
They have. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not against Ruby
just
winning.
Putting it out there, just
yeah.
to let people as well know, they have been performing very damn well. There's a reason for it. They've barely been having any of these L's in their recent games.
Yeah.
It's just the last 2 where things looked a little bit, slightly worse on their record, but overall it is majority green.
Yeah. It really is.
Yeah, last few months they've only had 5 losses in total, or 6, 7. Whatever that is. I actually lose count of myself, but 7 losses I think with the last 3 months in terms of actual best of 3s. They've been really damn good. That's the
the takeaway. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, ready or not, Ruby, this is a round where they'll have to prove themselves, and I love the aggression from Savalio. Meanwhile, we see Sinners staying away from a very aggressive kind of pop dog push. They don't even attempt to take any control towards main. They're going to put B-Stick in control of Ivy. This is a good decision, but he's going to be isolated, though Kaide fails to pick him up. That's a massive W for B-Stick. He re-challenges, though, gets himself caught. And we can see how Sanatra's watching main push. He should be expecting this. It's normal to have CTs in your face in main. Meanwhile, deep flank on Fossil for B. Maybe he works it out. Maybe he gets a free kill. Does he? Shock is in trouble potentially.
This is one thing as well we barely saw. I think we saw 2 rounds from Ruby where they actually aggressed Pop Dog. And both were either a pistol round or a force by round, half by round. Everything Sinner's already kind of getting jiggy with it.
Ooh, wait a second.
Exploring
they didn't check
the map.
Savalio. You gotta be shitting me. Oh my goodness.
He's not going to stop pushing back either, so
Savalio.
he's just going to go toward the B side for free. The CTs are not going to know. And at the same time, Morisco's taken this position and he's going to be behind them on A. So 1 flank for you, 1 for me, but hold on, because guess who might get the bomb in his hands?
Oh
Maybe even a second kill. A freebie to make it 2. Morisco might have just won the round because time ain't looking all that great.
This
They're
is one of-
apparently ready. So
That's what
while
I
you're
said.
down, insult
what I
to
said.
injury.
That's what I said. The Ruby is just tactically completely underwhelming on this map. They have zero clue what to even do here. They have players across the map doing absolutely nothing, burning time and burning calories for free. I don't know why you put Savalio to push upper halls that quickly to do nothing with it. I don't know why you have nobody else checking Pop Dog. Why is nobody watching Pop Dog? Like, okay, we don't care. Oh. It's like it's such a disappointment here that I honestly I couldn't find myself to care about this second half anymore, because Ruby, I just don't see them having any tactical depth in it. Like they're making worse than rookie mistakes on this map, and I don't blame them. It's a hard map to play, but I'm expecting more just on a default basis already. Kaide, you gotta win this duel. He's lost again.
That's rough. That's
He's
rough.
dead. Yeah, this is like this is gonna be 10-6. There's no doubt. Sinners, they are controlling every inch of this game perfectly, and Ruby has no clue what to do. They literally have no clue what to do.
I was gonna say as well, to look at the rotation that Sinners is making to have B-Stick coming over to support. They also had the man on site, I think that was Peppo, no, Morisco, to immediately turn around as well to cover for that when Peppo then gets blinded as well. The reaction is good. And thus as well punishing Ruby for their initial aggression, forcing them to be a man down.
Why are they going Ivy? I
don't know. I was going to mention that as well in the first half, where we saw a lot of Ivy aggression from the Sinners, which I don't think we currently see all too much shown in this iteration of
not
Train.
On the new iteration of Train, yeah.
Yeah, Sinners are kind of playing against that almost.
I mean, maybe they have a good plan, but Ruby here, I mean, they get 1 entry, now they're stuck in Ivy. Good luck getting out of this position. You have no main control, no pop control.
This
There's a flank
dirty
already. I mean, you're fighting with the player.
Staying alive.
Like, what
Nothing
are you
going
thinking
right.
is going to happen? Like, this is disastrous. I'm sorry, this is really disastrous to say, but well, it's map 3. I mean, Mirage is coming guaranteed. I just don't see Ruby having a slight chance here at all.
Damn.
They wasted their opportunities on their CT side, one too many, and you know, a few T side opportunities that they already kind of trampled.
Here's my I'll just throw this out there because we're gonna have a most likely boring round. If this was still global offensive or just MR15 or 30, do you think this would have changed anything, right, for this game? Because comebacks, right, are slightly more difficult, maybe as well. You've got less rounds to play with overall. What do you kind of?
I think it wouldn't change anything because Ruby is not tactically prepared.
But you just don't think a couple more rounds to make a comeback to get things going wouldn't change
anything. No, I don't think it would, because Ruby just don't know what to do. They're legitimately lost on this map. And you can tell by the way they're playing, the way they play their defaults on gun rounds, of course, what they do on gun rounds, how they, you know, approach certain informations they get, and how do they react to the information they have. It feels like they're kind of like, okay, let's try this. You know, it's that kind of a call, like you're playing matchmaking, you know the map, you haven't played a lot of it, and you're just like, okay, let's go there, and everybody goes there, and everybody kind of, you know, how do you call it, fiddles with their fingers, or how do you call it?
Fiddling with their thumbs. Yep.
Playing with their thumbs, yeah, whatever. Fiddles with their thumbs, whatever. It's like, it's just nobody knows what to do, and everybody's just kind of trying to get a kill, maybe.
Sure.
They'll try to get a bomb plant. I think that's not really going to happen, and yeah, it's easy. It's easy for sinners.
Now, as well, right? Two couple of people, right? Mr. Tail here, Mr. Seattle, he's having a bit of a rough one, right? We had a very poor map one, simply put, where nothing really went right. It was just bad. It was bad. Here we were hoping for a better game overall. We're getting that, a much cleaner game from Sinners. And thus now we're headed towards this train. We're getting a clean game from Sinners. That's what we wanted. We wanted a clean game, simply put, from anybody.
Yeah.
And Ruby's just not really getting much done. This does show the inexperience they have on this map, but it's all there really is to it. There's a reason this is the map that they have been avoiding as well. They haven't been playing it, and it is now kind of being shown as a weak link in their map pool. Showing Ruby as well is a human, because every other map they have is above a 60% win rate.
And this is the default we never saw from Ruby on the side taking pop and upper B. And we can see the dangers of it and how hard it is to beat even after getting the first entry. And yet again, Sinners still retain control. And I think this is just kind of encapsulates everything as to what has been happening so far and why I have such low expectations for Ruby in this map. Easy. Hasanathar and Fozil, it's a 3v3, yes, and they will find Beastic and Ivy. That's a perfect pickup.
Bring it back.
Beppo brings it back.
One last chance when it comes to getting anything done here for Ruby to give us at least a conversation, right? Of confidence rounds headed toward Mirage. You want to at least head towards any map, no matter what the situation is, to go into the next one feeling like you had something going your way. But here we're seeing what we didn't get on map number 1, which is Shock, for one. 17 kills right now. A X factor in this team. I still will stand by that, but right now, we need Easy to be the sort of man we need him to be as well. Also, swing from Shock. Does not stick it immediately, but he's going to get off the plant once, but there's no time, I don't think. Or maybe.
Get the bomb down. But no time. Shock plays it perfectly. Yep.
And that is 12-6. It gets close, right? A second more. We've got a game, or we've got a game and a round of clutch on our hands.
Yeah, we got
it's
a
not, however, there.
Clutch, maybe.
That is now moving on. One final chance for Ruby again. I'd like to extend the play at least. We're not seeing much here, and this again. It's just them showing weakness into their map pool, which feels very balanced, very nice to have at least some sort of opinion.
If you ask me if I believe we could see more, I think the answer is no. I don't think Ruby has it in them here for Train. I definitely believe in Mirage, though. I think Mirage, they will win. Individually, they should be better on it, much better than Sinners. Tactically, we'll have to see if they'll rebound from this, but I'm sure this is just because it's Train. It's a hard map, and you cannot make it up on the spot. The more you try, the worse it's going to get eventually, because you're going to tangle yourself up in a mess, says Ruby. Let's find one. It's a 4v4. The final seconds and moments of this potentially last round. Well, final seconds, not yet, but soon. Ooh.
That's a big miss.
It's going to hurt.
Easy as well. Illy found here as well. Will let him live without being disturbed for a good while. That Molotov down as well toward not green anymore. Back 6. Let's him have a bit more space. Bomb will be planted. We're looking at that retake here. Zerko and Shock hold a power position to move in and trade at the same time, while Beastic now gets started. On the kill. That's one. Making it a second as well. One remains. This one, it's going to be given away. A 3-on-3 down to the last man here to give us whatever we might need. So Walio as well. Bit quiet. Now's your chance. Take this one count. The spray is never even going to happen. There's no transfer, no chance of that second. Because Beastic slips in. It's up to 17 kills himself to get a very clean map win at the end for Sinners. The second half without any issue when it comes to it. And that looks good. Wonderfully done. I like that. I really like that we get finally a clean game of Counter-Strike 4 today here.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It comes on a map like Drain as well. It shows weakness in Ruby's map pool, which otherwise seems very, very solid.
Dude,
like I kind of said as well, they've just had very, very little red overall on their record. So maybe today is that when that changes, and we are seeing what the key conditions for Sinners as well, being those individuals to wake up. We're seeing those differences when it comes to one of Shock being awake or not. Zedko, Marisco as well, right? We're seeing a lot of different sides to Sinners here, and that is what is making the difference, as well as the fact that they have a bit more experience, a couple more games under their belt. They even took this risk of going to this map in the first place, and from the first half, we saw them exerting their confidence all over this map, and such, in the end, they cleaned it up. Nicely done.
It's like we said, Ruby just tactically underwhelming. It's not enough, and as you said, yeah, Morisco, I think he deserves another shout out here. Another reason why Sinners have such a strong start. It's because of Morisco at the beginning, where he kind of was able to shut down that early attempts of Ruby developing their CT side, and from there on out, it never really got better for Ruby. But with that being said, it is our third and final map, Mirage, coming up next. We take a short 10-minute break, and we will be back with more action soon. Stay tuned to see the kind of development of this best of 3 here. And we're back.
We're back? I heard we're back. Is that true?
I believe we are. I think we're live. I'm not sure. We're going to figure it out soon enough, though. Map 3 coming up next, and after the tactical disaster of Ruby when it comes to train, next up is Mirage. It's their home ground. It's the map that, you know, I think they have an upper hand over Sinners every day of the week almost. Individually, maybe team-wise, team tactics a little bit less so, but certainly when it comes to individuals, Mirage reigns supreme. Maybe.
I do think we're at least going to get back to a real back and forth here, because this is just a map where Ruby do have or have shown that they are decent, or that they've know how to play it, and unfortunately we just keep piling onto it. A train, this is not a good map for them so far, and this just proves kind of more as to why they've been, I guess, avoiding the map. Sometimes it's just, you know, you're not going to play at your best, and that certainly was not exactly it. But they did have a couple of rounds where it just seemed like they had their good ideas, but then the execution to follow up on such things just didn't work out. So, foundation may be there, but it got to build up on it first.
The only way you can learn a map and be better at it if you play it. So, you know, it's not like it's a bad thing. It's just, those are the facts. As we are factually in map 3, it is going to be Sinners CT side and Ruby T side, looking at an A execution. We'll switch the top on the top names immediately here, get this one sorted, and see where Ruby take it once we kick off into this A play.
What else we got here as the site hold? It is beautiful.
Oh. Come on, Shock. Take it. Take the ace. You know you want it. Oh, he's going to get it. He's going to get it. Okay.
The X Factor, I told you. Lives up to the task here as well. A wonderful, wonderful stuff for him. And that's kind of what I want to see as well here from him. Because I remember when they tried it with a couple of different players as well in the lineup, they had their issues as to sort out exactly what sort of roster they're going to be fielding for a while. They took Shock out for like a couple of games. It did not look amazing. And that is why he's here, right? Sometimes slightly inconsistent, but he absolutely has these games where he pops off. He controls a game and is a solo difference maker. That's just the start of it. That is just a prelude of what's to come.
It's the very beginning of the end. Let's see. Round 2, kicking off into an eco. Ruby obviously without a bomb plant. You can't really afford much without it. And yeah, just hoping to get lucky. I believe that's a Deagle. Am I seeing that correctly? That is a Deagle in Easy's hands.
You are correct.
Maybe walking B, hoping to catch the spotting player, which in this case would be Beastic. He's the B anchor, usually. Shock playing A anchor, as always. Zetko's a fast rotate between the two, all at any given time. And Morisco's the one to support that short hold towards B. Timing on the molly is perfect. The nade is absolutely divine. It's a little bit too further out, though, than you would like.
It is, as they say,
Crossfire.
Money.
Yeah.
And money's been made, and now also gained for both sides a little bit. But one remains, not for long. The round is done eventually. Takes just a couple of seconds. I guess you pointed out, maybe they want to go to one of the B side, catch off the defender. On a technicality, maybe they do, but they don't really get much success beyond that. So we do come to an end. It's 2-0 for Sinners. It's a very close, or very clean round, and that's what they're kind of looking for as well. Build up that early economy. All that good stuff that you want at the start of every single game, either way. And now, we continue, move on to our next portion of the game, which is gun round number 1. Heppo order holds as well to top mid. Hit one swings, they might be as good as dead. Into the smoke. Might have seen his shoulder, and he tries to readjust. That is not what you're looking for. It's caught. Morisco picks up the AWP.
Sanator off the timing here on the swing. And the scope out. Zetko caught in call. He's getting a little bit of headway. Pushing through short. Or rather through apps into short. And with B control established, it's pretty much a clear clear-cut decision here for the rest of Sinners. Beastie calls it. Please save, because we gotta buy the next, and we're a little bit broke in that department. 2 rounds in a row is not really enough to get it going just yet, but on the other side, good start for Ruby. Punishing those peaks on middle, especially the kill on Peppo to begin, kind of opened up a can of worms that Sinners never were able to get a lid on.
And a whoop ass open up here in mid as well. I like the jiggle and the bait almost as well in mid, right? It's very unintentional for how it works out in terms of Ruby finding the finding that opening with the all being baited and yada yada such. It was real nice though. I liked it. This one,
1.5, yeah.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of an investment, intriguing for sure, and one that I'm not sure if I'm on board with. Considering the MP9 majority here, it's going to be very expensive either way. Win or lose, they're going to be paying a heavy price, surely.
That's what I'm expecting. The thing is, this is going to leave them very much wanting for a lot of cash later down the line if they fail, but it's going to be Peppo first, it's going to be Morisco that's getting traded, but Zetko with the MP9 goes massive, clears out Delpon, checks out Undercon, and it's Mr. Shock again that gives up the round for Sinners here. Ruby already with the white flag almost. Fossil 1v4.
I said it was going to be expensive either way, win or lose for Sinners. I did not expect it to be easy.
Yeah, neither did I. And I think what gets me the most is the fact that Zetko is able to embed himself on top mid through that smoke. The timing was immaculate. I would love to see it from the T's perspective, because it must have happened just as the T's were crossing, you know, into top mid, checking that corner on the bottom of Con when there was a smoke deployed. And somehow Zetko gets through that, steals too, and it kind of locks in the round there and then. And you cannot do much here if you are obviously Fossil.
Yeah,
I think Fossil sounds better, yeah.
Yeah, Fossil. He's not really got much to say. It's a bit unfortunate, but hey. You do what you're given. These are the cards he's been dealt, and he's trying to make sure that he can at least save. That's fine, right? That's completely fine here.
No, I mean, yeah, keep the AK. You can drop another next round if needed.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think anybody's going to be hungry.
A part of me that still wants him to try to just punish this one. Considering how much of an investment it was, just a couple of kills. Just 1 or 2 kills.
Yeah, sure.
It's an attempt, right? It's always got to be there in a situation like that where the CT side have spent so much and gamble on that. Even if they would, just make it expensive at that point. Just be annoying, be a nuisance kind of thing. But it's a choice. He wants that AK instead. He even had that exact 2,700 money, so he could drop another AK. They'll be fine. It makes sense either way. It doesn't really annoy me in any of that way, but just a lingering feeling I would like to see that.
Well, lingering feeling is going to be lingering a bit further. Ruby, they're going to be opening it up with a bit of a default 2 into apps. I think they're going to try and split down into underpass, potentially towards mid window, and we do have 2 players falling back from itself. I'm not a fan of the choice. Hasanator takes a nade, and we do see a bit of a trade of bullets here in towards Palace. Savalia tries to be lucky with the smoke. Just plays his hand and reveals his position, nothing else. Ruby taking their time. I think they will still commit to mid, and they want to draw it out from Sinners. They want to see if they've already used all their smokes and mollies. And I think, for the most part, they've done a good job. Here comes the contact. Morisco on short. If he dies, that's a problem. Zetko now locked out of con. It means Morisco has to either stay in ladder locked in or try and escape by some elaborate way until they lock him through Delpan.
An elaborate rules to get out if possible, but for now there's going to be pressure being put on mid. Ladder as well. Morisco does get Molotov and forced into a fight flight and somehow able to get out. Every single one of those bullets feel like it should have been on his head. Dodging death just barely. Now Marisco has to hold his health damage and might be decent enough to soften up the rest, but he needed a shock to perform more than just damage as well. Zedgo joins Peppo in terms of getting a couple of kills as well on the board and try to stop that bomb flat as well. Still leads to more damage! And that's all Sinners are getting from this, but at the moment it's going down to this round. It is in the hands of Peppo to try to salvage this one, but there just seems like there's no way.
There really does seem to be no way. Peppo, no defuse, no smoke, no molly to at least clear out the spot, and there's a deep flank by Kaide. In all honesty, he should have been running away already, perhaps fighting with Kaide for a better spot, but here he just dies, and that is all she wrote. Well done by Ruby. That mid-insertion was a bit dangerous, but they play it correctly. They might lose a little bit of HP early, though the entries go their way. And afterwards, it's a bit of a collapse. Sinners, they lose their second round. They rebuy what they can. Pistols are in play once more. Those 5.7s better be up close. Beastic as the B anchor with Morisco in support. They don't play B Morisco at all. Okay, bit of a switch up. Solo B for Beastic seems like a very dangerous choice, and yeah, Beppo's gonna be reinforcing. You need a rifle on B at the very bare minimum.
Good control. Ruby will take this eventually. There's a little bit of a fight back nonetheless. Not completely free that they'll get it, but it has eventually been given up here as well at the same time. That's what makes things a little bit awkward as well, almost, but have aggression from Sinners. Marisco wants that information with a minute left on the clock. They're gonna be able to make a rotation off of this as well. Maybe one more cheats over toward the B site. But they are instead looking like they wanna get a little bit of interest more added to this mid portion of the map. A flashbang goes to short. 5% of the Beastic actually snuck into one loud room, but they still seem like they are aware of that. And he's been found. Now the B play comes through and there's suddenly nobody here. Marisco with all his information out of position never really got much for his team to actually make anything happen, unfortunately. But instead, bad advantage either way to the side of Sinners. Now TikTok though, there's no kit on the or for the defuse, and that means he's gotta move quickly.
The quicker the better. That's gonna be easy. Sovalia and Hassan after holding. Boost on short for Peppo to try and get a spot on. Easy checking market. There's nobody too deep in there. Shock is taking his sweet time. They know Sovalia is behind bench, but they can't take a real straight fight. The Zepco finds Hassan after Peppo with another. The 5-7 hits, and it is gonna be Sinners. But no kit.
Oh,
Without
that
a
is...
kit, there is no win, and that is going to be a third for Ruby. They stay alive long enough for the bomb to go off. Damn.
Damn, that is rough.
It is.
All that work and it's, what, 2-3 seconds that makes the difference.
It really does.
That's life. That's the way the cookie crumbles this time, but Sinner's still away. Still get away with those weapons as well, which will help them as well majorly in this one. And sometimes that's all you need. It is that simple. So what do you get right now? Shock, he's got for USP, so with B-Stick as well, so they are displaying the long con here almost. Trusting the fact that these weapons can work. Which already, we saw a round very similar to this way back on Anubis, where it was, I think, exactly B-Stick out of Shock who had nothing but USPs.
Oh!
And they made using the pistols being part of the actual game itself and being active, but for now, they've again lost the first. Continuing up toward the B side, that is just one. Peppo, AWP is here. Needs to start, but he's a little bit too wide as Forzil will take him down. 6 feet under goes Peppo. And so do the chances of winning the round.
Peppo got cold feet and he jumped out a window, leaving B-Stick to die. That's so unfortunate. Either, I mean, if it was intentional, then, well, it's a shame that B-Stick had to die in the first place. In any case, that's pretty much a 4-3 start, and the op won't be retrieved. They'll have 2 AKs. That's the bare minimum, I guess, you can hope for in a scenario like this. Even the Kevlars can be salvaged. But damn, nice entry by Ruby. They make it look easy towards B. The setup, nice idea, but again, Peppo, right? What happened?
Terrorists win.
What caused them to be so afraid? I believe he thought it might have been a flash, perhaps. I don't know. Instead of a smoke, because a smoke was thrown, and I think he heard it bounce and just immediately left B-stick in the wind. Okay.
Guns coming back out. AKs, of course, is well saved. It means headshot potential is there for Ruby to be worried about at the same time. But we've got a very fast A lean coming out here as well for the T side, focusing their efforts very quickly this portion of the map. But not the only place. Action unfolds in mid first. I like this as well, right? Sinners, they want to figure out first once the extent of Ruby's own efforts and extends the push mid. Takes away a big part of the map and try to take that away completely. It's Trace that they'll have to work with, but that leaves Morisco or the short Peppo and Connector fighting for their lives, but they've got away with the advantage yet again. Make this difficult. Bomb goes out to 2 or 3. Position is not there for Sinners to work with at the moment all too well, but instead, you've got to get those opportunities and you can't miss those.
And they won't make the same mistake twice. They do have a kit this time on Morisco. But it's Fossil. And if we are to believe this Fossil, he is bound to live a long life. Or at least be remembered for history to come. First for him. Now he knows the second straight angle is right here for him, but he loses it straight up. Peppo just takes him out without a second of a down. And that is going to be Sinners bringing it back immediately after a bit of a disastrous round beforehand. Good trade on mid. Very important they got rid of Cade immediately, because all of a sudden you can refocus your efforts on A. Sovalio, this engagement was very poorly thought out and kind of left both Easy and Fossil in a near impossible scenario. Even the fact that Fossil got one already to begin with was great and a little bit dangerous. In the end, it was already more than you'd usually wager for. Back and forth, economy collapsing on both sides, this time for Ruby, and it seems like they're going to have a deagle on Fossil, the rest with Galils and AKs. Holly this! Oh, the team kill, that's unfortunate. Kaida dies, but Hasanathor still makes Sinners pay.
Ooh, Morisco as well. He'll only manage to get himself the one. But again, another doable situation for either side, and this one at least still favors Ruby. Problem is, bomb's not planted. The Beastic has been hurt. They know he's coming in from CT. There's a massive gap. The Uzel being thrown. Beastic slips in for 2 huge kills of his own to leave just one here. That is far from the ideal. That's not what you're ever supposed to do there.
And Peppo's now having to retake this with an AWP. He's got a molly and a smoke and a flash. So what he can do is smoke the bomb, molly pit, and then flash himself into defusing this. But Hasanator, he's taking no chances. He's got a nade as well. He can open up that smoke and take a fight without a problem. Wide jumping. Peppo's a little bit late, and there's the nade to finish the job, unfortunately. As Peppo tries, it is denied ultimately, and Ruby will find their 5th. Weird rounds, man. We are trading off, one off, you know, one on, one off. It's Sinners are now broken. They're gonna force again. Peppo still has the op, but yeah, it's a bit of a wacky game here.
Yeah, it really is, and sometimes that is how things do work out, but it's... And sometimes as well... Oh my... Unavoidable. Why are there 4 MP9s? Why is this the buy that Sinners are betting the rest of the half on?
Yeah, that's the weird choice, but hey, they're thinking to themselves, Ruby's low on money, they got maybe a few $1,000 at best, and if we win here, we break them, we come back, we make a 7-5 half for ourselves. I get the reasoning, I get the logic, but the question is, do they have the balls to take it, right? because you have to be proactive, and Morisco, he was. And the balls were there, unfortunately, the aim wasn't, and should be pretty clear to Ruby this is another force fight, given that they caught him with both Kevlar and an Oh, what?
Hello!
Ow! Just jumped out window there. I mean,
He is
dead,
being
so-
a decent... What is... Oh, what?
Imagine if he'd
Why
been
is-
able to help.
I am
Yeah.
confused as to how is Peppo and why is Peppo stuck in the corner there with an ALUP.
Yeah, that's another point of conversation we can have for sure. Sinner's making some weird choices. B-Stick dying pretty much elevates the whole pressure from B apps, and it kind of makes it clear to the T's. Oh, what is this wide swinging Fossil? 1 HP. Shock so close, it's so far. Pulls out the USB, actually gets it. Now Kaide, 1v1. He's got the Molotov, I believe, and even if... Ooh. Okay,
There
yeah,
you go.
Never mind. No, like, if he had not peeked in the 10 seconds, because that's a genuine possibility until he hears the second click, potentially, if he doesn't believe it's the first one is real. I mean, a 10-second defuse, that'd be crazy. But right here, Peppo, you were talking about his position. See, if somebody was there with Peppo, they hold that B. They hold it down easy, and they have a clear win here.
Alright. Another force fight. This is weird. Last round, that's whatever. This back-to-back is even weirder to see. And apparently this one is working out. You know, if you at first don't succeed, then try again.
Until you actually do. Yeah, it's ludicrous. And ooh, I think Beastic just made the right call there. It would have been mincemeat otherwise. The Mech 10's waiting for his next victim.
I'm still looking at Shock in Palace, by the way.
Yeah, I think they know about him. They should. They know there were two players there. So they should be well aware somebody could still be coming behind them. We can see even Hasanatar strained to watch the back of his as B-Stick. I mean, at this point, if Savalia goes through Murder Hole, I'll be pretty mad. Like, there's no reason to go through here. Okay, or he can just die. Never mind.
One way or another, you'll find your way out of the round. Peppo's did a scout shot here, and Easy's left alone. With an AWP, this is calling it quits for this one. Again, I mean, hey, you try to force your way through this one, and eventually one side will break. And right now, it's 2 force buys in a row. Second one will net Sinners their 5th. It's crazy. It is almost ludicrous.
This is like the 5th force buy, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm not even trying to think about that number.
Yeah, I don't even want to calculate because I'm not sure I can. But yeah, easy saves. I mean, what else are you going to do? It's round 11. You've got the op. Money's going to be tight. Actually, there's going to be no money, to be fair. But hey. He can drop Mech 10. That's the best he can do. And we're likely looking at a 6-6 halftime. Unless there's going to be easy with the op, you know, pushing the boundaries of what he's capable of. I don't see this round turning any better. Or Cade. Okay, Cade's the X factor that we always talk about and how much of a difference he can make.
It really has been the one to be performing consistently for his team. And that is why, or a big part and massive reason as to why they've been so damn good. Reason as to why the results have been the way they have. But right now as well, right? I love the fact that we are getting this fight back as well. We do... Right, originally we kind of say Ruby, they probably are just overall slightly better, maybe in a recent or current form. And while Sinners, they can be as good. They can be better. It's about showing that consistently, which has been the point the entire time. Why did that form? They've still got a couple of rounds to do so. To this one, it can tie it up. Surely with an AK and an AWP, you don't go ahead and give them too many easy kills. And currently...
Is that the leg spotted? Oh, yeah. He saw him.
Not giving away opportunities to many of them, at least. There's 1 and 2 for the CT side. As Ed goes down Molotov, he's he's at least got an isolated duel. But that has not mattered. In the face of a Desert Eagle, he'll get his taken away. The round itself, Although defense, Peppo, yeah, the position's not, you know, prime. It's not great, but he managed to get away this time. Remain, make it just one, and we're gonna call this one here. It is going to be 6-6 at halftime. It's not clean, but hey, we'll make do with what we get.
That was a bit of a crazy round, not gonna lie. Sinners pulling off the scout round. Like, I think that's really what brings them back mentally as well, because I think I have to take this one from the readable ones, aka, you know, a dopamine hit. When you're hitting those headshots with the scout, you really are getting that adrenaline pumping, and it does look like Sinners in the last two have somehow awoken the monster from within. And we're going to be looking at potentially a quick turnaround. Their T side, if they continue on the dominance, if they get this ball rolling further. Whew. I mean, Ruby, it wouldn't be the first time they get surprised, and right now they look pretty Pikachu-faced.
Rise Pikachu. All right. I suppose I can get behind that as well, considering as well, right? It's not just one round where Sinners get away with something similar, because there was a couple of similar situations or close calls, definitely. I do feel there were situations that... Well, I mean, I feel and I know there was a situation that could have been played a lot better on the side of Ruby, but either way, 6-6. We're getting a close call for map number 3 at least. That'll be making it interesting here.
Bit of a technical timeout. Obviously waiting for the start of the half.
Making sure everybody's good to go. But yeah, what's on your mind here for map 3? Let me hear your thoughts. What's up?
For me, the first thing that comes to mind right now is Shock and his 10 kills. Because I distinctly remember seeing an ace in the pistol. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it feels like there has to be more to that. You know, I hope we see more out of him. We'd already seen map 2 for him to be a perfect one. Or was it map 1? I think it was map 1, actually. But regardless, a lot of games already today. Memory's a bit fuzzy from time to time. But the fuzziness ends when Sinners are going to be going into the gun round. Right here, it's basically a full B take. They're just going to try and get through this as best they can. A smoke has been deployed. There's a few flashbangs. They get a kill. And let's see if they can get the bomb down soon enough. 4v4. Mariska finds Fossil. Shock finds Easy. This is looking better than it actually had from the get-go. Buttocks are clenched, and we are ready to see this 2v4 retake. Kaida and Sovalia, show us what you got. You got the time. You have the utility. Do you have the accuracy?
Well, Divine 4, there is not much of a position to work with besides now Kaida to open up, create that opportunity. And I guess what he's doing is creating, taking, destroying this round and hold on the side of Sinners by melting on the post line. That is ridiculous.
Well, if anybody wants to learn how to properly retake, I guess we can take a look at that round again together, because that was...
It was like one missed shot for all of the retake, I think.
It was near perfection. Near perfect. Even Homelander would be proud of us. As Kaida just slips in like a snake, finds 3, secures the round with Savalio adding on the 4th. I mean, Shock might have been tagged, I believe, or might have been Mariska, but regardless, the rest, full HP, just couldn't hold on. And Sinners with a bomb plant, they force up. Let's see if they succeed. This is a very, very steep slope, and a slippery slope, in fact, that they're currently finding themselves on. Lose this force, it's probably 9-6. Lose the gun round afterwards, and it's 11-6. Then we're talking about a 2-1 for Ruby.
Yeah, see, that's the normal things you might expect. And here as well, with what we have seen already, you know, a little bit of back and forth, especially starting from this round. And even if you lose this round, I would not count out Sinners by any means. So,
No, that's
let's
fair.
yeah, we've seen it us already
They
being
have the
proven
vibe.
incorrect in similar situations, but eventually we'll see how this one still plays. And it's going to be full attack toward the ace. I know other plans. Not even an inkling of what if we went mid. What if there's a smoke? It'd have been nothing of the sort. A pure A defense. Molotov is perfect. Flashbang as well is good. So Walia from one Molotov to another. Stuck on the balcony. Traded out immediately, but there's Kaide, two of his own. Advantage kept and nearly extended. All taken back. Creeping as well into CT's Peppo. Up close. Back at Take a booth. He still stands. This round. Ooh, in the hands of one as Peppo fights for the extremes of the round's end, but it's not good enough. Now, here's the question, though. 4 kills. Are you feeling audacious? Are you feeling a little crazy?
Yeah, you are. Beastic already made the call. It's a judgment call here. It's a call on Aura. It's a call on the vibe check. And they're going to try and snuff out the flame here for Ruby immediately. I kind of agree with this. They're very close result-wise. Yes, it's dangerous to do this. Yes, you put yourself pretty much, you know, in the scope of a big gun. But at the end of the day, if you are successful, you've already seen this before, you will effectively break Ruby, or in this case, your opponent, and maybe start to steal away the result yourself. Kaide, meanwhile, pushes top mid, no support. No check, no flash, no nothing, and nades raining on Beastic and Morisco. The attempt towards B seems to be faltering, soon to be halted, as Fotzil finds one. The damage is insane, Peppo's dead, and I think the round with it. That is a 9th and a 10th confirmed, as we'll see effectively a full eco here from the side of, well, Sinners. Not a full eco because they have some cash, but I don't think they have a choice about this. They have to go half buy best. Even then, just not buy anything at all. Just make sure you have enough money for the next.
Maybe you're getting a bit ahead of yourself as well, saying 10 confirmed. I'm still saying it's up in the air, you know?
You think they force again? No chance. No shot. If they force again, they lose this
No. Just a Desert Eagle. Headshot 2 or maybe 3.
That's fair. There's the Desert Eagle on Morisco, the only one that buys it. I like else. Maybe you get lucky. Sure, I take that. Meanwhile, Ruby, I mean, kudos to them. They're playing very smart. They know they're up against a very wounded animal right now, and when you corner a wounded animal, a wild animal, you are in trouble more than the animal itself. So they just have to take care of the initial 20 seconds of each round. If they are able to stabilize afterwards, I think they have the upper hand at every single engagement almost. Although, Sinners individually still popping off, so we'll see where it goes. And they did buy a few Kevlars, a few Tech 9s, a few utilities at the end. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
That's emotional damage right there.
Nade leaves a lasting impression.
I wish I had the soundboard.
There's one headshot. I said 2 or 3 maybe, but apparently that's still not being considered by the side of Ruby. They don't let that happen. Limited only to 1, and that is 10 indeed on the board. And now we're going to see Sinners make their stand. And from every round here on out, the pressure keeps on mounting for them, especially with the lost ones. Just stating the obvious, but absolutely still. Finances and everything in dire straits for them. Gotta make these count now. And here's a timeout. I like as well. It's Ruby who called this timeout.
Yeah.
They're the ones who decided that they're gonna maybe chill out just for a little bit. Prepare. We know what's coming. It's that gun round.
Let's get ready for
your own plans. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's make sure that even with the MP9s, we know how to adjust our setup. And I suspect Ruby might go aggro here. They might try to take them by surprise. We've seen a lot of mid-pushing already. Savali, Kaide, they tried a few times. This is the dangerous time, but if it works, if it pays off, you're going to win a round that you're going to be happy to win it in the way you do. Sinners, they're not known to let it go otherwise easily, as I think we're ready to start round number 17, yeah. And the very important one, Sinners, full execution of A, 3 players into Palace. They're going to be running fast here. This is a fast action, and it might work, but they're getting tagged, they're getting bagged. It's Sovalio, kinda easy. They let loose a hail of bullets that you cannot stop, and this is the end of the road. Sinners, the risk was high, the reward was higher, but unfortunately in this case, they gambled and they lost. This is 11-6.
Would it take a miracle? Nothing short of it, and I don't see that happening. Well, good at the game, a magician, I don't think right now, but opportunities may still be created by brute force. Doesn't matter if you don't have finesse, if you have what it takes to out-aim and out-shoot your opponents. But in this case, that goes the way of Ruby. There's, well, almost very little way out there you saw for Zerga, right? It's kind of a spot that I know that he was in the corner. There are two from Savage approaching at the same time, ready to just pounce on that opportunity.
I have to mention this. I have to say, like, why do you rush Palace when you have a full buy? I get it's a judgment call. You hope to catch your opponents off guard, but do you really count on that? You have a full buy. You have a decent amount of util. Like, you are putting everything at risk for maybe, you know, maybe a win. I feel like that's not good enough in my eyes. And Sinners, they're going to be thinking about that round for sure. It's the easiest win you could give to Ruby, and this just kind of burns them further to perform better.
Look at how passive, by the way, this is for Ruby again.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of aggression right in mid, just testing that at some point, but for the moment, it is going to be one where they started off passive. A little bit of an explosion down toward the ramp for Sovalio, there's Intermission, but guess what? It's also left a small gap that the T-side have been able to avoid and exploit. Toward that A side, B-stick out of Palace into A, but he's not heard a single thing from Sovalio, so he shifted all the way back the stairs. And now for Ruby, it's just steps back to the default, thinking, okay, they can't walk out ramp, now watch out. They just don't know they're already up on site, is the...
Oh, he knows.
This one, where things might get sour. Sovalio 1 and 2. Spray is good, be straight, but they lost control of the ball now. Site. It is one they'll have to claw their way back into. They can flashbang the duel as well. B-stick, 1 man, 2 HP, and a headshot. We call that overkill.
What really gets me is how Morisco actually noticed the player in the smoke. Yeah. I think that was Sovalio. Yeah, right here we see it. Morisco noticed him because he knew he couldn't move up all the way to the corner. He saw it on the minimap, and he didn't really react to it. He seems like to have thought, I don't know, to have bumped something, but if he had shot first, that would have been round over, but Sinners lose it instead. 12-6, ladies and gents, we're about to end this third and final map. Sinners on the way out. Ruby has shown their power. As we said, Mirage is their playground. I mean, individually, they are better. There's no doubt there. And...
consistent, more consistent, not better, maybe.
Consistent, let's put it like that. Yeah, it's better put. More consistent.
We gave Sinners a fair shot here as well. 6-6 at halftime, but they've not been able to find a single piece of success for the second half just yet. Ruby instead, they've had it again with the individuals that we know can play. Show up yet again. Guide 19. I think like every game he just proves to be that consistent, and I think he can be doing that every single game. He is. He is putting performances like this almost every single series that they play out on the board, and near consistently as well. Well, very consistently so far, but nonetheless, that is all. That is it. That's enough. We're looking at a 13-6 here. Ruby have decided to take this series as a whole. Sinners, they were given the chance and opportunity, but now it's too little too late to start performing. They'll be forfeiting map number 3, and with that, the entire series. Insanely well played.
Properly broken down here. Great play by Ruby. I mean, if it wasn't for Train, this would have been another stellar best of 3 for them. They would have been once more, you know, we would be singing the high praises for them. Train obviously needs a lot more work, but that's a discussion for them after the match. And after this victory, winning in the first round of the Swiss stage, I think it's a little bit of proof for them as well, for themselves to know, okay, we're strong enough to go up against a team like Sinners, who have been a staple, a consistent staple of CCT throughout the last 2 years. Not an easy team to beat, especially not on a good day. And today, well, Ruby proved to be the better one.
Yes, they did as well. We gotta keep it about as well. That first map as well, it was so up and down. There were so many mistakes in the situation where it could have gone the other way. So it's a little bit of a lucky break, you can argue, as well in that regard. But at the end of the day, what matters is who comes out victorious. You're going to be upset about it. You're going to say, should have been, could have been, would have been different had one thing gone differently and such. But in the end, it is still Ruby who take this series. They're now up 1-0 in the Swiss stage. And with that as well, we actually know the ending of the... we don't know the ending of the Swiss stage, Swiss round 1 just yet, because there are still 2 more games to be decided today. And then we'll find out all the standings for the end of Swiss round number 1, and then move on to round 2 tomorrow. 1-0, 0-1 matchups, and all that good stuff.
We can quickly overlook the schedule itself just for today, so people have a better idea to kind of have a good imagination what's to come yet. Cybershock versus Dynamo Eklat is up next, and then later on ECSTATIC versus Fireflux. Of course, you and I will be retiring here from today's broadcast, and JRT and Vincent will be instead taking care of the actual casting itself moving forward. So hopefully you'll be in good care in their hands. You and I, we've had a lot of maps today.
I'll admit it, it's going to be a busy day for ECSTATIC, by the way. They're currently they're playing the grand finals against Navi Junior and Thunderpig as well. So they've got a back-to-back best-of-3 sort of situation today. Yeah. So it's going to be an interesting one for sure for them as well. But nonetheless, like I said, we're going to be retiring here. We're going to be headed off. And we've got a fair few new faces coming your way for Cybershock Eklat, for ECSTATIC Fireflux. The evening shift shall take over. And ladies and gents, we'll see you guys later in a little bit. Don't go too far. And we'll catch you in a bit.
Well, hello and welcome back to CCT Europe Series 1. And, well, things kicked off and we've had some close games, but a new change, a couple of different faces on your screen. My name's Vincent, joined by JRT. And it's a good morning to you, at least over here in North America. How are you doing, JRT?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm ready for some Counter-Strike here, and we've gotten some pretty good stuff so far, so I think it's probably going to continue here as we close out the day.
Yeah, 2 more best of 3s to cover for the 2 of us, and those looking, as you can see on your screen, Cybershock and Eclot going to be starting off us here in the back half of the day. And then I think for me, like a very exciting matchup with ECSTATIC and Fireflux to close things out. That one's going to be the BO3 after this. So I'm excited for these 2. I think even beyond that, though, I haven't gotten the opportunity to see a lot of this Eclot roster, so I'm happy to get that opportunity as well. This is going to be interesting because Cybershock has been a team that I've been watching for a little while, and I think they've made some shrewd moves here into 2025. So this is going to be fun. Is there any team in particular, though, JRT, that you're interested in?
Actually, I'd say Fireflux as well. Yeah, Fireflux as well. I think they're looking pretty interesting. A lot of their matches were pretty close. I think they played ENCE recently, or maybe I'm mistaken. But either way, like they've had some really good matches. And personally, I think there's a lot of potential on that roster. And that next matchup's going to be something else for sure.
Oh, we'll jump right into talking about this one. As we had highlighted before, Cybershock and Eclot are going to be our first match to cover. And to talk a little bit more about the Cybershock team, I pointed out that I'm pretty excited about them. I think the glowing Blixie move is a good one, particularly when, like, obviously huge loss for Cybershock when they lose one of their biggest individuals for firepower. But like, I also think that this team kind of needed a little bit more like of a passive individual on the team like Blixie, who can be I think a strong anchor player. I haven't gotten to see him too much like in this team, but like he's looked good previously in Aurora Youngblood when I got to cast that team, and I think that glowing has kind of been proving already with some of these results that this was a good move.
Yeah, no question. And I think they kind of took care of things pretty nicely up against ENCE, despite the fact that they lost to BO3. They beat ENCE on Anubis pretty handily, a map that ENCE is very strong. Not that, of course, Cybershock aren't, but it's just good to see that they were very competitive. Phenomen in particular impressed me with his AWP. I thought he was very strong, and I thought he was able to open up a lot of space on Anubis in particular. Yes, they slowed down on Dust 2 and Train, but they were still present, and even Lovicus had his moments. There were times when I was finding him getting into the back lines very effectively, in particular on Train. So I mean, I think they've built quite a strong roster. I agree with you. The additions of Glowing and Blixie have been good. I think they've overall been very serviceable, and I think they're going to continue to contribute as they move forward. So we'll see. In this particular matchup, I also feel like they might have an edge over an Eclot roster that I also haven't necessarily seen much of, but results have been kind of up and down on their side.
Yeah, it's kind of been cool to see the space that Phenomen has been able to take up, given that Stinix move. Like, I think that it's very clear that with somebody that had so much resources put into them going out, they've been able to double down on Phenomen, and he's like looked better and better over time. So that's been really interesting. But let's flip the script. Let's talk about their opposition in Eclot, because this is a team, man, that I like the pieces of this team. There's a lot of like strong ones. The problem that I have found is that they are so very inconsistent, and I don't know like what the right answer is, but they more recently moved towards the Alive here, who I could only imagine still was calling for the previous team that he was on. So I would imagine that, and so I think that the pieces to talk about, right, definitely Forsey has been incredible. There's been times where he's had to like kind of carry them over the finish line in games, but Mikey's also been very good. And for Eclot, I mean, they had a big win this year already. Like I feel like it kind of got lost in the entirety of the tier 2 space, but like they won that Yellow Compass Winter event in February, and sure, it's not like the most incredible field, but I think for this team, that's a very good performance out of them.
Yeah, no question. Honestly, I feel like they've done pretty well. Even we'll get into the veto in a second, but I think that they've fared well against teams that are trending towards the top of tier 2 right now. In particular, Navi Junior pushing them to 3 maps and going to overtime on map number 3. That was in Yala Compass Spring, lost on the map, but still, I think that's in itself is an impressive result. And then you look at other matches against ECSTATIC, against OG, like they're competitive, they're involved in these matches. Yes, lately it's been more down than up on some occasions, but I still feel like this team has a lot to offer and is going to be very interesting to see how they shape up against Cybershock, which, I mean, puts us right into our veto, Vincent.
Yeah, it does, and it's Cybershock to lead us into a Mirage. This is an El Clasico for Cybershock. For as long as I've seen this core of players together, they have been interested in playing Mirage. It's definitely at the top of their pool, and any opportunity that they get to grab it in a veto, they're going to do that. And so they've done that here. That allows Eclat, though, a little bit of space to work with. They kind of had their pick of the litter with regard to their map pick, and I think that's one of the biggest strengths actually for Eclat is that they have a very strong map pool. Like in comparison to just about any other team that's in the same bracket as them with regard to like the skill level or tier, they can play every map and play every map like very well too. Like I mean, it goes to show how often, like how much Counter-Strike they've been playing, because they have been playing a lot of CS. But in general, I think that's why they get so many options and they've gone with Train. I love this pick. Ancient though, that one is the one where I feel like there wasn't like a great option for either squad, and I think that Ancient is just it's such a middle ground. I don't even know where to have my expectations if we get there.
Yeah, definitely no advantage for either side if we get to Ancient, so that will certainly be interesting. One thing that surprises me, though, is that, I mean, I understand it. Like you said, Cybershock going towards Mirage, just that Mirage has been played 42 times by Eclat. They have a 500 record there. They're comfortable there, obviously not winning every single one, but they're coming out with their W's, and it's been pretty competitive for them. But over, you look at Anubis, for example, from Cybershock, and they've been beating some good teams. They beat ECSTATIC, they beat ENCE, yeah, like I just mentioned a couple of days ago, and I feel like that's something that could have been powerful for them, especially considering that Eclat haven't really played that much Anubis lately, only 11 times, 6 and 5. It's one of their weaker maps, so I don't know. I mean, look, they love Mirage, like you said, Vincent, so I totally get it, but I think that Anubis is, an arrow in their quiver that they could utilize more often.
I don't think you make a bad argument there. That does make sense. For me, I just feel like comfort gotta be the answer. Little search out mid here for Eclat to start, and Mikey grabs Glowing, so gotta be calling from the grave. What a shot, that fadeaway from the Alive. That's incredible, and unfortunately for Cybershock, now they have to try and figure out how to adjust here as they get pushed down by Nubik into spawn, essentially.
Yeah, Lovicus is going to get one back onto the Alive, and it's going to be a 3v2 in favor of Eclat. 4C, important engagement. He gets gushed. He's still alive, though, and he manages, at least his teammate does, to take care of Lovicus. Oh, what a razor-sharp shot from Nodaneki. 1v2 now, but he has to get the bomb back. Eclat don't know the bomb has been dropped towards T-spawn, but Nodaneki doesn't really have the comfort in his mind of assuming that, so it looks like he wants to try and take some fights against these last two players in the last known positions. He's going to have to realize they're towards top mid. Did he spot anyone? No, he didn't, and he is going to drop to NBQ. Eclat come out with the round victory, despite a great resurgence in the round by Cybershock.
Yeah, they did a good job actually having a chance in that, but also just want to point out Eclat, playing a little bit loose initially, but once they got down into the 1v2, they shaped up a lot, made sure that crossfire was going to be near impossible to break, so the victory off the back of that. Bomb plant means we're looking at Cybershock with a pretty much full eco. He'll run boost out mid, see what we can get. Oh, and they're not even going to get to shoot at anyone.
Ooh, yeah, the Alive can do some damage here. Comes around. Oh my goodness, he actually gets just absolutely lit up. NBQ has to support him, so does Mikey. Even NBQ, look at the damage done by these pistols. It's only damage, unfortunately, for Cybershock, but at the same time, Eclat had to be perhaps on keep their heads on a swivel in order to get things done in that round. 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, just decorative.
Yeah,
It looks
exactly.
good. Looks good. Sounds like it's pretty good, but at the end, the outcome is the same. Nobody falling, which means job done. If you're Eklat, we talked about the AWP for Fenneman a lot, but Fortzy been a very important piece of Eklat's victories more in this year in 2025. So early opportunity for him to get into the mix. That's round 3 up.
NBQ waiting at Cat here. You're right. Round 3 op is in play for Forzy. He alive. There's the incendiary down. Blixie is trying to move out here towards mid. That's a really nice deep smoke and con as well. That'll push back both Eklat players and open up the space for Cybershock to move in.
Where will Cybershock actually end up, though? They're not going to anticipate this op. Someone was spotted. I don't know if they know that it's an AWP, though, at this point. Still, Cybershock slow. They've gotten one up into the apartments and another into ladder room. Detour probably just going to take this timing, surely. Nubik's not going to have a clue that this is coming down the pike.
Oh man, nicely done from Dietor. Although Blixie and Fenneman come back with 2 critical frags, the B site is exposed right now. Forzy has to hit a big shot, and he does. And in the meantime, Mikey deals with Love a Kiss. Forzy shouldn't have had a chance, honestly, to take that second one. Fenneman whiffed on his spray, and Eklat take another.
For Cybershock to slow that down so much and then end up having to go through a smoke anyway and be a little bit more disjointed than I would have liked, that's not something I like to see early into this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, you know, Forcey doing a good job, but I feel like Cybershock, they had all the right pieces.
That felt like it was, I agree with you, Vincent. That felt like it was materializing into a round victory for Cybershock, and then just couldn't hit their shots, honestly. Nice job, like you said, by Forcey, but at the same time, that second one in particular, no. That shouldn't have come through. Cybershock are going to want that round back, no questions asked. Now they're on to pistols only. They've got a Tech 9, 2 Deagles, make that 3 Deagles, and a P250. A little bit of body armor invested. So, assuming they can get a frag here and drop a gun, could be interesting.
I'm muted. I can't see anything. Screen froze.
1:10 on the clock. Oh, there it is. There's that shot I was talking about. Lovakiss finding the alive. I don't know if that gun can be retrieved. They're trying to, but NBQ says, no, get out of there. You're not touching that gun. 4v4, and damage done to Nodaneki and Blitzy here.
MIT able to connect on the spray, at least towards Catwalk. The reload off, and now are pretty much cooked. Even the low HP, not going to mean too much unless Blixie can isolate.
Nicely done by Dietor to take care of Blixie. And we have a 4-0 lead in favor of Dynamo Eklat. Cybershock, they've got the guns back now. And as I mentioned before, and they're going to call a pause to talk things over here and maybe decide what they want to deploy. I mean, I thought they had a pretty good execute. As mentioned, a couple of rounds ago towards that B site, they had very nice frags in response to what Eklat brought their way. So you're thinking, okay, things are starting to trend in their direction. You have B control. You only need to take care of one more player. But then they don't deal with the opper. Reinforcements, I believe, were putting pressure on them. But it's just, Fenneman, who, unfortunately for him, I don't want to focus in too much on him. I think in general, Cybershock needed to hit their shots a little bit better in that round. And it just didn't happen. So let's see if they can kind of repeat their success of taking the site, and then hopefully for their sake hit their shots. I think having a little more util as well in this round is going to help immensely, because they did have to take those fights pretty dry.
Back. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Focus in. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, Cybershock getting a lot of what they want in mid and still not able to execute off the back of it in that previous gun round. So let's say don't focus so heavily on mid this time. It's a little bit later rather. Maybe they can have a bit more success in that direction.
$1:15 on the clock here. Cybershock are the ones taking the early damage. But they've got an open B site, and there we go. Glowing gets one. Instant trade from Dietor, so the spacing is good here for Dynamo Eklot so far. But they're going to have to deal with that B hit, and Dietor is up to the task. He's already got two. Blixie's gone looking for the third. Not a Neki, not going to miss that opportunity. And now
perfect.
They need to get this bomb planted.
Of course he's dead. It's just really a matter of time. I say that as Lovikas goes towards Catwalk instead. It's going to be timing still favoring him. Grabs the AWP. It's gone. This retake, I mean, the bomb not down means that this is still viable. I know that Mikey's like walking the other direction, but I think he's just going to end up repositioning to try and take this duel towards Lovikas. But the Alive has done a lot of work in maintaining apps control.
Yeah, Lovikas should have this one on lock. Oh, Mikey, what a peek. Headshot. I take it back. 2v1 in favor of Eklot. Now they have to deal with Nonaneki, who has been sharp this round. That's his second. Mikey knows exactly where to look, but time is ticking away on that bomb. He will get the frag, and he has the kit as well, so he's fine. Eklot do manage to secure that one. A much better effort from Cybershock, but again, Eklot just too strong on the spacing and the trades here.
Man, I honestly just feel like I have to lay the blame at the feet of Cybershock. It takes so long for them to actually get the bomb down. They're I understand sort of waiting for
that was weird.
The flank to get activated, but I don't know. They had the smokes in position in market. There was really no reason for this to take forever. And you got to imagine it's just like a misstep with regard to who had the bomb, like who meant to be planning there. But it's a small error that cost them big time.
I honestly was looking around the map to see if they dropped the bomb for a second, but no, they had it on their backs the entire time. So, yeah, I agree with you, Vincent. It could have gone down faster. Maybe they were just kind of trying to make sure that no one was hiding in a weird corner, which I do understand as well. But it needs to go down
on
sooner.
B.
Yeah,
double
you already
catwalk.
got two. It's
It goes back to the same situation though, like similar error occurring in the first gun round and the second gun round now. So it's a bit of a pattern emerging for Cybershock. That's the worrying sign.
Indeed. And Eklot looking fairly strong, and this is a team that we mentioned can be a very difficult opponent to deal with when they're on their game. Glowing gonna get one. Venomous finds the trade after NBQ gets in. There we go. Blixie's opening up the space potentially towards this A site. They've still got Forsey to deal with, and Forsey's holding his own with the 5-7, but only for one. Lovikas trades him out. Dietor, last one standing, 1v3. This could be the first for Cybershock, Vincent.
Should be the first for Cybershock. That's the answer. Look at this crossfire. I mean, it should be incredibly impossible to break through. Lovikas in jungle. Smoke now in Detour's face. Call this one quits. He might get caught on the exit. He will. There we go. A little bit of a different look. This is Cybershock finally picking up the pace a little bit. They get these mid looks that they want all the time. Like every single gun round, they've had mid control. And oftentimes it's a really, really slow waiting game where they split B, but finally pressuring towards A, and they get exactly what they're hoping to find. Big wins over at ramp as well. The reaction, I think it was maybe Mikey who was pushing down ramp in reaction to losing mid and losing their cat player. It's taken out before even getting one kill. So Cybershock really ready, prepared for maybe the first time I'll have for what Eklot are doing in reaction to their mid control.
If you're looking over at the record for Eklot, over the last, I'd say, 10 matches played here on Mirage, they've actually lost 9 of them. It hasn't been great. Most of their wins are coming earlier in 2025, back in March and February. So based on that, I do understand why Cybershock wanted to play here. But they do have a win against one win, and then that's it. Outside of that, it's been pretty rough, honestly, for Eklot. So, I mean, it's actually surprising that they've come out so strong here against Cybershock.
And I think that kind of tracks with our story of what's happening.
Yeah.
Cybershock making some very significant errors in late to mid rounds. Very early stack here for Eklot. They've got 3 towards A. This is a buy, but it's, not great. Nubik's got just the MP9. He alive with 5-7. That's going to be the first to make contact. Mikey, great trade frag. And they get away. So they've removed Finneman from play.
Okay. Not too bad. Still, Cybershock have that space up cat, and yeah, glowing. Spots out 4C. Daitor left on his own on an island here towards the B side. He has to do work. Needs at least 1 to keep hope alive for his squad. 2 would be great. But that's going to be a very tall order. Doesn't even get the 1. That means it'll probably be a save for Mikey and MBQ. They're too far away over on their... I can't speak. Over on that A site. There we go. As the bomb goes down. And yeah, that'll be it. Cybershock going to take a second.
Yeah, Blixie and Glowing, I think, spotted Detour at empty from the very beginning there, so they were laser focused, knew what was going down. The opening engagement there, even though it's a 1-for-1 on the CT side, not too shabby, but I think that Cybershock warming up into this a little bit because now they're starting to kind of make the plays that we'd expect for them. I think one of the strengths of this team can be their mid-rounding, funny enough. And that's a good example of one of those strengths showing. Root out the stack towards A and then a quick response as they attack B.
So they're finally getting Eklot to have some troubles with their economy. NBQ and Mikey did save the op in the A1S, so that's all they're going to be pretty much bringing into this round. There is a piece of util, a flashbang, but outside of that, maybe an upgraded pistol. But Eklot's just hoping that those 2 rifles will be enough to get them something in this round. Molotov's going to be thrown immediately into con. There's already that mid smoke up here for Cybershock, so they want to at least threaten for that mid control. I think there's a lurk. I think that's Lovicus going in towards underpass. Yeah. So he's going to have a look there. No one's there, of course. Dynamo and Eklot have 3 players stacked up towards that B site. And in fact, A is very light in terms of presence.
It's kind of interesting that Nubik doesn't toss that up over to 4Z, even though I, couldn't afford armor. We're talking about win conditions. That can be one of them. Like he's trying to pretend like he's a whole army over here towards the A site. And towards mid. He's got a whole lot to do and about to be under big pressure.
Oh. That's a big play from Mikey. Wow, Blixie does get the trade afterwards, but it's 2 players down before they find the answer. 4v3 NBQ. Ooh, spots the player going firebox, so he knows that and hits the shot afterwards. Blixie cannot escape. The Alive goes down but does the damage, but Fenneman and Notaneki are holding themselves up pretty well here until 4C gets the headshot with the USP. That leaves only Fenneman in a 1v2 clutch. One player's low, but he's got the op in his hand, so the low HP doesn't really matter. This was just the 2 rifles and an eco otherwise for Eklot. Looking around, misses the shot, and I think that's going to be the end of the round for him because only 14 seconds left. He can't get this bomb down to dirt because it's at the feet of Eklot.
No, I mean, I'm a little bit confused at why there's so many oversights there. Like, the idea that nobody's going to be CT. I don't know how many players were hurt on Catwalk, but clearly enough to convince Cybershock that nobody could be on A when Mikey gets this double kill and gets traded. Like that, I think that they think there's no way there's anyone else here. I guess to be fair, Nubik did rotate in, but still, it took so long to actually step forward and maybe just worried about the bomb more than anything, and that's where the oversight happens.
Standing through the smoke here. Yeah, definitely some oversights though for Cybershock. But I mean, there's only so much Blixie could do because I think he got into Firebox. Like, uh-oh, we don't have a smoke up for CT and I can't throw one. So he's just desperately trying to get out from there. And after that, well, you saw what happened. Nice shot with the AWP. 1:20 on the clock. Here comes Cybershock. hoping for a better result out of this round. Nice flashbang thrown by ECSTATIC, but they can't convert off of it. Just the damage onto Blixie.
I got bad news. That was Cybershock's flashbang.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yeah, it
no.
was. That was a con flash, unfortunately, that went a little bit too deep. Now that's crazy what we just saw. Finneman getting spammed through the smoke with a rifle. He's got the up and he just shoots back one shot and it's on target. So it's not exactly clean, but they are going to take this space. What a return from
That's
Blixie.
insane.
What is he seeing? Finneman, he's doing it all. A man alone, but he's got everything for him right in front. And Forsey, where's your team, buddy?
He doesn't know where to look. He's just okay. Now he checks CT, but a second player is there. Fenneman misses the shot over on Forsey, who's at this point just trying to save the op, but so much pressure is being applied by Cybershock. Might want to be a little careful here in his approach. He's going to be surrounded either way. Like, he has to get a frag here to survive up, maybe even two.
They're so fast on this too.
Yeah. No chance. No shot. Blixie going to get the last, and that's 2 for him on the round, but the big piece in that one is Fenneman. He was so low too. He was at, I think, 13 HP throughout the entirety of that, and they just couldn't lock them down.
He got spammed at the beginning through the smoke, and that's how he found his first, was tracking that AK spam through the smoke. Yeah, he and Blixie only hitting stunners that round. They only hit hard to hit shots, man. That is insanity, really. The bad news gets worse for ECSTATIC here, because the way that these last 3 rounds have gone, their money is turbo screwed. They're just gone.
Yeah, that's not going to be great. I think we're seeing more of the Cybershock we expected to see at the beginning, and we were already talking about it before, Vincent, but a lot of little mistakes piling up for Cybershock in those first few rounds, and that's what allowed ECSTATIC to really get on the board and have the lead they have right now. But it's going to slip away quickly if Cybershock continues to play like that, in particular the shots, as you already mentioned, that Blixie and Fenneman were hitting. All right, let's get started here. Round number 10. Smoke's going to get tossed immediately here. They look good. Looks like they're both going to hit the mark. Yep, onto window and connector.
A little bit of a different way of approaching this, by the way. They had been throwing top mid, but ECSTATIC has so very rarely fought top mid that they've stopped doing that, and they know that they're getting that space by default now.
So a really good point, honestly. Detour going to get nothing. Yeah, I thought maybe he could hit a headshot there, but no to neck. He sprays him down. That's the B set lost. It was an A stack anyway for ECSTATIC, so they're just going to save.
Yeah, Chalk got that one up for a loss. The point about the money, like, is so frustrating, I think, for ECSTATIC now, because it's 3 rounds to play in the half. They're full broke. No loss bonus. Meaning this force buy was sort of necessary. You know, they could have saved, but they wouldn't be getting guns out this coming round either way. So they're like forced into essentially gambling / giving Cybershock 2 rounds. You know, they're gonna get another better opportunity. You know, the A stack didn't work. Maybe they'll stack up somewhere else or be more aggressive, considering they're gonna buy next round regardless. But I just can't undersell how bad that timing is.
Well, they're going to try again here, Clot, with that force buy. And then the next round, yeah, it really isn't great timing for the economy to be in such a spot here for ECSTATIC. Absolutely rough situation. Just feels like unless something special happens in this round or even the next, Cybershock are probably on to tie this one up at 6-6 before we head to that second half. And they're throwing that top mid smoke again. Maybe they expected some aggression to come through from ECSTATIC because it just didn't go well for them in the previous round, but it does not happen.
I think on second viewing, I think it's just a matter of that fast B play is the call. And so they need someone up cat fast. And so that's why they throw the other variation. in the previous.
They're just slowly but surely moving their way up, and Eklot are none the wiser. No one's really peering around towards mid, so they have no information, no visibility. Only one player on A. It's the Alive. Waiting on default. He could catch one off guard here if they don't clear it effectively. Looking a little lackadaisical, and he gets the jump, but can't hit the shots. In the meantime, Lovicus takes care of two, and this one's a non-stop.
Yeah, Mikey actually had a flank there formulating for a very long time. But it doesn't matter. He gets onto the scene a little too late. Detour. The only man who lost his life in the previous round. He's now gone. Aim punch. Punishing him. He's these rounds all perfect for Cybershock, and the money very strong for them. Not that it matters at this late stage, but going from down so significantly, 5-1, and they bounce back so dominantly. It's got to be a bit of a surprise for Eklot. They don't even have an op to work with this round either.
Glowing's in a bit of trouble here. Okay, he's standing on the edge of the Molotov. It's fine now, but does end up getting the frag onto the Alive. Traded by NBQ, and Mikey is going to get the second one on the round here for Dynamo Eklot. 4v3 in favor of them, and now Nodaneki's trying to pull it back, but a great trade again. So the spacing actually really good this round for Eklot. Trades are strong, and look at the space that NBQ is gaining up here towards T-spawn. This is very problematic for Cybershock. He hears the footsteps. He's taking his time. Now he's trying to speed up a little bit to catch them before they get towards that bomb site, but likely they'll be there before he arrives. That said, on the other end in CT, a good flashbang tossed for Detour to try and get a peek, maybe a poke and a prod towards the site, but they're going to allow the bomb to be planted for now because they know the flank is huge.
Is Finneman able to be seen? No, crucially not. That smoke provides him even more coverage to work with. Finneman holding crucial space for that bomb plant, and now Mikey's alone. Like, they've already used all their flashes. They don't know about Nubik, but they're taking the CT space anyway. They're trying to run Mikey down, so it's sort of irrelevant that Nubik is on this flank now.
Wow. I mean, Nubik still has a chance. He taps the bomb, trying to draw Lovicus. Lovicus dead, and I think he has time. Yeah, it's even. It's a full 10 seconds. It's going to be close, but I think he has it here, Vincent.
I'll back you on that one. Tight, but a victory. Nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, they keep it. It was really close. Actually, closer than I thought it was going to be. But 7-5 in favor of Eklot as we went to that second half. And I mean, overall, though, I think we both agree, Vincent, that Cybershock were the better team in the latter part of that half. Like, they were stronger in pretty much every way. It took a nice clutch by Nubik, honestly, coming on that flank, and it was the key play. Even though the flank kind of didn't have as much impact because of how much work Cybershock did to clear out the other players, he's still able to make it work.
Yeah, a crucial clutch to give them a tight lead. But I think it's really telling that this whole half, every moment where we're talking about turning points and what's changed rounds, it's been about Cybershock, not about Eklot. Whether that's Cybershock making mistakes or making positive plays, either direction, it's been what Cybershock do defines the round more than what Eklot have been doing. So that needs to change moving into the T side, and a tight lead will help them do that, allow a little bit of space if the pistol round goes wrong, for example.
Yeah, but I would say, obviously, as we're alluding to, the match is trending Cybershock's way. One way or another, they're going to be the ones that decide their fate here. Lovicus is going to get a couple here onto Detour and Nubik. And now that pushes Eklot completely off of the B side to say, oh, you know what? This might not be a good idea, at least not just yet. The problem is they're backing off, but what do they have to work with afterwards? Nothing. They've got no util left.
Yeah, they threw their smoke and their flashbang already. Now, this rehit's going to be maybe effective, though, based on the fact that Cybershock have spread back out. Now it's just Blixie here alone. There's a quick rotate on Catwalk, but it's not going to be immediately apparent, and presumably Dynamo Eklot about to just walk this out. So it's all about timing for Blixie. When does he see this coming?
He's going to need to call for reinforcements as well. unless he can just hit all the heads, which, you know, is possible too. Blixie is pretty strong on the pistols. We'll see. Oh, there's one. And the reinforcement should arrive very shortly as well. Blixie doing it himself anyway, as mentioned. Forsey, last one standing, does manage to find one, but only 26 seconds left, so he has to get a move on against 4 players. The site is overloaded. Nodaneki gets the last, but nicely done from Blixie to hold the line here for Cybershock.
Yeah, that's the kind of trust that I think it's really good to have somebody like Blixie on your team for, because he is very often sufficient in difficult spots, like on the B side of Mirage. Doesn't go down, calls in the reinforcements, gets 2, in fact, to survive. Each are on attack, everyone else full save? Oh no, Forsey has a deagle.
They're spotted, probably dead. That nade's gonna do damage. Glowing, sprays them down. Yeah, not too shabby at all here on the anti-eco. And there it is, tied up 7-7. Here comes the first buy round though for Ekla. Let's see what they can do with those AKs now.
Nice break control right there from Glowing.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why. Listen, I'm pinching pennies here, but like, why are we buying a deagle and a Tech 9 there? Like, Detour has a Galil to get some utility. Forsey has no utility. It's an important round, and I feel like there's a lot given up for nothing gained. Say that maybe in retrospect, to be fair, but
I kind of want to agree with you because of the fact that they didn't get any frags. Well, they got 1 frag in the previous round too. Sometimes when you get 4 frags and lose the round, or even all 5 but still lose the round somehow, which is very difficult on T-side. But anyway, my point is that you can have that kill bonus to help you out and buy a couple of pistol upgrades in an eco situation. But there, I would tend to lean in the direction you're saying, Vincent, because there wasn't much money available, and they probably would have just been better off keeping it for this round, especially considering the result that we just saw.
well, it's going to be interesting. Blixie's about to have a whole lot coming at him. Fenneman's there, but a step away. Providing support's going to be tough. Although clear him. Blixie, that smoke comes off at the perfect time. He can track him down. That's 2. As they try and deal with Blixie, connector goes all wrong, and Cybershock will have their way to the bank, cashing in a gun round win.
These executes are kind of flat, predictable here for Eklot. Nothing special, trying to push out of the smoke with a flashbang, and Cybershock are ready for that every single day of the week. And up close and personal with the MP9, the rifle from range, they had a perfect setup to deal with what Eklot brought their way, not to mention the lurk is dealt with as well. So that was over as quickly as it started. Cybershock now have the lead for the first time here. Fenneman going to get that opener onto the Alive. And again, it's just a pistol round here coming through from Eklot. Will feature a little bit of an investment. A couple of players with body armor. But outside of that, huge advantage for Cybershock here.
Yeah, that little bit of investment, though, doesn't go very far. And Eklot came into this round with a little bit less of a plan than I would have hoped, considering what they had. You know, the plan was get a couple players out mid, hope you can scale off the back of the limited utility that they had invested. But when that doesn't work, these A players now left on an island to hope and pray, I guess.
Yeah, this isn't going to work out for Eklot. I can tell you right now. Just the approach isn't great. They're coming through, and I mean, Forsey does get one here, but they're taking so much damage in the process that I'd be surprised the bomb plant even comes through. I believe they're going to try and force it down here. They can't. Blixie will take care of that. Lovakiss the last, and Cybershock dispose of Eklot in this round. 9-7 in their favor. Eklot, they really have to do something here in this next buy round. Yes, the loss bonus is racking up, and if they keep getting bomb plants, it'll be good, but they haven't seen much since that early lead they found at the beginning of the first half.
Yeah, it's undefeated right now for Cybershock on the second half.
Yeah.
Second gun round going to need to be a good one. Timeout to draw it up, at the very least. So we'll see what the Alive has cooked up in the kitchen for this type of round. There's usually a strat in the strat book that, you know, it's not titled. There's no note that says call in case of emergency, but it might as well say that, you know? And that's, for me, the strat you need to be dialing up right now. Whatever your highest confidence play is going to be.
You're just keeping it simple. Okay.
Yikes.
It's immediately going to get dropped by Fenneman, and I think Notaneki, okay, somehow doesn't finish off Mikey, but there are nades in the mix here, so I don't know. Mikey's probably going to be gone if they time the nade right. That said, I mean, look, Detour is trying to make his way through Underpass, and you have the Alive going on CAD, so maybe something here. That smoke will help the Alive, assuming it doesn't get blown away. It does, but in the meantime, Glowing has to look towards the A site because Anubis has managed to take down Notaneki. Glowing going to tuck himself in towards Connector instead. Lovicus, ooh, in that smoke, gets naded down to 4 HP, but still swings and finds a frag thanks to Blixie's support. And it will be a 4v2, and look at the HP for Eklot. Only 20 combined for Nubik and Mikey.
And they're both gonna stack up here in the palace, try and get back in. It feels like Cybershock have a really clear understanding of where this is gonna be. Just, I guess, because they lost so much space today. Not the Neki going down. Either way, 40 seconds. I wonder if they wait long enough, if Cybershock will start to inch their way backward. Feels like probably not with Blixie's forward position. Yeah, they've settled in for the long haul now. It's not even a bad call to just save these guns. I think that is what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, you do have the full loss bonus, but even then, the investment they have here, still with full util for Mikey and pretty much the same for Nubik. I agree. Okay, I'm not sure why you...
I didn't know they were there.
Yeah. That was a... Yeah, you saw Blixie was starting to run a little bit once he realized what just went down, but it doesn't matter. I was just thinking, why throw the smoke at all in that situation? You're just trying to hide, and it would have been better to keep it into this next round. Anyway, it's fine. They'll have enough money to get a good amount of util, but we'll see. We'll see here, Vincent. Some interesting economic decisions, let's say here, coming through from Eklot overall. A few rounds where we've had some criticisms. Anyway,
I don't even think that you know, I don't even think it's been bad overall. Just a couple puzzling moments. Notaneki was here last round, by the way, with the AUG. That seemed questionable. This time it's the M4, but unfortunately gets nothing. Glowing, swinging through the smoke. Doesn't have flashbang support, so he's going to fall away. As that smoke starts to fade, no, he catches him over the top. That's tragic for Nubik. And the Alive goes down, so it's up to Forsey. A 1v2 that's very approachable right now.
Yep, only 12 HP for both players, but it doesn't matter. Blixie only needs the 12. He's got the second frag after grabbing that off the ground, and the defusal comes through. So despite some chaotic moments, it is going to be Cybershock taking this round, but we have to look back to Glowing at the beginning of it, just getting that 2K spray down and then finding the third on the tip of the smoke. That's the difference maker, because Eklot were having such success taking down the A players. Just Glowing was the one standing in their way, and that's some massive impact.
Yeah, Notaneki got absolutely destroyed. There was no chance for that round to go Cybershock's way until Glowing finds that double and then gets away. Another little detail that gets overlooked for Eklot. I like that they tried to change the pace that round, though. I think that was the right call, and they've correctly kind of isolated Notaneki here, who's having a bit of a struggle.
Notaneki in Sandwich. This is a tough spot, honestly, given the situation. Nice nade tossed by Lovicus. Now Lovicus gets the second with the rifle. He helps Notaneki's spot go completely overlooked, and although Forsey does manage to get a couple here, it costs him so much health. 14 HP. Technically was a 1v5, now a 1v3. Blixie waiting at CT. I believe that damage onto Forsey is confirmed as well, so they're just going to bide their time.
Bomb.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say might go down to that molly, but that is requiring the molly to hit. Unfortunately. Not only does it not hit, but Levikas steps out to grab the triple on the round. Yeah, I mean, not to Neki, I said maybe struggling a little bit. How about a bit of help from your teammate? Levikas taking all the aggro, and as you highlighted, Netsuneki can just take free pot shots as he's been overlooked.
Yeah, it really was a nice sequence from Cybershock, and I mean, right now they're on a 12-2 run here up against Eklot. All of that early success that we did mention, Cybershock were only losing the rounds because they were making mistakes and some of their decisions were a little bit rough, but they've shaken all that off. And now the aggression from Glowing gets punished immediately. Forsey with the opener. Blixie, along with Levikas, I mean, they got the information that a couple of players are there, so they're going to try and retake this space. That's tough. Good flashbang tossed by Eklot, trying to stay alive here on this map, Vincent.
And yeah, I think these reactions from Eklot have been really good this round. They understand the sets of utility that mean this is going to be a mid-take, and so they ready themselves for it incredibly quickly. Still not going to mean a guarantee on this round. At the moment, Cybershock, I mean, the fact that this goes A, they might just save.
Yeah, that was exactly the plan, because they saw the HP bars like, okay, Nonaneki, Blixie down to 10 and 15 HP. We just have to gamble stack a site. If it doesn't go that way, we save, and yeah, it's going to be a save, no questions asked. So Eklot do manage to crack through here. It's thanks to a great opener, honestly. That I think it was Forsey that ended up getting that. And once they find the frag over on Glowing, the round was really tilting heavily in Dynamo Eklot's favor, especially considering the damage they did to pretty much everyone else at the same time. So, an 8th round at least for Eklot, but we can't forget that's the first round they've found here in this second half. It has been all Cybershock since the half switch.
I think it's important that you bring that up because Eklot have had a ton of opportunities, and despite maybe some criticisms on how they've, decided to approach their purchases, they've gotten quite a few of them. Been able to buy a lot and still been ineffective. First time as well that Eklot have won mid themselves. Sometimes they've been given mid. Cybershock trying to ratchet up the pressure and put them under the microscope by taking it aggressively last round. So again, I think it's back to the same thing. Cybershock defining how that round goes more than Eklot.
Oh boy. Yeah, I agree with you, Vincent. And same story here, except this time Cybershock are hitting the shots. Glowing makes it a 4v2 in favor of Cybershock. 2 more frags and they got this map under their belt. Forsey still keeping hope alive with that one, but Phenomen is not going to be denied. He hits the op shots. Glowing as well. 17 for Phenomen on the map. He led the charge for his squad, and Cybershock take it 13-8, Vincent.
Yeah, we felt like we had so much to talk about, so much to like about what Eklot were doing in the beginning of this game. But I think it again came down to where Cybershock, when they figured out, okay, we have to take a moment, refocus ourselves, and honestly warm up into that game. That's another thing that, maybe it's unfair to make that assumption, but it just looked like they really weren't warmed up at the very beginning. But once they got there, they didn't take their foot off the gas. I think that stat line, 12-2, then 12-3 rounds at the back end. Those last 15 rounds, so incredibly dominant. That really tells the story.
Yeah, no question. I do agree with you. I mean, there were some things that I did like, honestly, coming through from Eklot as well in the opening moments. But like we've already talked about a few times, it was more what did Cybershock do wrong there rather than what Eklot were doing right in those situations. And I go back all the way to that, I think it was 3rd round or 4th round, when, Eklot had 2 opportunities on the op when only 1 should have been afforded to them. It was a huge misstep there coming through from Cybershock. But they really collected themselves well, and it was a crazy run, to finish things off in their favor.
Yeah, never really under the knife either. Talking about it'd be one thing if we were discussing, oh man, all of the clutches went Cybershock's way.
No, it wasn't that.
They had a ton of 1v2s or no. It was when they won dominantly, and that was the case to the end of their T half, absolutely. And then onto the CT side, there was a couple of closer rounds, but those really never got down to the wire. never really got started. That Nubic moment was kind of the only one, and that went the other way. So all of that to say, Cybershock looking good. That was their map pick after they woke up. But now we look towards Train. Echolot, you would imagine, going to be a whole lot better in this one. We're going to take a break, though, and on our return, we'll find out the answer to if Echolot can continue. The first map out of the way, we are ready to roll here with map number 2. It's Train. Equalot bringing us here in JRT. I think we saw very clearly some difficulties for Dynamo Equalot in map number 1. This is their chance to turn it around.
Yeah, and Train has been actually excellent for them over the last 5 times they played. It's 5-game win streak, right? That'd be Kono, Trick, Unity, Sashi, and Passion UA, which is a pretty good one to get under their belts. Blixie, though, gets the opener here. Again, on these CT pistols, he gets does a good job, but the thing is, Mikey responds immediately, and now Blixie's a little bit exposed. He still managed to do damage, and they can't really isolate him, so they say, you know what, let's just go back towards the site. But Lovicus is waiting here with the dualies. Blixie also managed to collect another one before he even falls. He's still up and running. Ooh, that's some nice work from Force Mikey, though.
Unfortunately, down to 2 HP. Great trade. Eventually, they'll best him, but Montanecki arrives onto the scene. Gives them 2-on-1 man advantage. Montanecki trying to catch the timing. He does. He gets away. He got the kit. But yes, they do know. They are very aware. They're just going to stick with A. Montanecki asking so many questions now. But as the bomb goes down, he'll have his answers. They're so isolated. This is scary.
Oh. Okay. I thought Dieter would be in a little bit of trouble there as he missed those shots, but Nononeki can't connect either. So Eklot do take the pistol. And yeah, just as Eklot have a 5-game win streak, Cybershock have a 5-game losing streak here. But the competition hasn't exactly been easy for them. Faced off against Gun5, Bait, Sky Fury, TNL, and ENCE, most notably. And ENCE are a very, very solid trained team. They haven't, some of their losses, like 7-13 against ENCE, wasn't great. But against the next level in Sky Fury, 10-13, and then in overtime, 14-16. So I feel like there's still something possible here from Cybershock. It's just a matter of how well they can play against an Eklot team that is doing pretty well here, and that's going to be a good sign for Cybershock, finding a 3K on the force by Vincent.
Man, I love the way that Cybershock align these purchases. Blixie got all those kills, so he drops the M4 over to Glowing. Montanecki has extra cash from the kills that he got, so he's got the SMG, and it's just a full take with one flashbang, everything towards B. An upper taken. Eklot with nothing left. Detour and Mikey. Where have I seen this before? Got out, same situation last round. Lovicus going to be the first to kind of push the issue, and now Mikey's half health and alone.
Not to mention no bomb. So that means that he's hoping to stay alive, and he won't. Glowing's like, hello, I've come to greet you, Mikey, towards T-spawn with a few bullets to the chest. That'll do it. Cybershock is going to tie things up at 1-1.
What a rough greeting.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
So it's not very nice, but it's going to work out quite nicely for Cybershock. Yeah, that's I think can be a very surprising force buy there, and that's why it catches Dynamo Eklot so off guard. You know, they got a couple of kills, and you know they just put the bigger weapons onto one individual, set them up with the flashbang and the MP9 in first. I love that.
Eklot are leaning long dog here. Might cycle around towards B. No, yeah, now they're going to go towards B ramp. Nononeki's waiting here. He's got that nade, tosses it forward, but it's only the nade that'll do the damage for him anyway. But Phenomen's supporting right around the corner to get 2 on the round, and then Lovicus charges into Forsey. Yeah, that's kind of crazy that that shot and did damage to Lovicus. Lovicus will fall in the end as well from the headshot of the MP9 bomb plant. Doesn't come through. What a denial from Blixie.
So it might have been a chance, but Mikey's missed shot confirms the victory. AK continued to be brought over by Cybershock. That one got a little bit more expensive. Montanecki gets nothing here, even though the nade does a ton of damage. Finneman,
that's crazy.
Does a great job, though. And yeah, I mean, absurd that he hits the shot at all.
Yeah. Like, he just fired as he was strafing his crosshair across the screen, right? Like, and it just happened to time it perfectly, but yeah.
The sad news for Dynamo Eklot is that they forced there. So, as much as like you want to be positive about the outcome of that round, you know, a lot of damage, but there's no bomb plant. You know, Blixie denying that you mentioned it is massive, and so now they're onto an eco with very little. Deagle, a couple of P250s.
Slow start to the round here. Eklot taking their time. And while they take their time, Cybershock looking for control of T-Con.
Not just looking, they got it.
Yeah.
Just a little ambitious with the knife out, to be honest with you, but he's going to get there in time.
Eklot needs to start watching Long Dog a little bit more appropriately here because Lovicus has been pushing this repeatedly.
So maybe to be forgiven based on their lack of investments, but no doubt about it. Blowing. About to clean things up. I say that. Nubik on a recovered MP9. He's now upgraded twice. Like those YouTube videos. I started with $1 and got somewhere.
Yeah.
Got to 1,000. I don't know. It's not really my neck of the woods on YouTube, but you get the meme.
Mine neither, but yes, we do. I think. As Glowing did good work there on that round. Dynamo Eklot hoping that this one will yield a little bit more. They are back to the buy-up, and it's going to be a full one. 4 or 5 AKs. Detail maybe a little light for Mikey and Detour, but let's hope they can make it work for their sakes. Because it feels like Cybershock are starting to get back onto that rhythm they had on Mirage. Now, what I was saying earlier, before everything went crazy, is that this is typically a very CT-sided map, especially in the old iteration of Train. It has changed here. I think T-side has a lot more opportunities to get out, especially towards that A site. But I think still Cybershock have a good grip on this one.
I think crucially very team-dependent and protocol-dependent. I mean, speaking of, that's a phenomenal protocol that we've just seen for Cybershock. Flash, Molly, helped them get back to main control late into the round. That's another great flashbang threat Glowing that sets up Blixie for a freebie.
Nubik's forced to throw a smoke there, and he didn't want to, but Molotov sails in, and now he's going to fade out of Long Dog in towards the B site, which is, I believe, where the hit is going to come down. But yeah, I think also, you know, teams that don't really put much emphasis towards T-Con tend to struggle a little bit on their T sides, and if you lean Ivy even more so, because Ivy is so difficult to actually get to the site from now, and I believe maybe if a little adjustment needs to be made to the map, it's probably in that direction, but we'll see. Eklot trying to get into B, not a neck, he almost gets caught out. Now he rotates around, does damage, but not a frag. 4v3 an opportunity, but the Alive is not looking towards CT. And Phenomen farming away with the AWP. Forcey will fall to Blixie, and the bomb will be defused handily here by Cybershock.
So I'm being kind of an ass about this one, but Nataneki has like multiple times bought up an AUG and then like been in a position where the AUG is like really bad. like he's the guy who needs the flexibility to then be able to like reposition, get into like a more close angle. This happened on Mirage, like on A site, and it's happened again. Yeah, it's like why not buy an M4 if that's what's gonna happen?
Yeah, you usually want to play the long, like where Phenomen is here with the off is where you want to be with the AUG, or at least higher up and get the advantage, like the high ground. I agree with you, Vincent.
Like he started in that location,
yeah,
like the idea was there. It's just like now, like the third time in a row, I've seen him be forced to like take a more active role in the round, and then it ruined him.
Well, maybe he's listening because he's on the M4 now. he went back to the one and said, you know what? Yeah, this isn't working out for me. Although the AUG has made its way back into the meta, which is interesting to see. Because
yeah,
it
it's
just
not
is,
bad.
Yeah, it's good. It was good at the beginning of CS2. The only reason I think it changed is because it, you know, the decrease in price of the A4. So then you had your 30 bullets that you wanted at a lower cost. But I think that the scope just adds such a nice element to the AUG.
Especially on a map like Train. I mean, I think that that's another example of where it can get an impact. Nataneki and Finamon both blind on on those apparently. Forsey able to close the distance onto Glowing, but Fenneman, I mean, this is the, I think the value when Train gets brought back into the pool, like the value of your Opper goes up, maybe
immensely.
double. Like genuinely, it feels like your Opper being like the best Opper in the server, it is so map defining.
No question. Yeah, we've seen some crazy op performances on this map, which, as we've seen in the old Train as well, it's super important. And most of the angles that were there previously are still there now, being from Con. The B site is literally 2 long hallways, or 3 even, if you consider between the trains a hallway. And you just go with the op, and you can fire away from pretty much any angle. So I agree. You know, the oppers are going to become far more potent and valuable here.
Shout out our NA friends. You'll appreciate this one. Wolfie on Marsborn doing a crazy job on this map more recently.
Yeah, no, Wolfie's a great player, honestly. When he's on his game, he impresses me so very much. And I think Marsborn kind of struggling lately because it hasn't been that great for him in particular, and the rest of the squad too. But I think that Marsborn is still a good team. But anyway, to your point, yes, the offers in NA are doing well here too.
Well, Fenneman, as per our usual arrangement, kind of into the mix from the rip, this long dog control, you highlighted it very early on, and it's continued to be a bit of a problem for Dynamo Eklot. That's going to be the case this round, I'd imagine.
It just feels like they haven't had a chance to really get full util belts, right? And that's been a difference maker, because usually you want to get a Molotov thrown in this direction, smoke something to make things more disruptive on the CT side. But, you know, for Fenneman to be able to hold here for this long, it's just, he's not really challenged, so he's doing it again, right? He's charging up long dog.
Might get some pressure on the back end of this, though. There's Tease on the other side. He's got the support of the rifler right next to him. Not Taneki. Would have been important to survive, but doesn't quite do that. Forsey, on the line in the perfect moment. He must have seen Lovikas as well, because that's a double from Forsey. Leaves Glowing. Solo effort. How about the third? They never expect the third. They expect the third, JRT.
They do. they're waiting. We'll see. Glowing can still win this duel. Nope. Mikey's got it on lock, and finally Eklot have gotten their second round on the board, 5-2 in favor of Cybershock. And the only thing I would say that I don't necessarily like about Fenneman charging up into Long Dog there is now he's the opper, right? He's always been the opper, but what I mean is now he's got the op in his hands. So it's probably better if he's playing Con or playing towards Ivy, looking into T-Con, rather than pushing up Long Dog, because in that situation, if he is in Z, right, for example, he can go towards that B site, have an impact there, stop that push from coming through. Instead, he's just kind of a non-factor on the back lines.
He has just been that rotator the last couple of rounds, so I think a swap up the intention for Cybershock, but I get the picture. We'll see if Dynamo Eklot can entertain multiple rounds in a row. The fact that they won the pistol round is a bit mind-blowing.
Nice opener from Mikey onto Glowing. Mikey probably dead now. Oh my god, the util sails in. He survives with 11 HP. He's going to try charging through. It's the right idea. It's the right idea. He gets a second. Sure, he goes down, but that ensures the man advantage stays in place. Fenneman gets only one as he's traded up by the Alive, and the Alive gets Blixie as well. Only Nonaneki left. He might spot out one here. It's not the bomb carrier, but at least he'll make the 1v2 as he gets that frag onto Nubik. Maybe upgrading himself to an AK here. There it is. Does he have the kit? He doesn't. Oof, that's going to make things tougher. Maybe there's one on the ground.
Nah. Looks like the
think he
intention
wants
is to save. What's the money looking like? Oh, it's a really awkward amount of money that Cybershock have right now. I think they could probably buy if they save this. It won't be like a great buy, but probably convince themselves. Gonna be 2-round loss. And that's what the attempt will be. Should be safe.
Terrorists win.
All right. So Nonaneki saves the AK. He can buy a gun for his teammates. or they can go conservative. But I think you're right. Yeah, Vincent, they're going to go for it and get the M4s for, I believe, everyone. But they might want some util, so perhaps an MP9 in the mix could help out here. Nope, I think they're just happy to have rifles across the board and a little bit more limited into the util sets.
Yeah, I mean, 2 flashes is not a lot. I feel like they're gonna have to be aggressive here.
That's smoke.
They are.
Bounce.
I mean, straight up into log dog again.
Yeah, and this time Fenneman goes down, but he's got Lovicus right with him to get the trade, and Lovicus is going to continue pushing up here. That'll probably be expected, but the Alive is a bit exposed here in this situation. Mikey, it does alleviate some of the pressure by finding that frag and attracting attention in his direction. That allows the Alive to walk out on the B site completely free. Lovicus
I didn't know this. Kind of feels like they're searching a little. No, he's not got the clue.
He was sprinting. Yeah.
Oh boy. Sprinting and then dead. That's a necky. How about a 1v4? I think not. On this one.
So you can see the change up here for Dynamo Eclot. It's just Mikey working around in T-Con so effectively in the early goings of the rounds. He's been getting entries over the last 2. And it's just been working so well, and they can't really deal with that. So I believe, and this is why I was mentioning that lack of util, because when you have that full util belt, you can toss nades, you can toss Molotovs, you can get, you know, that barrage into T-Con that you need to keep the T's at bay. And if you don't have it, well, you know, the result is exactly what just happened in this round. It's just so, it's such a short distance from T-spawn that they can be there before you know it.
It's also interesting, right? Because Dynamo Eclot have really played passively on on T main like very often this whole half, but I think correctly, you know, understanding the economic situation that Cybershock are in and how much less that they have to fight like they have been, as you were describing. One thing leads to another, and Dynamo Eclot are right back in business.
Yeah, and because it was a force buy in the previous round for Cybershock, they are going to be down to an eco here. Notaneki could buy for a teammate, but my guess is he saves the money for an AWP for Fenneman for the next round, because that is obviously the most important piece on CT side of Train.
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times already.
Yeah.
Question for you. This is always like a funky talking point, but a lot of people are really critical of a timeout into the eco round as opposed to into the buy round. I personally don't think it matters that much. You know, more about the individuals than it is about a correct or incorrect move. What do you think?
I'm completely fine with it. Honestly, I think that you can talk over your next round and talk about how you want to approach this one. In fact, I think in some ways it makes more sense because you're on the eco here. Like, okay, how much money do we invest? How do we prepare for the next round? And what do we want to deploy here? You know, for me, it's perfectly fine.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I'm right there with you. Antonecki, the Soul Rifle. Seems like they're going to use their one flashbang to get him into a forward position. Take space, maybe insert some of those pistols and let him search further elsewhere. No on the pistol insert, but it is a move in the other direction. Back to the B site. The bomb is leaning this direction, but it's a very fast rotation. They're about to take back some space over in main, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like it's going A. That's one of the things that I actually appreciate about New Train is just that ability for the T's to make a quick adjustment to get back in towards that A site. And it allows them more opportunities to really have an impact on rounds versus before when you were kind of locked in there, right? Anyway, Cybershock. Oh, Notaneki finds the first actually onto the Alive, and that'll give away what's happening in the round. The only thing is, and not to mention a second AK's picked up, they just had the USPs outside of that, so they don't have much necessarily to lose by going for this, but I guess they have more to gain by keeping the AKs, especially since they have the lead. We'll see what they decide to do.
I don't know, an interesting like decision-making process that they have. I think keeping the AKs is very valuable for the CT side in particular. And so I think that's what they're going to end up doing.
Makes sense. Yep.
See if Lovicus can, with that deagle, get anything further. That'll be big pickups. Oh my goodness. He got wrecked.
I thought he would get something there, but no, nothing at all. And that's another AK available. 3 AKs in a round where you didn't really invest anything is fantastic for Cybershock. Now they'll absolutely be able to get that op up and have full util.
Pretty sure they bought 1 flash and that deagle. So $900 is all they put in.
That's it.
And now they basically have a full contingent of AKs with the op as well. Could not have gone better. That also, you know, if things go wrong this round, this also just like leaves so much cash for you to have another good buy in the final round of the half.
And this is where we can finally see that util come through from Cybershock. I'm surprised they don't use it immediately. There it goes. There are the nades, the flashes. This is what I was talking about. When you have that full util belt, you can take control of T-Con on CT side, at least in the early parts of the round, and not allow the T's to have their way. And you kind of force them to choose between going to B halls or going to Ivy, and usually the B halls is the choice you would expect. There they go. Nubik, tip of the spear, the forward scout, checking things out, waving his arm, saying, come on guys, let's go. No one's here. They throw that Molotov just for good measure, and it makes sense given the trends for Cybershock to push down Long Dog. Now they're going to move into this B site, and they're actually not really challenged that much.
Oh, that flashbang's super ineffective, but it turns Mikey's attention enough to Blixie getting that advantage. Great adjustment. Blixie's going to save the life of Nataneki. Before that, though, the bomb going to go down. Retake very viable. 2 kits in the mix. He's off as well, repositioning. Currently covering Long Dog. This is going to allow Cybershock to scale towards the site very easily. Detour isolated. That Molotov going to clear site proper, but it's going to go both ways. Dynamo Eklight playing delay. Corsi getting into position, back it up, and that's going to be enough time for him to get there. You got to provide the coverage. He's alone, though. And so now it's going to be very obvious. He doesn't even end up going for the swing.
Oh, that was such a good bait. Great movement, but the time ran out for Cybershock to take the op out of the hands of Eklot. That could have been a big piece gone. Although, I mean, money-wise, it didn't really matter, I suppose. He could have been more aggressive, in fact, to try and stop that defusal. Anyway, timeout going to be called by Eklot to talk things over here heading into this final round. Didn't let Cybershock run away with things, and it's more of potentially the standard here that we've seen on train 7 to 5 CT side half.
Eklot have had to find a way to win in some difficult positions, but they've done so. Taking this additional timeout. Kind of interested to see if they want to try something fast A. Like really a pace change for the end of the half could be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They've also not done a lot of fighting towards Ivy. So a late lurk in that direction could be interesting too.
I don't disagree. The fast A play can be so effective too if you throw the smokes around Red Train, because you can get a player really deep in towards the A site without the CTs really being aware of it, and maybe into Olaf as well, or Hell. So, I don't know.
Back to default though for Dynamo Eklot.
Yeah.
A lot more worried. And to be fair, it's the same thing that we were highlighting about
Oh
B.
my God.
Nataneki though. He was more aggressive than they thought. That Molotov didn't reach very far, and Lucas, no way! He doesn't get away with one there on the fade. Was so favored.
He loves to play the edges of the smokes, and usually he'll get one out of that situation, but it's just damage, and now Nubik with the AWP off the ground takes care of Blixie. Only glowing left. He's on the A site, but he's in a good spot to rotate between both sites. And Eklot, not knowing where he is, are still being pretty cautious about their approach, especially considering they have Nubik and Detour down to only 26 and 22 HP. Oh, they're going towards B. Okay, they're watching Long Dog, which is a good idea. 2 players posted up here. But if the timing's right for Glowing, he could pop off for a 2K and make this 1v1. There's the first. Yep, Nubik has to go to the site and plant this bomb. They throw a couple of smokes. They're panicking. They're panicking a little bit, but Detour will get the last onto Glowing, and that will be it for the half. 6-6 tie.
So I was kind of talking about an idea for maybe something a little different in this round. I actually do really like what Dynamo Eclat do end up going with, because we've been talking about how often Cybershock have been in Long Dog, how they've been aggressive at B, where they've tried to take fight after fight after fight. And so that's a big reason why Dynamo Eclat are just working their default in the B area so aggressively. They want that area, and they want it bad. And I think that that's very understandable. It doesn't pay off initially, but Nantaneki gets traded, and when Levikas goes down, there's just nobody left.
Yeah. Levikas really did need one if you're going to play that type of cheeky position, but not getting anything makes life super difficult. So now we see Cybershow go over to their T side, and Dynamo Eclat on CT. And if you look at the round win percentage here for Eclat, actually get 66.1% of their CT sides going their way, and usually only 36.7% of their T rounds. So that's actually a fantastic result for them on T side as they go over to their powerful side of the map.
Oh, they're so blind. Not gonna matter. Doesn't even give them anything. No fight in that direction for the T side. And when shut down so aggressively, Cybershock have to reroute. Lose one up for B, lose one out at A.
This is interesting. Okay, Detour makes it a little less interesting with that frag onto Levikas, because Glowing's position is now known around Red Train. He has to be very, very sharp with these shots from the Glock at long range, and the USP has an advantage in this situation, no questions asked. Trying to jump up on the ladder, maneuvering everywhere is Glowing. Credit to him for the effort, but Detour will drop him to dirt, and Eclat pick up the pistol round. They are in the lead.
On a round like the pistol, where you can only have a little bit of utility, it's a little bit odd to me how disconnected Cybershock's actual game plan was from their utility.
Yeah.
They throw those flashes out in the yard. They have this the smoke for camera that I think missed a little bit, but maybe it was a sandwich smoke that missed. I don't know. Either way, really putting a lot of faith into that one man who comes out T-Con.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of the crazier parts of New Train, is that visibility in towards Ivy from so far back, almost into the bomb site, in fact. I think you can see into Ivy to a certain extent. So that's something that might need to be adjusted, as mentioned. But it hasn't really had that much of an impact on this map in particular, because no one's going Ivy. They just don't want to deal with that. Even Cybershock shying away from it. Here, in this round, of course, it's just going to be an upgraded couple of pistols here, 2 Deagles, and then 3 Glocks. That's all they have. No utility, no armor. Still taking a slow approach into the Brown Halls. Oh, and now going to Deagon. Excuse me. What a nade. Oh, goodness.
Oh, that nade taste, man. Chunked him down. I can't believe Blixie is going to get 2 on a Glock. That's absurd value considering the way that round started with that nade. 3 players really chunked down to red.
Here's the chance for Cybershock to start getting into the action here on their T side. But the stats aren't pretty, honestly. As I mentioned before, Eclat, even if you look over the last month, it gets better. 71% of their CT side rounds are victories. Cybershock really are in more of an uphill battle than the scoreline indicates. As Glowing gets the opener here, that's going to help. Can he get another one? Yes, he can, even though he gets taken down to... Oh, actually, I thought it was him that was low. No, it was Fenneman down to 16. Glowing still has 75 health after getting those 2 frags.
Look at this reaction. Dynamo Eclat just going to take towards Long Dog. We've got no map control. I mean, they have B site proper, but Cybershock fully freeze across the map. They look for reaggression. And it might be bad timing here, to be honest. Detour's pushing forward, and that's right when the T side not exactly as prepared. Nantaneki, yeah, caught. They have this advantage, and now they have at least further confirmation. No one's on B, very likely. One on Long Dog. 4 strong, and just play A together.
Yeah, Eclat aren't really ready for an Ivy push in this situation, but look at that. They pop around the corners and take care of 2 before the bomb is even planted. Blixie gets 1 to even up the numbers, and then Lovikus, watching the smoke effectively, finds the alive. Detour will fall as well. Nicely done from Cybershock. They take the space that's given to them, and despite an interesting effort from Eclat, they are on the board at a critical time to get themselves a 7th.
I really appreciate how careful that close was from Cybershock, and I know it almost went horrifically wrong there, but even despite the fact that it did, I still think they made most of the right moves. You know, maybe could have been a little bit quicker about that, and that's maybe the only criticism I could even levy. That was awful close to being on target.
Yeah. We're going to start to see more and more of those spams figured out right as time goes on here on train. Some of them similar to the previous one. Previous train, that is.
The force buy for Eclat, it's going to kind of leave them high and dry, to be honest with you, if they can't win it. 2 M4s on the mix, and I think we're going to go back towards this Ivy play. Bomb about to be collected. This could be very nice as the Alive walks into certain death. There's like nobody else here at A. They've gambled B.
Yeah. And it's not going B. Definitely not. And well, I mean, I don't want to say definitely not, because they could still cycle through CT from Ivy. But it feels like, yeah, with those smokes thrown, this is absolutely an A take. They're just going to move out into a completely vacant bomb site. All right. I don't know if Eclat are even going to try for this, because they don't have any util except for a nade. So I'm assuming this is just a gamble stack that would lead to a save if they don't go B, and that is exactly what's happening here. They're not making a move.
Yeah, it's kind of going back to what I just talked about with regard to them being so all in on this round. It'd be very bad news if they have to full eco next round. So having 2 M4s, holding on to everything else, all of this armor in particular, how much of a hunt are Eclat going for? Because they are surrounding them, and they've still got quite a bit of time to work with. I stand corrected. The Ivy players stepped the other way, so...
Yeah. I think they're being pretty cautious about this approach because their money's not that healthy either, but at least sending a couple of players in to say, hey, maybe anyone here? No? Alright, so... Eclat will save the 4 guns. You see here, well, 3 guns, I should say. And a pistol. But they're not going to invest into this round either. Just going to hope that the previous purchase will be enough to fend off Cybershock, who are trying to retake that lead.
Talk about unlucky right now.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that felt destined to be an acceleration towards B, but they reroute fast, so it goes from unlucky to lucky. They're on the right site, but they get knocked down right in the face. Nubik and Mikey, they've got the weapons.
we didn't really see an explode like that from Eclot on their T side, right? You were talking
once.
about it. We thought we were going to get something a little faster, but it doesn't happen. But that's just goes to show you how effective a quick play onto that A site here on train can be. I mean, Cybershock just overloaded every angle, and Eclot couldn't react in time. Nubik and Mikey do manage to keep the A1Ss in their hands, but we'll see how long that lasts, because now there's a little bit of money for Cybershock to back off on, and they might chase this.
Chase a little bit, they will. But I don't even know that they knew that there was any possibility to have two M4s. I don't think the M4s actually fired off either of those rounds.
Right, yeah.
So they'll pay a little bit of a price. It's not a super high premium, but it's certainly significant. Every little bit counts, as we say. There's a whole lot that's been put into getting this buy. Forsey, no op. They had money for it.
Well, they want to go with the A1Ss. Did they have money for it, though?
I'm assuming if Forsey bought an M4, then yes.
Unless it was dropped for him. Yeah.
Could have been. Could have been.
Yeah.
Good call. I think you might be right on that then.
Yeah, their money was a little weird after that previous round. I think the highest was about 2K, so I'd be surprised if they had enough for the AWP. Although, anyway, look, we'll have to look back on the replay perhaps to see that. Either way, they are going to have the A1Ss across the board, and this will lead to more aggression, right? They can go down long dog and kind of challenge and get some information.
Ambitious if they're going to pop through the smoke. Just going to wait the fade. This is a very common theme that we're seeing from Cybershock. Very explosive B control, and very often they just leave Nantaneki here, and then they regroup towards A and towards Ivy in particular very fast. Seems like Cybershock, their game plan is about exposing and punishing Ivy. This is a gap that a lot of teams are sort of learning can be punished heavily.
The Alive's probably dead. Oh, maybe not. He looks in the right angle, and then Mikey finds glowing. So the Alive and Mikey doing work here, but he doesn't expect another player in that direction. Fenomen takes the space onto the site. Nantaneki gets caught trying to support from Long Dog, but now he gives the information over to his team. It's like, two guys are there, guys. Throw that Molotov in. Lovicus comes around from Olaf, manages to get the headshot on Mikey. And now this post plan's still a little hairy for Dynamo Eclot. They have to work together and use this crossfire to their advantage.
They're really separate, though. Fenomen's in a great post plant position. Crucial could have been that win for Lovicus, but I guess if you win all the fights, it really doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah.
I was actually pretty hopeful about Cybershock's chances, considering Fenomen's board position in Z and Lovicus working a timing that could be very, very effective. Doesn't work out. That's a big mistake from Blixie, actually.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, had they gone together, they probably could have taken him down. He just went a little too early. I think he might have exposed himself beyond that smoke unintentionally. And that's the result, right? Everything kind of... The dominoes fall afterwards, let's say, in favor of Dynamo Eclot. And we're tied up again, 9-9 this time. Timeouts used on both sides throughout the entirety of train, and only one left for each. Cybershock want to talk things over in another pivotal round for them. That said, I'd say it's a swing round here because both teams don't have the best economy.
So another opportunity to see that head-to-head for C and Fenomen. Who ultimately, like, are about the same scoreline, but Fenomen's op has been far more effective.
Yeah, we were talking about Fenomen's op in that first half way more than, and on CT side that is, than 4C on CT side.
Chance to change that.
Yeah.
Same default that we've been talking about here for Cybershock. This time they doubled down towards B. It's not the immediate reroute. Grouping. And, I mean, this is another moment where Dynamo Eclot recognizing where Cybershock are trying to push on some extremities very often. And it's the one round that Blixie's here alone.
It's a lot of information gained, too, for the Alive as he peered around the corner, saw no one there, so he can relay that to his teammates. Probably expecting a beat push at this point. Mikey can't do anything, though. Anubis alone on the site. Managed to get the headshot onto Love because can't get the follow-up, though. Great shot from Fenneman. B site lost. Now Dynamite Clot are on the quick rotation. I think Detour could get spotted here. This is a little... Okay, he goes out the other side of the smoke, so he'll be okay for now. But once the smoke fades, he might be in trouble. Glowing hits the shot onto Forzy as well.
He's out.
The Alive and Detour trying to come back, but they can't hear Vincent. Detour, as we were talking about, and once that smoke faded, he was in trouble, and indeed he falls. Nodaneki wins the fight, and Cybershow get the round despite being down early.
Dude, when Glowing is tagged low and then Finneman's giving him the op in a post plan B, I had questions. I had so many questions, even though, listen, I understand he's got the low health, but then he's in such a difficult position. Like, to hit that shot is hard, but then he gets away, too. Great job from Glowing. Absolutely unstoppable, or Cybershow, despite, as you mentioned, they lose out everything. Dynamo had 2 players on B, and they still lost B.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it was a nice clear from Cyber. Great utility usage, of course, because I think they were blinded for a lot of those engagements. But it's still, it felt like Dynamite Cloud should have had a little more success on the defensive side. I think Mikey going down for nothing is the biggest, most glaring issue in that situation. Because Nubik did his job, he gets the one. If Mikey got one before that, then the B site's more defendable than it would have been.
Well, timeout taken. Decision made. This is not a force by angle. I'm more curious about where it leaves Eklat into this next round. I mean, they are. What to say? In trouble. Troubles are brewing, but it's for Cybershow. It's all for Cybershow.
What a gamble for Meclaw, right? They had everyone waiting towards that T-con position and into Long Dog, and Cybershow just walked right into their crosshairs. Fenneman and Blixie, last 2 standing, and 3 AKs now recovered on the other end. What
Just
a turn of fortune.
Full disrespected everything there, Cybershow.
Yeah.
Like, all of the good stuff we've been talking about their default, all half, just thrown up by the wayside.
Jeez, man, they're pretty much on a save at this point with the damage that was just done.
Bro.
If they can.
Talk about losing the worst way.
It is awful, yeah.
Dynamo Eklat will love it. They'll take advantage. They'll have it all. They recover 3 AKs, they get the op back, and they drop it over to 4Z. Can they even buy? Can Cybershock even afford to buy here?
No, they can't really. I mean, you have Fenneman with the op, but
it's 7K.
I don't know. I think the rest of the players just have to buy some pistols maybe, and yeah, that's it. So it's just the AWP for Fenneman. That is just... That's kind of egregious, Vincent. I do agree with you. Yeah, they should have been more careful. They should have gone into that similar strategies they were doing previously, waiting, holding their defaults, seeing what Eklat are up to, at least having a look. But they just kind of walked out there and died. They didn't even think about the angles that Dynamite Eklat could be holding, thought they were safer than they were. And Eklat took care of business.
Didn't expect Eklat to be in their face like that.
No, not at all.
Run boost.
No. Yep.
Now they know about the op. The prize factor is gone. We're could just waiting this out, hoping that somebody's going to walk into this op's crosshair.
That's a good spray down from the Alive. Ends up dying, but at the end of it, it is a 2v4. Space gain. Bomb should be able to be recovered, and Glowing gets an AK in his hands as well with that bomb. Nice package deal. And he also sprays Forzy down to 42. So there is an argument for Cybershock to get back into this one, but it'll have to start with a frag onto Detour. Are they just going to say, yeah, the time isn't that great, is it? 15 seconds left, so they're just going to save the op and the AK into the next round?
I actually hate this a little bit.
Okay.
Just feel like now's not the time to not be getting loss bonus. They have the 2K on everybody, so it's like okay, I guess. Fenneman
It's
can drop
okay.
drop a gun, like, and then Leviticus can give back the op, but
I think the op makes sense, but the AK with 0 util and 0 armor for glowing doesn't as much because he would get the 3400 and the loss bonus is greater than what he has in his hands. But you know what? I guess keeping the AK to protect the AWP that has armor as well makes sense. So I have to chalk it up as Cybershow playing really conservatively and hoping that this next round will lead to success. There's that a very quick blitz out of T-Con by Leviticus. So that puts a lot of pressure on Dynamo Eclat towards the A site. He can slip through, and he is.
oh, he's caught
Where he's
crazy
gone.
timing.
There it is. Yep.
Now Forzy's got to be aware of this, and Ivy at the same time. This is a scary moment. He's going to reposition fully to ult bomb.
Such a good smoke.
Life's just got a ton of information, but he's hurt. He doesn't know about glowing at Olaf, and now Detour's the only one who really can have impact on this right now. Forzy, he's smoked, and he has to give that up. Not to Neki, the B defaulter. Detour seems very aware that this is a possibility, but at what point with this bomb ticking do you have to turn? Not this point. Detour handling business.
Yeah, that smoke that they threw Cybershock towards camera after Leviticus got up in that position was brilliant. Although this round's not over yet, Detour's doing damage, makes it a 2v2. Nubik and Blixie have to, Glowing and Blixie have to stand on their heads here. As Nubik will get dropped. Glowing with a 4K here. He's the one to step up to the plate and knock it out of the park. As Cybershock tie it up at 11. It's thanks to Leviticus, though, honestly. It's just that first frag. Yes, you know, Glowing finished the job, but Leviticus started it. Just created that chaos, that pandemonium in the back lines, and a good smoke to support his position. Allowed Cybershock to gain all that ground and win it.
Disappointed that Detour, after how much good work he does there, and Long Dog doesn't actually win the round, but that'll happen, unfortunately. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy in this case. Final tactical of this map. Everyone uses them. Only way we get more is in overtime. Eclat, they've got the money. They've got the reinvest. Cybershock, they've got an opportunity here. Like, what are you calling? It's difficult because sometimes you want to maybe change things up. But other times, like in this case, I think Cybershock, I think it would be very valuable for them to go back to their normal default.
No, I agree. I feel like what they're going to lean into is trying to get Leviticus out there again of T-Con. No, actually, they don't. They're just going to send everyone in towards those brown halls to toss a bunch of util out. It is a barrage of utility from Cybershock.
Yeah, this is the usual. A little bit more behind this. Oh, but Long Dog taking Mikey there.
Where's the comms?
No, I've got no idea. I mean, Naltaneki, I think, just wanted to take that fight. Vitamin, he's lined him up. Oh, it goes so right into being so very wrong for Dynamo Eclat.
Oh, Fenneman has been a menace here at Long Dog on both sides of the map. And there he is delivering again. The alive, the timing! Oh no! Blixie comes around the corner as he looks away. Oh man, that's so tough for Dynamo Eclat. This was a 5v3 in their advantage until Fenneman came out with 2, and now they're at a man disadvantage. Nubik and Forsey do manage to bring it back, and Nubik gives them the man advantage as well. 2K for him. Fenneman manages to make it a 1v1. Does he have the bomb? He does. So he can go and plant this towards the B site, assuming that this Molotov is on the mark, and it is, I believe.
Oh,
Nubik
wow.
throws the smoke, yeah, and Fenneman has the read. He realizes what Nubik just did, and he still wins the round. Fenneman, the 4-piece Cybershock on for map and series point.
I mean, hero play, holy moment here for Fenneman to come alive. It's Glowing with 4 in the previous round. To take them out of the doldrums, and Fenneman double kill is just insanity. And cleaning the 1v2 as well. Hits the shot. This is Forsey who's walking it up. Like, I think his scope trained on him there. And Nubik pays the price for trying to get aggressive.
And just some fantastic awareness from Fenomen as well, like realizing in that moment when you're trying to plant the bomb, you're under pressure, hearing the smoke go off and having the wherewithal to say, okay, I got to pull off of this now because I'm going to be at a disadvantage even if I get the bomb plant off, which he would have, but he decides that taking the fight is the better choice, and it absolutely was. 24th round of play.
Now,
Buyup's not great for Eklot.
I mean, it's overtime or bust here in this series.
Yeah.
Loss in map number 1, gonna do that to you. And a whole lot of wins on train gonna mean nothing if you can't close here. Find a way to extend play. Cyberstrike these last 3 rounds have been very much B-centric. They're going back to this. There's 3 defenders here.
Big play coming through here from him, potentially. Yep, there he goes. He gets 1. Notaneki and Fenomen only get 2 after the 3 come through from Dynamo Eklot. But Fenomen again! Oh my goodness, the impact he is having here on Train is ludicrous. 2v2, when it looked like Dynamo Eklot were finally going to get some control, and look where Blixie's coming from. He's going to gain that space in towards Z. And Fenomen's still watching here. Detour really wants to peer around this corner, but he's only got the Deagle, so he has to be perfect if he decides to take this fight.
15 seconds. How long does he wait? Oh my gosh, he waits forever, and it doesn't matter. Now time of serious concern. Bomb just recollected. Oh, the miss. Never mind, it's just the tag.
He has time.
Just barely enough time to punch in the numbers, but he's low. And unfortunately for him, Forsey knows just that. Flash too far. Blixie reposition, but it's well known, well seen, as that's
my
the
God.
close. Forsey able to push us to OT.
That is just a ridiculous round. I cannot even believe that Cybershock were able to bring it to that point, not to mention that afterwards, that Deagle shot from Detour, the pressure he's under, and I mean, who would have expected Fenomen to still be holding that, but he realizes it quickly enough to hit the headshot, and afterwards, still a bomb plant coming through. But that, I mean, look, Fenomen's holding it, just a stale angle for him, right? He just didn't have it. And look at that at the end. Blixie, despite the effort, can't pull it off, and we are destined for overtime here. It's the second time in 4 maps that Cybershock have been in OT. Last time they were here was a loss, 14 in overtime anyway, 14-16 against Sky Fury.
I am so impressed by how long Fenomen held that angle, and unfortunately, it all falls apart when he doesn't hit the shot. When Detour just like hard clears it. That's so crazy that he's got the Deagle there and he's clearing that with 10 seconds.
Yeah, sometimes when you're holding it that long, you just got to move your crosshair just a touch, you know, just flick it around just so you're still ready for an engagement and keep your eyes ready to see things, because if you're just standing still for that long, you start to become at a disadvantage reflex-wise if you're not just a little more active in terms of your mouse movement. Anyway, look, it was a great shot no matter which way you slice it there by Detour.
Well, a bit of a crazy situation that we are in now, because Cybershock, from losing a round that really shouldn't have been losable, that eco round obviously that I'm talking about, gives Dynamo Eklot a chance back in. It's 2 4Ks that get them map and series point for Cybershock. All that denied by the worst of purchases once again.
It really was, like you highlighted aptly, Vincent, the individual efforts for Cybershock, like that just individual pop-offs that drove them to getting map point. And in the end, it kind of ran out for them, even though Fenomen, again, for like, I think almost the 3rd consecutive round, comes out with an important 2K to try and bring them forward. As we're still waiting to get started here with the overtime. Looking at the scoreboards too, like, if you just look purely at frags, you might think, okay, Cybershock is getting even contributions, which is true, but in terms of the impact frags, Fenomen is my standout guy, like without question in my mind. Like on CT side with the AWP, came out with some critical frags, and right here in the tail end, they could have potentially even lost, right? If it's not for Fenomen coming through and bringing back man disadvantages twice.
Yeah, it's been him and Blixie.
Yeah.
You know, more than anything. And it's Blixie not really because of the numbers, but more because of his lurking. How well he's been able to find gaps in the armor. chink away at Dynamo Eclot. Money, no big issue anymore. As we head into overtime, Forsey going to have his AWP. Same true for Penniman.
Surprised they don't just run the double op for a Dynamo Eclot, but I guess the AUG is more mobile, so that helps. But if there's ever a map that a double op can thrive on, it's absolutely Train. I've seen teams turn things entirely around with the 2 ops coming out. That's Cybershock going back to, I want to say, a more standard default, but they are going to send 3 players down Ivy, which hasn't really happened aside from ecos for them. Fenneman watching with the op. He's hoping the Alive's going to peek. He wants that peek, but it's not going to happen as they throw the deep smoke. And Forsey is the one to find the opener on Glowing. That was in towards T-Con, I believe. Or no, actually, it was Long Dog. Long Dog, yeah.
The Alive doesn't realize how very close to the right target that he was there. And as that smoke fades, they're going to step forward. Cybershock. We've got a fight brewing. Got to cross the Alive at one point or another. But with 35 seconds, there's a less and less consistent opportunity to go B. A is where they will swing for it. Blix.
Detour.
Not for 2.
Detour got caught with Util in his hands, and now the rest of his team are reeling a little bit. They're trying to cycle themselves through CT and back around to that bomb site, but the problem is now they have 0 presence on the other side of the site. They're all going to have to come in from the same angle, and really no reason to save here. Maybe the AWP, but outside of that, it's overtime. You can reinvest. Forsey watching with set op. Trying to catch someone off before they full on go for this retake, but Mikey getting dropped there is going to make things so much more difficult. Yes, Nubik does manage to get Lovikus, but you see, as mentioned, Forsey wants to save the op. Nubik can, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter if he does damage or not, right? He's just fading off here. The round's already over anyway, and it will be a 13th for Cybershock.
This is why, you know, talking about Fenneman, he's been the hero, if you will, but Blixie had
They
such
lost
an...
the op?
Oh, you're right. That's devastating. But Blixie, I mean, in this round, he is just the only man who could have done this. Steps out first, and he is lighting them up. What advantage. Dynamo Eclot, they had it, but it doesn't go anywhere.
And you see the difference here of losing that op, right? Forsey's down to 350. That's like the only situation where you're going to be low on money is you have to reinvest into the op 2 times in a row after losing a round here in overtime. That said, I think Nubik staying alive there with 8k should be able to support Forsey with the op, but it gets a lot more difficult to work that math. Unless they win the round, then they're fine. They don't have to worry about it, but if they lose, that's when Cybershock can really apply the pressure.
He did it last round. How about another one for us? Going to be at the forefront initially off the back of that smoke being tossed, but does allow Nubik to be a little bit more effective. A lot of ease within this clear. It's difficult for the T's to play around the smoke as well. Interesting, they just toss it in, fall away. I mean, if that smoke is thrown, you know somebody's probably playing around it.
This is not a great setup for Eclot right now, especially if it ends up on the B site. They've only got 1 player here, and the other 4 are pretty far away. Yes, maybe in the latter part of the round they can come in on a flank, or maybe they can activate here. This is the one chance. Cybershock could get caught off guard here by Mikey's rifle. They are moving into the site. A couple players still here. Oh, but he gets spotted before he can do any damage. Now they're going to direct their attention there, and they go into the B site with a couple, two other players, excuse me. And Blixie will find Nubik. 5v4 in favor of Cybershock, and the flank, while it's here now, they're fully aware of the possibility.
Lovikus right, close by, but still doesn't confirm. Mikey gets his, and this flank from Nataneki is going to be good enough from Z. 4Z got to start getting a move on. Venom has his angle covered at the time being. Nataneki spotted, but glowing with a great shot. Venom in coverage for lower, and with only 4Z remaining. Cybershock have done it again.
No, and no op saved over. As mentioned, that makes things maybe a little more difficult, but the fact that Nubik has 10k should solve that problem, so it's okay. Still, I mean, look at this. Mikey, yes, does he get 2 frags in the round? Absolutely. But he had an opportunity to strike there and didn't in a moment that it could have created more discord, for Cybershock when they were moving into that B site. Instead, because they're not too troubled, the 2 players that are moving into the site, because they know there's 2 behind them watching, they can focus their efforts on the forward-facing fights. And, well, you saw what they did there. Blixie, again, coming up with some big ones, and Phenomen as well. 14-12 for Cybershock, and you see them running right in towards Long Dog. Lovicus gets that first one. They're on the A site as well. Detour gone. Mikey and the Alive do manage to get a couple back, but it's still even numbers at a 3v3. 4C, along with his teammate in Long Dog, might be trapped here, and the Alive needs help.
Fastest of flanks, that is the potential change of this round. Nubik gets in there. Oh, and he's got them both. It's all up to Phenomen now, who gets caught by 4Z.
Okay.
The watch there on Olaf. At least a bit of a recovery. It's not all wrong for Dynamo Acolyte in the overtime period.
Yeah, I think Cybershock tried to put the pressure on with a quick push there and almost catches Dynamo Acolyte off guard, but they leave that gap over in Pop Dog, and Nubik abuses it very effectively. So, Cybershock, despite having a fairly good T side in both regulation and overtime, unable to secure it. And it comes back down to that eco like you talked about, Vincent. If they get that, then I think we're already done with the series. Instead, we continue on here in overtime. Not to mention as well that Cybershock against a team, like we said over the last month, 71% of their CT sides CT rounds going their way. The fact that they even got as much as they did is crazy.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like maybe I don't quite understand why Cybershock have not been so good on train. I think their default was actually really good. Their like protocol to maybe retake T-Con could use a lot of work, but like outside of that, any team that isn't really active in Ivy is probably struggling against Cybershock's T side.
All right, Dynamo Acolyte, we criticized them a little bit, not going for those fast plays in regulation. And again, they are back to the default. They have run pretty much every single round on their T side. 3 players right around Long Dog and those brown halls. Haven't made the decision as to where they want to end up yet, but that's where the bomb is, so we'll be following that closely. In the meantime, Cybershock lining up 3 players on the A site themselves. There's the deep util into T-Con, which Dynamo Acolyte doesn't often take in the early rounds.
A slower approach from them. They're looking back towards Ivy. Bomb's still very neutral. Probably needs to start to make a move soon. Under the 50-second mark now. Net with a smoke, but they're just going to fully disrespect this. This is lovely from Dynamo Acolyte. And the pressure over at B. This is going to sell a potential fake very effectively. Ooh, I say that. Actually, that runaway, the audio cue given, that gives Glowing so much information. It's almost a very clear red flag. Hey, we're not actually going to be here at B.
The Ivy players are going to have so much impact here. And yeah, you see it. Mikey getting another frag for himself. And there is the 2K. Phenomen does manage to strike back. And there's
Bomb's
still an
not on
argument
site.
for Cybershock. Yeah. Oh, what a shot from Phenomen. But he's now the last one standing. 1v2. The op up against low HP players. If he would have a rifle within reach, it would be beneficial. But he doesn't have confirmed damage on these 2 either. So he's just going to have to hope that the op delivers him the clutch.
Scope's been heard, I think, by Anubis. No, it certainly hasn't been. Big rotation, though, for Mikey. Not going to be aware of this. And now he's walking it. Phenomen, how... I mean, there's just no way you anticipate this reposition. But nobody Z. Where could he be?
He got the kit. No. Oh, wow. The one place he doesn't check is where Mikey is located. And Mikey, after having some struggles in regulation, delivers huge here with the 4K. It started at Ivy, which was overlooked by Cybershock, and Mikey is able to abuse that fact and work his way in. What an effort from Fenneman, though, honestly. Yeah.
Can I just say, man, great job to close there for Mikey, but Dynamo Ekblad actually just won that round due to luck. Because what happened is the bomb got dropped, very obviously dropped out in the open, and because when you die in CS2, your stuff like flies out oftentimes, it flew out towards the bomb site, so Mikey could get it without having to fight Finneman. So you'll take the win, but also mega lucky.
Tied up 14-14. There's the double op I was talking about that you do like to employ and like see employed on train. Blixie's the one running the secondary op, and I mean, it makes sense. He's been so impactful with that op in the past in a secondary role to support Fenneman. Mikey gets the opener and the follow-up too. What happened there?
Just lined up. Blixie, apparently some team damage that happened earlier into that round. Where did the bullet go? Looked so on target to me, and he's about to get killed in the back from Ivy. He's not careful. Natsuneki trying to respond in his own way up at B, but running out of time. Cybershock, a 2-on-5.
Yeah, they have to save the op, man. They have to save the guns. That's the problem with the double op, right? The investment is huge in terms of cash, even in overtime. Maybe they can get another op back. I mean, Forcey's right there, but I think Natsuneki just wants to avoid any fights at all because he doesn't know what's beyond that either.
They've turned it around from...
Yeah, they really have.
From big disadvantage the entirety of that second half really going Cybershock's direction. A little bit of a repeat of the domination that we saw in Mirage, even in some rounds. Only for that big mistake where Cybershock lose to Pistols, opening up opportunities. It doesn't change the fact that Cybershock hit the first 2 chances at closing. But with that falling by the wayside, now Dynamo Ekblad, it's them who can find a way to get this map win and push us to a third.
Yeah, and I mean, Natsuneki luckily still saved his gun because he had enough money to buy up the op for Fenneman. It should be okay economy-wise as a result. There's the one tack pause available to Cybershock in overtime, utilized here. With their backs against the wall, they are the ones who have to win a round to extend it further here on train now. And even Blixie, he couldn't get the M4, right? He has to go for the FAMAS to get the full util.
Why do I feel like Cybershock will find a way to push this to a double OT? That's the vibe. I'm not saying that's what I'm looking for, but that is the vibe.
I mean, the way this one has gone, yeah, I do agree. Tendency would be to lean towards Cybershock taking this because neither team has really been able to instill their will on the map, even though, yes, we saw Cybershock get that nice run in regulation in the second half on their CT side. Just Ekblad was able to strike back. And since that point, it's really been quite back and forth.
I like this gimmick. I think this is a good gimmick to pull out in round 30.
I agree. It's often cleared.
Going to be like half-heartedly cleared. They get 40 damage done off of it. Nade's going to be juicy.
Yeah.
Where did it go?
I don't understand that. Like, Detour's standing in the nade. He only takes like 21 damage.
Oh, what? No! And nobody had their gun out. It could have gone wrong. Still does go wrong, but it's up towards the other side. Great find from Finneman. Barely seen, even with the X-ray. Oh, and Mikey's done this one too many times. Yeah, that's a move that Mikey really loves to pull, and Glowing very aware of it.
Oh, that's a big frag to find for Nonaneki with Nubik on life support at 5 HP. Now they're trying to back off, but where do they go? Yeah, Nubik caught off, trying to retreat. Forsey, looking at the time, has to jump down, and our instincts were correct there, Vincent. We are indeed going to double overtime. That's a crazy shot. He's threading the needle on that.
Yeah, it's just a little gap between the boxes that allows that to be visualized. And Nataneki, who's had some, I think, to be fair, some struggles as like the B player, not like on TT side, but on the T side, like because the B defaulter had some issues. It was not an easy place to play, but good off angle for him. Like I said, I think that one of the things about Glowing, actually specifically, because I feel like when Glowing was on 9 Pandas, this was the case too, that I saw. A lot of times they had good gimmicks at important moments. And I think that's a really underrated factor in being a leader, is like having those little ideas. You saw it like in a bunch of different iterations of like Navi. Think about all of their fun boosts that they had on like Overpass, for example. Like those little things can get you the advantage if employed at the right moment. You know, a lot of times people disregard them because it's like, well, that's not going to work every time. No, you just need it to work one important time in the half.
It's about when you deploy it. You're absolutely right, Vincent. And I've seen a lot of teams using it, sometimes overusing it, and then you see that that spray comes through and it no longer becomes an advantage. It's just an easy frag for the other team. Well, Cybershock getting ready for a potential push to that smoke. Nonaneki in the meantime finds the opener. Can get the follow-up. I thought he was going to go down. Forzy, huge on the swing with the up. It is a 3v2 now. He continues to take apart this B site all by himself. Problem is the bomb still isn't here. So they have to ferry that over towards B, but they're not going to. They're just going to push the smoke. Lovekiss, the trigger discipline. I actually love this because he's expecting a second player to be around this corner. They are not going to clear this. No way, no how. Detour managed to flick around. That's lucky. It's lucky Detour was looking in that direction as Lovekiss comes around, because he played that as best as he could given the circumstances, and Dynamite still managed to take the round.
Cybershock played that as good as they could. They actually drew up the perfect play. That bait and switch into the AWP, that was beautiful. And even though Glowing doesn't get a kill, Montaneki gets 2 and then falls back. He's got Venomman in the perfect position, and then Forsey just destroys him. That is crazy. Cybershock had everyone in the right spot and still lost.
Yep. That's a great round from Dynamite. Let's see if they can repeat their success. They continue to play the rounds almost exactly the same, though, right? In terms of their early setups.
That's okay.
I mean, well, yeah, no, definitely. I'm just saying that Cybershock has caught on to some of the tendencies, like Mikey pushing through the smoke out of T-Con. Like Lovekiss was ready for that, and even in that round, if the Cybershock players had held their ground towards B, I think it would have been a lot easier for Lovekiss to just immediately fire away at Mikey and get an instant frag, as opposed to having to wait given the circumstances.
It's going to be an interesting situation here at Ivy, too. This is an area of the map that Dynamo Eclat have really left unattended very often. And I think Cybershock have correctly started to take, even did this during regulation, actually, started to play a lot more passively there and use the bodies elsewhere. So they're going to do it once more. Reclear of teammate Venomman, elevated up onto the A box. Misses the mark. 2 missed shots, but he hits the hardest one of all. He's only going to get that one. Blixie not traded, though. And Glowing's still here on the back of Bomb Train. Oh. I would have thought a surprise, but Detour seems prepared for everything.
Now it's all up to Nonaneki. In a 1v3 clutch scenario, nothing to lose by going for this. Maybe, okay, think through the smoke. He heard it too, so he's going to spam with the pistol. I was going to say nothing to lose, but maybe he does need to save to buy up the op for Venomman. And that's what he just realizes. That said, they're going to chase. There's no question. from both angles.
Dynamo Ekla have particularly nothing to lose here.
He's slipping through. Oh, and Nubik spots him out. That'll do it for the round, and that means that, yes, you can get the op up, but you have to sacrifice a rifle. And I think the op's too important. Someone has to drop for Fetterman because he's had so much impact. Even though he misses a few big shots there, he does hit the hard one. It's just Blixie and Glowing that don't have the opportunity to make the impact they were hoping for.
Yeah, unfortunately I think there's no excuse for that one though. That is you hit that one of those two shots and the round's probably won. Unfortunately, there's already out.
Oh, we haven't
already
seen
got
this
out. Yeah, very unexpected for that reason. And all of that spam was coming through the whole entire time. But Nubik, it's been enough. It's done. Natsuneki's going to be the only one who can have an impact left here. It's got to come up big. And he's hit the first. Oh my gosh, the spray transfer, but the pistol comes out and it's a little too late.
Still an opportunity here because of the damage that was done. The Alive gets one, but an instant trade from Glowing makes it a 1v1 and a very precarious one. Forsey only at 11 HP, but he's got the op. He just has to be good on one shot. Catching Glowing looking the other way, which he just might if he peeks around the corner at the right moment. Glowing going to the site, but Glowing spots him. That'll do it for the round. Glowing and Cybershock do prevent Dynamo Eklat from getting a clean sweep here on the first half of the second OT.
Yeah, it's the beak hero moments that we've been talking about again and again for Cybershock. That's kind of been the DNA of this team for a long time, and even losing one of their biggest heavy hitters in Stenix, you know, at the beginning of the year, it hasn't changed that fact. Incredible work from Glowing. All about timing. And he's favored in that one. I continue to be more impressed though with how many different ideas that Dynamo Eklat has been able to find. I think they've been very efficient at adjusting based on Cybershock's CT side. Their T side always changing.
Yeah, it's been very dynamic for Cybershock for sure. But I like the change up for by Dynamo Eklat, putting Nubik out there, even though they don't win the round. Just having Nubik push out towards Red Train immediately is something that hadn't been done at all round after round. So you have Cybershock in the sense of complacency, like, oh, they're not going to push quickly. We don't even have to really worry about that. And he catches 2 frags off of it. So you'd think, you know, given that situation, that they would be able to pull off the round, but still Cybershock are so resilient on their CT side that they're able to come back and still pull it off, largely in part thanks to, again, individual efforts. Glowing this time needing to deliver a 4K to give him the round. Mikey, speaking of aggression, just starting to spam through into T-Con. They've got the util sets already tossed. They're going to get another nade likely very shortly into that smoke.
Limited in scope to what Cybershock can actually do, though, with that smoke in their face. They want themselves back over towards upper side. Maintain some area of control. This is another little difference, right? Not going to have that Ivy Man and Blixie right now. He's towards B. There's 3 CTs that are here. This is going to be interesting. I feel like this goes back towards down to A, but the timings are going to be odd. Natsuneki here to sell the fake.
Yeah, absolutely. Nonaneki trying to sell that fake. Glowing gets the opener on Forsey, and now they're charging in. Nonaneki not just selling the fake, but getting a frag in the process, and there we go.
There's a gap.
37 frags. There's 37 seconds. Frags. There is a gap. They're coming in and they deny the plant. Nubik pulling it back here for Dynamo Eklat, but he is now the last one standing. Very winnable 1v2. 25 seconds left on the clock with the bomb down on the ground. Fenneman's position known, but he doesn't know where. Oh, now he does. Nonaneki, he's got his back turned. How do you approach the bomb train like that? And Nubik will go down despite that. Fenneman wins the round, but that was a little bit lucky for Cybershock.
The answer to why and how, it's because nobody actually knew precisely where he was. He shot them in the back with an M4A1S. See, they don't see.
How do
don't
you
see
take
him.
that approach?
Nubik didn't have any eyes on. Great trade though from Finneman. That another big round from him as he takes his 27th frag. Dynamo Eklat given another timeout. They'll take it immediately.
I mean, I'm just like that. Your back turned towards Ivy, making that bomb plant. I get it, right? You're watching Pop Dog. You're trying to make sure Fenneman doesn't get caught off guard, but you've got the bomb in your hands anyway. So, anyway, whatever. It happened. Crazy little round there, but it will be tied up at 17-17. Cybershock refusing to say die here up against Dynamo Eklat. Recovering after a couple of deficits here in OT. Now they're the ones that are trying to put the pressure on, looking to find another map point and series point as well. Threading the needle on that nade toss. Doesn't do any damage though. And most of the early util is just to keep both teams at bay.
That flash at Ivy so non-committal. To be honest, it kind of says, "Hey, we're not here." Actually, more than anything else, and that is exactly the case. Dynamo Eklat not actually towards Ivy. Smoke though is going to apply some pressure. Now they're going to need to respect this area a little bit more. The fact that they're up B. They have all of A. Cybershock are in trouble and they don't know it yet.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. So much pressure from all angles here for Cybershock, but Noda Neki's the one to get the opener. Forrest, he pulls out the USB knowing that he could be under a ton of pressure himself, but Glowing still managed to finish him off. That is the A site under almost control from Cybershock. They've overlooked. Pop Dog again, and Nubik abuses that fact for 2. And Mikey will manage to make it. Only Blixie left standing. Blixie has no idea where the Alive is. He doesn't have the bomb on his back. 17 seconds left on the clock. It looks like this round is almost certainly going to go Dynamo Eklat's way. He's coming back, though. He's retaking the space. Grab the bomb. He has to plant it quickly.
They've separated enough that
Yeah.
he's out of time. He's lost it. He thought he was on the back of the site. That's where the Molotov came from, so didn't really want to commit to that. And in fairness, why would Mikey be so far away? I said he had enough space to plant, and I think he did. But only because Mikey has, like, stepped all the way back. It might have been Blixie's, like, fake towards B working a little bit from earlier, but... And it's not so much an oversight here. Let me play defense for Cybershock for a second, because it's Dynamo Eklat. This B push is twice over now, been perfectly timed. Because Cybershock don't have any presence in that area, so they don't know that the B push has happened. They just left Pop Dog, and then there's instantly someone there. So, you know, they just can't anticipate that there'd be someone immediately available to... I mean, they walked through that smoke not 5 seconds before.
Speaking of not being able to anticipate, Nubik is pushed up to the top of ramp here, and he could have an immediate impact on the round. Nubik. Oh, love a kiss, ready for that fight, and now they're just going to take B off of it. Nice shot from Forsey, but he has to go back because that Molotov's right at his feet, and the nade is chonky. Mikey down to half and now down to 0, thanks to the shot by Fenman with the AWP. The util is raining in. Dynamo Eklat under a ton of pressure. Triple overtime looming. The frags go back and forth, but in the end, it's a 2v1 in favor of Cybershock with Detour down to 51 health. He's being watched for. Fenneman looking for his 30th frag on the map. He misses that shot, and that exposes his teammate, but he comes back around, says, "Nuh-uh, I've got another chance at this," and we are indeed bound for triple OT.
Seems like chances to close, they might not be coming very often, but they are going to be stalled away, stalled off again and again, man. I thought this flood call was actually really good from Dynamo Eklat. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work out so well for them. Cybershock were more prepared than they anticipate, and well, here we go again. It's only been what 3 chances to close the map. Period for Dynamo Eklat.
I think it's been 2 for Eklat and 1 for. Oh no, you're right. That's right. 3 for in regulation as well. I thought Cybershock had it in regulation. Yeah. Okay, I'm not crazy. So
no,
overall,
I've broken the rules. Don't do math.
Hey, you got me crossed up because I was already convinced that Cybershock had that map point in regulation. Then I started to doubt myself.
I mean,
Jeez,
truth be told,
Vincent.
they should have / definitely could have had that close. We go again. Anubis had some really big moments over this OT.
I feel like Eklat should have closed though in this overtime, both times. And the longer this goes on, the more you feel like Cybershock are going to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, we've kind of gone full circle in that form.
Yeah.
Here's Forsey. He's had success in this position before. Gonna walk it up when seeing nothing, but maybe thinks better of it. I'm just letting Mikey insert. That's what that was. But now they go up together. Up first at the first attempt. Glowing. Gonna have a nade out. Flashbang. I think it hit Naltaneki there.
What a flash. Oh, but Forsey recovers and still gets Naltaneki. 4v3 in favor of Eklat. Oh, the alive. Jump on Blixie. Easy. Oh, almost gets the second as well onto Lavicus, but Lavicus brings it back to a 2v2 by his lonesome. The bomb is right behind him as well. He's got the Molotov thrown for Pop to secure the space to get that bomb planted.
And with space to work with, Finneman's op can now be very effective. I say that. Yes, he will connect. It's a massive off angle. And Anubis unprepared. Forsey, a 1v2 clutch. And he can't even get it started. Lovicus, it's an off angle for him as well.
Lovicus loves to play around that red train. And you can see he's very comfortable in that spot. Gets the 3K. And there's Cybershock back in the lead once more. There's not a single round that feels like a sure thing, though, Vincent.
It's a lovely recovery of a round.
Yeah.
That's why I actually like this Cybershock default so much. Having Ivy control is just, it's so nice for so many reasons, but when things go wrong there in Pop, they can recover with that play towards Ivy, even though the Alive was very much prepared for it.
There's the default coming through from Cybershock. Spread out across the map. Bomb still dropped right outside of T-spawn. I think Eklat have taken space into T-con here. Yeah, that's Forsey. Watching intently for anyone who might come around this corner.
But he's not going to get any
viable
fights until I feel like Naltaneki, there's no need to like take that fight initially. He's got to wait for this lower push to happen first, but Anubis is prepared for it. And I can't even tell you where it started to go wrong for Cybershock, but what I can tell you is that there was no utility set that was going to break that very efficiently.
I mean, they didn't have much util to work with at the end. They used so much of it in the early part of the round that once they tried to go out towards the B site, it's just dry. And then an easy shot for him, and he's not struggling at all to hit that one. And then we're tied up at 19. I mean, look, after that point, what the biggest issue was, Cybershock didn't have the spacing. Like, it was completely off. It felt like they were going off for individual fights every time, even though they weren't, right? They had the ideas to go out as a unit, but it just happens in such a disjointed manner that Eclot's able to get every single one without losing a single body. Final round of the third first half of OT.
It's crazy to say that out loud.
Yep.
The fight for who's going to take the lead going into the second as well. As you mentioned before, right? It's been very much Eclot all throughout overtime.
Mm-hmm.
But Cybershock have improved every overtime.
Yeah, not to mention.
This is going to be another one of those moments. This is the way I'm feeling. Oh, I like this change. This is a big change.
This is a good push. This is the aggression that, like, Dynamo Eclot hasn't used it often, but when they do, Cybershock just don't understand what's happening. They can't even wrap their heads around it quickly enough. Venomman does get an important one back. Glowing in the Alive, ships in the night. Oh, Glowing will get it. The Alive walks out, doesn't expect it. Now the round is tilted on its head.
And Blixie's still here.
Cybershock, yes he is.
Yeah, Blixie so far away from that, really couldn't trade frag. And that ends up working for him. See, it's one frag that he's been able to claw back, and now the rotation from Nubik. Get back into Old Bump. This will be post-plant. Blixie now searching Venomman from Olaf. And Blixie, another important frag. Him not being known over there in Ivy has to be the biggest impact that round.
Goodness me. Yeah, that was a huge play. You know, Ivy, it's usually more important in the late part of the round to try and gain that space and get a jump on the opponent. Early round, not as much because it's easy to close down by the CTs. But this right here, what a shot, honestly. Nubik's been pretty good in overtime, or was pretty good up until, I'd say, maybe the second half of the second OT. Started to slow down a little bit. And Cybershock are stepping up big time. This is, I believe, the first time they've gone into the second half of an OT with a lead. The first two were pretty much all Dynamo Eclot, and Cybershock struggling to come back.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Onto the CT side. You'd think this would be the favorable perspective. We've seen a lot of good T rounds, though, to be honest. The numbers are fairly even, but gonna run that double lot that they ended the last CT half with.
Oh, nice flashbang. Notoneki has to back off here. He panic throws the Molotov as a result. Or the incendiary, I should say. There's the nade. Does that do any damage? Okay, not too bad, actually. The Alive and Nubik are one-shot headshots from the M4s now. Eclot. Yeah, this is a B lane. Absolutely going to end up on the B site. They lost a player on the periphery. Mikey's gone.
Gotta speed it up.
It's a 5v4. Yep.
Nataneki knows that, but he's got Finneman in support. Just a great position, but Nataneki oversteps a little bit. Gets bested on from the lower fight, but Finneman delivers again and again. Glowing's got his. And Nubik. I don't think we've seen a single 1v3 or more today, to be honest with you.
No. Seen close attempts, but nothing converted.
I don't think it's starting here. Will not. Another double from Finneman that changes the entirety of that round.
Goodness me, Finneman. I mean, from the back lines with the op and then Glowing supporting. I mean, Glowing's been great, just coming out with these, you know, critical frags kind of quietly in a lot of ways, because Finneman and Blixie have been doing the flashy stuff, but he's been really important.
Kind of the Glowing MO, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, always had really good... I know it's like third reference to him on 9 Pandas, but like, that's where I feel like I really got introduced to him. But like, was never the first guy you thought of, but always had good stats.
Seems like he's definitely continuing that here with Cybershock. Nubik He's had
Introduced. Never the good.
he's out of either. He can channel some of that. Fenneman expecting a rotation all the way through CT spawn. In fact, if Detour comes around to B, I think Fenneman has this. That's where he's going. Detour overthinking this a little bit. 20 seconds left. Fenneman, the game on the line. He gets it. Shot hit. Cyber shit in triple overtime.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you actually said it. Teed it up perfectly. JRT, the longer that this goes on, the more that Cybershook seem to be able to get back into this to find opportunities, and here we go again. Multiple times where Cybershook nearly out of this game, and they required not just multi-frags, but 4Ks from their individual pieces. And, I mean, whether it was Glowing, Finament, or Blixie, it didn't matter. They were able to find it.
No, I mean, Fenneman's my MVP here, Vincent. There's just no question. In the big moments, he was always there. I mean, even in that last round, he manages to get that important frag to bring it down to a 1v1. Detour overthinks things, pushes through Z, and Fenneman has the easy shot and the perfect lineup, honestly. He really thought out the game well as it was getting underway, so I really am impressed with him. Yeah, definitely MVP, and Blixie behind him. Also some really huge plays, in particular in overtime, to bring Cybershock back from the brink a couple of times. And yeah, like I was saying before, and as you just mentioned, just the longer it went on, it felt like that would give Cybershock a chance to regain that momentum that they had in regulation and close it out. And that's what they did.
Yeah, I feel a little bit bad for Dynamo Eklat because they had so many of those chances. It was just the hero moments, right? Like when it's the hero moments of the other team, it's almost like you can sort of forgive that, you know, not some crazy mistakes. But I think at the end of the day, right, Cybershock better form today, and for that reason, you know, deserve the win. With all that being said, though, I mean, despite how long that train took, it is a 2-0 in the favor of Cybershock. It feels insane when we're running that many rounds, and the good news is that we have at least one more best of 3 here today to cover. It's ECSTATIC and Flux. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to jump into that action. Well, we got one more best of 3 to cover, and we're gonna jump right into it. A little bit of a fast turnaround. Cyberstroke able to close. That keeps us on time, thankfully, as we've been running a little bit behind. We move into this final best of 3 JRT. I think this one's, for us at least, the marquee matchup, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Fireflux have been a team that's kind of on the rise. They've been making some noise. They got that upset potential. Have they been winning the matches where we have the upset potential? No, not necessarily. You know, against Favbet, pushing to 3 maps. Ruby, the same. And against Monty, who are also a team that tend to survive and, you know, continue going on and find their way to victory. They also went to 3, but unfortunately couldn't find a win there either. So now we go on against a team like ECSTATIC that did just play up against ENCE and Thunderpig, and they won that one 2-0 over an ENCE team that's actually looked pretty solid. That was Mirage and Train, and the Train one, they also went to overtime, Vincent. It was 19-17. Wasn't triple overtime, but a single overtime required there. So for me, I'm leaning towards ECSTATIC, honestly, because they've been a strong team. They've gotten some big wins against just ENCE, 500, 9, Eklot, Gun 5, you know, so at the tier 2 level, they're really taking control at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of discussing what this ECSTATIC team kind of looks like in the green room. We can maybe talk about some of the details of the pieces of them real fast if we could pull up their roster. But you know, they for me are a team. I describe them as a team that's kind of greater than the sum of their parts, right? Like as a whole, on an individual level, I don't know that there's any like hugely exciting individuals. I think Sarah's been fun to watch. Like that's maybe the only piece that I would describe that position as. But like I think that there's a lot of very serviceable pieces that TMB has been able to bring together. Everyone's favorite Danish player in Nut being in the mix there, and I don't think that Christo has been like incredible or anything, but I think that that's okay in a team like this.
No, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Like these guys are more of a unit than necessarily relying on the individual star power, and it just works out for them. You know, TMB is doing a great job using everyone to the maximum of their potential. You talked about Nut. I think he's been really good as of late, and even Christo, right? He's not necessarily going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but we talked about oppers becoming more important on teams, and I think if they decide to lean into Train even more, then he'll become, if he can perform well on the map, that is, even more of a critical piece, and maybe can jump up his stats a little bit. But certainly the one you already highlighted him, Sarah, he's been lighting it up on the scoreboard for his squad and is at the top of the scoreboard more often than not. So, you know, and 1.13 rating, by the way, for him. But the ratings are so close. Like you see the gap between number 1 and number 4, it's within 0.06. That usually indicates you've got a team that doesn't necessarily have that star power that they rely on every map. And it's more, how are they executing their strategies? They're outthinking their opponents more than, you know, relying on that pure mechanical aim.
Yeah, and I think that's, to be fair, kind of a situation that we've seen before in not just this ECSTATIC roster, but like previous iterations and previous different like Danish teams with, I'm going to say a similar makeup of like a couple of individuals that are more experienced, to others that couldn't quite make that next step up, but were very serviceable at the tier 2 level, and then a couple of younger pieces as well. Like this is a makeup of a team that I think I get behind a lot, because it builds character, if you will. I guess that's the way I would put it. So this has been exciting to watch. I think that this is a team that that plays good Counter-Strike. Now, let's talk about their opposition, because Fireflux, man, they've had some wins. That is true, but some of these teams that they also like just lose to is a little bit more questionable. I think that they can pick up big wins. You kind of mentioned some of like the Monty wins, for example, but they trade, they go back and forth, they find ways to win. And then there's other times where I'm like, interesting that you were pushed by Yano, as an example. This is a team that kind of feels like they're a little bit all over the place for me.
Yeah, it's the truth, honestly, and I think they're just trying to find their identity. They just added Dougie to the roster as well. He was actually playing, I believe, in Open 10 in season 52. Yeah, on Supermassive. So they were good. They were 11-3, but still, like, they were looking for a new piece, and they tried to pluck a young up-and-comer, and we'll see. I think it's still too early to say if that's going to be successful, but it was a decision that you know, I'm not sure. I think they might have been forced to make it, if I recall correctly. So I'm just gonna dig into that. But yeah, it's I think, let's see here. I gotta find this, Vincent, so bear with me.
You find that. I have a point about Dougie that I want to make, because listen,
Sure.
I'm not trying to trash on the guy. I just feel like it hasn't been very good. The start, it's early, very early. I keep that in mind. But also, like, Dougie kind of had a couple of those opportunities. Was in the Eternal Fire Academy program. Had a few moments where got to stand in even for the main Eternal Fire team at a time. That's
right.
years ago at this point, though, and I feel like that if he was going to make that next step up, I think we would have seen it by now. And that's understanding that this guy is still relatively young. He's 22 years old, and I'm not trying to gatekeep him here. I just think that there could have been more interesting pickups for this team to make. More than likely, though, I think probably about keeping this core as a Turkish core might have been a part of that. Regardless, that's where I kind of have some question marks about that one. If you've not found that, I think we're gonna move over to the veto.
No, I was crossing things up, actually. No, he was picked up. They chose to drop Sensei. I was thinking of another team. So yeah, it was just a straight up swap that they decided to make. Anyway, let's go to the veto.
Yeah, and I think to talk about this, the other reason that I think ECSTATIC can be good, and this is kind of a good comparison to make from our last series when talking about like Eclat. I think ECSTATIC are similarly very wide map pool, and I think that's really important to talk about. Their Dust 2, not ideal. That's why it's going to be banned there in the second round of bans. But Fireflux, because they've struggled, they don't have like an easy home map to go to right now. I feel like you could maybe argue that this Mirage is their home map, and it's definitely not one that ECSTATIC have played a lot recently. But Train is a tough map right now. Even though Fireflux have a good win rate, this is a very good ECSTATIC map.
Yeah, and Fireflux didn't necessarily look that great against Monty the last time they played on Train. It was so. Overall, I think that ECSTATIC have been absolutely insane on Train. I was talking about them starting to lean into it. They really, excuse me, have pretty much made it their home turf. 19-2 over the last 3 months. It is insane, and I think that's obviously why they're picking into it. And then last one we'll have is Ancient if we need it. But yeah, these first two maps might be all that ECSTATIC needs, although Mirage isn't played that much for them.
Yeah, I mean, they have played it only 3 times, couple of wins in the mix, and against good teams. Like, they beat Ends here, they beat Fallback.
I wanted to mention, I wasn't sure because Skrunk was still listed on the roster there, but I'm pretty sure he's no longer there either, and Maze is going to be taking his place. So Maze is, he was on Volt previously. I'm not sure if this is just a temporary sub or it's permanent, but he's been with them over their last few BO3s. Anyway, Dougie gets the opener over on TMB. Then a follow-up. Nut strikes back for 2 of his own, but he eventually falls as well. And the last 2 players for ECSTATIC are left in jungle, and now only one, and Lelele.
Yeah, I might have been talking a little bit about maybe the struggles that Dougie has had. This is not one of those times. This is a triple kill pistol round already. Bump collected just now. Paz going to be isolated, but he still wins his full house between both he and Dougie to get Fireflux on the board early. Pistol round win, gonna feel good for Fireflux. They on the T side, despite what the overlay is telling you.
Alrighty. We continue on. Fireflux hoping to capitalize off that pistol round victory, and already the boost gets spotted up. But TMB, the Deagle shot, at least gets one before he is traded by Dougie. And then Dougie finds a pretty big second. That said, Sarah, we highlighted him at the beginning as a player that can really make a difference. Here, he just might. 2v2, bomb dropped at top mid. Now ECSTATIC collapsing back in towards this A site. They still can't recover the guns, but I think that's the objective here, right? Like, even if Fireflux gets to the bomb site and plants a bomb, you'll have upgrades available for you at top mid, or maybe a fight and an advantage one.
I also just appreciate like the activity here from ECSTATIC. They never settle in, right? Even after getting these big opportunities. And I think this might just be enough of a surprise. Look at that. A little bit of a hesitation right there. Oh, spotted. Great shot out from Paz. Yeah, he's just seen Syrah as well. Flash, just to allow him to escape. He'll stick around, taking a fight anyway.
That's some really good awareness from Paz, honestly. Given the situation, 2v2, Syrah bringing it to that point. And Fireflux didn't really make any noise. Excuse me, ECSTATIC didn't really make any noise coming in on that flank. So Fireflux just really patient and waiting for that to materialize. They could have gone to the bomb site and planted the bomb, and that still would have applied pressure. But, you know, they were gatekeeping those guns and making sure that ECSTATIC couldn't get them in their hands.
This is interesting for ECSTATIC. I mean, Syrah's on a heroic rifle, and TMB leads the charge. They get a ton of damage, and
this is, yeah.
Syrah's gonna take it all the way. I'm questioning this, like so many question marks there in my voice, because I feel like this is such a like all-in type of play. You really sacrifice a lot for your first buy round, but if it works, well, Paz, he's on your screen. He's simply on your screen. Found him.
Alrighty, Christu, gone. Still a 2v2, but ECSTATIC have to split up their forces. One watching B, one on A.
I really wish they would just stack, to be honest.
I don't disagree with you. I was about to imply that. Like, why not just keep both players on one side, take a chance? But maybe it's a lot of confidence in Syrah, I would imagine, here, holding this A site.
That's true. And confidence in Nut too. I mean, he has a deagle. There's no armor or anything, but that's a position where he can absolutely have a lot of impact. Fireflux have a ton of utility, which is probably going to be a bit of an unexpected thing for ECSTATIC to deal with, but either way, how quiet are Fireflux about this approach? Right now, incredibly quiet.
Time is really against them, too. They don't have the luxury of being so slow, and now they've been spotted out here. Nut with the deagle. Oh, great Molotov. That's going to clear things up. But it's given Syrah a chance to come back towards the site. Maybe deny the plant, which would deny the round, but they're going to plant some smoke. Very unlikely that he'll get this, and he doesn't even get onto the site. Great job by Banjo, and Fireflux win another.
So there's two ways to approach this conceptually, right? On the one hand, ECSTATIC have really sacrificed a lot in this round to get those weapons in the previous to be so competitive. On the other, they've kept Fireflux honest, very, very honest. With 3+ kills in both of those, I'm gonna graciously call them eco rounds.
We do have the buy-up coming up for ECSTATIC here. Although it's not as clean as they would like because of the way those previous rounds went in terms of their investments. Christy will have the op. Nut and Analele have the A1Ss and 2 MP9s, which Syrah's been pretty good with the MP9 so far. Flashbang toss, Fireflux taking this mid-control, and ECSTATIC aren't really fighting for it, but they're not giving it up either, right? They've got this crossfire setup, and that smoke that's thrown in towards Khan isn't good enough to block off the angle for Christu, and now it fades away completely. So Fireflux don't really gain much off that util. Sure, they send one player down, but this is a risky peek. He's walking into what could potentially materialize into a crossfire, and he doesn't even have to. Christu gets the overkill with the op headshot.
Yeah, he gets up ahead of that top con smoke, and I think that's what you were kind of talking about. Is that top con smoke just fully disrespected? Don't get much about it. The raw. He's the only one like dedicated to this A site. Jump spot now returning by Nut. This is all going to go B, surprisingly enough. This is a crazy call for Fireflux. You're down in a 4-on-5 and you split 2-2. Oh, it's gonna work. It's gonna work.
It absolutely is. Wow. Look, TMB's realized he's come back. 17 seconds left, so he might be able to deny the plant. No. Frag comes through. Banjo finds it. And the Lele pressuring over from Cat. Can he get the one? No. In fact, it's a TK as well simultaneously. How is this all falling apart for ECSTATIC?
Dude, we talked up all the details that this team usually gets right, and they've done it all wrong in this round. Oh my goodness.
That is a catastrophe.
I mean, biting on the fake, I give him a lot of leeway, because what a ballsy call from Fireflux, genuinely. Because here's the thing, and You know, we get the opportunity to call that and talk about it beforehand and then see the outcome after the fact. But if they just like walk out A, half committed, and even one guy dies and then nobody rotates and they run out B into 2 players, they look so silly. It's so dumb. Yeah. But it works brilliantly. And you got to respect that did get pulled off. From a 5-on-4, ECSTATIC fumble the bag.
Yeah, there were a lot of missteps there for them, but you do have to give credit to Fireflux. It's a ballsy move, sending those 2 players up and then actually hitting towards that B site. But it's just really effective, too, because Fireflux were able to get those 2 out. They get a frag, they fall back immediately, and then everything starts to unfold towards that B site. It's really... I just feel unfortunate for ECSTATIC because the TK comes in and they can't really find their crosshairs in situations where they really should have. There were 2 opportunities to get frags on that B site, and both of them didn't connect.
Respect for how it ended, but I can't say I loved it.
Yeah.
No, I would postulate my perspective on that round. Here's a great reaction, though. You know, mid-control, Soulflight getting a lot done with very little support in this area. Gets 1, and in the meantime, the rest of Fireflux are taking B. Christian just smoked himself off. The rest of his team aren't ready to push. Now he's got to go through a smoke, and the rest of his team is waiting on him.
It's a bad decision, and I think he's realized that now he's completely backing off. He won't even be able to support them. He's backing off, but the rest of his team look like they want to push in. There's a little bit of a lack of coordination here, and now it feels like the comms are coming out, and ECSTATIC going to back off. Yeah, weird to have him throw that smoke on the Molotov, because you're better off just waiting out the molly, right? I mean, he wasn't under much pressure.
He's got to be hoping that smoke doesn't fill in as much as it did. That's got to be the perspective that he was working with. Only thing I can think of. Yeah, ultimately a save isn't the worst case scenario, but now things are getting pretty deep. We're halfway now on the halfway point of this first half, and Fireflux have yet to lose a round.
Look, like I said, these guys have that upset potential. You can't forget, they won, I think it was up against Monty, where they came out and won that second map 13-11 on Anubis, and I was like, okay. And the same thing happened against Ruby. Anubis has really been their bread and butter, and they don't get it out here because I think it was banned previously, so that could be a problem. As Mirage has led to some struggles, but right here, I mean, they're looking good. There is the opening frag here for ECSTATIC. We could argue as well, Vincent, remember when we were talking about Cybershock here on Mirage, that ECSTATIC have made so many mistakes that they're the only reason for their undoing here, and that this 5-0 lead. But at the same time,
I would call it the only thing.
Yeah, exactly, because Fireflux did a good job on that fake. So I have to give Fireflux a lot of credit for actually making it to this point. Just there have been those mistakes from ECSTATIC.
Also, ECSTATIC made life very uncomfortable in those first 2 rounds after the pistol win. And I think Fireflux did a good job of making sure that they didn't get flustered and overreact. This double op, though, I don't think they know it's 2 ops right now. They just have heard the 1. Deep into window. TMB's got the freebie. Doesn't get any more. The bomb. Bancho's got the bomb. This is actually really scary. He's gone down. Round should be done. In fact, it is. Time was a factor, but Christu and TMB ensure that it's not even required.
Yeah, great shutdown round coming through from ECSTATIC. The op singing really well. Double op already out, by the way. Do not see that very often this early on in a match. So TMB and Nut help out, and Christu gets the last. So ECSTATIC do find a first for themselves. Fireflux just really could never find a pathway into either mid or A. And you see here, perhaps we'll get to the ECSTATIC we expected, who should have been really competitive. Here we go.
Really ram fight. They're just going to insert here, or are they going to creep up? And Lele is going to have the first line. He's got the support of Nut right beside him. Yeah, they're just gonna wait, hold the line for the moment. A lot of times you're not gonna see this double op, but I think that's mostly not because it's a bad move. I actually like that as an adjustment if things aren't going right for you early into a half. Just the economy part of it is difficult. But that's shout out ECSTATIC in the way that they actually were able to have a strong economy despite being down 5-0 or
Yeah,
0-5.
it was good economy management, honestly. They were planning for this probably the entire time. And Lele there, we go up close and personal with the op onto Banjo, then throws the incendiary immediately afterwards and the smoke into it. That's a set play coming through, and ECSTATIC are going to fall back afterwards immediately.
Fireflux are frozen.
Yeah, look at the time as well. They don't have the map control they were hoping for, and it has to go towards A.
Yeah, literally no choice in the matter. That's so obvious now too. Team B, that's the only hope that they had elsewhere. Soulflight up from underpass, dead. Unlele handles them as Dougie tries to swing out.
No, they can't do anything.
Round over. They're gonna save these guns.
They're going to try. TMB's coming around, though.
Good point.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think they managed to get to that one safe haven in Palace. Yeah. Okay, so the guns are going to be saved here. An AK and a Galil get carried forward by Fireflux. That's 2 in a row for ECSTATIC, and both times looking very convincing. You mentioned it already, Vincent, but that take towards A was absolutely telegraphed. ECSTATIC just had to wait and take care of business, and at the end, Fireflux just pull the plug and save whatever they can out of the round. Timeout going to be called for them to talk things over, which is a good idea, given that this 5-round lead can quickly disappear. Yes, go ahead.
It's not all down to like Fireflux making a bad call either. It's that they didn't have any utility left. They didn't have a lot to begin with. So when they first start tossing a little bit here and there, and they lose one on the entryway, just like it's all wrong from the start, and it never could recover.
Yeah, and it was nice aggressive posturing too with the Lele's op towards top of ramp, right? Like he just gets that opener, he stops Fireflux in their tracks, and then falls back after throwing the incendiary and the smoke to burn time off the clock. So just really well set up from ECSTATIC.
Should have an easier time of this one. Maze has got the rifle with Paz, but neither of them got any loss bonus, so... What? That's interesting. He's going to continue to press forward, though. A lot of information right there from TMB.
Yeah, being all the way out of apartments in this situation, knowing that no one's B, that means they can just lean in towards the A site and send the bodies there. That said, oh, look at Sarah. Banjo's gone. Maze does manage to get the trade, so that's good, but ECSTATIC's waiting for this. I mean, Nutnut's in a perfect spot to punish. Dougie's gone. Goes down underneath Palace balcony now. And I mean, look, it's another situation of Fireflux kind of being frozen in place and not really being sure what to do because the read is already there.
Kind of shaping up like they've either got to get B right now, and they can't because of TMB's position, or they've got to save. And I mean, save just isn't good here. I think they should want to die.
Yeah, you want to get that money back, especially for Soulfly. Like, he has absolutely no reason to survive unless he's able to recover a gun, and he's not even in a spot to get away from this op angle. Not to mention TMB is coming up, probably going to knife him. TMB?
Surely not.
No? I guess he doesn't really have the opportunity anymore.
Oh, he's just waiting.
Is he still going to go? Just for the execution. Oh my goodness. TMB absolutely ruthless there with the AK, and ECSTATIC win a third.
That's actually the only way he goes down. I think what they're actually doing is just waiting for him to die after time.
Yeah.
And giving him all that space. So by going for the bomb plant forces their hand. Right call from Soulfly. Been a slow start from him. He's been, I'd call the most consistent factor here for Fireflux's firepower. There's a lot of fire in that.
Fire.
Yeah, it's been a little lackluster thus far.
Oh boy. Yeah, since the guns have come out, ECSTATIC have looked exceptionally strong. Fireflux can't really find the answers. This is just pistols though, so I don't know how much we can build off of it. Wait. Is TMB playing with dynamic crosshair?
Yeah, I can't believe it's taking you this long to notice. It's been frustrating me all game.
I didn't know. I didn't. It's just so unusual. I guess my brain's just like, nah.
He's not just playing with dynamic cross. I'm assuming that this isn't our observer. Well, it might just be our observer crosshair, to be honest.
No, it's. I don't think it is.
No, it's the same. It's just
okay. How could we have missed it this whole time, though? Anyway,
well,
it doesn't matter.
I noticed it the whole time. It was frustrating. But hold on. Fireflux have got not just the bomb plant. Tucky's just got another kill. Uh-oh. The Op's trying to make its way back in, but this is a tough retake. Look at this crossfire. Sure, Banjo's very low. It's not going to be easy. But Nutnut's got to take this first contact. They know that there's somebody over here. Great work from Christo. And that, I mean, that volley should be the end of it. It's a nice shot, but that got scary. ECSTATIC, from one round to the next, very different vibes in their camp as they dominate, and then with even worse weapons, Fireflux almost find a win.
I still can't believe I didn't notice the dynamic crosshair this whole time. Anyway, yeah, ECSTATIC going to get that fourth there. And it was a bit of a struggle. Just the pistols come through and do so much damage. The economy is still fairly healthy, really healthy for ECSTATIC. Just the way those rounds had gone up to that point. They hadn't lost many bodies and Fireflux weren't threatening at all. But now they come back with the guns. A chance for Fireflux to make amends and get back to their winning ways and prevent ECSTATIC from tying up the scoreline and really getting back into this. And Lele thinking about pushing towards mid. He throws the nade into the smoke. Not really on the mark for him to get visibility top mid though. And he goes for some spam instead. Still, no one is in that position. TMB in the meantime, he's been really aggressive with his hunts into the apartments to gain information. And maybe he's thinking about doing the same thing again here.
He's actually been aggressive everywhere he's been, whether that's been mid or apartments. More often been the apartment side. Fireflux, really patient right now, dude. I mean, we're about to pass the 1 minute mark, and they have basically no map control. It's like what map control you get by spawning, they have. They're only now going to start to investigate middle, but that smoke going to be a little bit of a blocker for them. It's just got to be an A end, surely.
With 35 seconds left, they've got space on Cat as well. They could go B still, but now they spotted Sarah. Nice headshot from Banjo onto Sarah. The thing is, they go B, and there's TMB waiting. Now they're running out of time. 22 seconds. They've got to make a move. They're panicking a little bit, and the Lele capitalizing. So is Nutnut. One player trying to get through. It's Maze, and he gets a frag, but there's only 14 seconds left, and he's lost his life too. Paz all the way at ramp. He can't get this. Round is over. Even if he gets some consolation frags, it doesn't matter. ECSTATIC have got a fifth.
It just feels so slow. That whole round. It's moving at a crawl for Fireflux, and I mean, I said when they were starting to take mid control at 50 seconds that felt too late, and it was. Also, some questionable decision making there from Maze. He's got the bomb, and I understand that they're getting crossfire spammed, but he's just got to fight Nutnut on stairs and try and work with Paz to clear the site. Cannot be trying to push into jungle. That's just not the time to do it. Not with 17 seconds.
Things starting to look a little rough for Fireflux. Granted, they did make a run for it on their eco round with just the Glocks, so that was something, but the follow-up with the guns left a lot to be desired. Sure, they got some frags in the tail end and made it look close because only 2 players survived for ECSTATIC, but it wasn't. That was just... It's just inconsequential frags.
I mean, they're great to keep the economy a little bit better.
Right.
ECSTATIC, we're starting to build pretty heavily, and that'll eat into that, but...
Even still.
Hey, Banjo, catch that. Done some nice job. Good movement there for Banjo. I don't know how he dodged that, but...
That smoke's a little shallow, actually, for Fireflux. Like, a CT could slip through it on the, and drop down to mid. Obviously, they'd hear it, but yeah.
Interesting smoke going to be placed there by TMB. Makes it difficult for Dougie to take this fight, but he's going to walk it up. This is a great reaction. Fireflux recognizing how TMB's been playing there on catwalk a lot of times on the off angles, and walking Dougie into that is a perfect way to counter him.
Now, there's a bit of a problem here for Fireflux, because as they take the space, you're like, okay, it's not too bad. They've got some map control. The bomb is still top mid. If that gets spotted here by ECSTATIC, they're going to be in trouble. Soulfly being eliminated there opens up the opportunity for Anubis to retake the space into window. He's just going to collapse on A. Now they're going to recover the bomb, but they're losing the bodies in the process. Dougie coming through with the op. The barrel spotted, and Lele, the easy one. He's got 2 on the round. It's only up to Banjo. And I mentioned he had to go grab that bomb. By the time he gets it, he's like, guys, hello? Where is everyone? He's in a 1v3. Sees Anubis, 22 seconds left, but Chris is right around that corner and takes care of business. ECSTATIC, a 6th in a row.
And Fireflux, I like things that they're doing. Unfortunately, it's just not all at one time. Like, we saw a big moment, that adjustment I really enjoyed for Dougie. And Soulfly in a great position, unable to convert. That cannot continue to happen. Soulfly is the best player here for Fireflux, and it's not even close to looking like it.
Nice pop flash, at least. Thing is, there's no follow-up or conversion, so it, again, doesn't really matter. Anubis is like, okay, I'll look away for a moment and continue my trek forward. Banjo does get an opener onto B. TMB's gonna throw on their side, but Sarah pops off with a couple. Even still, Paz and Maze are able to get a couple back and keep the man advantage in their favor. They've also got the B site. No one is there. Money-wise, it's still okay for ECSTATIC. They can chase a little bit, as Nut along with Christo are already making their way towards B.
Yeah, bro, they're taking so long to get this bomb down. It's taking forever, and Christo is already here, already arrived. Maze and Paz, both on the right-hand side of this site. Banjo there to confirm that nobody's market site. That's only one man seen right now for Fireflux. Now should know that both CTs are there. Oh, the lineup nearly there, but it's good enough for one. The Maze already down. Banjo has to step up big time. It's his entry to B that allowed this round to start to fly in their favor, and it might be him who puts the final touches on it, and it will be, I say that, missed shot, but the time has expired. Banjo will do the completion, 3-piece, for the final round of this half.
I mean, not too shabby, honestly. I think it's just the individuals that come through there and make the difference for both sides in this situation. You know, you saw Sarah get a couple, and you thought that could be a shift in the swing of things, but afterwards, Fireflux are able to get the job done.
Sort of a first that TMB has actually been caught in that type of position. And the fact it's really where Anubis goes down that we just saw in the replay. That's where things fall apart for ECSTATIC, because, you know, if TMB goes down, it's definitely a problem. Leaves B super open, but Anubis could have been there on the flank immediately, but loses his fight. So,
yep.
All things considered, though, ECSTATIC, I think we got to remember 5-0. They were starting this from a 5-round deficit, and now it's 6-6.
And I would say this is probably a win condition for Fireflux to take this map, because we talked about it already. ECSTATIC look untouchable on train right now. So this is... They needed that strong start to continue and take a lead into the second half. Instead, they're salvaging a tie. And ECSTATIC a chance now on their T side to start to take control of the map and potentially the series.
I mean, I hate to continue bringing it up, but, like, it's just got to be a Soulfly diff now. Banjo, Maze both carrying the water right now. Oh, big shots, though, from Christo. Nut devastates Dougie. It's a 2-on-3. Would you believe Fireflux started with an advantage this round?
Yeah, 2-man advantage. The problem is in those pistol rounds is, like, when there's 5 Ts barreling down in your direction, you have to get more than 2. You have to get 3, and you have to have a player left alive somehow that can fade away. And in that situation, they lose those 2, and then it's a constant attempt to retake the site for Fireflux. ECSTATIC get their 7th. And yeah, I have to echo what you're saying, Vincent. Soulfly, look, coming into this, leading the team in the last 3 months with a 1.11 rating, and he's got 2 frags. It is unusual. Banjo's usual performance, I would say here, Paz playing above his pay grade, but they need Soulfly, without a doubt.
This is a force buy for Fireflux. They're pushing a lot of their chips into the middle right now with this one. Tied scoreline at half. This isn't, the biggest of risks. This is actually where I really love to see CT forces. A lot of times people will discuss CT force buys when, they have a big advantage, which I can understand, but also when you're down pretty bad. And I less understand that one. When you have rounds to work with, when you can afford to lose a round like this is where you can really catch them off guard.
Okay. Syrah gets one, but Banjo, the instant trade in the swing around, looking at the apartments to drop and the Lele. ECSTATIC are trying to create chaos here, but they're unable to secure the frags. Now they finally do. There's Christu finding Banjo. This is an interesting spot. They've got TMB's not with them towards this B site, and in fact, it's only Nut on the site proper. Spots out a player, knows someone's here, needs that support to come through, and Teambase's trying to activate on the back lines, but Nut is gone. They still got the bomb, but only 33 seconds left to try and get into this site, Vincent. And do they back off to A?
It looks like it. I was going to say TMB is looking towards spawn right now, but Dougie's scout is there. It's a little bit scary. Christu should be able to get this bomb plant uncontested. And TMB's holding off the rotate. No way! No! Through the boxes, and that should be it. Can you run him down? He can't get the bomb.
No, twice!
What? He had the time. He could have taken the fight, but Dougie, a big moment to save Fireflux.
That's insane. Not an easy shot by any measure, not to mention hitting 2 through the box. Dougie, this one right here, I mean, just unbelievable. And it has to be a headshot, too. Goodness me. And then sees TMB crossover and does the exact same thing. Dougie deserves all the praise for Fireflux in that round. He did it by his lonesome in a situation that was not easy by any measure. ECSTATIC. They got the hero AK forced up. Well, it's not a hero AK, it's just a force buy. And Lele will find that opening frag. 5v4 for ECSTATIC. He passes the AK on to another healthy player. Likely they're just going to keep throwing that around. Assuming they continue getting frags here. This is interesting, actually, because there's so much pressure from Fireflux being applied towards mid that no one's actually watching Palace right now at all.
Yeah, this is ECSTATIC kind of walking as a death ball, too. I really like this in this type of purchase. Just wait for the contact fade. That found. Now you got to get Syrah's AK into position. Can't find the first impact. Christel able to close the distance, and Nut trying to get the bomb. Oh, he doesn't get another first try. Devastating.
No, you're absolutely right. If he gets on the first try, he doesn't have to do that really wide swing, and then afterwards it's over. Gets caught out. So, ECSTATIC, despite making some noise here, making the right decisions, I would say. Just Fireflux a little bit better with the adjustment. And you see there, a little bit of a whiff shot. This also probably cost them, of course, as we just mentioned. But it will be an 8-7 lead for Fireflux. They continue to fight away here to try and gain an advantage on their map pick.
This is the advantage that they've been fighting for, right? May not have been able to close out the first half the way that they would have wanted, but a nice recovery, forced by win. Now they just deal with Glocks. Said Glocks are being a little bit problematic.
Okay, they're bad. It's like a moment, you're like, hold on a second.
I mean, Banjo pulls out the Tech 9. If he doesn't have a Tech 9 there, he's probably dead, and there's a bomb plant.
Yeah. See it again here. Yeah, look at the damage that was done to Maze and then Banjo as well. But the Tech 9 absolutely saves him. No question. All right, let's go into it. Round number 17. Fireflux looking to get into double digits, but here come the guns for ECSTATIC. And when this happened in the first half, this is when ECSTATIC really started to pile on the rounds. Not to mention, they already managed to grab one in the early rounds this half. So let's see what they can do here. 3 players for Fireflux on a aggressive posturing from Paz, along with Soulfly, but now they back off. Soulfly's still stuck on 2 frags. There we go! He's got himself a third. It's been a while since we've seen Soulfly's name in the kill feed. Let's see if that continues.
Looks like it can. He's itching for more fights. And Lele, though, creeping out A. That's Paz, who's been caught out in that direction. Use Dougie. A little bit of an island because Soulfly's still worried about trying to deal with mid control. TMB, he's got Banjo dead. The ride's open. There's no more. Banjo double takes, but is already dead. So from the grave, I'll have to be communicating that over to his teammate. Fast flank here. Back. Oh my goodness, this is Swift. Players coming up, connect, or up lower. Ristu is kind of looking for it, but got a plant.
Which you will. And now the flank becomes less effective, right? Because well, now definitely they know they're there. During that incendiary, they'll be watching it. Fireflux seem to be good on their shots. I think they're trying to attract attention so the market player can potentially strike. Here comes the flash. Ristu watching, can't get the spray down. There's an important one. And the Lele comes around. He doesn't even look into the apartment. Nut does finally get one. And then TMB strikes for an important second. That means Soulfly has no time to get into the site and get 2 frags and defuse the bomb. And it will mean ECSTATIC hang on for an 8th round.
Yeah, he didn't have a kid. He's just picked one up there on the retreat. Or even if he was feeling ambitious, that time would be the problem. The way that run goes, though, ECSTATIC kind of they go from being in a really tough spot where Soulfly is taking tons of space away from them to Lele creeping out on A, catching Paz off guard, and then their regroup is swift as TMB gets this kill on the Banjo.
Love the patience too, right? Not in a hurry at all. Make sure no one else is around, and then takes care of business. Tac pause going to be called by Fireflux. They've already used all of them. They got nothing left, and ECSTATIC haven't used a single pause yet. So they've got the time to talk things over should they need to. But I think, to be honest, if you're going to use a timeout, it's probably good to use it there because this is exactly in that first half when things started to go awry. ECSTATIC got the guns out, and they just won 5 in a row without even looking back. No ops out just yet. Oh, nice man from Dougie. He gets, almost 2. He didn't even see TMB. He just assumed that the spam would be a good idea, and he was absolutely right. Now Soulfly will finish off TMB, but I don't even know how TMB got that shot off and got a frag before he died. That's actually kind of crazy. Good flashbang toss there. But Banjo will only get 1 off of it, and Nut gets the 2K. That changes the complexion of things here because the B site's vacated, and Fireflux have both A players that need to rotate around.
Yeah, both going to team up, go to Catwalk, and Lele taking an AK with him. And will they see this? Nut, and on Lele, both on the site proper. That Molotov going to be indicative of where these guys are coming from. ECSTATIC don't know fully, though, yet. That nade, it's not going to land. It's so close, though. Nut. Such an odd angle. Like, you're just never going to expect that in the post plant.
That's crazy. Honestly, the best play you could make, though, like you said, like you're not going to expect in a post plant for a player to swing around from that angle, especially when you're coming in from Cat. But Nut, low HP, you've got to get those surprise angles because if you play a common one, you're dead. You're just going to take 1 bullet, you're gone. So, great decision making overall. as Ecstatic do get a 9th, and look, Fireflux are still going to force up in this round despite the circumstances. I think because of the fact that the economy might be a little frail for Ecstatic, although I don't know if this is necessarily the right decision, because you're definitely on an eco in the next one, and it could quickly be 11 rounds for Ecstatic as a result.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think this kind of has to be. Yeah, they were forced into this position.
Perhaps.
They had a big win with this type of buy, even way worse type of buy already in the half too. Could be another factor. Molotov for Palace is refreshed, but you're gonna have to deal with the Palace player eventually. Oh no, Paz gonna be able to get his. Dougie ends up falling, and it's all up to Surat and Onlele. And they're a little bit more separated, hoping to buy some space to fake onto this plant, but hopefully not overstepping. And they've got to commit now.
All right, there we go. Under control. Soulfly and Mace get it. Soulfly, a little risky there for him to stay in Palace. I mean, he had to, though. I mean, initially pushing into it, and then the Molotov sail in, so he's kind of out of the play at the A site. He's lucky that the 2 players there towards CT kind of took up the space and didn't fall immediately, because then he's able to make some noise in the back lines and really make sure Ecstatic don't forget about him and create enough discord to allow Fireflux to be the ones to take the 10th round. But looking at the money here, I think it's a force buy on the other side as well for Ecstatic. Yeah, they're going to try and do the same thing Fireflux just did to them, but Fireflux are bolstered here on the defense with 3 AKs saved over from that previous round, not to mention pretty much full util. What do Ecstatic do? How do they change things up here?
It's the same type of situation that Fireflux were just in, by the way, for Ecstatic. And they toss in the couple of smokes here. Stairs in for jungle. All of this is about the crunch from mid, though. Don't need to be too successful here. They just need to buy some time. Soulfly, though, wins the mid side of that approach, and with Dougie's support, it's all over here on A. Ecstatic. They lose it every turn almost. Surat claws back a double, but he's alone. It would need to be an ace clutch for him.
And the bomb needs to be recovered. It's got a chance to isolate a 1v1 here. There's the flash. Dougie plays anti-flash really well, and I think that Surat's dead now. Yep. Well done for Fireflux, as they are the ones to get up to 11. And as mentioned, Mirage is exceptionally important for them in this series, given what's coming up next is Ecstatic's power play of a map, Train.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even mentioning the fact that Ancient is the back end of this, so...
Yeah.
I mean, Train's pretty rough because of how good Ecstatic are, but at least Fireflux play that recently and have done well. Even if not a lot. They play a lot of Ancient, and it's not good.
It's not good. Yeah, exactly. A very valid point, Vincent, honestly. So, I mean, this is the only place where it might look good for Fireflux in terms of being a potentially favorable map. Ecstatic, not much life into this round. They are just playing for overtime. Nice nade. That's a beautiful nade to throw. They got the perfect setup to Fireflux to take care of this round, so if they lose it, it's entirely on them.
How about another?
Again. Oh my god. They're just chewing.
At least the Glocks are going to be working together to get that one. I don't think there's going to be too many more opportunities. Actually, on Lele's just grabbed the AK, but it's already gone. Maze doesn't want to give Christo any chance to settle his feet to try and take another swing. One thing leads to another, and Fireflux from 9-9, they now have map point.
Yeah, That's an impressive recovery. I honestly felt like it was leaning towards ECSTATIC just because of how good they were on the gun rounds. But once ECSTATIC tried to go towards that A site is when things really started going badly. That defense was nigh untouchable for Fireflux. And I think it all comes back to that round that Dougie got those 2 scout frags. I think that is actually the turning point through the box and stopping the plant from coming through, because it felt like ECSTATIC would be able to win that round. Anyway, Paz going to get the opener here. This one could be over in this one right here. TMB does get the spam onto Paz, and then a dink through the wall on Soulfly. This is the only reason he's alive.
I'm blown away that this round's still a real thing after the start that was. TMB gonna fall, but the A side is theirs.
I feel like Fireflux finding a way to lose this round, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost, not to call it unlucky there, but like the individuals who go down had the most important map control, and ECSTATIC just have a free avenue back over to A. Now retaking with this much time that ECSTATIC have had to set up in post plants is going to be nigh impossible. Soulfly's flashbang though could be the difference maker.
Oh man, that's just, speaking of unlucky for Banjo. Christu just spamming after getting flashed, and he just walks right into the angle. Soulfly should, yeah, he's fine. He'll save the M4 into the next round. And the money's good enough for Fireflux to buy up again, but ECSTATIC have signs of life here. 2 rounds away from pushing this one to OT. It'd be our second straight OT, Vincent.
It sure would. And I'm going to be honest, if they win this round, I think it's very likely that they do push us to OT. It's really going to be, this round, that previous gun round. This money for Fireflux is going to be in the bin afterward. Big recovery right now for Soulfly, just as a, note we talked about going into halftime. Even though I don't think the numbers are that crazy. It's been high impact moments here in Connector. Unfortunately, his teammate Dougie has overstepped and gives ECSTATIC the man advantage.
All right, Soulfly, what do you got? Here's your chance to shine. Smoke thrown into window. Banjo under pressure towards B by the Lurk and the Lele. But ECSTATIC, they're regrouping here. And look like the end result will be an A hit. They've got plenty of time to do this too. They can even set up their proper execute. And yeah, it's going to be a proper set piece here into A with only 1 player in that direction. So Analyle's done some great work to draw attention towards this B site.
He's about to make the round-winning play if he gets away with it. He's done so much damage. Not going to lie, that'll do. But he can't escape. Not entirely. Christu ensures that. And they're just calling the save.
Are they going to save?
Well,
I don't
the
know.
bad news is Unlele is here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's the healthiest player on the squad. So maybe he can peer around. They're going to walk in apps. They do! He lines up! Oh, I thought he had both. I thought he had both, but only gets 1. Soulfly keeps hope alive that Fireflux can walk to this next round with some guns, but ECSTATIC realize the situation and look at their money and they say, you know what? We don't have much health, but let's chase this down, because if we can get these guns out of their hands, they'll be completely handicapped going into that final round of play.
Andrew's in a great spot to deny this right now. Oh, unfortunately, Soulfly's already gone down, so...
Nut. Oh, Nut dies to the bomb! He might survive, he does! Banjo finds the frag onto Christu, and the gun gets carried over, so that will certainly help. Even upgrades himself to an AK. Thing is that they'll probably only have 2 rifles in this round, that being one of them. Although Banjo can drop, okay. 3 rifles. That's actually not that bad.
Yeah, every one of those saves would have been worth their weight in gold. Banjo's absolutely the case as well. Gives them far better weapons. Firepower is at a significantly higher position than it would be. Heavy stack here towards B for Fireflux off the rip. 3 players to just zoom into apartments. This is the type of moment that you need maybe something desperate. And it certainly seems like it. TMB reacting. Gonna be far forward. Great adjustment. TMB so good in these moments right now.
Yeah. He's just been lurking all over the map for them, not only on T side, but even though you can't really lurk, so to speak, on CT side, more of an anchor, but he anchored down that B site and he pushed into the apartments round after round and has been key in that position for this ecstatic squad. This is one step. Yep.
He's still tucked up in the apartment, so they can still comfortably stack A Fireflux.
Oh, Banjo, huge for 2. Nut managed to spot out Paz. Still a 3v3. Dougie, can he impact here? Can he have an impact? He can. And Lily's gone, but Sarah will just put a bullet right through his dome to make it a 2v1. Soulfly now on the 1v2 clutch. He's had a rough game. He is supposed to be one of the star players on this squad. Now he has to come out and clutch a 1v2 to end this one in regulation. Otherwise, overtime is where we're headed. He's looking around. Doesn't know where to look, Vincent.
I think it might already be chalked. Ooh, how do you see him? To be honest with you, barely saw the edge of the head.
Yeah.
Surratt, though, comes back around the corner with a vengeance. It's ecstatic, and it is going to be overtime. And the amount of impact frags that TMP has had is actually insane, though. I know we have been talking about it the whole time, but like when you add them all up, I don't feel like he's got 12 impact frags at the half, or not at the half, but at the end of the regulation.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I don't think a single frag of his was just on the periphery. It was always, well, it might have been on the periphery, but what I'm trying to say is it's always impactful. You're absolutely on the nose there. As 3 opportunities for Fireflux slip away to close this out on their map pick. And I don't know, going into overtime, based on what we've seen in regulation, I feel like the gun rounds have been way better for Ecstatic, more structured, better mechanics, everything. So for me, yeah, that Ecstatic lean comes back.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think that it's been so much more obvious on some of those gun rounds. Fireflux doing getting a lot out of the fact that they had an early strong start covered by Ecstatic. They broke Ecstatic at a key moment. They won a force buy round. This is a good example of where all of the big turning point moments that forced Ecstatic back did go Fireflux's way. We sort of equalize things and make this a gun round v gun round for 3 rounds straight. I think you're right.
Well, we've set it up. Let's see if our prediction is correct here. Our Fireflux have a little left in them to come through and get some round victories. Most of the round victories for Fireflux have been very scrappy, right? As well as just like trying to get back into bomb sites on the retakes, or in other instances in their T side, just managing to get an individual F from someone and then piercing through. And that was mostly at the beginning of their T side because Fireflux kind of took over. Or excuse me, Ecstatic kind of took over when they were on CT towards the latter part of that first half. Christu, speaking of taking over, opening frag onto Dougie. Wins the op v op duel cleanly in the first 15 seconds of the round. Now a ton of pressure.
That might have been the first op v op duel we've actually seen.
Yeah, you're right.
Maze playing a little bit of a dangerous game, hoping that Christu is going to step further forward. He doesn't though. And on Lele, it's a big win. Connector has been Soulfly's domain more often than not on the CT side. Should be on paper simple for Ecstatic. Find a way to get grouped and take the site 5-on-3.
Whew, Paz. Does he see him? Yeah, okay. There's the frag onto Sarah. Thing is, they're going onto the A site in the meantime, and Paz has lost his reinforcements. Are they? Oh, they're not! The bomb is going B. You're absolutely right, Vincent. Oh, man. They are just making Fireflux run all across the map
And Maze is in CT spawn, and they're gonna
This is
plant B, and he's
crazy.
gonna have no clue. Oh, it doesn't matter. Saved from the embarrassment, I guess. Not really that embarrassing when you consider the information he would have been working with, but still. Fundamentally shut down at every turn this round with Fireflux.
Yeah, they were dragging them around by their noses, honestly. That was unbelievable stuff from ECSTATIC, and it kind of emphasizes the point I was trying to bring up and how good that ECSTATIC been on the gun rounds. It's not just in terms of, you know, the firepower that they've been bringing through in the mechanics. It's also the strategies. They've looked like a more structured team overall than Fireflux, which technically is true because they've been playing together for far longer.
Definitely the case. Ooh. That flashbang actually doing a lot of good work. Soulfly dropped it, kind of just on a whim. Works out well for them.
Okay,
Wow,
okay.
big miss from Sarah. That's a surprising one. Paz survives. Now they've got the advantage themselves. Fireflux in a maybe bit of an unfamiliar position after last round, but that's the last piece of utility that's just been deployed. ECSTATIC have nothing left.
TMB manages to connect with a headshot onto Paz. Soulfly in the corner. TMB's hard clearing this. Oh no, he looks away! I thought he was going to go for the full-on clear. Now Nut knows, but can't even get the frag. Great flashbang. Nut is able to do it. 2v3, 54 seconds left. They've still got time. They could even rotate around to the B side if they want to. It's just going to be a little bit tough because they could get cut off as they're coming through that through the broken wall.
Yeah, I mean, Dougie is there. It was Maze. Just jump across. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
That's going to work. That's going to work. Are they prepared, though, for Maze? Surely they don't expect a second guy here. It doesn't matter. Maze misses the shot, and Unlele connects. Now they've just got to get the cross over to triple. That's the biggest question mark left in this round. And they won't be able to do so. Not untested, not unstopped. Unlele falls, and it's up to Nut to clutch.
Actually, a really exciting round. It's materializing here. 1v1. Banjo coming around from CT, and Nut looks for it. He's looking. He can't hit the shots. Banjo will clutch it out for Fireflux. 2K for him on the round. And honestly, the way ECSTATIC tried to come back into that one was impressive. The double jump around the corner from the broken wall. They distract the Opry, splits the difference, doesn't even come close to hitting a shot, get the frag and the bomb plant, but it just doesn't work out for them in the end. It was a 5v3, let's not forget, in favor of Fireflux before all of that madness happened.
Yeah.
And it's right there. Man, that was some nice work.
I'm impressed. Impressed to say the least with Fireflux. The good news is that they do confirm a 13th. Final round of the first half of overtime. Just a singular op here for Dougie.
That's surprising. I feel like Soulfly is trying to force things right now because he hasn't had the greatest game for himself. Just pushing towards top mid. Completely overwhelmed.
He did have the support.
I guess, yeah. Well,
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's more the execution. Ooh, what an entry. TMB, he drops onto the site proper. Maze is caught, like, just perma blinded. He can't see anything.
Dougie does manage to get one here. The problem is they're very much on the periphery of this bomb site from Cat. And the bomb's going to get planted. Christou's waiting for a plant to come through, but he's going to toss. Oh no! Molotov didn't go in the right direction. Bounced off the lip, but it doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah, all good in the end. I think that comes more down, not to Soulfly, to kind of expand on my perspective there, was not so much Soulfly forcing things, but Fireflux forcing things.
Yeah.
Him feeling like ECSTATIC are getting too much here in mid, and often are. And so to take some early map control like that could have been a round-winning maneuver.
Just also wondering if maybe Soulfly called for it or said, hey, can we push up mid, right? I want to try and get something done.
They haven't done it all half either.
Yeah.
It is a different look. Regardless, it doesn't work.
Yep. As ECSTATIC take the lead into the second half of overtime. You need to look that little bit stronger. Honestly, that frag, I want to talk about that one. Banjo, all the way from Cat with the M4 like that, spraying it down. It's difficult. High level of difficulty, but he still manages to pull it off. And that's what leads to that 1v1 and gives Fireflux the lone round that they found, which could have easily gone the other way. Now ECSTATIC back onto the CT side. Well, they'll have some good memories at the end of that first half. Aside from the last round they lost, everything else was rosy for them once the guns came out. Not trending well for Fireflux. Heading into the second half of the overtime. There's the smoke thrown for window. It looms now, but it's actually not that great. I think there's a gap at the top right if they boost up here to ECSTATIC, but they're not going to.
Gonna be a different perspective that we haven't seen in a little while for Fireflux as they go into the T side. It's gonna swing out to B. These are vicious moves with so much in the position. This is back in the previous round, by the way.
This is not live.
Oh, okay, this
There
is
we go.
live.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, don't know exactly how it went down, but what I do know is that it goes down as expected based on how much ECSTATIC had. They had three people here initially, and they also had good utility and perspective. They had to jump through a smoke Fireflux to get into the site at all.
Yeah, now Maze is here just waiting for something to be given to him, but why would ECSTATIC do anything of the sort? They just wait until they hear the bomb attempted to be planted. They're not going to give him anything. Maybe they rotate around, but now they're going to hear that, so they'll come right back in. Maze needs to pop off in a 1v3 to keep ECSTATIC off of map point on Fireflux's map pick, and he doesn't. Nut takes care of business. That'll be a defusal, and there's the 15th.
I like that ECSTATIC are just super patient too. They know that Maze has got to make the first step in that. They're just waiting for everyone to arrive so they can swing in, flood together, 3-man strong. 2 chances for ECSTATIC to close. Fireflux had 3 in regulation. They couldn't do it. And not to put too fine a point on it, but feels like if ECSTATIC close here, to me, that's them getting themselves into position to just take the series all the way.
Yeah. Yep. I'm trying to think of something in Fireflux's favor, but it's hard because of the next 2 maps that are coming up. And the Lele. Nice frag with the frag. Soulfly is gone, and his struggles continue here, and well, it's probably going to end here unless Fireflux are able to come back into this round. Paz does get one at the nut. Dougie looking to move in towards this A site. They're trying to bring it back. They have to grab that bomb again, and in the meantime, Sarah managed to take down Mace. Goes through the smoke. That's unwise. Dougie, Trey, they know Dougie's here now. Trying to isolate him, but a great play from Dougie to help them keep hope alive on this take of the A site. Bomb should get planted very shortly, you'd imagine. There we go. Eventually will.
Oh, third time's charm. A little bit of a timing game that doesn't matter anymore. Unlikely gonna group with Christu. Both have the kits. Boost plant positioning, it's honestly not ideal. Very exposed, but the double up is going to be a little bit more unexpected, you would imagine. Sees the first now. It's got to be that. They swing for it. But it's not planted for him.
Oh, what a shot.
What is that post plant for Fireflux?
Yeah, I know. I mean, it felt like they were panicking to get the bomb planted in the first place, Vincent, because it took them so long to actually get it down to dirt because they were clearing all the angles. And then they don't even plant it in a good spot. I mean, it was a good spot, but it's the way they position themselves afterwards, right? I don't know.
That's not the replay.
It's default, right?
Sorry. We're not replaying on Lele missing the jump 3 times in a row. We're not doing that. That's unreasonable. Yeah, I think it probably is just a matter of like pressure getting to them, but at the same time, yeah, listen, fair enough. Get the bomb down. But if you're planning there on default, get
gotta
into a
position
post
yourself
plant
better.
that is
Yeah.
that is for default at the very least, or being able to play off of one another. That's the crux of it to me. Either way, gaps showing there in Fireflux, in more ways than one. Their T sides start brilliant until it starts to fall apart, and from that point on, they had huge moments where they break ECSTATIC, and despite that fact, they still can't find a way to close with 3 opportunities. I think ECSTATIC played far better than Fireflux did in that game, and the fact that it was this scoreline is surprising in and of itself.
Yeah, I think it just emphasizes that ECSTATIC were making some mistakes. There's also, Fireflux do capitalize quite well on the mistakes that are made. That's why they're able to get the rounds that they did. And they've got that upset potential that does come into play sometimes. But at the end of the day, you get to overtime, it felt like it was already over because of how good ECSTATIC have been on the gun rounds. It really was that convincing for them once the guns came out. The majority of Fireflux's rounds came off of pistol or in the early parts of the half, and then afterwards they were managing to scrape around here or there through in order to get it into overtime. But and actually, the fact that they were in a position to close this one out first is crazy in and of itself, given how ECSTATIC were playing, right?
It is, yeah, and I think impressive to a certain extent. Unfortunate that we kind of saw the struggles from Soulfly there. Going to have to change if Train's going to be any different. Our expectations got to be that ECSTATIC looking to close this one in 2. We'll see if that's the case after this break. tough look here for Flux as unable to close their own map pick after getting a couple of chances to, and then unable to step forward in overtime. ECSTATIC take the win on Mirage, and now it's all ECSTATIC. At least that's our expectations for Train.
Yeah, they've won Train 14 times in a row. Now it is ridiculous, and their most recent one coming earlier today against ENCE in double OT, 19-17. They beat some big names along the way. ENCE being one of them, 9, Monty, Zero, BC Game. There's been some good wins for sure on their side. And look, Flux. Well, we'll talk about it after because there's an XU coming in, but we do have some notes there that possible positive signs for them on this map. TMB getting on 74, now 0. Flux looking to defend here, but Saran and the Lele open up the floodgates. They've got 3 on this A site, and Banjo's isolated by this smoke. They're trying to bait him out, looking for Paz as well, but it's not looking good here for the Flux side in the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, they just confirmed Paz's location, and he's not got armor to fight through with 40 HP. Banjo's got to be the first one to take contact, you would imagine. That's not even particularly easy. Nice shot, though, as Chris Stu falls. That's the man on the bomb site proper. No one else is here for the tease, but Surop shuts one and a second down. That's 3 for him in the pistol round. ECSTATIC are right into business on Train. This is a pretty decent enough hold, actually, for Flux initially. I think ECSTATIC do a really particularly good job, though, of being patient. Don't get too squirrely when they get towards the site. Check all the boxes to make sure that there's no surprises coming their way.
Force Spy coming through here from Flux. Got 4 MP9s and the Scout, and the Scout's gone. Not just run Dougie down with the MAC-10. That was towards Ivy. Great work from ECSTATIC taking that space, and no one's home at this point because Flux were taking an aggressive path in towards those brown halls. They leave 3 behind, in fact, and 1 player doubles back in towards CT spawn. But as it stands, ECSTATIC have so much space towards the A site here, Vincent.
They do, but I mean, to be fair, that's because Flux have taken everything else. I don't know that will matter.
No, yeah.
In the long run, not with MP9s. You know, if this was rifles, it might be a little bit different. This is a much more favorable fight for the MP9, though. Has a Galil now to maybe play for, and Sarah. This is very ambitious. It's still going to work out for him, and it'll get him both.
Wow, great crosshair placement.
Yeah, my worry is kind of thrown aside at that point. Mace holds the trigger finger.
Yeah.
Would have been really sad if it was like they go back and check it and he dies.
Yeah. Luckily for him, they. Oh no! He dies. Nuts gets him. Not in the same situation, of course, that you were referring to, Vincent, but Maze still does lose his life. And the MP9, which means this eco round is just going to be likely some pistol upgrades at most. And just USPs. So yeah, I'm just going to talk about, since it's probably going to be a straightforward round,
hit it.
what happened with Flux here on Train. So they've had it picked against them 4 out of the 5 times they've been on the map, and in 3 of those instances, they actually won against Rush B, NIP, and Aurora. The one loss was to Monty, and they also picked it one time against Favbet. So not too bad. I think the problem with these results is that they're way back in March and February. That's the big issue, and things have changed immensely in terms of the meta on Train since that time. And well, yeah, this round going as expected, Vincent. So I mean, I guess my point is there is potential for Flux to come out here and get an upset win on Train, but likely ECSTATIC, because of how good they've been here, won't be too fussed. So yeah.
It's not just about the meta changes. It's a whole different Flux roster too, with Mason in the lineup and Dougie in the lineup. So
that is true.
You know, it's hard to even lean too far back onto those results. Not to say that they're not relevant. They still are, just to a lesser degree. You know, lots of important context that you bring up. ECSTATIC. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Kind of a defining type of round where they just going to run it down into B. Hope that they can get away with something, and they don't. Paz puts him to rest early on.
Yeah, and I mean, ECSTATIC has to back off for the time being just to reset themselves. There's the nade that sails and doesn't connect on absolutely anything. Oh, Util's up for Nut. He's done. Out of this round, Christu at 2 HP is just limping along outside of T-spawn, and with a minute and 10 seconds left, they might already be calling this off.
Honestly, I think you don't have to. You could toss your money away. You know, it's just like, do I have to leave when I'm at the casino? No. I could toss my money away. ECSTATIC in a similar boat as I am, but probably making better decisions than I would. Is they're gonna chill. Syrah is gonna give it a go, whilst Christu just hangs on. Christu does have a lot more utility as well. The goal there, not just, by the way, you know, dismissive of what they're trying to do. ECSTATIC just hoping to do a little bit of economic damage. This being like a clean 5-man surviving round for Flux actually gives them a ton of money building up early.
Yeah. Now, it makes sense to go for the hunt and also to keep Christu saving because he has 2 HP and a full belt of util. So this is absolutely going to help him into the next round. The loss bonus not hitting won't make a difference at all for him because he still had 2.7k in the bank. And Syrah, on the other hand, can buy up no problem.
He even got op money if they want it.
They do. And they might want it. We'll see.
He grabbed it.
Why not? Christy's been really good.
I think what's crazy to me is that for me, TMB was like the best player for ECSTATIC in the last map. And it's always cool to see.
Yeah, it's another example. I like to say this a lot, but it's another example of why you need to watch the matches and not just look at the score sheet to understand exactly what happened, right? Because you might look at it and be like, oh, he didn't do anything. That's not true at all. Like, he did a lot in that map to help them both in terms of information and impact.
It's a little run boost, I think, is what that was. Created the Christu Dougie duel. Now Christu's about to be in trouble. There's a double swing coming. Best case, he gets the one. Oh, that's devastating. Not the flash wasn't mistimed, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I think just Paz like didn't realize where it was gonna pop and got blinded, so it wasn't a double swing.
Oh yeah. Banjo backing into the angle, and Lelele has no trouble at all dealing with that. And once more, as soon as the guns get out, even though Fireflux, you know, they got that round on the board, ECSTATIC have the full buy, and what do you know? They take the round. I was just trying to save here. It's not going to be easy. I mean, there's going to be a bit of a challenge, you'd imagine, from ECSTATIC. Even though the economy's not great, TMB wants to look, and now they won't hunt any further. That was the end of it.
Yeah, Syrah almost wanted to walk forward, but I think it's better ideas. He will grab the op, though. So make sure that the highest cost weapon still stays in ECSTATIC's hands. Well, I think ECSTATIC testing the limits.
Yes.
In that first gun round, seeing what Fireflux could really do, and hoping that maybe they could, you know, do some momentum based calling, which I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan, especially when they had the money, because they did, of just seeing what they can figure out, if there are any easy victories to grab, and grab them.
They're trying again. Just pushing out a T-Con, and Lele gets the opener, traded out by Maze. They're hoping to bully a little bit. Already 3 players towards E-Box for ECSTATIC. Op is up for Christu. Doesn't hit the shot. Now Maze and Dougie connect. It's only Syrah and Anlalele with 19 HP combined, and now, well, they're gone. Deleted just like that. And, I mean, I'm kind of surprised, Vincent, that they try to go for it again. I think Fireflux proved with the way they disposed of them in the B site that it wasn't possible. But I guess trying A and saying, okay, maybe this one's vulnerable. They're just testing the waters, as you said, to see what they can get away with. And now they know that they need to play a little more cautiously.
Yeah, that one's a little bit different too, because like the B rush, that's ambitious, right?
Yes,
But the bombs out A, like those are very effective, and with all of the details on the utility that were there for ECSTATIC in that last round, that's a lot less risky, despite it being the same outcome pretty much. So again, ECSTATIC kind of learning on the fly about what Fireflux's limits are.
It's a good trade from Maze. TMB gone. They know Maze is here now, so they're going to be very cautious about the approach. Nut, tapping down Dougie. And Joe manages to get one. So does Maze. They combine for 3, and Sarah's probably dead. Yep, there he goes. They still don't get a handle on Maze because of the pressure that Fireflux is applying from the other sides of the site, and the force buy doesn't work for ECSTATIC either. 3rd round picked up by Fireflux, and they've got life.
And they needed it. I mean, Fireflux, we were really kind of shutting down any indications of like a talk about Fireflux having even really strong looking rounds in that first map. Like they got there, but it wasn't pretty. These look pretty. I like the way that they're taking Long Dog. I really appreciate how quick they're reacting. And ECSTATIC had force bought that last round. That's a first time that I'm kind of in position where I feel like that's maybe a mistake from the ECSTATIC side.
It's a step too far. Yeah, I think they're getting a little overconfident. But they did have that lead to buffer them into that decision. That said, now losing the first body here on what is a full-on eco. And it'll probably be a 4-4 tie after this. And Lele with the Zeus and Pop Dog. Okay, and Lele. You never know. Could get a frag delivered in his direction. As it stands, he's just kind of holding this for his team until they come around here. And, well, Soulfly's watching. Good chance for Soulfly to get some eeks. There's one onto Christu through the wall. And this should be a straightforward round.
Yeah, not just should be, but will be. Unless something absurd goes down. Gerard gone, and Unlele about to follow.
Yeah. Wow. Just love the ragdoll sometimes. Just gets absolutely plastered to the ground. 4-4, all tied up. Talked about this before, and I'll mention it again. This is a map that, of course, leans CT side, not as much as it used to. There is absolutely, I would say, a 7.5 average lean. If you don't get 7 rounds on CT, you might be in a bit of trouble. We'll see if ECSTATIC can stop that from happening for Fireflux. TMB, the opener on Banjo, that's going to help out a lot.
Yeah.
And then yeah, the B site's really, really vulnerable.
It is. You got Maze there, but it's going to be interesting. Telling a very odd story are ECSTATIC, right? With their information, with their positioning. They're everywhere on this map, and so it's hard for Fireflux to react when they don't really know what the end goal is going to be. Tested over towards Ivy. Victory in that department, and it's a double entry for TMB. What? Sarah, how does he miss it?
Oh. I'm not sure that's going to make much of a difference on the round, but still, that's tough.
Bomb has been planted.
I think that ECSTATIC, it's obviously, it's nice when TMB is getting such entry success right there, but his entry success allows ECSTATIC to do everything else across the map and create such confusion for Fireflux. Nobody's even going to really get to save. Soulfly's the last one who can.
I mean, they're still okay, but the intention of the save here is to keep that CT economy even healthy. I think Soulfly is probably going to get spotted out here at some point. ECSTATIC clearing out all the angles. They don't go long dog, though. Okay, so Soulfly will carry the AK forward, and what I was trying to say was they still had the money to buy up in this next round no matter what. And there goes Paz. We got a tech timeout for sure. So, yeah, but anyway, they would have still had enough money to buy up into this round regardless of the save or not. It just helps to stabilize the economy into the final rounds of this half for the CT side, where it can quickly get away from you, right?
Yeah, you never want to be in a position where that's happening. Excuse me. So important moment there for Ecstatic, no doubt. I know you mentioned it before, but what was the win rate for Ecstatic's T side?
T round win percentage is 54%, 54.4% for Ecstatic. So pretty good for Train, honestly. CT's even better. They win 62.3% of their CT rounds. So
Gotcha.
if they come out, out with a lead here on T side, it's probably, at least statistically, probably over.
Well, you got the numbers. We're gonna have to see the reality. Unfortunately, made to wait on that one as Paz dropped from the server. Hearing from our producer as well that it's probably gonna be a couple of minutes. So I think we're gonna hit a break here, and then when we return, we'll be able to get back underway. Hey, JK, we were just joshing you, keeping you on your toes. It's already back underway in Ecstatic out at A. Sarah making her way through the sandwich smoke, and Maze with the refrag. That's going to help them big time, but Maze is now under a lot of pressure from the T's that are running him down left, right, and center. Paz getting back onto the site with Dougie over the top. Nut falls, and then Lele will follow suit. A very strong round for Fireflux that starts off on the wrong foot, JRT.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it felt like Ecstatic were finding the space, but a great response coming through from Fireflux. At the point that Nut makes it towards site, he's already in a crossfire that he's not aware of, and he really can't do much of anything. It's Fireflux all the way after that point, and they do tie it up 5-5. That is an absolutely critical round for them to find, because now they're looking at a very realistic possibility of getting a 6th, and then after that, probably a 7th, unless Ecstatic can get a bomb plant here. Ecstatic's just going to push it out. This hasn't worked. This hasn't worked one time, and they're continuing to do it. Their defaults have been way better. They're just melting away here, despite the fact they had AKs in the mix. And it will just be Nut in a 1v4 as he gets the first one. I don't know, like, Fireflux have already proven that they can deal with being bullied, and Ecstatic keep trying it, convinced that they can make it work, and it doesn't.
It's a good point. At this time, you got to wonder when the adjustment comes, but it's like too late.
Last round, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of what was kicking around in the back of my mind. Because Ecstatic, you could argue, have now for most of the half been in like a weird economic position, but it's really of their own creation.
Yes.
So you can't be too dismissive of that. This one's not great either. Tech 9s for 3. Best weapon available is Christu's Scout. TMB Scout.
What a shot from TMB onto Dougie. That'll help things here. Ivy under their control, then Sarah follows it up onto Soulfly, who's just trying to creep in from T-Con and get it on a flank. This is slowly unraveling for Fireflux. 4v3, and it was a force buy that didn't have much for Ecstatic on the other side. Now, See if they can make it work. And again, look, they took a slower approach, and when they've taken these slower approaches and defaulted, that's when ECSTATIC have won their rounds.
That's a good point. Ooh, not exactly ideal. Get this bomb plant easily. The Tag 9, even at that range, it's a little bit scary, but connects. Weaponry still not ideal. I mean, the Scout TMB giving away some tips at this fight, but a Scout Tag is going to be even better. That makes Nutnut's job a bit easier. Oh my goodness. TMB just getting up into the mix, and they continue to swing. ECSTATIC hungry for fights, which is a little crazy to me after they were so disciplined over on Mirage, but it works out.
Yeah, it does. But just imagine if they had played their entire T side with defaulting every single time at the beginning of the round, this could be a much more dominant scoreline for them. I think their impatience, perhaps their overconfidence, resulted in Fireflux getting more rounds than they maybe should have on their CT end. Credit to Fireflux, though. I don't want to take it away from them. To deal with those pushes, especially out of T-Con, it's not easy. It's just that, you know, they were ready at every turn to drop all the bodies that ECSTATIC were throwing at them. So, yeah. Both sides, I'd say ECSTATIC making the mistakes, but Fireflux, again, as was the case on Mirage, capitalizing on every opportunity.
Kind of feels like that's a good way to describe some of Fireflux's games here more recently as well. You know, they do a great job of being able to take advantage of missteps from their opposition, but occasionally when they have to be the architect of their own, then it becomes a little bit more difficult. Now they are under that same pressure on the T side.
Well, pistol round underway here, second half. ECSTATIC, remember, 62.3% of their CT rounds are wins here, and they've also won 14 maps of train in a row. TMB spots out a player into T-Con, and you know what? Decides, okay, I'll have a look, and then I'll back off.
Well, just that contact is a little bit of information that they can work with. They see nobody at Ivy right now, and they're playing quite passively on B, so I understand if they want to make a information play here in a moment, and they're doing that over at Ivy. Oh, this is crazy timing.
Oh my god.
Dougie's
trying to line up a smoke.
Yeah. Worst case scenario.
Okay. That starts things off here well for Fireflux, and the attempted take of the site. Then a gush on towards another means that they can find even more space. And the Lele and Sarah working together off of each other to find one more frag. But Banjo delivers one more back in his direction. We are going very back and forth, but we sit at a 2v2. Sarah overlooked a little bit. They can't plant the bomb just yet, but they're going to try and run down Christu, who is the healthiest player. So he's got a chance, but he does fall. Sarah, last one standing. They know exactly where he's going to come from. All they have to do is post up. And Banjo, expects from CT. I don't know why. Well, I guess he could have rotated around, but Sarah takes the easy route through Z, gets the headshot, and now a 1v1 up against Maze. This would be so devastating for Fireflux if they can't pull it off. Yes, they have the bomb plant. Yes, they can force up in the next round. Should Sarah pull this off? And he spots the player, but can't hit the shot. There we go. Maze makes it 7-6.
Oh, and big triple kill as well from Banjo. Everything, I mean, these first bullet accuracy moments from Fireflux actually saved them big time. Everyone dinked as soon as they swing, despite what is good positioning for ECSTATIC. I think that is definitely the case. The mistake there had to have been, or rather the miscommunication that I'd imagine happened, is that they thought that Sarah was shooting from like Ivy side. That's definitely what they thought. With the USP, can be tough to get confirmation. They go for the force anyway.
Surprising. Trying to make it work. Okay, maybe not as so surprising. Christu with the scout. Gonna connect even on the tag here, but he's down to 1 HP, and so is Nutnut at 5. He goes and drops to the floor, and so does Christu. Great effort. They get 3 bodies, do the damage to the economy, but now they'll be on the eco down 8-6, excuse me.
Yeah, but I mean, even though they get 3, you look at the outcome of that round, the way in which they got there, it's all about Christu. It's nothing more. That Force by falls apart instantaneously. Great entering, Banjo, Dougie, both of them having success there. Fireflux are rolling right back. We're going to see a nade stack coming over here today. This could be good. That's going to do damage. Fortunately, a pair of nades don't quite land the same.
Got some good protocols here, Fireflux do on these takes from T-Con. Honestly, their util's strong, their flashes are great. There's really not much that ECSTATIC was able to do. That being said, and this is at the risk of being a broken record, ECSTATIC have been better on the gun rounds. And we're back to those gun rounds. Fireflux have had a lot of success in the beginnings of halves, not so much on the latter part of them. So let's see if that story can change here.
The beginning of that tail include
that's
a ton of utility flying in. T-Con.
That's why you can't gain too much confidence on NTE, because we're like, hey, look, we did it. We managed to get through T-Con and get all that damage done. Well, yeah, because there was no util making it difficult for you. And they tried it again and immediately were met by nades and bullets and everything, and they already lost a body.
Fireflux have to look elsewhere. They keep it together though. All the remaining 4 members are all looking B/long dog. Christu gonna be the first to take contact, and so it's an easy one. And they just go off the back of that. Yeah, I mean that's the answer. Christu's got the support of Nut, and Fireflux are gonna find it difficult to try and break through that smoke. They just learned that the hard way, but best not to try again.
I mean, what's your path in here? Bombs down, 2 players kind of spread apart. Banjo's dead. There's really nothing at all here for Paz. Does
be
get
searching
a headshot to Nut. Yeah.
more for a way out than a way in.
They're over facing right now, ECSTATIC. They need to be careful. You don't want to give Paz 3 1v1s, right?
Yeah, they just realized that too. Grab a smoke up top. Let Paz try and fight his way down. He does get another one.
Not bad.
Yeah, damage-wise, ECSTATIC probably would have been far better to save a couple more rifles, but we'll take the wins how you can get them.
I mean, really, they could have just waited for the time to run out and have 5 bodies instead of 2. It was way more expensive for them than it was for Fireflux.
1 on 5 is brought down to 2 players.
Jeez. T-Con is just terrifying. Once util's up for both sides. Oh, they know Paz is here now. They have to. Smoke being tossed onto that Molotov. TMB is going to tuck in. A little bit of span from Maze. It's wide of the mark. So TMB gets to hold on to this position for now, Vincent.
I'm impressed that Paz is still chilling over there. TMB plays a dangerous game of adjusting his position while they know that he's there. He pays the price, a big amount of damage flying his way from Soulfly. That forward hold that ECSTATIC had a few moments ago, it's now entirely gone. TMB rerouting, looking to re-clear Ivy. This is so interesting. A lot of maneuverability right now for ECSTATIC.
Oh, TMB finds the first frag, and it's a minute and 20 seconds into the round, or almost a minute and 20 seconds into the round. Fireflux have really been stalled out. What do they do now? 28 seconds now. They don't really have a path to either bomb site. The util's dry. Only a flashbang for Paz. Are you just going to take the fights into B and hope that it works?
Got to.
That seems to be the plan.
Well, that flash not even relevant. Paz just holding an angle. Nice shot. And Soulfly gets his up over the top. And Lele looking to play denial
No
with the bomb
way.
plant. But this is absurd. They know Soulfly's up there. What does you think he's doing?
How does that happen? They had 3 bodies on B, very little time left on the clock, and they still can't hang on. ECSTATIC on the save. I thought it was over, Vincent. Soulfly finally having an impact.
Doesn't even feel like we're watching the same ECSTATIC team from map number 1.
Oh.
They're playing so carelessly.
And then sorry, go ahead, Vince.
I just don't quite understand, like, even the thinking there for ECSTATIC right now. TMB's got to be molding. He's done so much there. Like, taking the early damage, he's then gotten out of T-main, gone to re-clear Ivy, gets the opener, and survives. And he's got 3 players on B because of him, and they lose.
Yep. It just doesn't make sense. Unfortunately for ECSTATIC. But it is what it is. Let's see if they can use this limited util to create some noise. And in fact, it's the util on the other side that deals with Syrah. TMB. There he goes. Into Long Dog. Gets the headshot on Banjo. Soulfly trying to trade it. Ooh, TMB. Flashbang was tossed, and now he knows there's a player there. Passes the AK back to try and grab the gun. And will. So that bolsters the defense here for ECSTATIC quite a bit. And they reposition to stack the A site. That is the gamble right now. It looks like it might be the right one, too.
Oh, Christu moving off the Ivy angle. Now they've taken this timing, and it's beautiful. Slides back into position. Not going to be aware, but he still adjusts. Paz is the only one left over on the Ivy side, and when on Lele removes Soulfly, the B player that is gone. Paz 1-on-4 attempt doesn't even lift off.
Christu should be dead. There's no reason that Christu is not dead. Right there. He got that one frag, and the player had already passed. So the Ivy player's like, why is the Opera even there? He shouldn't be here. I died. So that's acceptable, right? It happens, the spacing. But Maze, come on. You have all day. You got to hit that. You have to get that trade. And then Christu, afterwards, finds it for the third. 8th round on the board for ECSTATIC, and one that started off very well for Fireflux, but we talked about it a lot, and it's another impact frag from TMB, right? He spots the Long Dog player, and then also throws his AK behind him, grabs the upgrade, and bolsters the defense immensely. They gamble correctly for ECSTATIC towards A, and when it should have been Fireflux taking a stranglehold on this map, instead it's ECSTATIC with a breath of life, a chance to creep their way back into it.
And that smoke's going to be even more annoying now for Fireflux. TMB in Long Dog, but they don't know that. They walked it up. All 5 members are here for the tease. Gotta wait the smoke. Once it does, there's another one. Wow.
Oh my god, Soulfly. Where was this before? 2 frags come out instantaneously. Looks like a different man here into this round.
They can't go for this.
They are saving. They can't do anything. That was just too quick. There was no time to react and readjust.
Instantaneous shot. I mean,
wow.
TMB is trying to jiggle that with the molly and gonna drop it on contact. Maybe he a little bit further than you would have liked, but really not by much.
Yeah, usually it's very difficult to hit that shot. So, Soulfly, credit to him. And then the follow-up as well. Goodness me. So there is the 11th round for Fireflux. Thing is, 3 guns get away for ECSTATIC. And they will be able to reinvest into this next round. So Fireflux not yet able to potentially celebrate a 12th round, at least not with some hard work. Look at that. And that, like, literally had an instant to swing around that corner and get that second frag because the player was trying to fade away and throw some util. Well done from Soulfly.
Yeah, incredibly well done. He's bailed him out. He's given him the chance back. Rebuy is very strong, though, for ECSTATIC, considering their saved guns. I'll start by getting Christu into Long Dog. Yeah, AK wasn't working so well for them. Soulfly had their number. How about the op?
Yeah, that incendiary really does push them in towards the staircase here. We'll see if Soulfly decides to move in. So Christu's got the angle. They expect an op here. What a flashbang. Beautifully done from Banjo. Pop flash ensures that Christu has absolutely zero impact on the round. Another one sails in. Trying to take this B site with authority once more.
ECSTATIC can't do this save thing anymore, really. Giving up 12th. Be pretty devastating.
Oh, Lurk is dead.
That's the Ivy, man. Not clean. Not clean in the slightest. Nut loses out. Sarah gets active, but he too will fall after one. TMB. Well, him for a 1v3. Not a
Not
chance.
gonna happen. Wow, all right. Fireflux, familiar territory for them. They will have a 12-8 edge. It was 12-9 in their favor on Mirage before they let that slip away and lost in triple over or double in overtime. I don't even know. Was it triple overtime? I'm thinking of different games. There was just
at least
overtime.
triple. On
Something
the
like
first series is triple.
Yeah.
On
yes.
this last one, single.
There we go. Figured it out. Anyway, 4 rounds in a row required for ECSTATIC to get to OT again. And Alalele gets the first on Maze. Fireflux need to find a way to close this one out. No question. Dougie is going to get the trade to make it a 4v4. Nuts under pressure. Only a 5-7 in his hands. It's the right angle. He gets one, maybe the second as well. Banjo tagged down to 80 HP. The nade chases him off. Oh, wow. Nutna gets aggressive, and Banjo gets 2 back before Alalele finds the answer. Still a 2v2. ECSTATIC, with the map on the line, need to win this round.
How's it possible that Banjo gets 2 out of that, though?
I don't know.
3 players, different angles, different locations there. Looks like this is going to be going A. We've got Dougie here. Also, potential to return into position. TMB, that's Paz caught. That's why I anticipated it going A. Now Dougie can go wherever he pleases, but he's got to do it 1v2. It's up to Anlele.
He's faking B. He's going A.
Anlele not fully biting on this, though. He's still here.
He's in Z, so at the very least, yeah, he can come back here. Good Molotov. And Lele falls back, and it's the right call. 1 step back is 2 steps forward there as he gets the frag, and ECSTATIC are going to find a 9th on the board.
3 chances to close on Mirage. Fireflux couldn't do it. The first of their 4 here. Also unsuccessful. Banjo, like I said, impeccable to get that, but Dougie's 1v2 cut short by Anlele. The jump really got him.
It did.
Unfortunately. First tactical. This whole map, interestingly. Can appreciate Fireflux wanting to take it now. ECSTATIC, it's down to a 1v1, so their money, honestly, arguably better, but in some ways worse, their firepower than it was previously.
Yeah.
3 MP9s. They have a lot more utility, though.
The thing is, Fireflux's economy is also on the brink of being broken, right? So they don't have the best of buy-ups either. Their util in particular is kind of light here. And ECSTATIC are getting aggressive. They've got all the util because that's why they went for the MP9s, right? They just wanted that control of T-Con, and that's exactly what they gain off of that. Good smoke thrown for Fireflux to attract attention in there, but look at how far forward TMB is.
Also, that's their last smoke, Fire Flux. They don't have any more.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit scary. Flashbang again to like clear Ivy tentatively, but they just walk away from it. They don't have the utility to do that. This leaves Fire Flux with one nade, 2 flashes. That is their entire execute when they want to go.
We did see Fireflux win a round like this before, though, right? When they only had that flashbang. In fact, now they have more than that. They have a flash, 2 flashes and a nade. We'll see. Maybe they can. Maybe Lightning can strike twice here on this B site. 38 seconds left. It's almost the exact same play.
Yeah, but ECSTATIC this time, they don't really know that it's B. They don't have the same level of information. Well, they have 2 players here. Not nearly the same.
Well, Team B and Chris, do they strike? And is able to get one. Can he get a follow-up? Well, not yet anyway. Dougie falls in the meantime, and there they all go, down by the wayside. ECSTATIC getting the free upgrades, trying to grab as much as they could before time ran out, and Sarah actually didn't get a gun off the ground, stuck with the MP9, but that's okay. He will deal with that limitation, because on the other side, Fireflux do not have a buy, Vincent.
No, oh my goodness, it might be happening again. Feels like it might just be happening again.
Oh, yep.
Some incredible rounds there from ECSTATIC to start this comeback. Now they've done what feels like the hard part is over, right? This one's the eco, and they just got one more gun around to handle.
Ooh, Sarah. Get Nancy. This is not what he should be doing. There are 4 players here. I think he's kind of got his spidey senses tingling, and he will back off here. Good decision, because he might have been dead. There we go, and Lele throws the nade, fires the bullets, and it's all good.
Yeah, I feel like also the decision to go elevated to another key point in that decision-making tree. Get the double op out this time, ECSTATIC. First time they've really had the finances to support such a decision on the CT side. And it's in the final round of regulation. I mean, money is still not good for Fireflux. They have taken a lot of concessions on their utility belts.
TMB's under a ton of pressure here in Long Dog, but he's got the support of Sarah, and Soulfly cannot get a frag. That will hurt them here in a 5v4, although TMB is low. No matter which way he slices.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Fireflux now or Fireflux never.
Yep. Has to be here.
You can prove us wrong. They can prove it right now. Disadvantage, not unbreakable. But they're all 4 in Long Dog. That's tough. Just got, all 3, Just got the one man throwing utility in the back.
And Joe Mays and Dougie all come from Pop Dog. Sarah's got a very powerful position to deal with all of these guys. Misses his first opportunity and actually goes down to Paz. TMB also falls after finding one with the AWP. All of a sudden, a 3v3, 22 seconds left, and the Lele in the smoke. Did he get spotted? I think
No.
Dougie might have seen him. I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Well,
Yeah,
he got spotted there. Time is of the essence. Oh, is Maze offset enough? Not if he swings. No, it doesn't matter. They get the bomb down. It might be just enough. Dougie, close range. But he goes down. Nut now can scale. He's got Pristus off on the other side. Tap onto the bomb. Maze selective as Banjo's alone. He's not got any utility. He could just tap on this, but Nut isn't aware. Nut unsure of Banjo's location. And Fireflux, they do close, and they do it now.
Man, that is crazy. Fireflux steal away Train from ECSTATIC, hand them their first loss in 15 maps played on Train. What on earth? It seems like every team that tries to punish Fireflux by picking Train ends up losing. Although I do feel like ECSTATIC were kind of their own worst enemy in this series because they continue to make very risky decisions, risky force buys, risky aggressive pushes that didn't really have much around them in some instances. And I mean, the result is a very close finish. They get to the brink on 24 rounds, lose at 13-11.
Yeah, I think that ECSTATIC got themselves to blame for sure. Right, Fireflux doing a good job on their own account of we've been talking about their ability to punish, but this was for me about ECSTATIC more so. They took so many of those aggressive, like every time they had the opportunity to make an aggressive decision, they took it with regard to like their economy, with regard to their T side especially. And sure, they were able to recover, but yeah, there might just be something about this whole Fireflux handling anyone who picks into Train, because this is absurd at this point.
No, it really is. I'm surprised. Like, look at the numbers, right? That it's been 5 times that teams have picked it against them. They won 4 of them. That's 80% of the time they're winning when teams are picking Train against them. So teams are probably going to just stop doing it, I would imagine.
I would think so, but I also think that if you're ECSTATIC, there's like
It's
more
hard
clear.
not to, though,
there's
right?
no more clear decision than picking Train in this series. But it's not going to work out for them. It has not worked out for them. And with that, it is Ancient that is on the cards. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Fireflux with new lease on life in this series. We'll see if they can convert that into a win when we return.